Chapter 1 God Level Selection System. The weather in September is still a bit hot. Guangqing, a booth in University Town Square. Zhou Yuan was wearing a heavy doll costume and kept making various funny movements, attracting passers-by. Today was the weekend, so he went out to do odd jobs. He found a job as a puppeteer, and could earn 150 yuan a day. 150 yuan, if he is frugal, is enough for his expenses for a week. There was nothing he could do about it, since he had used half of the money he had saved to pay tuition and the other half to buy a cell phone for his girlfriend. If I don't earn some living expenses during the weekend, I'll be starving. But I miscalculated today. I thought the weather was good, but it turned out to be so abnormally hot. Inside the heavy doll costume, Zhou Yuan was already sweating profusely, his head was beginning to feel dizzy, and his breathing was a little difficult. He had to sit down against the flower bed, took off his hood with difficulty, and gasped for breath. But just a few seconds after sitting down, I heard a scolding. "Zhou Yuan, what are you doing? Who told you to be lazy?" When I looked up, it was Li Rong, the person in charge of the booth. Zhou Yuan hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, brother Li. I was a little confused just now, so I need to take a breath." "Confused? Take a breath? I think you are deliberately being lazy." Li Rong looked disdainful. "Look, everyone else is fine, but you are the only one who is in trouble. Why are you so picky?" "No, brother Li, I really." "What do you mean?" Li Rong glared at him. "I don't want to hear your explanation. Listen to me, do it if you can, otherwise get out." With a shout, Zhou Yuan's face suddenly turned ugly. "If you don't do it, you won't have to suffer, but you'll probably lose your money." Just when Zhou Yuan was in trouble, a voice suddenly rang out. The host is detected to be in trouble, and the God level selection system is activated. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, bow your head and apologize. Admit your mistake. Reward, 1 bottle of Wanong brand mineral water. Option 2, ignore it. Reward, 1 pair of earplugs. Option 3, justify and quit. Reward, 500,000 yuan bonus. Please make a choice within 60 seconds, otherwise you will make your own choice this time. Is this a system? I actually activated the system? Zhou Yuan had also read quite a few novels, so he naturally knew about the system. He was excited for a while, then he glanced at the options and decisively chose the third one. Options 1, 2, and 3, obviously the third one has the best reward. You don't have to say no, I won't serve you anymore. After making his choice, Zhou Yuan threw away the mask without saying a word and took off the doll costume. You. Alright. You have guts. Then forget about your wages for today. Li Rong didn't expect Zhou Yuan to really quit. He was so annoyed by being pushed back that he shouted angrily. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan didn't even look at him, but paid attention to the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and winning a bonus of 500,000. The bonus has been paid to your bank card, please check it carefully. As soon as the notification sounded, Zhou Yuan's phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was a reminder of account arrival. Dear user with the last digit 9506, your launching card received a transfer of 500,000 yuan from another bank at 1519 today, and the current account balance is 500,032.42 yuan. He actually gave money. I really gave 500,000. The system is awesome. Zhou Yuan laughed immediately. Seeing this, Li Rong thought Zhou Yuan was laughing at him and opened his mouth to curse again. But suddenly, a question came from behind. "Shaoli, why are you not paying attention to the booth? What are you doing here?" Li Rong couldn't help but turn around, and when he saw the person coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Boss, you're here." The man hummed and frowned. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you running around when you're not guarding the booth?" "No, boss. This guy is lazy, so I came over to urge him on." Li Rong immediately made an excuse. Chapter 2, Open the treasure chest to get good stuff. The man couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan naturally would not let Li Rong slander him for nothing, and said, "I was lazy? I almost fainted from heat stroke just now, and I just took off my hood to take a breath, and you scolded me without any reason and told me to get out. Now you have the nerve to accuse me of being lazy? Do you think I must die here to satisfy you?" Li Rong's shouting just now attracted a lot of onlookers. After hearing what Zhou Yuan said, a group of people glared at Li Rong. What kind of person is this? He is simply a cold-blooded animal. Cold-blooded animals are all nice to hear, but this kind of person is a beast. If you ask me, he is worse than a beast. That's right. It's so hard for the guy to wear so many thick clothes in such hot weather. What's wrong with being lazy for a while? Do you really want to drive me to death? You have no compassion at all. You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. Young man, do some good deeds, or you'll go to hell after you die. A group of people were talking at the same time, making Li Ron look extremely ugly. The boss's face became gloomy after hearing this, but it was not directed at the passers-by and Zhou Yuan, but at Li Ron. You, get out of here now. I can't afford scum like you. Li Ron shivered and begged, no, boss, What do you mean? Get out of here now. Seeing that the boss was really angry, Li Ron shuddered, glared at Zhou Yuan fiercely, and then left in shame. I'm sorry, little brother. I didn't know how to employ people and didn't manage well, so you've been wronged. Well, this little thing is my apology. Go and have a good rest, and buy some food and drinks. The boss said this and took out 3 red bills. Zhou Yuan was just hesitating whether to answer the call when the system sound rang again. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, ignore it and walk away. Reward, temperament +1, system treasure box 1. Option 2, take it all without hesitation. Reward, spirit +1, system treasure box 1. Option 3, get the reward you deserve. Reward, charm +1, system treasure box 2. There are still 3 options, and the third option still offers the most generous reward. After taking a quick glance, Zhou Yuan made a decision. Thank you for your kindness, boss, but I just want the money I deserve. Originally, I was supposed to work until 8 p.m. for 150, but now it's not time yet, so 100 is enough. Young man, you misunderstood. The wages are another matter. These are my compensations. Really, it's not necessary. 100 will be enough. Zhou Yuan insisted on not collecting more. Seeing this, the boss had no choice but to take a card and give it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan took it, said thank you, then turned around and left. After getting out of the crowd, he immediately summoned the system. Host, Zhou Yuan. Strength, 9. Physical strength, 9. Spirit, 12. Temperament, 1 affects temperament, momentum and aura. Charm, 2 affects affinity, attraction, seduction. Props, system treasure box 2. Skills, none. System points, 0. Personal funds, 500,000. Reminder, funds are recorded in units of 10,000 yuan. Funds less than 10,000 yuan will not be recorded. The contents of the panel were clear at a glance, and Zhou Yuan clicked into the backpack interface after just one glance. There were indeed 2 treasure chests inside, and Zhou Yuan chose to open them without saying a word. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining a body transformation card. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining a random vehicle card. Body transformation card, gain a deep body transformation once, and also affect the physical attributes. Random car card, after use, you can randomly draw any car. 2 cards, different functions. Compared to the vehicle card, Zhou Yuan is more interested in the body transformation card. Chapter 3 Rambo Genie is awesome. However, Zhou Yuan did not dare to use it directly. After all, this was the street, and he was afraid that after using it, he would become covered in filth like in the novels. Zhou Yuan suppressed his excitement and quickly ran back to the school dormitory. He took a change of clothes and rushed into the bathroom before using it. After just 2 or 3 breaths, Zhou Yuan felt his body begin to heat up, and his blood, muscles, and bones began to tremble and twitch noticeably, and he even felt waves of soreness, numbness, pain, and tearing. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes, during which, as expected, a thick layer of sticky and smelly black filth came out of his body. Zhou Yuan suppressed his nausea and quickly washed himself, applying shower gel 3 times before he stopped. After rinsing, I took another look and found that it was more than just a change. It was like a new body. 8-pack abs, mermaid line, bat back and dog waist. The most important thing is my little brother, it's definitely a upgrade. Oh my god, this figure. I can't even stand looking at it myself. Looking in the mirror in a showy manner, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but swaying up and down, left and right, front and back in front of the mirror. After showing off for a while, he finally remembered that he had a vehicle card. He quickly opened the system backpack and chose to use it. Random vehicle selection in progress. Congratulations to the host for winning the car, Lamborghini 2019 Aventador SVJ 63 Special Edition. Aventador is commonly known as the Big Bull. SVJ refers to the 900 limited edition models of the Big Bull. The 63 Special Edition is one of the 900 limited edition SVJs, and it is specially customized to commemorate the founding of Rambo Genève in 1963. Known as the most powerful bull. As for the price, just for the Aventadors, Joe Yuan remembered seeing it when he was watching Douyin in video before, and the landing price was about 8 million. Not to mention the 63 Special Edition. Definitely over 10 million. The most important thing is that Joe Yuan had always dreamed of owning a Danish luxury car, and he never expected that it would come true today. Beep. Beep. From today on, I am also a big shot. Joe Yuan couldn't hide his excitement for a moment. He danced around as if he had taken fake medicine. But not long after, he suddenly reacted. System, where's the car? Where's my car? Host, please go to the east gate of the school and wait patiently. After the system said this, Joe Yuan quickly put on his clothes and ran to the east gate. I arrived at the east gate, but no car came. I asked the system, and it said it was on the way. Joe Yuan couldn't help feeling a little bored, so he thought about it and called his girlfriend Song Cheng. Ching, are you in the dormitory? What's wrong? Are you okay? I have something to do. Are you free? Come out for a while. I'm busy right now. My best friend and I are out shopping. Shopping? Where are you guys? How about I come find you guys later? Don't come. It's not convenient. We agreed to have a gathering of sisters today. Well, Lulu and the others called me. I'll hang up first. Song Cheng hesitated for a moment, then hung up the phone in the blink of an eye. Joe Yuan heard some noise coming from the other end of the phone, as if it was on the street, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After hanging up the phone, he waited for another minute or two, and a white BMW 8 Series convertible suddenly slid over and slowly stopped not far from Joe Yuan. In the car was a young man in his 20s. He looked average, but judging by his clothes, he was obviously rich. Hey, little darling, I'm already at the gate of your school. What? You're here? Then come over, I'm at the east gate, right in front of a Juan restaurant. Judging from the man's voice on the phone, he is most likely here to pick up a girl. Joe Yuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Just at this moment, a sweet cry suddenly sounded from behind. Husband. The sound made Joe Yuan shiver. He was just about to turn around when he heard a woman jogging to the side of the Bauma car. After taking a quick look, Joe Yuan was stunned for a moment. Chapter 4 Because You Are Poor. Song Cheng. This woman turned out to be his girlfriend Song Cheng. Baby, you're finally here. The man replied with a smile and opened the car door. Sorry, husband, I kept you waiting, moi. Song Cheng blew her a kiss in a sweet voice and raised her leg to get into the car. Song Cheng. At this moment, Joe Yuan growled angrily. Song Cheng turned around subconsciously and her expression changed suddenly. Joe Yuan? Why are you here? Why am I here? I still need to ask you something. Didn't you say you were shopping with your bestie? What's going on? This. Song Cheng hesitated for a moment, but was thinking quickly about the words in her mind. Almost in the blink of an eye, she raised her eyebrows, and then her face turned grim as if she had taken the initiative. What are you shouting about? What are you shouting about? I haven't even asked you yet, why are you following me? Joe Yuan suddenly laughed angrily. I followed you? You're kidding. Stop trying to change the subject. Who is he? Who cares who he is? It has nothing to do with you. Song Cheng said arrogantly. You're my girlfriend. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Listen carefully, Mr. Zhou. That was in the past, not now. I am breaking up with you now. From now on, I am me and you are you. You? What do you mean by you? I was blind to fall for someone like you. You have no money, and no ability. I asked you to buy me a 512G Xiaogui 11 Pro, but you bought me a 128G1, which made me look so embarrassed in front of my roommates. Is that why you break up with me? Just because of this? Get it straight, Joe Yuan. It's because you have no money. Because you are poor. Do you understand? Money, money, money. Is money that important? Yes. In this era, money is important. If you have money, you are the boss. If you don't have money, you are the grandson. Look at others, then look at yourself in the mirror. Others can afford a Bauma 8 Series, but you are only worthy of riding a shared bicycle. Do you know that it would take you 10 years to earn the same amount of money as this BMW? You said you are such a loser, why should I waste my youth on you? Song Ching accused and scolded mercilessly, with a face full of indifference and contempt. She initially looked at Zhou Yuan just for someone to care about her and take care of her, but now that she has met such a rich second-generation man, she no longer cares about Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists immediately, his face looking extremely ugly. He was about to say something, but suddenly, a pleasant engine sound came from the street. Oh my God! Look! A supercar! Quickly move out of the way. We can't afford to hit this car. What kind of car is this? So cool. Girl, you don't understand this, let me tell you, this is a Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as a big bull. Is this car valuable? Of course, the landing price is about 7-8 million. It can buy a villa. No, you're wrong. This is not an ordinary bull. Didn't you see the 63 logo? This is the SVJ 63 Special Edition. Yes, this is specially made. I heard it costs tens of millions. Oh my God. So expensive? Bull beep. A group of passers-by were talking about it. Amid the noise, the big bull slowly came over here. Bailman panicked when he saw this, and turned to Song Ching and said, "Baby, get out of the way first, let me move the car, otherwise if it gets scratched by this big bull, I can't afford the compensation." When Song Ching heard this, she quickly took a few steps back. The BMW man drove forward without saying a word. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Chang looked at Zhou Yuan again and spoke with a cold face. "Anyway, I've finished what I want to say, you can handle the rest on your own. Also, I warn you, I am married now, you'd better stop harassing me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 5 This kind of woman deserves it. Song Ching had just finished speaking when the Lamborghini stopped steadily next to her in the blink of an eye. The scissor doors were raised handsomely, and a woman in OL clothes got out of the car. Under the curious gazes of everyone, the woman came to Zhou Yuan with a smile and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Feng Jing. I'm sorry I'm a little late. This is the Rambo Genie you ordered. I'm glad I delivered it to you safely. Also, this is your vehicle registration certificate, please keep it safe." Feng Jing said this as she respectfully handed the key and green book in her hand to Zhou Yuan. Witnessing this scene, Song Chang, who had a cold and disgusted look on her face, was stunned. Rambo Genie? Zhou Yuan? How is it possible? How is that possible? It's fake, it must be fake. Zhou Yuan, you must be acting. This must be fake. Song Ching suddenly lost her composure and started yelling. If this car really belongs to Zhou Yuan, doesn't that mean Zhou Yuan is the real rich man? And what about yourself? She actually broke up with Zhou Yuan. Song Chang didn't dare to think about it anymore. You don't need to worry about whether it's true or not. You just said that we have nothing to do with each other anymore. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's impression of Song Ching had fallen to the freezing point. There was no smile on his face, only coldness. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the Bauma. "Didn't you say you have a husband? He's waiting for you, why don't you go now?" The Bauma man was looking over here through the rearview mirror. When he saw Zhou Yuan pointing at him, his face immediately turned red with embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he started the car and drove away. What if he doesn't run? His second-hand 8 Series is not even as good as a grandson in front of the big bull. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He just glanced at Song Ching coldly and turned to walk towards Daniu. But just as he took a step, Song Ching suddenly grabbed him. "Don't go. Zhou Yuan, don't go. I was just joking. It was just a joke." Song Ching's thoughts raced, and she immediately came up with an excuse. "I just want to test whether you really love me, I don't really want to break up with you. That guy was just an actor I hired. Look, he left on his own initiative. You must believe me, what I said is true. Can we stop standing here? I haven't eaten yet, can we go eat together? Also, I don't want to go back to the dormitory tonight. Can we find another place to rest at night? Song Ching directly hugged Zhou Yuan's arm and leaned half of her body forward. It's funny to say, this is the first time in Zhou Yuan's life that he has been so close to Song Ching. So much so that at this moment, he even felt a little soft-hearted. But at this time, the system popped up. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, forgive her, of course. Reward, 2 points of spirit, 1 green light straw hat. Option 2, entrust it to the virtual snake, and take advantage of it tonight. Reward, 2 points of physical strength. Option 3, end it all and leave. Reward, 2 points of charm, 2 million gold. There are 3 options, and the answers are self-evident. Zhou Yuan shook off Song Ching cleanly and neatly. You said it. You are you and I am me. You take care of yourself. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he went straight to Dainyu. As soon as the car door was opened, Feng Jing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Excuse me, Mr. Zhou, could you give me a ride? Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, get in the car. Thank you. Feng Jing responded with a sweet smile, turned around to look at Song Ching with pity and disgust, then turned around and got into the passenger seat. The bull let out an exciting and pleasant roar and sped away. Song Ching stared at the taillights in a daze, blinked, and then collapsed to the ground in despair. Tisk, TSK, how pitiful. She could have been sitting on the big bull and laughing, but now she's sitting on the ground crying. This kind of woman deserves it. That's right, there's no sympathy for this kind of people. At this moment, many spectators around pointed and laughed at Song Ching. Chapter 6. From today on, I will do whatever I want. On the other side, Zhou Yuan soon received a system reminder. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving the reward, 2 points of charm and $2 million. The system was quite efficient, and in the blink of an eye the text message on my cell phone started ringing. Dear user with the last digit 9506, your launching card received a transfer of 2 million yuan from another bank at 1604 today, and the current account balance is 25,00032.42 yuan. Although he had received 2 million, Zhou Yuan was not happy at the moment. As for Song Ching, it's nonsense to say that the love is unforgettable, but after pursuing her for so long, there is real love. Zhou Yuan couldn't help feeling sad and depressed after this tragic betrayal. In the passenger seat, Feng Jing glanced at Zhou Yuan and said, Mr. Zhou, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Don't call me Mr. Zhou, just call me Zhou Yuan. Feel free to tell me what you want to say. Then I'll just call you Mr. Zhou. Feng Jing smiled and said, although it may be inappropriate for me to say this, Mr. Zhou, you don't need to be sad for such a woman. You have to believe in yourself. It is definitely her loss if she breaks up with you. And as the saying goes, there is always a better choice. With your current conditions, I believe there are many women who admire you. Feng Jing said this intentionally. After all, she is single now and has been looking for a target. It would be a lie to say that she is not tempted by Zhou Yuan, who is young, attractive, and most importantly, rich. Not to mention that Zhou Yuan had just been dumped, so now was a good time to take advantage of the situation. As for being reserved. In this day and age, what's the point of being reserved? When you encounter a suitable target, the best way is to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look at Feng Jing. To be honest, this woman is really pretty, even better than Song Ching. She doesn't need to dress up specially, just this ordinary black and white workplace outfit, supported by her curvy figure, shows her sexy and charming side. Moreover, she was sitting at the moment, and the hem of her OL skirt slipped a little, revealing most of her slightly plump long legs. The shimmering flesh-colored stockings make the legs look smoother and more tender, making people unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch them. Zhou Yuan was feeling a little distracted. At the same time, the system popped up again. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, ignore Feng Jing's little thoughts. Reward, 5 points of spirit, 1 million gold. Option 2, change your mindset, do whatever you want. Reward, 5 points of charm, 1 million gold. Option 3, reject Feng Jing cleanly and decisively to make her give up. Reward, 5 points of temperament, 1 million yuan. There are still 3 options as usual, but this time there is rarely any distinction between good and bad. Same 5 attribute points, same 1 million gold. Zhou Yuan hesitated. He glanced at Feng Jing, who was smiling beside him, and then looked at the passers-by outside the window who were looking at his big car with envy. After a few seconds, Zhou Yuan's eyes became firm. Go to hell with that bootlicker. Go to hell with the honest man. Starting today, I'm going to change. I want to indulge myself. I want to enjoy myself. I want to do whatever I want. At this moment, the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for his change of heart. The reward has been issued. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that the 1 million reward had arrived in his account. Zhou Yuan let out a long breath, then suddenly looked at Feng Jing with a smile. Ms. Feng is right. I think I should be more open-minded. I just happen to be planning to go shopping and do some shopping. I'm in need of an advisor. I wonder if Ms. Feng is interested. Mr. Zhou has spoken, I am honored. Feng Jing smiled immediately. Chapter 7 I Wish I Was My Boyfriend. Half an hour later, at the Great Future Plaza. The big bull attracted countless people's attention and slowly drove into the underground garage. What does Mr. Zhou want to buy this time? Clothes, shoes, watches and other things. Any recommendations? As Mr. Zhou is, I would naturally recommend brands like Vans, Gucci, and Armani for clothing. As for watches, Patek, Jiangshi, Abbey, Jijia, La Leisure, etc. are all my first choice. As they talked, they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. After a brief stroll, they turned into the Armani store. As soon as she entered the door, Feng Jing took the initiative and competently started to choose for Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan casually took a look and was surprised to see that these clothes ranged from a few hundred to tens of thousands, and not a single one was cheap. If it had been in the past, even half a day ago, he would have been scared away when he saw the price. But now things are different. Now that I have the system, I can spend, play, and have fun as much as I want. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable and happy. Indulge yourself and enjoy life to the fullest. This is the only way to do justice to yourself. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just remembered something personal. No wonder you look absent-minded. Feng Jing said as she handed over a shirt, take a look at this one. I think it's good. Then I'll try. Zhou Yuan responded casually, took the clothes and turned into the changing room. But no one expected that with a sudden creaking sound, the door of the locker room would slide open by itself. Feng Jing and the shop assistant outside heard the noise, turned their heads, and their eyes widened in an instant. In the locker room, Zhou Yuan was raising his hands to pull up his t-shirt, exposing his 8-pack abs, mermaid line, and most of his waist and abdomen completely to the air. As he raised his arms to take off his clothes, his waist and abdominal muscles contracted slightly, vaguely like a layer of waves. Oh my god! Mermaid line. Male dog waist. What a divine figure this is. Feng Jing and the shop assistant were stunned instantly. It is so rare to meet a man with such a perfect body in real life. So envious. Wow. Look at this. Oh my god. What a great body. It's over, I'm drooling. I really want to be his girlfriend. Several other shop assistants and some female customers also noticed this in the blink of an eye. Their eyes suddenly lit up and they whispered to each other. Who says only men are good at sex? Women are no worse at sex too. Miss, your boyfriend has a great body. The shop assistant next to Feng Jing also spoke. Although her face was red, her expression and tone were full of envy. Feng Jing smiled politely and nodded when she heard that, but she was feeling emotional in her heart. I wish this was my boyfriend. You think I don't want that? As she thought about this, her eyes looked at Zhou Yuan more and more passionately. She is already a young, wealthy, and high-quality stock, but I didn't expect her figure to be so amazing. This is not just a high-quality stock, it is simply a top-notch stock. Must catch it. Feng Jing secretly clenched her fists. Brother, can you add me on WeChat? Before he knew it, 2 bold girls blocked the door of the locker room and asked Zhou Yuan for his contact information. These sluts. Feng Jing was secretly annoyed for a moment, but there was nothing she could do but watch. However, as soon as the 2 of them left, Feng Jing hurriedly went up to him, not caring about being reserved or not, and put her arm around Zhou Yuan. Chapter 8, Having Money Makes You So Willful. Mr. Zhou, please come with me. I will help you pick out other clothes. At this moment, Feng Jing behaved even more like Zhou Yuan's real girlfriend than he did before. Several shop assistants and girls who were eyeing her eagerly were originally eager to come up and ask for Feng Jing's contact information, but when they saw Feng Jing's behavior, they immediately gave up and sighed with regret. It's a pity that such a young man with a great body was taken away by someone else. Zhou Yuan was stunned by Feng Jing's intimate behavior, but when he looked at the expressions of other people around him and then at Feng Jing's appearance, he suddenly understood what was going on. Once upon a time, he could only humbly revolve around Song Qing, but he didn't expect that today, others would revolve around him. This feeling feels great. Zhou Yuan enjoyed the gazes of the girls and became bolder. He stretched out his hand and put his arm around Feng Jing's waist. Touch it, it feels delicate and flexible. Good waist, good waist. Feng Jing's body stiffened slightly, but returned to normal in the blink of an eye. She glared at Zhou Yuan angrily, but secretly held Zhou Yuan's arm tightly. She knew clearly that such behavior was not a good thing, but she just couldn't help it. Do you think only men like to take advantage of women? Wrong. Women take advantage of men too. Then Feng Jing simply didn't let go and just kept holding Zhou Yuan's arm. Even when Zhou Yuan went to change clothes, she just blocked the door, preventing others from approaching as if she was guarding against thieves. After waiting for more than half an hour, the two finally left the store. He came with nothing in his hands, but left with a lot of bags. Just this pile of stuff cost me nearly 150,000 yuan. But Zhou Yuan didn't feel any pain. After all, he had earned 3.5 million since he got the system. Mr. Zhou, where are we going next? As they went out, Feng Jing asked like a little woman. Go buy a watch, and then find a place to eat. Then let's go to Baida. I've only heard of the watches there, but I've never seen one. Feng Jing became excited. Zhou Yuan nodded and took her directly to Baida's store. The saleslady was professional and enthusiastic, serving tea and water and putting in the catalog. Zhou Yuan looked for a long time and chose the 6104R001 of the super complex chronograph series. The 18K rose gold diamond case is light and luxurious, and two black sapphire crystal discs showing the starry sky background and moon phases are embellished in it, showing the vastness and depth. Paired with a transparent sapphire crystal disc that displays the stars and the Milky Way, you get this stunningly beautiful Milky Way sky map. And its price is also extremely high as 2.85 million. 2,850,000. At this price, buying a 100 square meter house in a good location in Guangcheng is definitely not a problem. A watch is worth the price of an apartment. To describe it in one word, expensive. However, although it was expensive, Zhou Yuan just liked it. Anyway, he has more than 3 million on him, so he will never be short of money as long as he has the system. I just asked and found out that the store doesn't have it in stock. If I want it, I guess I'll have to order it from the headquarters. If it's fast, it will probably take 3 days. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, but at this time the system popped up again. There are options available now. Option 1, if you have to wait to buy a watch, then just buy a hammer and leave. Reward, $1 million. Option 2, what watch is not a watch? Just change it. What the hell is waiting for? Reward, $2 million. Option 3, the item you want is worth waiting for. Reward, $3 million. There are 3 options, and it goes without saying how to choose. I want this watch. Please contact the headquarters and arrange for the goods to be delivered as soon as possible. Zhou Yuan spoke casually. If you have money, you can be so willful. Chapter 9. This kind of man must be caught. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and placed an order for the watch worth nearly 3 million yuan. Feng Jing watched from the side with shining eyes and full of envy. 3 million, just buy it as you say. It's really exciting. Zhou Yuan noticed Feng Jing's expression, and suddenly a desire to squander surged in his heart. Anyway, option 3 can get you 3 million, which is equivalent to picking up a 6401 or 001 for free, and there will be tens of thousands left. Instead of keeping this money, it would be better to use it to reward Feng Jing. After all, this woman has performed quite well along the way. Oh, by the way, miss, can you please take this beautiful girl next to me around and help her choose a watch? We can check out together later. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate and turned around to greet the shop assistant. Feng Jing was instantly excited, and her face turned red. However, she was quite restrained, resisting the urge to get up and check her watch, and said carefully, Mr. Zhou, this is not appropriate. Although she said that, she subconsciously tightened her arms around Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan instantly felt a fatal soft elasticity, and was even slightly rubbed. In this situation, it is obvious that the person is saying one thing and doing another. It's okay. Just pick what you want. After all, I've taken the trouble to accompany me shopping for so long. This is my thank you gift. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Feng Jing suddenly smiled like a flower, and there were ripples in her eyes when she looked at Zhou Yuan. Rich, young, in great shape, and willing to spend money. It's terrible. Isn't this kind of man what I've always been looking for? Can't let it go, absolutely can't let it go. No matter what, we must catch it. Feng Jing was lost in thought, then she stood up weakly and followed the salesgirl to the display cabinet. The displays contain relatively affordable watches, which are all in stock and available for immediate purchase. Of course, even if they are affordable, the prices start from tens of thousands and range to hundreds of thousands. Feng Jing was dazzled and even her heart was in confusion. After looking around, she chose two women's watches from the same super complex timepiece series, 14947 or 001 and 14897 or 010. The former is priced at 370,000 yuan and the latter is priced at 210,000 yuan. But Feng Jing was worried that it was too expensive and would make Zhou Yuan unhappy. After thinking about it, she picked another 244910 series, which was priced at only 90,000 yuan. Then she took pictures of the watch and the price tag with her mobile phone. She didn't dare to bother Zhou Yuan to come over, so she sent him a WeChat message directly. Mr. Zhou, which of these three watches do you think is suitable? Zhou Yuan had just been taken to the VIP room to rest when he heard the sound of his cell phone. He took a look and instantly understood what Feng Jing was thinking. This woman is also smart. It is obvious that she likes expensive things, but she is afraid that I will not agree, so she came to ask. Of course, this can also be said to be a woman who knows her limits and does not act out of greed or take advantage of the opportunity to do anything wrong. Zhou Yuan liked her sense of propriety and began to hesitate whether to give Feng Jing a big reward or spend less. As a result, the system boss showed up again at this time. There are options available now. Option 1, he is just an outsider. Why do you have bad habits? Just deal with him in the cheapest way. Reward, 500,000 yuan and one system treasure box. Option 2, now that you are worth more, why be so stingy? The middle range is better. Reward, 500,000 yuan, one system treasure chest. Option 3, since you have agreed to buy it, just satisfy the other party. Reward, 1 million yuan, two system treasure chests. Okay, the system appears, it must be the third item. Zhou Yuan picked up the phone and replied directly, I think the red 4947 suits you best. This is it. Outside, Feng Jing received the reply and trembled with excitement. 370,000. It's a gift as soon as you say it. Local tycoon. Uncle. Oh no. Dad. I should have practiced more yoga some time ago. Chapter 10 Malfunction Opening. Feng Jing thought about it for a long time before she pointed at the 4947 with a weak body. Please, I'll take this one. Okay, ma'am, but this piece is an exhibit. Please go to the VIP room and wait for a while. I will notify someone to help you adjust the goods. Oh, okay, alright. Feng Jing was led to the VIP room in a daze. When she entered the room, Zhou Yuan was lazily leaning on the sofa. Seeing her come in, he smiled and said, How is it? Are you satisfied with the watch? Satisfied, quite satisfied. Feng Jing quickly came to the sofa, sat down with her but against Zhou Yuan's thigh, and took the initiative to hug his left arm, smiling and said, Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for giving me such a valuable gift. As long as you like it. Yes, of course I like it. Feng Jing nodded quickly, wishing she could hug Zhou Yuan's left arm into her body. She has made up her mind and won't wait any longer. I have saved up the capital for so many years, and now I am going to take a gamble and bet on the man next to me. Zhou Yuan looked at her with a smile, but said nothing. He turned his attention to the system. Summoning the system warehouse, two system treasure chests were lying inside, and Zhou Yuan chose to open them without saying a word. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest 2, obtaining 10,000 system points, and obtaining the elementary combat skill book. Since the host already has system points, the system mall is officially launched. Oh my god. System mall? So cool. There must be something good in here. Zhou Yuan was delighted and without saying a word, he found the mall option and clicked on it. Then the system screen turned, and Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. This is so different from what I imagined. In addition to mount cards, body transformation cards, basic fighting skill books, and attribute points. There is only a small window of this week's sales refreshable, which contains whitening water, intermediate piano skills, and rejuvenation pills. And then, nothing happened. System, your system mall is fake, right? Why is it so barren? Were you stolen or robbed? Host, please be advised that in addition to weekly sales, the system mall only sells items that the host has already obtained. I gather. Zhou Yuan suddenly looked disappointed. I thought the mall would be full of dazzling goods, but I didn't expect it to be so disappointing. Forget it, it's a scam, at least something is better than nothing. What's more, there is a weekly sale, so at least we can sell some new things. Zhou Yuan comforted himself and started to browse the prices of some items. The cheapest one here is the random seat card, which costs only 100 points. The most expensive one is somewhat unexpected, it is actually the body transformation card, worth 100,000 points. Others include basic combat skill books, which cost 300 each. Intermediate piano skills book, 3,000 per book. Whitening water 2,000, rejuvenation pill 5,000. As for the attribute, this thing is a bit complicated. It is not constant, but stepped, and changes with the host. For attribute stages 0 to 10, each point only requires 100 points. Stages 11 to 20, 200 points per point. From stage 21 to stage 30, each point is worth 300 points, and so on. Moreover, among the attributes, temperament and charm are not sold. This forced Zhou Yuan to give up the idea of trying to increase his charm to attract girls to fall in love with him. After looking through them all carefully, Zhou Yuan didn't buy anything else in the end. He only spent 1,100 points to increase the strength attribute. Host, Zhou Yuan. Strength, 915. Physical strength, 25 affected by transformation card. Spirit, 12. Temperament, 1. Charisma, 7. Props, none. Skills, basic fighting. System points, 8,900. Personal funds, 4.2 million. After purchasing the attributes, Zhou Yuan could clearly feel changes in his body. A sense of expansion and warmth filled his whole body, and every move he made seemed to have endless energy. Chapter 11 My Big Net Friend, Full of Talents. While I was feeling the changes in my body, the door of the VIP room rang. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and responded, "Come in." "Excuse me, Mr. Zhou. This is the watch your friend bought. Please take a look." The shop assistant held the box and brought it to Zhou Yuan. There was naturally no problem with the watch. Zhou Yuan took a look at it and took it out and handed it to Feng Jing, who was eagerly waiting. Buying a watch for the woman around him is naturally not a problem for Zhou Yuan now. After all, things that can be solved with money are not a big deal in Zhou Yuan's eyes now. Why not spend a little money to make people around you happy? Next, the salesgirl explained some daily precautions, and Zhou Yuan happily swiped his card. After leaving his phone number, the saleslady said she would notify him as soon as the 6401 arrived. Zhou Yuan then took Feng Jing away. It seems that I have to wait a little longer before I can buy the watch I like. After going out, Zhou Yuan took Feng Jing for a walk. When they passed by the DAO counter, he bought 2 bottles of perfume and a set of fireworks limited edition blue and gold lipstick for Feng Jing. It wasn't a lot, just a few $1,000s for the 3 items combined. The two of them then found a place to have a meal. When they left the restaurant, Feng Jing spoke with a beautiful look in her eyes. "Mr. Zhou, I feel a little tired. How about we go to the hotel next door to take a rest? It's a good opportunity to try out these lipsticks you gave me." "Try lipstick? Is there something wrong with this lipstick?" Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned. It is understandable to take a break, after all, so much money has been spent. What the hell is a testable lipstick? Feng Jing glanced at Zhou Yuan with tears in her eyes and moved closer. "Haven't you heard that sentence on the internet?" Feng Jing whispered a few words, and Zhou Yuan instantly felt his horizons broadened. The beauty of words is so wonderful. My online community is really full of talented people. Zhou Yuan was so excited that he decisively took Feng Jing to the hotel. The next day at noon, Zhou Yuan had just woken up and was looking at Feng Jing beside him with a frown, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. Just at this moment, the system popped up. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, turn your back on me and leave immediately. Reward, 1 system treasure box. Option 2, keep it in mind and continue when you have time. Reward, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, keep your own girl for yourself. Reward, 2 system treasure chests. The best reward was still the third one. Zhou Yuan considered it for a while before deciding to accept it. For the reward, he accepted it. Anyway, he has money now. Even if he is not satisfied with Feng Jing's performance, it is no big deal to spend money to support her. Congratulations to the host for making the choice. The reward has been issued. In the blink of an eye, the reward arrives. Zhou Yuan then opened the system backpack, found the treasure chest, and chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest too, obtaining 1 gambling card, and obtaining the skill shape reading technique. Bet card, used when making a bet with others. After use, the bet will take effect. Observation, skill type. One of the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. By observing the body and complexion, one can know all kinds of injuries and diseases. Gambling card, looks quite useful. As for the shape reading technique, it's a bit explosive. Zhou Yuan was extremely curious and quickly chose to use it. The next second, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind, and in the blink of an eye, his entire brain was filled with waves of tearing pain. Chapter 12 System, something went wrong. After finally recovering from the shock, Zhou Yuan subconsciously looked at Feng Jing. At a glance, a string of information automatically popped up in his mind. Irregular menstruation, insufficient gastrointestinal function, weak qi and blood, first menstruation. Wait a minute. First time having sex? Is this true or false? Zhou Yuan was completely stunned. Are you kidding me? Feng Jing was so active yesterday, but she was actually a virgin? System, is there something wrong with your shape reading technique? Host, please note that there are absolutely no errors in any of the products and services provided by this system. Impossible? Your shape reading technique clearly said that Feng Jing did that, but look at the bedsheet. Warning, warning, host, please brush up on the relevant knowledge and do not use ignorance to slander the system. As the system spoke, a light screen popped up, displaying a large amount of physiological knowledge. Zhou Yuan took a few glances and then was stunned. So the bad experience last night was because Feng Jing is still a virgin? So Feng Jing is actually a giant and fought but a dwarf in action? This is too unexpected. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded when the cell phone on the bedside table rang. I suddenly came to my senses and picked up the phone. It was my roommate Dawn Lei calling. As soon as the call was connected, the person on the other end asked, "Where are you, monkey?" Me? I'm outside. What's wrong? What else is going on? Your Song Qing is here to visit us. Come back quickly. Song Qing came to see me? Zhou Yuan frowned immediately. This woman just won't give up. Yes, I heard he came at around 9 o'clock and has been standing downstairs until now. I just got back from get out of class and just found out about this, so I called you right away. Also, what's going on between you two? Usually you are the one who goes to her first, right? Why did she come to you today? Don't worry about it. Just tell her for me. Just what? Forget it, you should just do what you need to do. I'll talk to her when I get back. Okay, then you should come back soon. Otherwise, if she continues to do that, I'm afraid you will become notorious. You don't know, the boys in the building are now criticizing you. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Then hurry up. No. Zhou Yuan responded casually and hung up the phone. Just as he put down his phone, Feng Jing next to him woke up, turned over, and snuggled into his arms. The young body is so attractive that Zhou Yuan's hands can't help but become restless. While being dishonest, he remembered the shape reading technique and the system's judgment just now, and could not help but stare at Feng Jing. Feng Jing felt awkward being stared at, and said uneasily, "Honey, what are you doing? I want to ask you something." Zhou Yuan interrupted her and asked the question in his mind. Feng Jing was stunned for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. Real? Really, I didn't lie to you. Why did you do that? Zhou Yuan pointed at himself, and his meaning was very clear. Feng Jing hesitated for a moment, then answered the question irrelevantly and talked about her own experience. Zhou Yuan was a little confused at first, but after listening for a while, he understood what was going on. There are some people in this world who you could say are materialistic, but you have to admit that they know what they want. Feng Jing is one of them. She was born in a mountain village, her family was poor and her father died early. She also had several younger brothers and sisters, so she started working to earn money from a very young age. Because of this experience, Feng Jing matures more precociously and is more sober than the average person. When others were still in school, she already knew what she wanted. When others were still ignorantly moved, she understood what her greatest asset was. When others were still confused about life, she understood what it meant to wait for a good price. So she has been single all these years, and has been looking for a suitable target, hoping to get a good price or even a good future for herself. Speaking of materialistic, she is indeed materialistic. But I don't steal, rob, cheat, or even play with people's feelings. It's open and above board and there is no shame in that. Chapter 13. Call me husband and I will support you. After telling her own experience, Feng Jing looked at Zhou Yuan nervously. She was a little scared. Firstly, she was afraid that Zhou Yuan would look down on her background. After all, in her eyes, Zhou Yuan's family background was definitely from a wealthy family. Even if she just wanted to curry favor with him and didn't think about becoming his wife, it would be a lie to say that she didn't feel inferior or guilty. Secondly, she was naturally afraid that Zhou Yuan would look down on her motives and actions. After all, from the moment she took the initiative to contact Zhou Yuan, she had a certain purpose or utilitarianism in mind. Of course, what she feared most was that Zhou Yuan had already taken advantage of her and would turn against her and break up with her. The reason why she was most afraid of breaking up was not only because of the material aspect, but also because she was really attracted to Zhou Yuan. Young, rich, generous, good-looking, charming, good temper, good figure, and even strong in that aspect. After reading all these, any woman would probably be tempted. To be honest, if it weren't for this, even if she had already thought of selling herself to someone, she wouldn't have put herself in his mouth on the first day they met. Now that she has really been eaten up and has been completely ruined, she naturally doesn't want to be dumped by Zhou Yuan. The more Feng Jing thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Seeing Zhou Yuan not saying anything, she couldn't help but speak worriedly. Dear, don't call me honey anymore, call me husband from now on. Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke. After knowing that Feng Jing was still a girl before last night, Zhou Yuan's mentality changed. Before, it was just for fun, but now it's different. The girl he brewed was the one he unlocked himself, he must keep her. As for whether it is material or not, that doesn't matter. From now on you will follow me, and I will support you. Zhou Yuan spoke proudly. Having money, you can be so willful. Really? Feng Jing's heart trembled. What good would it be for me to lie to you? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes at Feng Jing and grabbed a handful of her peach petals. Feng Jing's face flushed red, she blinked and kissed Zhou Yuan, shouting with a ripple in her eyes. Husband. Be good, call me again. Husband. This soft sound was so numbing that Zhou Yuan instantly became angry. Feng Jing immediately noticed something, she let out a cry, and her pretty face turned red. Husband. If you feel uncomfortable, I will help you again. With just one sentence, Zhou Yuan suddenly exploded with anger. An hour later. Zhou Yuan changed his clothes feeling refreshed. I have something else to do, so I have to go back to school first. You just take a good rest here, and I'll come to accompany you when I'm done. Oh, by the way, I will transfer some money to you later, and you can fill in the gaps if you see any. Thank you, husband. But I don't want the money. You promised to support me anyway. Feng Jing lay on Zhou Yuan's back like a lazy cat, with a docile look on her face. Let's put things in perspective. I'm supporting you. You can save the money for yourself or use it to help your family. Of course, if it's not enough, come back and ask me for more. Zhou Yuan used his mobile phone to transfer 500,000 yuan directly to Feng Jing. 500,000 is not a small amount. But who can blame Zhou Yuan for feeling that it is worth it and being willing to give it? Besides, he doesn't need this little money now. Husband. Feng Jing blinked and shouted again. Not only did she hug him tighter, but tears even welled up in her eyes. After more than 20 years of hardship, this time I finally made the right bet. Be good, don't cry, take a good rest, I will come to accompany you when I finish my work. Zhou Yuan wiped her tears and kissed her forehead, then left the room under Feng Jing's reluctant gaze. Chapter 14. Zhou Yuan, just wait for me. I went downstairs to get the car and drove back to school. The car attracted the attention and screams of a large group of students along the way and finally stopped outside the dormitory. It's said that driving a luxury car is different. As soon as Zhou Yuan got out of the car, several girls came up to him. "Brother, is this car yours? Can I sit in it for a while? Senior brother, can we add each other on WeChat? Junior, which class are you in? Do you have time tonight? Yes, Junior, let's have a drink together tonight. Excuse me, everyone. I have something to do. Please make way." Zhou Yuan smiled and politely declined the enthusiastic invitation of these girls and left. "It's so nice to see your little brother smile. Yes, even though he's not handsome, he looks very charming. Damn it, this old man's girlish heart. Come on, you still have a girlish heart, but that is clearly a dirty girl's heart. Ah, you little hooves, you're looking for death." There was a flurry of discussion and laughter behind him, but Zhou Yuan ignored them. He quickly walked to the dormitory building and saw Song Qing standing downstairs at a glance. Song Qing tied her hair up today and changed into a white mesh dress. And this skirt was the one he bought for Song Qing. But the irony is that this is the first time Song Qing has worn this dress since she bought it. As for the reason, Zhou Yuan still remembers how Song Qing complained about the poor quality and monotonous style of the clothes that day, saying how cheap it would be to wear them. But what is funny is that Song Qing actually wore it today. As for why, Zhou Yuan knew it very well. At this time, Song Qing turned around and saw Zhou Yuan. There was a hint of impatience on her face, but in an instant it turned into a sweet smile, and she took the initiative to trot over. "Hubby, you're back. Every time he opens his mouth, he calls me husband." Zhou Yuan sneered instantly. Just a day ago, Song Qing either called him hey or called him by his name. Now, she even dared to call him husband in public. This really proves what Song Qing said, having money is indeed important. It is so important that the name can change at any time. Unfortunately, it was no use calling him husband. Zhou Yuan was completely unmoved. "I'm sorry, you got the wrong person." Song Qing's face froze, but in the blink of an eye she looked pitiful and grabbed Zhou Yuan without saying a word. "Hubby, please don't be like this. I was wrong yesterday. Please don't be angry, okay? Let go. Hubby, please, give me a chance. I was just joking yesterday. I really have nothing to do with that guy. I'm sorry, you don't have to tell me these things, and I don't want to hear them. I still say what you said, from now on you are you and I am me, we have nothing to do with each other anymore." Zhou Yuan pushed Song Qing away. "Also, I ask you not to show up again and not to harass me anymore. I have a girlfriend now." After saying that, Zhou Yuan turned and left. Husband. Listen to my explanation." Song Qing shouted in panic, causing the people around her to look at her sideways. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan never looked back from beginning to end. Song Qing's face suddenly turned ugly. She waited for a long time, but who would have thought that this would be the result? Why? I just found another man, but is it all my fault? If you had told me you had money, would I have done this? Would I have found someone else? It's obviously you who are wrong. You obviously caused all this on purpose. Now I have humbled myself and surrendered, but you don't want to coax me into forgiveness, but you actually ignore me. Who do you think I, Song Qing, am? Is this the dog that comes and goes at your beck and call? The more Song Qing thought about it, the more annoyed she became. At this moment, the pointing and talking of people around her made the humiliation and impatience that had been accumulating since this morning burst out completely. Zhou Yuan. You can do it. Just wait for me. You brought shame upon me today. Sooner or later I will pay you back double. Song Qing stared at Zhou Yuan's back, her face twisted and her eyes full of resentment. Chapter 15, Take a pee and look in the mirror. Zhou Yuan walked all the way back to the dormitory, where his three roommates Don Lei, Li Feng, and Su Yang were all there. Among these three people, Su Yang and Zhou Yuan have a very bad relationship. On the contrary, Don Lei, Li Feng and Zhou Yuan have a pretty good relationship. When the two saw Zhou Yuan, they immediately surrounded him. Fuck, monkey, you're finally back. What's going on between you and Song Qing? Why would she come to wait for you? Yes, monkey, Song Qing has been waiting for you for quite some time. It's so fucking weird. It's no wonder that they were surprised. After all, they had both witnessed how cold Song Qing was to Zhou Yuan in the past. Zhou Yuan didn't want to talk about it, so he evaded the question by saying, "It's nothing, I just broke up with Song Qing, don't ask me about the rest." When the two heard this, they stopped talking tactfully. Dong Lei was even more worried that Zhou Yuan would feel bad, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, monkey, have you heard that there seems to be a hidden rich second generation in our school?" Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, "A hidden rich second generation? What's going on? You don't know this, right? Let me show you a picture." Li Feng took over the conversation, turned around, took out his mobile phone, logged into the school forum, and directly clicked on the top pinned post. What comes into view is a candid photo of Rambo Genie. Zhou Yuan took a glance and was speechless. God, this hidden rich second generation, isn't this the guy himself? It's just that the poster of this post probably wanted to avoid trouble, so he blurred his face. In addition, due to the angle, the photo only captured him, but not Song Qing and Feng Jing. See, it's the Lamborghini 63. I checked online and found out that he made over 10 million. Anyone who can afford this car must be a rich second generation. Dong Lei's face was full of envy. Li Feng even sighed and said, "They say that comparison makes one angry. Look at how others drive the bull, while I ride the mobai, and it makes Thief Jill feel uncomfortable. Who said it wasn't that? This is a great car. I've always dreamed of owning one. Don't even mention it, just let me sit for a while, at least I can live one day less. One day is nothing, I'll take 3 days." The two of them sighed like fools. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "I said you two should be more promising, okay? Come on, this is the lightest thing we've ever done, okay? Look at the comments in the post, those girls are much more ruthless, some even openly asked to take a ride and sleep all night." Zhou Yuan took a quick look and found that the comments below were exactly as Dong Lei had said. I randomly flipped through 20 or 30 replies, and 3 or 4 of them implicitly suggested taking a trip and sleeping for a night. Girls nowadays are really willing to take risks. Zhou Yuan curled his lips. He would never admit that he felt a little proud. Li Feng continued, "Not all of them, but most girls definitely won't mind. If you sleep with a rich guy for one night, you'll definitely make a profit." Zhou Yuan immediately looked at him with amusement. "Why do I feel like you, a madman, also want to sleep with me?" Li Feng sighed, "It's a pity that I'm not a woman, otherwise I could give it a try." Damn. This guy is really a noisy one. Is this a sign of developing into a cross-dressing boss? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "It's just a big bull. Do you think it's that important?" Li Feng immediately glanced at Zhou Yuan and said with a convinced look, "Monkey, do you know what I admire most about you?" "What?" "He's just as poor as us, but he acts like a big shot." "What do you mean by acting like a big shot?" "To tell you the truth, the person in the post is me, and the Danube is also mine." The matter of the car could not be concealed, so Zhou Yuan had no intention of covering it up. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sneer. "I'd beg some idiots to take a piss and look in the mirror and see what they look like. You are so bold to say Danny was mine, but..." With these words, the dormitory suddenly became quiet. Chapter 16 If you have a big shot, I will eat shit. Zhou Yuan frowned instantly and looked at Su Yang, who was lying on the bed in the corner. It turns out that the two of them have a grudge against each other, and it's not just for a day or two. When it comes down to it, it was all because of the theft in the dormitory. It was during his freshman year that the several $1,000s Su Yan left in his dormitory was stolen. Zhou Yuan's family was not well off, and everyone in the dormitory knew about it. So Su Yang directly suspected Zhou Yuan and determined that it was Zhou Yuan who stole the money. But because there was no evidence, even after calling the police, the case remained unresolved. Since it wasn't stolen, Zhou Yuan naturally wouldn't suffer this injustice and asked Su Yang to apologize at that time. Not only did Su Yang refuse, but he hated Zhou Yuan for it. So after this incident, he began to deliberately slander Zhou Yuan's reputation, spreading the word on forums that Zhou Yuan was a thief, making it known to everyone. Zhou Yuan was also subjected to cold criticism because of this. This situation lasted for more than 2 months, until another theft occurred in the boys' dormitory and the criminal was caught on the spot. When the police interrogated him, the other party directly confessed to this old case. However, when the truth came out, Su Yang still refused to apologize and even attacked Zhou Yuan arrogantly and maliciously. "What can you do if I don't apologize? I just slandered you, so what? For a poor country boy like you, I suspect you, and you deserve it. Maybe you also want to steal money, but you are just too cowardly and have the desire but not the courage." Originally Zhou Yuan was too lazy to care about it at that time, but because of this sentence, he got angry. He contacted the school and the police, and finally Su Yang had to publicly apologize to him at the school assembly. But the apology has been made, and the grudge has been deepened. From then on, whenever there was a chance, Su Yang would find fault like he did just now, suddenly appearing to mock and abuse. It can be said that it has become the norm. Even Zhou Yuan had almost become numb to it. There was no other choice but to fight with Su Yang. This guy was very insidious. He would pretend to be dead and shout for help as soon as he was touched, and then call the police and lie about having a concussion. Zhou Yuan had suffered this twice. Just use your mouth, it's a waste of saliva, because this guy can't win the scolding, so he wears headphones and scolds you. It was through Su Yang that Zhou Yuan realized how despicable a person could be. Originally, Zhou Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to it this time and wanted to ignore it. But at this time the system popped up. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, get used to it and ignore it. Reward, 1 spirit point, 1 system treasure box. Option 2, don't talk too much if you can take action. Reward, 1 point of strength, 1 system treasure box. Option 3, hear us the chance, let us cheat you once. Reward, 1 point of temperament, 2 system treasure chests. There will be punishment for being a mean person. It was God who asked him to deal with Su Yang. Zhou Yuan glanced at Su Yang and deliberately said nothing. Instead, he secretly opened the system backpack and found the gambling card. Su Yang thought Zhou Yuan was feeling guilty, so he immediately said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Aren't you just boasting? Don't play dumb. If you have the ability, why don't you drive your big bull over here? You can open it if you want. You are not my son, why should I love you so much? You keep pretending, you're the one who's acting like this. If you can be as good as Rambo Genie, I'll eat shit in public." Su Yang said arrogantly. "This is exactly what I've been waiting for." Zhou Yuan sneered in his heart and used the gambling card without saying a word. "That's what you said. If I had a big bull, you would eat shit in public. That's what I said. But if you're not as good as Rambo Genie, you'd better kneel down in public and kowtow to me and call me daddy. Can." As soon as the words fell, there was a prompt from the system. "Congratulations, host. The bet card has officially taken effect. If the host completes the bet and the other party does not follow it, you can use this card to enforce it." Chapter 17, How is it possible? When they heard that Zhou Yuan made a bet with Su Yang, Dong Lei, and Li Feng's faces changed instantly. "Monkey, are you crazy? Why are you betting with him?" "That's right, Monkey, why are you so irrational? The guy surnamed Su is obviously trying to provoke you." The two of them secretly pulled Zhou Yuan, looking anxious. They knew Zhou Yuan's family background too well. To put it bluntly, it was not even as good as an ordinary family. With this kind of family background, let alone a Lamborghini worth nearly 10 million, even a million-class car is out of their reach. In this situation, Zhou Yuan still made a bet with Su Yang. Isn't this asking for trouble? Don't worry, you two. Since I dare to bet, I must be sure. Zhou Yuan patted the two of them and comforted them. Seeing this, Su Yang immediately sneered, "Mr. Zhou, stop wasting time. The bet has been made, why don't you drive your big bull over here? Since you are so eager to eat shit, I will satisfy you." Zhou Yuan glanced at Su Yang coldly, then turned and left the dormitory. "Pack. Keep pretending. You are still stubborn even when death is approaching. I will make you look bad this time." Su Yang cursed inwardly, then his eyes rolled and he had an idea. He put on some clothes casually and hurried out of the dormitory. While going downstairs, he opened his mobile phone and clicked on the classmates group on WeChat. Everyone, if you have time, please come to Building 7 of the men's dormitory. There will be a large-scale kowtow show here soon. Zhou Yuan, a classmate from my department, said he had a Lamborghini and he even made a bet with me, saying if I lied, he would kowtow to me and acknowledge me as his father." After sending this message, Su Yang quickly sent the bet recording he had just secretly recorded to the group. In the blink of an eye, the class group exploded. "Are you kidding? Only Zhou Yuan can afford a Lamborghini? The biggest joke of the year is born. I used to be curious about what it meant to overestimate one's own abilities, but today I finally understand. A new interpretation of the toad's desire to eat the swan's flesh. Zhou Yuan has a big bull. That's not the way to act cool. Some people are really crazy. They're not even afraid of being struck by lightning. Don't worry about it, old Su, wait for me, I'll go over and watch the fun. And me, I'll be downstairs right now. count me in. A bunch of people in the group who were on good terms with Su Yang started to mock him, and many who just wanted to watch the fun hurriedly left the dormitory. A few minutes later, about 20 people had gathered downstairs of Building 7. What's going on, old Su? Didn't you say you were going to recognize your relatives? What about that idiot named Zhou? That's right, you won't let Zhou fool you, right? Old Su, stop standing there, go to the group and at that idiot and tell him to get back here. A group of people who came to watch the fun were getting a little impatient and started to urge for more. However, at this moment, a burst of engine noise came over. The sound came from far away and gradually got closer. In just a dozen breaths, it was nearby. Oh my god, look! It looks like the big bull from the forum. Oh my goodness, is this car owner really a student of our school? Rich guy. Hurry up and follow him to see for yourself. Accompanied by noisy discussions, the handsome and domineering Dania turned the corner and appeared in sight. With a bang of the accelerator, the car stopped directly in front of Su Yang and others. The group of people were so scared that they subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that they would collide with the big bull. At this moment, the big bull's scissors gate was raised up handsomely. With a quick glance, Su Yang's face turned pale. The dozen or so people who came over to watch the fun were all shocked and confused. Zhou Yuan. The person who got out of the car was actually Zhou Yuan. How is it possible? Chapter 18, he changes his face so quickly, from being arrogant at first to being respectful later. Impossible. Impossible. It must be fake. How can a poor bastard like you afford a car like this? Su Yang finally came to his senses and immediately lost his composure and yelled. The group of people nearby were awakened by his shout, and some of them, who were good friends with Su Yang and also looked down on Zhou Yuan, also joined in. Mr. Zhou, stop bullying me. How can a guy like you afford this car? Yes, you might have rented or borrowed this car. If you have the ability, produce evidence to prove that this car is yours. Su Yang reacted in a blink of an eye and immediately followed suit, shouting, they are right. Who knows if you rented or borrowed this car? Unless you produce evidence to prove that this car is yours. I knew you wouldn't cry until you see the coffin. I'm going to make you admit defeat sincerely this time. Zhou Yuan sneered, turned around and took out the vehicle registration certificate from the car. I don't need to tell you what this thing is, just take it and see for yourself. If you still don't believe me, there's a vehicle identification number on it, you can just look it up online. As soon as they saw this book, the group of people who had been stubborn just now panicked instantly. Since Zhou Yuan dared to take this thing out, it means that the car must be his. What the hell, this is a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini bull. If you can afford to buy and drive this car, then how can you not be worth hundreds of millions? Isn't Zhou a poor guy? When did you become so rich? The more the group thought about it, the more confused and frightened they became. But at the same time, some people suddenly became active. Since Zhou Yuan is so rich, his family must have big companies and enterprises. If you can get along well with this person, maybe you can have a good future and a good job in the future. A few people with quick brains reacted instantly, and without saying a word, they came over to Zhou Yuan with a smile. Brother Zhou, this Su guy is such a jerk. He just mocked you in the group. You must not let him off easily this time. Yeah, Brother Zhou, this grandson's words are so rude. He must be taught a lesson. I'm sorry, Brother Zhou. I just spoke too quickly and said something I shouldn't have said. I apologize to you. I just said something wrong, Brother Zhou, please don't take it personally. Su, you are so blind to mess with Brother Zhou. Now that you've lost the bet, why don't you fulfill your promise quickly? Don't play dumb, you bastard. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Zhou, and then follow the bet. In the blink of an eye, a group of people changed their faces and turned their spearheads towards Su Yang. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Zhou Yuan glanced at the group of people, ignored them, and then looked at Su Yang with a sneer. Mr. Su, I've already got the car here. Now it's your turn to fulfill the bet. Su Yang's expression froze instantly. Fulfill the bet? Wouldn't that mean he would eat shit in public? If he did such a shameful thing, how would he stay in school in the future? What? Do you still want to break the contract? Seeing that Su Yang didn't say anything, Zhou Yuan spoke again. Mr. Zhou, please don't go too far. So you're going to break the contract? I don't know what you are talking about, but I never promised you anything. Su Yang was determined to cheat, so he threw the registration certificate to Zhou Yuan and left without saying a word. I wanted to let you go, but you chose to kill yourself. In fact, Zhou Yuan didn't really want Su Yang to eat shit in public. After all, this kind of punishment was too ugly. He originally planned to spare this guy this time as long as Su Yang was willing to bow his head and surrender in public. It's a pity that Su Yang showed no intention of giving in from beginning to end, and even called himself master at the end. Then you can't blame him for being cruel. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan directly used the gambling card. Along with the system's reminder of effective, the next second, Su Yang suddenly twitched nervously. In the blink of an eye, this guy seemed to have lost his soul. He took off his pants in public and squatted at the door of the building. Chapter 19 Xian Huang Heart Sutra and Xian Huang Medical Sutra. It was a farce that ended with Su Yang being forcibly sent to the hospital. After watching 120 disappear, Zhou Yuan withdrew his gaze and opened the system backpack. The rewards have just been distributed, and now it's time to unbox them. Hopefully something good can come out this time. Zhou Yuan prayed in his heart and chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining the special skill, Xianhuang Heart Sutra, and the special skill, Xianhuang Medical Sutra. Xianhuang Heart Sutra, a special skill of qi refining. Practicing it every day can cultivate Xianhuang qi, strengthen the body and prolong life. It can affect one's own attributes. Xianhuang Medical Classics, a special medical skill, which is effective only when used with Xianhuang qi. It can treat people with qi, revive the dead, and cure everything. Damn, am I so lucky this time? Looking at the two skills that appeared in the box, Zhou Yuan burst into swearing. It's no exaggeration to say that these two skills are magical skills. There is no need to say much about the Xianhuang Medical Classic, it is so deconstructing the dead and their bones that it is simply mind-blowing. As for the Xianhuang Heart Sutra, this qi refining technique is even more precious. Because the Tianlong Kingdom has had the practice of qi refining since ancient times, and it has been passed down for 8,000 years. Although it seems to be in decline, it is actually just hidden. Thank God, I really made a killing this time. Zhou Yuan was excited for a while and quickly learned the two skills. Just like the shape reading technique in the past, a large amount of information flooded into the mind in the blink of an eye. After a while, Zhou Yuan had memorized the Xianhuang Medical Classic by heart. It was the Xianhuang Heart Sutra. This thing formed a visualization picture in Zhou Yuan's mind. Next to the picture are detailed explanations of cultivation, as well as methods and tips on how to use the spirit to guide the energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Yuan wanted to practice for a while, so he said hello to Dong Lei and Li Feng and asked them to help him get some leave. He drove directly away from the school, found a quiet hotel, and booked a room. After trying for more than an hour according to the instructions, Zhou Yuan successfully found the so-called qi sensation. After another hour of work, he successfully opened the first yuanqiao in the visualization diagram. Then it took him another 2 hours to absorb enough yuan qi from heaven and earth to fill his yuan qi. After coming out of that mysterious state of rest, Zhou Yuan found that his physical fitness had improved significantly. I summoned the panel and took a look, and the data had indeed changed. Host, Zhou Yuan. Strength, 20. Physical strength, 30. Spirit, 17. Temperament, 2. Charisma, 7. Xianhuang Qi, 100. Skills, Xianhuang Heart Sutra, Xianhuang Medical Sutra, Primary Fighting. System points, 8,900. Personal funds, 4.2 million. Just by opening one of the yuanqiao points, strength, physique and spirit all increased by 5 points. This increase is much greater than the general selection reward. In addition, there is an additional entry called Xianhuang Qi on the panel, which obviously digitizes the body's vital energy. It seems that I should practice more when I have time in the future. The benefits will be huge. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and switched to the mall to take a look. Probably because of the special skills, Xianhuang Heart Sutra and Xianhuang Medical Sutra did not appear in the mall at all. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He looked at the time and it was already past 6 o'clock, so he called Feng Jing first. Because Feng Jing had just experienced unlocking and was not able to move around easily, Zhou Yuan had to ask her to order food at the hotel and solve her dinner problem. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuan turned around and drove back to school, picked up Dong Lei and Li Feng, and took them to Yanshangshuan. This place is a well-known Japanese cuisine restaurant in Guangqing, and it is also a place that Dong Lei and Li Feng had wanted to try before. I used to only hear people talk about Yanshangshuan, but now I've tasted it and seen it. After eating and drinking, Li Feng rubbed his stomach and sighed. This is all thanks to the monkey. Dong Lei burped and glanced at Zhou Yuan. Speaking of which, monkey, you really are a rich second-generation kid, right? You're not trying to fool us, are you? What are you talking about? What good will it do for me to fool you too? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes. You never know, what if you covet that madman's ass? Dong Lei suddenly made a face. Fuck you. Get lost. Zhou Yuan and Li Feng cursed at the same time. After cursing, the three of them looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. With this smile, the slight estrangement caused by Zhou Yuan's change in identity completely disappeared. Just as the laughter died down, there was a sudden scream from outside. Chapter 20. Boy, stop talking nonsense. The three were stunned when they heard the sound. While they were still stunned, there was another cry for help outside, as well as chaotic footsteps and noise. At this moment, the three of them woke up, looked at each other, and couldn't help but be curious, so they hurriedly walked out of the private room. As soon as they went out, the three of them noticed the private room opposite. The door of the private room was open at this moment, and with a quick glance, you could see a middle-aged man lying inside. The man's face was pale, his lips were trembling, he was covered in filth, he was foaming at the mouth, and he seemed to have fallen into a coma. Next to him was a middle-aged woman kneeling, shouting at the man with a panicked look and tears in her eyes. In addition, there were three waitresses in the private room. One was comforting the woman, one was holding a mobile phone to contact 021, and the other was calling the manager into the headset. Zhou Yuan took a quick glance and then his eyes turned to the man lying in the private room. His mind was so focused that the next second, the shape viewing technique automatically took effect. A piece of information flashed through his mind, and Zhou Yuan immediately realized that the uncle had food poisoning, which caused acute shock. And judging from the situation, he will die soon. Just as he was thinking this, the manager came running over. After asking hurriedly, the manager obviously didn't have any good solutions and it was clear that we had to wait for the ambulance to arrive. In addition, he asked several waiters to find ways to persuade the guests to leave so as to avoid causing too much commotion. His approach seemed to be fine, but the problem was that the man might die before the ambulance arrived. At this critical moment of human life, Zhou Yuan couldn't just sit there and watch. He gritted his teeth and rushed into the private room. Sir, please don't come in. Seeing this, the waitress quickly stopped him. Let me pass. If I delay any longer, this uncle will die. With just one sentence, everyone was stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yuan came to the middle-aged man without saying a word. But just as he was about to take action, the manager suddenly pulled him back. Sir, human life is at stake. Please don't do anything reckless. I'm not being reckless. What's the point of saying you're not doing it recklessly? What if someone dies? The manager obviously doesn't trust Zhou Yuan. It would be fine if this man could really be cured, but if something goes wrong and someone dies, the hotel will have to bear a lot of responsibility. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but glare at the manager. Don't worry, I will take full responsibility if there is any responsibility. However, the manager did not let go and instead looked at the aunt. Madam, look at this. The woman was distracted for a moment and didn't know what to do. Zhou Yuan was anxious, and he pushed the manager away and said to the middle-aged woman, Don't worry, auntie, I promise to save this uncle. After he said that, he didn't care whether the other party agreed or not and directly tore off the middle-aged man's clothes. Seeing this, the manager quickly said, Ma'am, you can see that we are doing our best in the restaurant. If this gentleman makes any mistakes, it has nothing to do with us. This bastard had a good idea. He pushed all the trouble onto Zhou Yuan. However, Zhou Yuan had no time to pay attention to him. He took a deep breath to calm his mind and forced himself into a resting state. Then he reached out his hand to the uncle's stomach and intestines, and then according to the method of breathing in the Xianhuang Heart Sutra, he drew out a trace of Xianhuang Qi from his body and poured it into the uncle's body. In just a few seconds, the uncle's convulsion and shock symptoms were significantly alleviated, and the foam in his mouth stopped coming out. After another 5 or 6 seconds, the pale and even purple face began to improve and gradually regained its rosy color. Then after another 7 or 8 seconds, a slight groan was heard, and the uncle's body trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him wake up. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged woman screamed and hugged the man. Lao Lin, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. I was just... Uncle, you just got food poisoning, but it's okay now. I've cured you. I have food poisoning? The uncle was a little confused. But when the manager heard this, he panicked instantly and started scolding in the blink of an eye. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Food poisoning? It's obviously nonsense. Joke. Even if this is really food poisoning, he cannot admit it, otherwise the store's business will definitely be affected, and then he, as the manager, will definitely be in trouble. Chapter 21 Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. The manager's nonsense immediately annoyed Zhou Yuan. It's one thing that an accident like this happened in your restaurant, but you just stopped people from rescuing people and now you want to shirk responsibility. This is too shameless. If you think what I said is wrong, there are some leftovers on the table. Would you like to taste them yourself? Zhou Yuan pointed to the leftovers on the table. This is not necessary. The manager's expression changed slightly. He definitely wouldn't dare to eat it, otherwise he would be in trouble if he was really poisoned. Since you don't dare, please shut up. Zhou Yuan glanced at the manager, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, Uncle, although you are out of danger, it would be better for you to go to the hospital for a detailed checkup later. Thank you for the reminder. My name is Lin Hai. May I know your name? My last name is Zhou, so just call me Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan chatted with Lin Hai casually for a while, and soon, 021 arrived. Just then Zhou Yuan was about to leave, so the three of them escorted Lin Hai and his wife out of the restaurant. Before getting on the ambulance, Lin Hai specifically asked for Zhou Yuan's cell phone number, saying that he would definitely thank him when he had time in the future. Zhou Yuan didn't care too much and told Lin Hai casually. As soon as the ambulance left, the manager stopped Zhou Yuan and said, Mr. Zhou, right? Please stay for a moment. Why, Manager Zhang, what else do you want? It's like this. Regarding today's incident, I hope Mr. Zhou won't say anything nonsense after he goes back. Of course, as a thank you, I can waive Mr. Zhou's bill for today's purchase. What do you think? The manager's meaning was very clear, he just didn't want to make today's incident public, so he came to shut Zhou Yuan up. But the problem is that Zhou Yuan didn't buy it at all and glanced at him coldly. He took one look and shook his head. I don't think so. The manager's face froze slightly, and he forced a smile and said, How about this, I'll still waive this order for you, and give you 3 membership cards worth 1,000 yuan each, is that okay? Sorry, I'm not interested. The manager frowned and said, Young man, didn't your family teach you to quit while you're ahead? Why, are you trying to threaten me? I didn't mean to threaten you, but I advised you to be more sensible. The manager glanced at the three of them arrogantly and sneered, From the looks of you three, you should still be college students, right? Instead of being so stubborn with me, you should think about yourselves. How about this, I'll be more generous this time. As long as you sign a confidentiality agreement and don't disclose what happened tonight, I'll give you 5,000 yuan in hush money. 5,000 yuan should be enough for you to eat, drink and have fun for a month. As the guy spoke, he took out his wallet and pulled out $5,000 bills. Hey, old man, are you here to make fun of us? You want to bribe us with 5,000 yuan? This time, without waiting for Zhou Yuan to speak, Dong Lei directly mocked him. Young man, don't be too greedy. 5,000 yuan is not a small amount. You 3 students can't earn that much in a month. This statement is clearly disrespectful. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, then suddenly laughed. How about this, I have a car, and I just want to replace the brake discs, wheels, tires, etc. If you can get a set of original factory products, then I will sign this confidentiality agreement. That's easy, just drive your car over here. The manager looked unimpressed. In his eyes, even if Zhou Yuan could afford a car, it would only cost tens of thousands of yuan at best. Replacing the brake discs and wheels wouldn't cost much. However, there is a saying that goes, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. When the manager saw the Lamborghini parked in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. But in the blink of an eye, he reacted with a shudder. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'm so sorry. I was too short-sighted and too rude just now. You are a magnanimous person, please don't bother with me. The manager was arrogant and contemptuous in the last second, but at this moment he put on a flattering smile. Nodding and bowing to apologize, how disrespectful. There is no way around it. Anyone who can afford to drive a luxury car worth tens of millions is definitely not someone he can afford to offend. Chapter 22, The Explosion of Luck is Unstoppable. It was a farce that ended with the manager bowing his head and apologizing. Zhou Yuan didn't argue with him and turned around to drive Dong Lei and Li Feng back to school. After instructing the two to continue to ask for leave for him tomorrow, Zhou Yuan drove back to the hotel. For the next 2 days, Zhou Yuan simply did not go to school, but stayed in the hotel with Feng Jing. It was not until noon on the third day that Zhou Yuan received a call from Lin Hai and his wife, who insisted on treating him to dinner in the evening to thank them for saving their lives. Zhou Yuan couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yuan brought Feng Jing to Jinhao restaurant as scheduled. When they arrived at the private room, Lin Hai and his wife were already there. As soon as they met, Lin Hai and his wife were very enthusiastic, and they kept thanking him for saving their lives. Judging from their enthusiasm, if there was not a big age difference between the two sides, they might have sworn brotherhood on the spot. Because of the good atmosphere, the meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Hai suddenly spoke. "By the way, Mr. Zhou, I have a favor to ask. Uncle Lin is too polite. Just tell me what you want to say. It's like this, an old comrade of mine has been feeling unwell lately and has been bedridden. He has consulted many doctors before, but none of them could help. Mr. Zhou, you are a skilled doctor. Can you spare some time to help my old comrade?" This. Zhou Yuan subconsciously hesitated. But at this time, a system that had not appeared for some time popped up. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, politely refuse. Reward, $2 million, 1 system treasure box. Option 2, negotiate the conditions first, then talk about other things. Reward, 2 million yuan, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, agree directly and cleanly. Reward, 3 million yuan, 2 system treasure chests. Now that these systems have emerged, it is obvious what to choose. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate anymore and nodded in agreement. Lin Hai expressed his gratitude for a long time and called Qin Yun, the daughter of his old comrade Qin Guangyang, on the spot. After some discussion, they finally made an appointment for Zhou Yuan to meet with the other party tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Yuan had no objection to this and agreed directly. The two sides chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. After returning to the hotel, he took a shower first. While Feng Jing was washing up, Zhou Yuan opened the system backpack. "I haven't had time to open the 2 system treasure chests that were just rewarded. Now that I have some free time, I might as well try my luck. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest, obtaining a random property card, and obtaining the special skill, peeping. Random property card, after use, you can get a random property with a random area and location. Peeping, a special skill of a special type. After using it, you can view the opponent's information, weaknesses, and secrets. Random property card, looks good. However, this spying technique is obviously another amazing skill. It seems that my luck has really been amazing recently." Zhou Yuan muttered something, and taking advantage of his good luck, he directly used the random property card. Congratulations to the host for using the random property card to obtain a golden domain mansion villa. "Oh shit." Zhou Yuan burst into tears instantly. "I just thought I was lucky, but I didn't expect it to be bad again in the blink of an eye." Jinyu Haoding, although the name is a bit tacky, it is actually the top villa area in Guangcheng. The villas there are all super luxurious buildings with their own gardens, swimming pools, and other facilities, starting at least 50,000 per square meter. One building costs at least tens of millions. Just randomly drawing a card would earn you tens of millions. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be excited. Chapter 23 You Goblin. System, when can I get this building? After being excited for a while, Zhou Yuan finally calmed down a little. The system is processing your request on an expedited basis and it is expected that all formalities will be completed tomorrow. Please keep your phone open by then and someone will contact you at any time. Do we have to wait until tomorrow? This is really a bit of torture. After all, it was a villa worth tens of millions, and Zhou Yuan was really impatient. However, he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, and he could only suppress his impulse and excitement. At this time, Feng Jing came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and remembered the spying technique he had just obtained. Without saying a word, he chose to use it on Feng Jing. This peeping technique is completely different from the shape viewing technique. A large amount of text information popped up directly above Feng Jing's head. In addition to recording information such as gender, age, height, and weight, it also contains the weaknesses and secrets mentioned in the skill introduction. Of course, what surprised Zhou Yuan the most was that the spying technique could actually reveal loyalty. At present, Feng Jing's loyalty to him is as high as 95%, which scared Zhou Yuan. To be honest, although he could feel that Feng Jing was very loyal to him, he never expected Feng Jing to be so loyal. 95%. Although the system did not give an explanation, this level is probably at least a matter of life and death. This brood by him is definitely a pleasant surprise. Honey, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhou Yuan's dazed look, Feng Jing couldn't help but speak. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses immediately, smiled and hooked his finger at her. Feng Jing twisted her waist and came to the bedside, sitting intimately in Zhou Yuan's arms. Quit your previous job tomorrow, and I'll transfer another 3 million to you later. You can use the money to do whatever you want to do. Now that he has seen Feng Jing's loyalty, Zhou Yuan is completely relieved about her. With this reassurance, he is even more willing to spend money. Honey, are you serious? Feng Jing looked surprised. Why, do you think I'm lying to you? No. I just find it a little unbelievable. Feng Jing rubbed against Zhou Yuan's arms like a cat, and drew circles on his chest with her fingers. We've only known each other for a few days, and you're willing to spend so much money on me. I always feel it's a little unreal. That's right, you're my woman, it's only natural for me to spend money on you, and besides, I don't want my woman to work for others. Hubby, you are so domineering. Feng Jing said with a smile. Why, you don't like it? I like it, of course I like it, but what? But I prefer working for you, my husband. Work for me? What kind of work? Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned, a little confused. Of course I'm here to be your secretary. People always say that a secretary is good for you. Feng Jing leaned close to Zhou Yuan's ear and said something with a smile. You goblin. Zhou Yuan instantly got angry when he saw such a sudden speeding. After a night of wind and rain, I woke up at noon the next day. Zhou Yuan accompanied Feng Jing for a meal, and they were affectionate with each other for a while before leaving. However, Lin Hai called halfway through the journey and said that there was a small problem and he might not be able to come. Zhou Yuan thought the appointment was to be cancelled, but Lin Hai said that he had already notified his comrade's daughter and would go directly to meet Zhou Yuan at that time. Moreover, Lin Hai was quite thoughtful and even sent information and photos of his comrade-in-arms daughter. When seeing the photo, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be amazed, because this woman named Qin Yu is such a beauty. Chapter 24, Even a Clayman Gets Angry. Beautiful women always make people full of expectations, and Zhou Yuan is no exception. However, he waited for a whole hour, but Qin Yu never showed up. Zhou Yuan couldn't help feeling unhappy. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to call Qin Yu according to the number given by Lin Hai. However, for some reason, no one answered the phone after I made 5 or 6 calls. Is he trying to stand me up? Zhou Yuan was a little annoyed. After thinking about it, he called Lin Hai again. When Lin Hai heard about this, he apologized profusely and called Qin Yu personally, but the call still didn't go through. It was not until Lin Hai called Qin Yu's company and was connected to Qin Yu's assistant that he learned that Qin Yu was in a meeting and could not leave for the time being. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry, this girl might be busy and forgot about the appointment today. I have asked her assistant to inform her. Could you please go to her company and meet her there? On the other end of the phone, Lin Hai apologized and explained, then spoke cautiously. Zhou Yuan wanted to refuse directly. After all, he was clearly asked to do something, but he was left alone for more than an hour for no reason. Who could stand this? Even a clayman would get angry. But before he could even open his mouth, the Kung Fu system boss showed up again. You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, there's no point in wasting time talking to this kind of person. Just block him and never have anything to do with him again. Reward, 3 points of charm, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, if the opponent asks you to wait, you should also give him a try. Reward, 3 points of spirit, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, be generous for once. There is no need to be too fussy. Why not go there? Reward, 5 points of temperament, 2 system treasure chests. Have to. All the system options have been given, this is obviously to ask him to be generous for once. For the sake of the system's reward, I will endure it this time. Zhou Yuan murmured helplessly, then changed his tone and said, in that case, please trouble Uncle Lin to send me the company address, and I will go there in person. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Zhou. I will send you the address right away. Lin Hai hung up the phone and immediately sent the address to Zhou Yuan. Fortunately, the location was not far from here. Zhou Yuan arrived after driving for a few minutes. I spoke to the front desk and waited for a short while before a beautiful office lady came downstairs. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Mr. Qin's secretary, Shuya. I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Please follow me. Thank you for your help." Zhou Yuan said politely and followed Shuya to the lounge. "Mr. Zhou, please wait here for a moment. I will go and inform Mr. Qin." Shuya poured Zhou Yuan a cup of tea and left the meeting room first. Zhou Yuan was bored, and the reward for his previous selection had just been issued, so he simply continued opening boxes. But maybe my luck had run out. The 2 system treasure chests didn't give me anything good. I only got 20,000 system points and a basic fighting skill book. Zhou Yuan felt a little disappointed, but he quickly calmed down and used the basic combat skill book. After reading the book, the basic fighting skills have undergone some minor changes, and an experience bar with 210 has been added at the back. It looks like I should be able to level up after reading about 8 more books. Zhou Yuan suddenly became interested and simply spent 1,600 points to buy 8 skill books. As he expected, after using the 8 books, the basic fighting skills really changed and were directly upgraded to intermediate combat skills. At the same time, Zhou Yuan clearly felt that there were indeed a lot of practical skills in his mind. He was concentrating on the experience when, with a creak, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Chapter 25. Don't know what's good for you. Hearing the door open, Zhou Yuan subconsciously turned around, took a quick look, and his eyes lit up. What came into view was an extremely beautiful woman. With her tall stature, delicate facial features, and a black and white OL suit, she fully demonstrates the elegance and competence of a working woman. The beautiful figure and exposed long legs add 3 points of sexiness to this elegance. This is Qin Yu. A woman who is stunning in photos and even more stunning in person. Zhou Yuan was so amazed that even though he was not a flower maniac, he couldn't help but be dazed at this moment. However, looking at Zhou Yuan's dazed look, a trace of displeasure and disgust flashed across Qin Yu's face. One of the things she hated most in her life was when a man looked at her with such lustful eyes. However, since it was their first meeting, Qin Yu couldn't get angry, so she suppressed her displeasure and spoke coldly. "Mr. Zhou, right? Sorry for the long wait." Zhou Yuan suddenly woke up. But he noticed the coldness between Qin Yu's brows and the indifference in her tone in the blink of an eye. This attitude instantly made Zhou Yuan feel a little dissatisfied. "I was originally invited to help, and I was made to wait for a long time, but when we met, my nose was not a nose, and my face was not a face. What, I owe you? Or just because you are good looking I should spoil you and lick you?" Zhou Yuan secretly complained, and with a mocking look on his face, he said, "It's been a long time indeed. So long that I even doubt whether Mr. Qin has any concept of punctuality." Qin Yu had just come over and sat down opposite, and her face turned cold when she heard this. "It seems that Mr. Zhou is very dissatisfied with me." "Indeed. In that case, Mr. Zhou, please go back." Qin Yu's face turned cold instantly, and he raised his hand and pointed at the door without any hesitation. Zhou Yuan's expression changed. "I worked so hard to come here, and this is how Miss Qin treats me? I don't need Mr. Zhou to tell me how to treat guests. Since you don't like it and have a problem with me, please leave." Qin Yu ordered them to leave again. But just as she finished speaking, a trace of pain suddenly flashed across her face, and she subconsciously covered her lower abdomen. Zhou Yuan was stunned when he saw this, and he frowned subconsciously, and in a blink of an eye, the shape-reading technique took effect. In an instant, several pieces of information flashed through my mind. At this moment, Zhou Yuan finally understood why Qin Yu looked so painful. It turns out that this woman is having a pain attack. Moreover, her pain problem was obviously extremely serious and fierce. In just a few seconds, her face turned pale, sweat broke out on her forehead, and she looked as if she was in excruciating pain. Although Zhou Yuan hated Qin Yu's attitude just now, he still felt sympathy at this time. Without saying a word, he stood up and walked around Qin Yu. However, when Qin Yu saw Zhou Yuan coming, his expression changed slightly. "You, what do you want to do?" "Of course I will help you. I can help you suppress the pain in your path immediately." As Zhou Yuan spoke, he reached out towards Qin Yu's lower abdomen. It is unrealistic to immediately eradicate Qin Yu's pain problem, because this is a disease, not poisoning. Even with the Xianhuang medical classics in hand, it is impossible to cure it in one go. It will take at least some time. However, if it is just to help Qin Yu relieve the pain and suppress the pain attack for a short period of time, that is another matter. However, what Zhou Yuan didn't expect was that Qin Yu didn't appreciate it at all. Not only did she not appreciate it, she also gritted her teeth to endure the pain, and slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me!" Zhou Yuan immediately said angrily, "Just make it clear to me, I am helping you. I am not trying to take advantage of you. I don't need your help." Qin Yu retorted immediately. Zhou Yuan sneered angrily, "Okay, you said it. Don't beg me later. You're dreaming." Qin Yu blinked and said again. Zhou Yuan simply stopped talking. Since this woman is so ungrateful, let her suffer a little. Chapter 26. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Zhou Yuan had just made up his mind to stand aside and watch, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu let out a series of painful groans. Not only that, her body began to tremble and twitch, then she collapsed on the sofa, holding her stomach, and rolling back and forth uncontrollably. However, this was just the beginning. As time went on, Qin Yu rolled faster and faster, and the groans of pain from his mouth became more and more frequent. There was even no trace of blood on her face, and the sweat was pouring out like she was in a very high-temperature sauna. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan felt compassion again. "I'm a jerk today," he cursed and quickly came to Qin Yu's side. He didn't care about being polite or not, and directly pulled Qin Yu's hands apart, and then tore open her shirt. The fair and smooth belly was exposed in an instant, but Zhou Yuan had no mood to appreciate it. He quickly and calmly entered the resting state, then drew the Xianuang Qi in his body into his palm, and then pressed it on Qin Yu's lower abdomen. Because he has been practicing the Xianuang Heart Sutra for the past 2 days, 3 of Zhou Yuan's Yuan acupoints have now opened, and the Xianuang Qi has also increased to 300. The energy released at this moment is no longer a tiny strand like a hair, but a stream as small as a sesame seed. With this amount of delivery, Qin Yu's symptoms improved significantly in just a few seconds. Her face quickly turned red, the frequency of her twitching and rolling slowed down rapidly, and even her breathing began to become smooth. After a few seconds, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and Zhou Yuan calmly moved his hand away. He neither took credit nor mocked, but stood up calmly, turned around, and walked out. Wait! Seeing Zhou Yuan was about to go out, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. "Mr. Qin, is there anything else?" Zhou Yuan turned his head coldly. "I'm sorry." Qin Yu gritted her teeth, "I was wrong before. I wrongly blamed you. Thank you for helping me just now." Qin Yu was not ungrateful, she just ran into some troubles, and her mood fluctuated greatly during her menstrual period, so she had a bad temper and a bad attitude. But now that her pain has healed and her emotions have stabilized, she has naturally regained her calm and rationality. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, did not change his attitude because of Qin Yu's change of attitude. He said calmly, "No need to thank me. I have something else to do. I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Qin." After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left. "Mr. Zhou, please stay." Qin Yu couldn't help but get anxious when he saw this. She did not forget the purpose of this meeting with Zhou Yuan, and after the treatment just now, she was convinced that Zhou Yuan had real medical skills. In this situation, how could she dare to let Zhou Yuan leave like this? As she spoke, she stood up to stop him. But the problem was that she was exhausted from the pain, and when she stood up in a hurry, her legs and feet went limp, and she accidentally twisted her ankle. Ah! In an instant, a groan of pain was heard, and Qin Yu's body tilted and fell directly to the ground. Zhou Yuan turned around when he heard the voice, and when he lowered his head, he saw that Qin Yu's ankle was becoming red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. This woman is such a hassle. Zhou Yuan sighed, turned around, squatted down, and reached out to grab Qin Yu's ankle. "You!" Qin Yu looked panicked and tried to struggle subconsciously. This was the first time in her life that a man touched her ankle, and she resisted instinctively. "Don't move, I'm here to heal your wound." Zhou Yuan glared at her for a moment, his tone unintentionally carrying a hint of domineering and coldness. Qin Yu's heart trembled, and she somehow became quiet. Zhou Yuan didn't think much about it and quickly entered the resting state. He held Qin Yu's slender ankle in his hand, and gently kneaded it while transmitting the Xianhuang Qi. Chapter 27, No Money Required. Fortunately, the sprain and swelling were not a serious problem. With the help of the Xianhuang Qi, the swelling on Qin Yu's ankle disappeared in just 1 or 2 minutes. "Okay, now you can try moving around a bit," Zhou Yuan said casually, then looked up at Qin Yu. However, after a quick glance, he found that Qin Yu's condition was a little abnormal. The woman's face was flushed and she looked dazed. She was breathing heavily and her condition was obviously different. As someone who has been through this, Zhou Yuan knows very well what this look means. This is clearly love. But the problem is, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that this woman has some special addiction? Zhou Yuan suddenly became curious, thought about it, and cast a spying spell at Qin Yu. In the blink of an eye, a lot of information popped up above Qin Yu's head. Zhou Yuan took a quick look and was a little shocked. Judging from the information obtained by the spying technique, Qin Yu's situation was indeed special. It was even a little beyond his expectations. I didn't expect it. Someone who looks so cool on the surface actually has such a completely different addiction. This really proves the saying that you can't judge a book by its cover. Zhou Yuan had some doubts in his mind, but he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Coming back to his senses, he let go of Qin Yu's right foot and helped Qin Yu up. Just try moving around a bit, it should be fine. Qin Yu said oh and walked around a few times with a little doubt, only to find that her right foot had actually recovered and she no longer felt any pain. This medical technique? So awesome. Qin Yu was surprised and looked at Zhou Yuan with more admiration. Zhou Yuan, however, looked unconcerned. Seeing that Qin Yu was fine, he turned around and left. Mr. Zhou, wait a minute. Why, President Qin, is there anything else? I was wrong just now. I neglected Mr. Zhou. I'm really sorry. Qin Yu bowed his head and apologized solemnly. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan didn't want to argue with Qin Yu anymore, so he said, "It's over, Mr. Qin, there's no need to mention it again. Mr. Zhou, I am very grateful for your generosity. But I have another unwelcome request, and I hope you can agree to it. You want me to treat your father, right?" Zhou Yuan glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded quickly. My father suddenly fell into a coma more than a month ago. I have consulted many doctors, but none of them could help him. So I hope Mr. Zhou can help. Of course, I will never let Mr. Zhou's work be in vain. As long as Mr. Zhou is willing to help, I am willing to pay him 3 million yuan in compensation. If Mr. Zhou can cure my father, I am willing to pay 10 million. Qin Yu was afraid that Zhou Yuan would refuse, so she decisively promised him benefits. Zhou Yuan came here for this matter, so he agreed without giving it much thought. But before he could say anything, the system suddenly popped up. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, gladly agree to help. Reward, 5 points of charm, 10 million gold, 1 system treasure box. Option 2, take advantage of the situation and ask for a big reward. Reward, 5 points of temperament, 10 million gold, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, help others without reward. Reward, temperament 5 points, charm 5 points, money 30 million, system treasure box 2. Of the 3 options, helping others is obviously the best. From what I've seen, the system is clearly asking me to pretend to be a good person. Zhou Yuan sighed secretly, turned his head and said to Qin Yu, I agree to treat the disease, as for the reward, forget it. This. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. She was prepared for Zhou Yuan to ask for a huge sum of money, but who would have thought that Zhou Yuan would not take a penny? This guy. Is he just kind-hearted, or does he have other motives? Qin Yu couldn't help but become suspicious. Chapter 28. Don't blame me for saying something unpleasant. Zhou Yuan noticed that something was wrong with Qin Yu's expression, and asked, Boss Qin, do you have any questions? No, nothing. Qin Yu quickly shook her head and changed the subject. If Mr. Zhou doesn't mind, shall we leave now? Can. Then please, Mr. Zhou. Qin Yu did not delay and decisively took Zhou Yuan downstairs. After getting the car, the two of them went straight to the hospital. Taking advantage of his free time on the way, Zhou Yuan opened the 2 boxes of new rewards. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest, obtaining 20,000 system points, and obtaining an intermediate driving skill book 1. If this person is unlucky, then nothing can stop him. This time, the 2 boxes are obviously from unlucky people again. Although Zhou Yuan felt a little disappointed, he didn't care too much and used the skill book casually. Half an hour later. The car stopped in front of the first hospital of the city. Zhou Yuan followed Qin Yu out of the car and went all the way to the VIP intensive care unit on the top floor. It's called a ward, but this place looks more upscale than an executive room in a 5-star hotel. Not only are the rooms spacious and luxuriously decorated, but they also have all kinds of furniture, appliances, and even entertainment facilities. After entering the room, there were several caregivers and bodyguards guarding the room. When they saw Qinyu, they greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Qin." Qinyu nodded slightly and looked at Qin Guanyan lying on the bed. "How is my father today?" Chairman Qin is still the same as before. His vital signs are normal, but he is still unconscious. Xinyu's face was inevitably gloomy, and he turned to look at Zhou Yuan. "Mr. Zhou, please help my father take a look." Zhou Yuan hummed, took a few steps closer, and then focused his attention. In the blink of an eye, the shape-reading technique took effect, and a piece of information emerged from above Qin Guanyang's head on the hospital bed. Zhou Yuan took a quick glance and saw that the first few ailments were inevitable with age, but when he saw the last one, he suddenly frowned. Xinyu had been paying attention to Zhou Yuan's expression. When she saw him frown, she immediately spoke. "What's wrong, Mr. Zhou? Is my father's illness very difficult to treat?" Zhou Yuan was about to reply when he heard footsteps at the door. Turning back, I saw a middle-aged doctor in a white coat, about 40 years old, tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was a little surprised to see Qinyu. "Boss Qin, why are you here?" "Dr. Sunday." Seeing him, Qinyu nodded slightly and greeted him, and then casually said, "I came here mainly to ask Mr. Zhou to help my father with his illness." After Qinyu finished speaking, he introduced to Zhou Yuan, "Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you, this is my father's special care physician, and also a senior physician of our Guancheng Medical Association, Dr. Sun Hangan. Dr. Sun, this is a friend I specially invited, Mr. Zhou Yuan Zhou." "Hello, Dr. Sunday." Out of politeness, Zhou Yuan took the initiative to smile and extended his hand. However, Sun Hangan had no intention of shaking hands. Instead, he squinted his eyes and looked at Zhou Yuan carefully. He said, "I see that Mr. Zhou is very young. I would like to ask, which medical school are you studying at?" Dr. Sun misunderstood. "I am not a student of the medical university." "Then Mr. Zhou must have studied under a certain physician?" "No." "Then Mr. Zhou is a medical practitioner?" "No, I am of ordinary origin." Sun Hangan said and ignored Zhou Yuan, turning to look at Qinyu. "From what I heard from President Qin just now, you want this person to come and treat Chairman Qin?" "Right." "Then Mr. Qin, please don't blame me for saying something unpleasant." Sun Hangan raised his eyebrows, revealing a bit of coldness. "Even I am helpless against Chairman Qin's illness, but you invited such an outsider. Is this because you are too concerned and too anxious, or do you look down on me, Sun Hangan?" Chapter 29 Laughing at Your Ignorance. Sun Honan's words made Qinyu's face change slightly. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly began to explain. "Dr. Sun, you misunderstood. I definitely didn't mean that. Although Qinyu's family background is good and can be considered as a wealthy family, she can't stand up to a senior doctor like Sun Hangan. Not even an apology. Because the title of senior physician not only represents the profession of doctor, but also represents an identity and status. Moreover, those who can become senior doctors have connections in circles that are definitely no worse than those of wealthy and powerful businessmen. After all, life is more important than money. If you really offend a senior doctor, and if you get sick or have a disaster one day, he will use his connections to trick you, and you will die without knowing how you died." So at this moment, facing Sun Hangan, Qinyu had to be polite. Sun Hangan stopped being aggressive after hearing this, and said in a slightly slower tone, "To be honest, I can understand Mr. Qin's feelings, but it is absolutely not advisable to seek medical treatment in a hurry. Of course, Mr. Qin, don't worry. I have already contacted my mentor and told him about Chairman Qin's situation. The old man has promised to come here as soon as he returns from abroad. With his ability, I believe he will be able to successfully revive Chairman Qin." When talking about his mentor, Sun Honan's face was full of respect. Xinyu also changed his look to a solemn one, and said in a serious tone, "Excuse me for asking, when will your mentor be able to return home?" Sun Hangan said, "According to his schedule, it should take another half a month." Xinyu frowned slightly when she heard this. Half a month is not long, but it is not short either. In case something unexpected happens. Sun Hangan obviously saw Qinyu's worry, and immediately said with a smile, "Don't worry, President Qin, although half a month is a bit long, I promise that with Chairman Qin's physical condition, he will definitely be able to wait until then." "In that case, let's listen to Dr. Sunday." Qinyu hesitated and nodded. But at this moment, Zhou Yuan, who had been silent all the time, chuckled. Qinyu couldn't help but look sideways. Sun Hangan frowned immediately and stared at Zhou Yuan. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Yuan said bluntly, I laugh at you for being too optimistic and ignorant. If we really waited for 15 days as you said, Mr. Qin would be dead. Are you telling the truth? Qin Yu's face changed instantly when he heard this. Sun Hong'an's face darkened, and he directly scolded, You are an outsider, stop talking nonsense here. Although Chairman Qin has been in a coma, judging from his current physical signs, his life is definitely not in danger. Sun Hong'an said this with great confidence. However, Zhou Yuan ignored him and looked at Qin Yu seriously. If Mr. Qin trusts me, there's no need to wait half a month. 3 minutes, I guarantee that Mr. Qin will wake up in 3 minutes. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and she instantly grabbed Zhou Yuan's arm excitedly. Can you really wake my father up? Absolutely true. Qin Yu's face lit up with joy and she was about to nod. But Sun Hong'an suddenly spoke up, Boss Qin, don't be bewitched by this kid. It's not a big deal if he can't cure Chairman Qin, but if something unexpected happens in the middle of the process, it could kill Chairman Qin. This. With just one sentence, Qin Yu's face changed. She had to admit that Sun Hong'an was right. Simply failing to cure the disease was a minor matter, but if an accident happened, it would be fatal. Chapter 30 If you can save me, I will kneel down and apologize to you. Seeing Qin Yu's hesitation, Zhou Yuan spoke again, Don't worry, Mr. Qin, since I dare to say it, I am absolutely sure. Are you sure? That sounds nice. Sun Hong'an said bluntly, If something unexpected happens, can you afford it? It is said that even a clayman can still have some temper. Now that Sun Hong'an has been deliberately targeting him one after another, Zhou Yuan finally couldn't suppress his anger. He stared at Sun Hong'an and spoke coldly. If an accident really happens, I will do whatever you want to me, even if you want to sue me for manslaughter or murder. But if nothing unexpected happens, I still save the person? Sun Hong'an snorted coldly, If you can save him, I will kneel down and apologize to you in public. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows, You said it. Don't regret it. Don't worry, I, Sun Hong'an, will keep my word. I will never regret it. Sun Hong'an sneered. Even though he was a senior doctor, he was helpless against Qin Guangyang's coma symptoms. He had even invited other colleagues from the medical association to help, but they were unable to wake Qin Guangyang up. He just didn't believe that this young boy who came out of nowhere could wake Qin Guangyang up. In that case, just wait and see. Zhou Yuan sneered in return and stopped talking nonsense with Sun Hong'an. He turned around and walked towards the bedside calmly. Qin Yu subconsciously wanted to say something, but seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, she was so upset that she didn't say anything. She actually also hoped that Zhou Yuan could cure her father, but deep down, she didn't hold much hope. Although she had witnessed Zhou Yuan's superb medical skills before, subconsciously, she still felt that Zhou Yuan was too young and could not compare with an experienced and knowledgeable senior physician like Sun Hong'an. She had even begun to consider the consequences of Zhou Yuan's failure, and was thinking about how to resolve the hostility between Zhou Yuan and Sun Hong'an. While Qin Yu was daydreaming about this, Zhou Yuan had already strode to the bedside. With the art of shape-shaping and the Xianhuang medical classics at his disposal, he was confident about this gamble. He glanced at Qin Guangyang, who looked like he was sleeping, then quickly entered a resting state and put his hand on the top of Qin Guangyang's head. He mobilized streams of mysterious yellow energy, which flowed out from the orifices in his body, through his palms, and quickly flowed into Qin Guangyang's brain. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Just over a minute later, accompanied by a muffled groan, Qin Guangyang, who had been unconscious on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Wake up, wake up! Really woke up. Several caregivers nearby screamed in surprise. Dad! Qin Yu burst into tears instantly, unable to hide her excitement, and threw herself directly into Qin Guangyang's arms. How is it possible? How is it possible? Sun Hong'an, at this moment, looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was stunned, his whole body was trembling, and he could not stop falling back. Where am I? At this moment, Qin Guangyang lying on the hospital bed murmured blankly. This is a hospital, Dad, you have been in a coma for more than a month, I am really worried about you. Qin Yu wiped her tears and quickly explained to Qin Guangyang. After listening to her quickly tell the whole story, Qin Guangyang turned his head and looked at Zhou Yuan. Thank you Mr. Zhou for saving me today. I am grateful for your kindness. In the future, if Mr. Zhou needs me, Qin Guangyang, please feel free to ask. I will never refuse. As Qin Guangyang spoke, he bowed towards Zhou Yuan very solemnly. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. I am just doing my duty as entrusted by others. That's what I said, but if it weren't for Mr. Zhou's help, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wake up. Qin Guangyang sighed casually. Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. After all, if it weren't for Zhou Yuan, Qin Guangyang would not have woken up. But Qin Guangyang is awake now, so the bet just now. A group of people suddenly reacted and looked at Sun Hangan in unison. Chapter 31. Please give me some advice, Mr. Zhou. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sun Hangan came to his senses instantly. But when he woke up, his face became extremely pale and ugly. He had made the bet, and now he had indeed lost, but if he really had to kneel down. Sun Hangan's face turned from green to red. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at Zhou Yuan hesitantly. She wanted to persuade him, but hesitated for a moment. After all, Zhou Yuan had just rescued her father. If she spoke up for Sun Hangan at this time, it would be a bit unreasonable. Qin Yu was so hesitant that she didn't notice that Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Because at this critical moment, the system boss actually jumped out again diligently. The host currently has an optional opportunity. Option 1, since we've made a bet, we should act according to the bet. Reward, 3 points of random attribute, 5 million gold. Option 2, forgive others when you can, and compromise the punishment. Reward, 3 points of random attributes, 5 million gold. Option 3, be generous and tolerant, and make good friends. Rewards, 5 points of temperament, 5 points of charm, and 10 million yuan of money. Originally, Zhou Yuan thought that Sun Hangan must fulfill his promise. Even if he didn't kneel down, he had to bow his head and apologize to him. But now that the system options have come out, Zhou Yuan thought about it carefully and decided to choose the third option. After all, although Sun Hangan's previous words and deeds made him very annoyed, when he thought about it carefully, the other party's motives were not bad, it was just his temper and attitude that were problematic. In this situation, there is really no need to fight to the death. It is better to be magnanimous and just regard it as making a good relationship. Anyway, I also have system rewards, so I don't suffer any loss at all. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Yuan's anger subsided a lot unconsciously. He glanced at Sun Hangan and took the initiative to say, "What happened just now was just a joke. What do you think, Dr. Sun?" With just one sentence, everyone present was stunned. Qin Yu's face was full of surprise. She thought that given such an opportunity, Zhou Yuan would definitely not let Sun Hangan go easily, but she didn't expect Zhou Yuan to be so generous. This instantly deepened her liking for Zhou Yuan. Sun Hangan was even more surprised than Qin Yu. He was in a daze, as if he was stupid. It took him a long while to come back to his senses. He looked at Zhou Yuan deeply, his expression changed for a while, and then he lowered his head solemnly. Mr. Zhou is very generous. I admire him very much. Dr. Sun, you don't need to apologize. I was actually also wrong in the situation just now. Anyway, they had already made a good relationship, so they just laughed it off. Zhou Yuan didn't mind taking the blame. After he said that, Sun Hangan looked even more ashamed and apologized again and again. After this back and forth, the anger between the two men had subsided by 90%. Seeing this, Qin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked Sun Hangan to help Qin Guangyang check it carefully. Chairman Qin is in good health now, and his physical signs are even healthier than before. Sun Hangan said this and turned to look at Zhou Yuan. It is said that there are always people who are better than you, and I am really impressed by Mr. Zhou's methods. It's ridiculous that I had the audacity to question Mr. Zhou just now. It's really ridiculous. Sun Hangan looked ashamed, blinked and said again, "But I have a question. I wonder if Mr. Zhou can help me answer it?" "You're too polite, Dr. Sunday. Feel free to ask any questions you have." "I'm very curious. What disease did Chairman Qin have before? Why is his physical signs normal, but he is still in a coma?" When Sun Hangan mentioned this, his face was full of curiosity. "Mr. Zhou, please give me some advice and help me solve my doubts." Chapter 32. It's not a disease, it's a goo. When Qin Yu heard Sun Hangan ask this, she also became interested and subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. "Mr. Zhou, I'm actually very curious too. What disease did my father have before? Why didn't he wake up?" The two asked, but Zhou Yuan did not respond. Instead, he intentionally glanced at the bodyguards and nurses around him. Sun Hangan and Qin Yu reacted immediately and waved their hands, saying, "You don't need to look after this place for the time being. You can all go out first." A group of people hurriedly responded and left. After a while, only Qin Yuan, his daughter, Sun Hangan, and Zhou Yuan were left in the ward. Qin Yu then said, "Mr. Zhou, if you have anything to say, you can say it now, right?" Zhou Yuan said, "In fact, the reason why Mr. Qin was unconscious before was not because of illness at all." "Not a disease?" Qin Yu and Sun Hangan were both stunned. Qin Yu blinked back to reality, looking puzzled. "It's not a disease, why is my dad in a coma?" "That's because he was poisoned." Zhou Yuan looked serious. Hearing this, Qin Yu was stunned. Sun Hangan, on the other hand, was shocked. "So that's it. Chairman Qin has been poisoned." "Wait. Dr. Sun, Mr. Zhou, is there really such a thing as goo in this world?" Qin Yu came back to his senses, a little bit unbelievable. "Isn't this a product of folk fabrication?" No, Mr. Qin, you are wrong. Goo magic is just like medical skills and poison skills. They are real." Before Zhou Yuan could speak, Sun Hangan spoke first. However, unlike medical and poison techniques, goo techniques are difficult to popularize because of too many restrictions, especially the difficulty of raising goo worms. In addition, people have certain prejudices against witchcraft and poisonous insects, and most witchcraft tends to be evil. Over time, it has been misunderstood as a folk rumor. After all, Sun Hangan is a senior doctor. With his status, he naturally knows the existence of the goo master's goo technique. Qin Yu showed a look of realization, just blinked, and then frowned again. "So, my father was deliberately bewitched?" "Good." Zhou Yuan nodded and explained, "Mr. Qin was poisoned by a soul-destroying goo. Once this goo enters the human body, it will make the person unconscious, but no abnormality can be diagnosed. But if left alone, the insect will continue to suck the host's blood and vitality, eventually growing into a monster, and then secrete a kind of mental toxin, causing the host to die suddenly." Qin Yu's face turned pale when he heard this. "Then my father won't be in danger, right?" Zhou Yuan said, "Don't worry, I have already dealt with the poisonous insect in Mr. Qin's body. There won't be any problems." That's good. Qin Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye her face suddenly turned gloomy. Although she was a little slow to realize it at this moment, she also realized that something was wrong. Zhou Yuan said that his father was poisoned by a goo. In other words, someone must have deliberately poisoned his father. Thinking of this, Qin Yu subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. "Mr. Zhou, since you can tell that my father was poisoned, can you find out who poisoned him?" Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Mr. Qin, you think too much. I can see that Mr. Qin is poisoned, but I don't know who poisoned him. For matters like this, President Qin and Mr. Qin will have to find someone to investigate it themselves. But what is certain is that in order to cast the curse, only someone close to Mr. Qin can do it. Besides, I am helping Mr. Qin get rid of the goo now. If I am not mistaken, the goo master who raised the goo may have noticed it." Chapter 33 Goo Master. Because the Xianhuang medical classics recorded both poison and witchcraft, Zhou Yuan was already quite familiar with the art of witchcraft. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Yuan is certain that the goo master behind the scenes might have already noticed something at this moment. After all, according to the Xianhuang medical classics, goo masters have special means of sensing the goo worms they raise. It could be the mother's poison, heart's blood, or a host soul. However, there is no distinction between male and female insects of the soul-destroying goo, so if nothing unexpected happens, it must have been fed with the goo master's own blood. Therefore, once the poisonous insect dies, the poison master will definitely sense it within 3 to 5 minutes. In fact, things turned out just as Zhou Yuan expected. At this moment, in a house somewhere far away in the suburbs, a strange guy, whose entire body was hidden under a large cloak, spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu. "How could this happen? My soul-destroying goo was actually broken by someone. Impossible. Those people in Guancheng Medical Association can't possibly have such ability. Is it someone from southern Xinjiang who has arrived? Or has something else happened?" The hoarse voice echoed in the dark and empty room with doubt. After a few breaths, the guy in the cloak picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. The moment the call was connected, a respectful voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. "Uncle Bai, what do you want?" "The poison I cast has been broken." "I'm afraid your enemy has already woken up." "How could this happen?" "Uncle Bai, didn't you say it was foolproof?" "Why, are you blaming me?" No, absolutely not. I just said something out of turn. Uncle Bai, please don't." Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Go and investigate who helped your enemy. Once you have any results, let me know immediately. Okay. Okay. Uncle, bye, don't worry, I'll send someone to investigate right away. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. The person on the other end of the line responded hurriedly, but the person under the cloak was too lazy to listen and hung up directly. Being able to break my soul-destroying goo. I think he has some tricks. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but if someone came from southern Xinjiang, maybe I should stay out of the spotlight. The man under the cloak murmured and took out a small tripod with an ancient shape from his arms. But if there really are people coming from southern Xinjiang, then I have underestimated them before. Their reaction speed is really fast enough. Just as the cloaked man was muttering to himself. At the hospital, Sun Hangan and Qin Yu followed Zhou Yuan out of the ward. Mr. Zhou, how about I give you a ride? No need to send him off. Mr. Qin has just woken up, so Mr. Qin should stay and accompany him. Besides, I have some personal matters to deal with next, so it's not very convenient. The patient had already been cured, so Zhou Yuan naturally didn't want to stay any longer. Just now, he received a call from Jinyu Haoding, saying that all the documents for the villa had been processed. Xinyu didn't want to force it, so she changed her words and said, since Mr. Zhou is busy, I won't waste his time. I will host another banquet for Mr. Zhou when I am free. In addition, Mr. Zhou, please leave your bank account for this payment, and I will have someone transfer the money to you later. You can have a meal, but forget about the compensation. I said before that I won't take a penny, and I won't break my promise. Zhou Yuan politely declined Qin Yu's kindness. Qin Yu was unwilling, but after a while of polite talk, she was finally defeated by Zhou Yuan. She had no choice but to thank him repeatedly and personally escort Zhou Yuan downstairs. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Yuan first took a taxi back to Tianhan Plaza, picked up his daimyo, and then rushed to Jinyu Haoding. Chapter 34 Mansion. More than 40 minutes later, Zhou Yuan drove to the sales office of Jinyu Haoding and successfully obtained the keys to the villa and all necessary documents. What surprised Zhou Yuan was that he originally thought that he had won just a random villa, worth tens of millions. But he didn't expect that, according to what the receptionist said, he actually drew one of the three most top-notch, luxurious and expensive villas in the entire Golden Domain mansion. The entire villa is located on the hillside of Baiyang Mountain, covering an area of more than 3,000 square meters, with high walls and a large courtyard, full of momentum. The villa is fully equipped with a garden, veranda, swimming pool, rockery, and even a dedicated helipad and activity lawn. As for the villa building, it is designed with 7 floors. The second underground floor is a wine cellar, the first underground floor is a garage, the first floor is a living room and a servant's room, the second floor is entertainment and fitness, the third floor is office and leisure, and the fourth and fifth floors are residences. Even the rooftop was not left idle, it was transformed into an open-air garden leisure area, and an additional rooftop infinity pool was designed. In addition, the villa is also finely decorated, from the furniture and appliances to the kitchen, bathroom, wall tiles and floors, everything is selected from first-line brands without any cutting of corners. Even the wines in his wine cellar are brands such as Easy 30, Conti Nemeroy, Lafite, Portos, and Chateau Fontana. Although Zhou Yuan doesn't know much about it, according to what the young lady said, the cheapest one costs more than 10,000 yuan a bottle. As for the most expensive ones, some bottles even cost over 1 million. With a rough calculation, this wine cellar alone is worth over 10 million. As for the price of the entire villa, even the hostess didn't know, but she estimated it to be at least over 100 million. This price shocked Zhou Yuan. I thought it was just a villa worth tens of millions, but I didn't expect it to be a property worth over 100 million. By this calculation, I am already a billionaire, right? This is fucking like a dream. But then again, no wonder everyone loves money, it feels so damn good to be rich. After all, it was a property worth hundreds of millions, so Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, although this villa is nice, it looks too deserted at the moment. And living in such a big place, you have to hire some servants. Otherwise, just the trivial things like daily cleaning can drive people crazy. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan turned his head and looked at the receptionist who was standing obediently behind him. Excuse me, I don't think I've asked you what to call you, miss. I'm Li Wei, Mr. Zhou, just call me Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, right? Can you contact a more professional and reliable housekeeping company? Of course, Mr. Zhou, are you planning to hire some servants? Yes, it's best if the person is hardworking, down to earth and has good character. Age doesn't matter. That's no problem. We have several long-term housekeeping companies here. They are absolutely reliable. That would be great. Oh, and please find me a housekeeper. What do you want? Let's get a housekeeper. She shouldn't be too old and should look good. Most importantly, she should be careful and responsible, and have good character. For a position like housekeeper, Zhou Yuan thought it would be better to find a woman. After all, it would always feel awkward to have a male butler. How long will it take to find all these people? Servants and the like are easy to deal with, but as for the housekeeper, it may take a while. The young lady replied seriously, but then she blinked and pursed her lips and looked at Zhou Yuan. But if Mr. Zhou doesn't mind, I'd like to recommend myself. You? Yes, I would like to apply for the position of housekeeper. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I am a very careful and responsible person. The most important thing is that I am absolutely obedient and can meet any of your requests, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 35 Mysterious Invitation. Li Wei's words had a veiled meaning, and Zhou Yuan immediately understood what she meant. This woman was obviously attracted by my wealth. Not only did she want to recommend herself to him, but she also wanted to offer herself to him for his bed. I have to say it's good to have money, as people will always come to your door with money. However, even if it is delivered to your door, whether you eat it or not is another matter. After all, he is no longer the little loser he used to be. Over the past few days, his mentality and vision have changed a lot. If it had been in the past, he would most likely have eaten Li Wei directly under such circumstances. But now it's different. Zhou Yuan did not respond to Li Wei directly, but casually used a spying technique. After a quick glance, he immediately lost interest. What a pity, she looks like a young girl, but she has had miscarriage twice. This kind of girl is not suitable for just communication and experience. I appreciate Miss Li's kindness, but for matters like housekeeping, it's better to find a professional. Zhou Yuan decisively declined Li Wei's self-recommendation and didn't even want to stay any longer. He just said a few words and drove away. When I got back to school, Dong Lei and Li Feng hadn't finished their get out of class yet. As for Su Yang, this guy moved directly to Beishi district after the last eating incident. So much so that he was the only one in the entire empty dormitory. Zhou Yuan was a bit bored, so he took the opportunity to practice the Xianyuan Heart Sutra diligently. After several days of practice, Zhou Yuan also figured out some rules of the Xianyuan Heart Sutra. This technique is definitely the type that is easy to get started with, but becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. When he first got the skills, he opened the first Yuanxiao in 2 hours. But the second and third Yuanxiao took him about 10 hours of hard work. According to this rule, it would take about 2 more hours to cultivate each additional Yuanxiao. The entire visualization diagram of the Xianyuan Heart Sutra has a total of 108 Yuan acupoints. If one really wants to open up all of them and reach the so-called great circulation level with the beginning and the end connected and vital energy flowing freely, it's still unknown how many days it will take. Even if it is the so-called small circulation of the 12 orifices, calculated according to 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, it will take 156 hours, or 6.5 days. Even for this, you have to go without food, drink, or sleep. If we were to return to normal life, it would probably take 2 or 3 months to get it done, let alone 7 days. Fortunately, when practicing Kaiwan Kyo, I don't have to worry about doing it all at once. Otherwise, he would really have to learn from those characters in novels and go into seclusion. If it really comes to that, Zhou Yuan feels that he will definitely go crazy. As he was lost in thought, he slowly began to calm down and enter a state of rest. I don't know how much time had passed. With a creak, the dormitory door was pushed open. Zhou Yuan thought it was Dong Lei and Li Feng who came back, but when he looked up, it was a stranger. Student, what's up? Excuse me, may I ask if Zhou Yuan from your dormitory is here? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. This is what he brewed. What's going on? This guy doesn't even know me, yet he comes looking for me? I'm Zhou Yuan. What do you want from me? Classmate Zhou Yuan, right? I'm here to pass on a message. Someone is waiting for you in the woods beside Misty Rain Lake and wants you to come over. After this guy finished speaking, he left cleanly without waiting for Zhou Yuan to ask more questions. Zhou Yuan reacted and frowned. Communication is so developed and convenient these days. If you want to find someone or talk about something, just use your mobile phone. Who is so stupid? Not only did he use such an old-fashioned method to ask someone to pass the message, but he also made the appointment in some small woods. So mysterious. Could it be that guy Song Chung? Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Since they met downstairs in the dormitory that day, Song Ching had pestered him several times by calling or sending him WeChat messages. At that time, he felt it was troublesome, so he simply blocked all contact information of Song Ching. To be honest, this woman knew that I would not see her easily and she could not be contacted by cell phone, so it was very likely that she would do such a thing. Chapter 36, Fire. The more Zhou Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that this must have been Song Ching's doing, and he immediately gave up the idea of going there. However, there is a saying that one has no choice. In the blink of an eye, the system boss jumped out. You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, ignore the other party if he is mysterious. Reward, $1 million, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, leave the opponent alone for a few hours. Reward, 1 million gold, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, I have some free time anyway, so I'll go take a look. Reward, $3 million, 2 system treasure chests. I say system, you are tempting me. After glancing at the options, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips. This system obviously wants him to go to the appointment. But is Zhou Yuan the kind of person who changes his mind easily? Absurd. It's ridiculous. Not to mention the 2 system treasure chests, even if it's 3 million. He is willing to change his mind. Zhou Yuan chose option 3 without hesitation and without any shame. After all, this is 3 million. 3 million for just 1 trip. Is there any better way to make money than this? Isn't it just an appointment to meet? Then just meet. Zhou Yuan quickly changed his clothes, went downstairs, and headed straight for Misty Rain Lake. Originally he was certain that this mysterious place was created by Song Ching, but when he arrived at the place, he didn't see Song Ching at all. Is this someone playing a prank on me? Zhou Yuan was worried, but the reward was finally given out. Since there was no one around, Zhou Yuan was bored and simply summoned the system to open the box. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest, obtaining 20,000 system points, and 1 truth card. Truth card, after using it on the target, it will put the target into a truth state, unable to remain silent or lie, effective for 10 minutes. 2 W points, still so-so. But this truth card is kind of interesting. If this thing is used properly, the effect will probably be quite explosive. From this point of view, my luck this time is not bad. I just don't know how many points this thing costs. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and entered the system mall. Not to mention, this thing was really not expensive. He had originally thought it would cost at least over 3,000 yuan. Who would have thought that the selling price was only 2,000 points? It's cheap, but it's very useful. This kind of thing is definitely worth the money. Zhou Yuan's mood suddenly improved a lot. Just at this moment, he heard footsteps. When I turned around, I saw 3 men and 1 woman walking out from the woods behind me. At a glance, the woman was Song Ching. The moment he saw her, Zhou Yuan's good mood disappeared instantly. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Song Ching and just turned and left. But just as he turned around, he heard someone behind him say in a sarcastic tone, "Darling, this guy is the idiot surname Zhou you mentioned, right? Who can tolerate being called an idiot right at the start?" Zhou Yuan turned around instantly and stared coldly at the boy next to Song Ching. The one who just started scolding him was obviously this guy. But when this guy saw Zhou Yuan turning around, he not only did not restrain himself, but he sneered and even started cursing again. "What the hell are you looking at? Are you not satisfied with me calling you stupid?" Zhou Yuan frowned and looked a bit fierce. "I'm warning you, keep your mouth shut and don't make trouble." "Oh my god, you idiot, you are so arrogant. I call you an idiot because I think highly of you. I'm glad I didn't ask you to kowtow to me and thank me. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with your expression? If you are dissatisfied, come and bite me. I have never been bitten by a dog in my life." This guy was like a mad dog. He started to criticize Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was instantly furious, but vaguely, he felt something was wrong. Because the guy in front of me obviously wanted to deliberately provoke me. However, while I was thinking about it, the other party spoke again. "I am convinced. This is the first time I have seen such a cowardly bastard like you. Now I really want to see what kind of people your parents are to give birth to a thing like you. It is said that misfortune should not reach the wife and children, and humiliation should not reach the parents." This sentence instantly made Zhou Yuan angry. Chapter 37 You've been fooled. Although Zhou Yuan was not the type to resort to violence, but at this moment, after his parents were insulted, he did not hesitate to take action. Without saying a word, he strode forward and kicked. However, the guy on the opposite side seemed to have been prepared for this. The moment Zhou Yuan raised his foot, he not only showed a sneer of success, but also spoke in a low voice, which was unusual for him. Mr. Zhou, I told you you're an idiot and you really are an idiot. Congratulations, you've been fooled. Zhou Yuan was stunned when he heard this, and his kicking movement slowed down by a beat. But at this moment, the guy opposite took the kick without any expression, and even staggered backwards exaggeratedly. He even fell headfirst in embarrassment. This unexpected change immediately made Zhou Yuan frown. But just as he was stunned, he heard Song Chang shouting exaggeratedly, "Wu Feng." While shouting, Song Chang put on a panicked and distressed look and hurried to Wu Feng. After she reached out to help Wu Feng up, she immediately turned to look at Zhou Yuan with an angry and indignant expression, and yelled loudly. Zhou Yuan. I've already told you that I've broken up with you. We don't have any relationship anymore. What gives you the right to come up and hit me? As soon as he shouted, some of the students passing by stopped and looked over here at the same time. At this moment Zhou Yuan suddenly reacted. No wonder I always felt something was wrong just now. I have been schemed against by this woman Song Chang and this guy named Wu Feng. But at this moment, the other two boys beside Wu Feng who had been silent all this time suddenly moved. Student, calm down. That's right, don't be impulsive, talk it over nicely. The two men suddenly acted as if they were trying to stop the fight, and while pretending to persuade them, they quickly surrounded Zhou Yuan. But once they got closer, they both used their bodies to block the view and made small gestures to greet Zhou Yuan. While greeting, he also whispered insults without changing his expression. Congratulations, you've been fooled. It's a pity that your dad sold his ass to pay for your schooling, but your brain is full of shit, so mentally retarded. Your IQ is even lower than that of a dog. I wonder if your parents are mentally retarded to have given birth to a thing like you. Why don't you go to the hospital for an examination? Maybe your father isn't your father, but a pig. The two of them were swearing at each other in all the ways possible. Zhou Yuan's face darkened instantly, and his anger rose to his forehead. Without thinking, he pushed the two people away and kicked them. With his current strength 3 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with his rage and lack of restraint, he kicked out, and the two men flew backwards like sandbags in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground, holding his stomach, rolling back and forth in pain and gasping for breath. Song Chang and Wu Feng on the side noticed something was wrong instantly, and their faces changed. Wu Feng reacted the fastest and pushed Song Chang without saying a word. Song Chang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and immediately started screaming hysterically with a look of fear on her face. Mr. Zhou, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. Someone come quickly. Help! Someone is hurting someone. While shouting, she quickly took out her cell phone and called the police. At this time, Zhou Yuan finally calmed down. He did not try to stop Song Chang from calling the police, but stood there without saying a word, thinking quickly of a countermeasure in his mind. Chapter 38, Conclusive Evidence. An hour later, School Security Department. In front of the class counselor, the security department leader, and several police officers. Song Chang cried and complained about Zhou Yuan's atrocities. I really don't know why this happened. I was walking with my boyfriend Wu Feng and 2 classmates near Yanyu Lake when I ran into Zhou Yuan. When I saw him, I couldn't help but yell at him, and then Wu Feng asked me if this was your ex-boyfriend. I replied yes, but when I thought of Zhou Yuan, he suddenly went crazy and kicked Wu Feng. Then Zhang Ping and Qian Xing realized something was wrong and rushed over to persuade Zhou Yuan. However, Zhou Yuan not only did not listen, but also beat up Zhang Ping and Qian Xing. This is what happened. Many classmates were present at the time and can testify. What happened today was entirely caused by Zhou Yuan. We are all victims. Please ask the counselor, the director, and Uncle JC to help us. It is said that women are born actors. Song Chang's tearful, frightened and aggrieved look is so vivid. As soon as she finished speaking, several instructors and security department leaders present frowned and stared at Zhou Yuan with unfriendly expressions. However, several comrades from the Democratic League who were present spoke solemnly out of fairness and justice. Student Zhou Yuan, do you have anything to say about this incident? I was wrong to hit someone, but this was a conspiracy. They planned it in advance and deliberately wanted to frame me. Zhou Yuan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. At this moment, not only did he calm down completely, he also used the technique of spying to learn the truth of the matter from Song Qing, Wu Feng, and others. That's why I say this now. Teacher, police officer, don't listen to his nonsense, he is slandering us on purpose. I didn't even know him before, how could I frame him for no reason? Besides, Song Qing is my girlfriend. If there is any framing, it should be his ex-boyfriend who framed me because he didn't like me. In short, teachers, Uncle Min Jae, you have to make the decision for us. My girlfriend, my classmates, and I were beaten up by this guy for no reason. We must not let this thug get away with it. Wu Feng also has good acting skills, with a face full of grief and indignation. Yes, teacher, we too have been beaten like this, you have to take charge of us. Zhang Ping and Xian Xing were even more discerning. They sat in wheelchairs and pointed at their thighs to show their sympathy. Because Zhou Yuan had attacked with all his strength out of hatred, the thigh bones of the two men who were kicked were clearly fractured when an X-ray was taken at the school hospital. This guy is too cruel. He is just a violent lunatic. This black sheep must be severely punished. Several security personnel present couldn't help but speak up. Students, calm down first. You all have your own opinions now, and it's hard to conclude this matter. We still need solid evidence. Comrade Min Jae comforted Wu Feng and others. At this time, the office door rang loudly. Come in. The director of the security department responded, and in the blink of an eye a security guard walked in. Report to the director, there is a student outside who said he filmed the conflict just now and came here to testify. The group was slightly stunned, and the director reacted and said hurriedly, tell that student to come over quickly. The security guard left and came back soon with a girl wearing glasses. She looked a little nervous. Student, don't be nervous. Tell me what you saw. Uncle Min Jae, hello teachers, I am a student in the 3rd class of Economics and Management. I can't describe the specific process, but I took a video at the time. The girl with glasses looked quite nervous. She spoke in a panic and took out her cell phone. After searching for a while, she clicked on a video. The video shows the complete scene from the moment the two sides met to Zhou Yuan beating the other person. As soon as the video was finished, everyone looked at Zhou Yuan. The civilian leader's face turned even colder, and he stared at Zhou Yuan seriously. Mr. Zhou, right? Now that we have the evidence, what else do you have to say? Chapter 39 The conspiracy succeeded. Seeing that everyone was getting serious, Song Qing and Wu Feng looked at each other quietly, with a look of satisfaction in their eyes as if their conspiracy had succeeded. Especially Song Qing, there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes as if she had avenged her great hatred. Ever since Zhou Yuan ignored her downstairs that day, she has been planning to take revenge on him. For this reason, she even risked her body to hook up with Wu Feng, just for this day. This moment. Although she knew that this calculation might not bring much loss to Zhou Yuan, as long as she could trick Zhou Yuan. As long as she could make Zhou Yuan unhappy. She felt it was worth it. She was originally worried that there might be some omissions in this plan, and that Zhou Yuan might escape the disaster. But looking at the current situation, the plan is going even more smoothly than expected. It's going to be a big deal for Zhou Yuan, but he will definitely not be able to clear himself of the charges this time. Although the charge of wounding someone does not sound serious, if Zhou Yuan is held onto it and is pursued to the end, it will definitely be enough to make him fall flat on his face. In particular, even she didn't expect that Zhou Yuan's final kicks on Zhang Ping and Xian Xing would be so fierce that they actually broke their thighs. This level of injury is definitely within the legal range of minor injuries. Intentionally injuring someone, causing minor injuries, and with irrefutable evidence, you cannot escape the crime of intentional injury or provoking disturbance. The lighter punishment for these two crimes is imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Zhou Yuan, Zhou Yuan. When you ignored me, you probably never thought this day would come? This is what happens when you offend me. At this moment, Song Qing was extremely pleased. If the occasion was not wrong, she would even want to laugh out loud and ridicule Zhou Yuan. However, when things came to this point, there was no sign of nervousness or fear on Zhou Yuan's face. Facing Comrade Min Jae's question, he did not make any answer, but calmly looked at Wu Feng, Song Qing, and others on the side, and even a hint of contemptuous smile appeared on his face. I have to admit that you two are really calculating, but do you really think you can frame me like this? Zhou Yuan, you are so shameless. It was clearly you who deliberately provoked us and used violence against us. Even now that the evidence is irrefutable, you are still slandering me. Wu Feng immediately looked like he had suffered a great injustice. Song Qing's acting skills were so good that she said with a look of grief and indignation, "I really misjudged you, Zhou Yuan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You hurt someone first, and you can still blame me with a guilty conscience." After she finished speaking, she looked at the people with tears in her eyes. "Uncle JC, you must not let this guy go. He was able to beat us up for no reason today, and he might even retaliate against us even more severely in the future. It is said that women have the most vicious hearts." At this moment, Song Cheng almost perfectly interprets the sentence. "Don't worry, female student. We will never let any bad guy go." The soft-hearted Min Jae was obviously mesmerized by Song Cheng's acting skills and spoke immediately. "Okay, Song Cheng, don't be afraid. The teachers and leaders are here and will definitely help you get justice." Seeing Song Cheng crying, Su Lan, the counselor, hurriedly spoke to comfort her. Song Cheng immediately pretended to be weak and grateful, and bowed repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, Uncle JC, thank you to all the teachers and leaders, thank you for seeking justice for me and my boyfriend. Student Song, you don't need to do this. As the school leaders, it is our duty to do justice for you." In the blink of an eye, the director of the security department also spoke. After he finished speaking, he looked at a few civilians. "Comrade JC, this matter is of a serious nature, and our school will not intervene. Next, please take the person away and interrogate him properly." "Okay, then please trouble these students to come with us." The leading civilian nodded and turned to his colleagues. "Shaoli, handcuff this guy and let's go back." A young civilian quickly responded, took off his handcuffs and ran towards Zhou Yuan. However, at this time, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke. "Wait a minute, everyone. I have something else to say." Chapter 40, How to Choose. You must think carefully. As soon as Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, everyone in the room was stunned. The leader frowned slightly and said subconsciously, "At this point, do you have anything else to say?" "I said I was framed, and I have witnesses to prove it." Zhou Yuan said this, of course he has enough confidence. The basis for his confidence is the truth card he just drew. With this thing, he can make Song Cheng, Wu Feng, Zhang Ping, Xian Xing and others change their confessions at any time. Otherwise, how could he be so calm from beginning to end? Of course. As things developed to this point, Zhou Yuan had to admit that Song Cheng and Wu Feng were quite scheming and resourceful. But that's where it all ends. Zhou Yuan looked calm. Seeing his appearance, Song Cheng and Wu Feng's faces changed, and they inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. The civilian frowned and said, "Since you said there is a witness, who is the witness?" Zhou Yuan immediately looked at Song Cheng, Wu Feng and others, and secretly opened the system backpack and found the truth card. However, before he could use it, the system suddenly popped up. You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, confess your guilt and wait for punishment. Reward, 5 million yuan and 1 system treasure chest. Option 1, use the truth card to make Song Cheng and others betray you. Reward, 5 million cash, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, do not use any system items or functions, and successfully clear the name. Reward, 20 million in cash, 3 advanced system treasure chests. Zhou Yuan was stunned when he heard the prompt. He was not surprised at all that the system would show up at times like this, he had even gotten used to it. What really surprised him was the system reward for the third item. It turned out to be an advanced system treasure chest. And there are 3 of them. To be honest, he had always thought that a system treasure chest was just a system treasure chest, with no special difference. But judging from the meaning, it is obvious that he guessed completely wrong. It turns out that this system treasure chest also has different levels. I've had the system for so long, but this is the first time I've come across a high-level treasure chest. I'm going to get it no matter what. But in this case, I must rely on my own ability to clear myself of the charges. Zhou Yuan accepted the option without hesitation, then frowned and thought quickly about how to break the deadlock. Didn't you say there were witnesses? Where are the witnesses? At this time, Comrade Min Jae spoke again. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but come back to his senses, then his brows twitched, and he suddenly looked at Song Cheng. Song Cheng, I'll give you one chance. As long as you tell the truth now, I will forgive you, and I will let bygones be bygones for everything that happened before. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and looked at Song Cheng in surprise and confusion. Song Cheng's face suddenly changed, and she subconsciously wanted to scold Zhou Yuan. However, when the words came to her lips, she suddenly froze. Just in case. What if what Zhou Yuan said is true? What if Zhou Yuanjun forgives himself? Then wouldn't I be able to hold on to the thigh again? Why did he hate Zhou Yuan? Why did he want to take revenge on him? Isn't it because he dumped me? If he really accepts me again, then why would I seek revenge? What to do? Should I believe him? Song Qing's expression changed for a moment, and she was obviously shaken. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan laughed. Song Qing, I have put this opportunity in front of you, you must cherish it. Especially how to choose, I hope you will think carefully this time. After all, you should understand that once you make a wrong decision, there is really no room for maneuver. Chapter 41 I lied to you. Zhou Yuan's words made Song Qing fall into deep hesitation. Seeing her like this, Wu Feng next to her became a little anxious. But no matter how anxious he was, Wu Feng didn't know how to start talking at this moment. If I simply warned Song Qing not to believe Zhou Yuan's lies, it would probably be useless. But if he said too much, Wu Feng would be worried about being exposed. More importantly, Wu Feng was paying attention to Zhou Yuan's expression from beginning to end. Zhou Yuan's calm attitude from beginning to end always made him feel uneasy. He even worried that Zhou Yuan's words just now were intentional, deliberately trying to make him anxious so that he would say something he shouldn't say in a moment of desperation. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan didn't mean that at all. He didn't even pay attention to Wu Feng, but turned his head to look at Zheng Ping and Qian Xing, who were sitting in wheelchairs. There was no hatred or grudge between us, but things have come to this point, and both of you are in wheelchairs. Don't you feel like you are being made a fool of? Think about it, you endure the pain and sit in a wheelchair, and you also have to take the risk of becoming disabled in the future. As a result, that person ate and drank as usual, as if nothing had happened. Are you willing to accept this result? If I were you, I would never let the real mastermind go and would never let that guy go unpunished. Also, regarding the issue of compensation, if you two are willing to expose someone, I don't mind compensating you 3, 5, or 10 times your losses. So next you will continue to foolishly cover up for others and end up with a miserable end. Or you will honestly expose someone and get a generous compensation. It is up to you. Zhou Yuan looked at the two of them with a smile, and put Rambo Genie's key on the table. After putting the key away, Zhou Yuan turned his head and looked at the schoolgirl with glasses. He stared at the other person for a few seconds until the girl with glasses looked a little uneasy, then he suddenly spoke. Girl, you are so ugly that I want to vomit. The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red with anger. She pointed at Zhou Yuan and hesitated for a while. You, how dare you curse at me? However, Zhou Yuan ignored her and looked at the people on the side. You guys saw it, this girl is disrespectful to me. I didn't provoke her, but she just pointed at me. You're talking nonsense. It was obviously you who scolded me first. The girl with glasses suddenly became anxious. Zhou Yuan smiled when he saw this, and pointed to the surveillance camera above his head, but the surveillance camera will only capture you pointing at me, but it won't capture me scolding you. With these words, everyone in the room was stunned. Someone reacted quickly and immediately understood what Zhou Yuan meant. The girl with glasses was also stunned and subconsciously glanced at the mobile phone on the table. Zhou Yuan ignored her and turned to look at Song Chang, Zheng Ping, and Qian Xing. Have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Also, let me make it clear that the sooner you tell the truth, the better. The three people's expressions changed slightly. The next second, Zheng Ping suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, I said. Everything was instigated by Wu Feng. He asked me to cooperate with him in a play and gave me 500 yuan as a reward. As soon as Zheng Ping opened his mouth, Qian Xing also panicked and said anxiously, that's right. I was also bewitched by Wu Feng. He asked me to pretend to persuade you and then secretly scolded you to force you to do it. The two of them rushed to confess. Wu Feng's face changed instantly. At this time, Song Qing also panicked. She rushed to Zhou Yuan and quickly put on a crying face. I'm sorry, Zhou Yuan, I was bewitched and believed Wu Feng's instigation. It's all his fault. He was the one who planned to frame you like this. He did everything. This time Wu Feng couldn't help it and started cursing. Song Chang, you bitch. Stop spitting blood. It was you who said you wanted to take revenge on Zhou Yuan, so I helped you. Unfortunately, Song Qing ignored him and focused all her attention on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense. He is deliberately slandering me. I have nothing to do with him. Believe me. Also, I have done what you said, can we start over? You just promised to forgive me. In order to reconnect with Zhou Yuan, Song Qing has given it her all, even going so far as to put on a pleading gesture in front of a room full of people. However, seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan laughed. I'm sorry, just now. I lied to you. Chapter 42. You're on your own. After more than 20 minutes, the farce finally ended. Wu Feng, Song Chang and others were taken away by the police on charges of false accusation and framing. As for Zhang Ping and Xian Xing, Zhou Yuan let them go and did not pursue the matter. As for compensation, considering that both of them had broken bones, Zhou Yuan did not go too far. Instead, he generously gave each of them 100,000 yuan for medical expenses. The matter was resolved and the system rewards were finally issued. Zhou Yuan had been waiting for this moment and couldn't wait to open the system backpack. With a quick glance, I saw that there were indeed 3 more boxes in the backpack, and their appearance was different from ordinary system treasure chests, appearing larger and more gorgeous. I don't know what this thing can bring out. God bless you, please make it more powerful this time. Zhou Yuan clasped his hands together and muttered to himself for a while, then he carefully and nervously chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest and obtaining 100,000 system points. My day. Obtain a Grandmaster level martial arts skill book. Damn it. Obtain a D66 plane super intelligent computer. There were 3 high-level treasure chests, and the first 2 made Zhou Yuan burst into swear words. But the last intelligent computer sounds interesting. Zhou Yuan glanced at his backpack and used the Grandmaster level martial arts skill book first. The experience was still the same, a huge stream of information rushed into his mind, almost making his brain explode with pain. However, the pain came and went quickly, and after a few breaths, Zhou Yuan returned to normal. Looking at the whole world at this moment, he could clearly feel that everything was a little different. Not only does his brain acquire many more practical martial arts skills, but he can even instinctively predict the opponent's next movement trajectory by looking at the wind, trees, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and pedestrians. This wonderful feeling is hard to describe in words. After feeling it for a while, Zhou Yuan looked at the backpack again. D66 Super Brain. A high-tech product from the D66 plane. After using it, you can obtain a super intelligent butler, which will provide various conveniences for your life. This introduction is too general. Zhou Yuan curled his lips and chose to use it directly. Congratulations, host, the super intelligent butler has been activated, please name it. Just call me Xiao Bai. Hello, master. I am Xiao Bai. I am happy to serve you. In the blink of an eye, a lowly voice sounded in my mind. Xiao Bai, tell me what you are capable of. I have many functions. For details, you can refer to Gaves in Fu Lian, the Sky Eye in Suji, the Red and White Queen in Biochemistry, etc. Oh my god, are you that awesome? Please don't doubt my ability, or I will be angry. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan found a 3D virtual image of a little lowly projected in front of him. She was pinching her waist, pouting, and looking angry, which was quite cute. Zhou Yuan immediately became interested and reached out to poke it. But suddenly, someone shouted coldly from behind. Zhou Yuan. Hearing the voice, he turned around and saw it was his class counselor Su Lan. Teacher Su? What's up? Zhou Yuan asked hurriedly. Who would have thought that Su Lan would suddenly sneer, his face full of disgust and contempt? Zhou Yuan, I have taught you for 2 years. I didn't expect to find out today that you are such a good student with both good character and good academic performance. Zhou Yuan frowned immediately and wondered, Teacher Su, what do you mean? You know what I mean. Anyway, you should take care of yourself in the future. After saying this, Su Lan just walked away. What the hell? What is going on? Zhou Yuan stood there, looking completely confused. Chapter 43, The Senior Must Be Different. Just as Zhou Yuan was stunned, another voice came from behind him. Senior Zhou. Zhou Yuan turned around when he heard the voice and saw the girl with glasses. At this moment, he looked apologetic. When he saw Zhou Yuan looking back, he immediately bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, senior. I misunderstood you before and almost got you framed. I'm really sorry. Zhou Yuan really didn't expect that the girl with glasses would come to apologize. If it were a normal situation, she would probably just leave. But the other party came up to apologize so proactively, it seems that he is a good person. Zhou Yuan naturally didn't care about this situation, and immediately smiled and said, It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding, you don't have to blame yourself. And to be honest, I should be the one apologizing to you. Ah? The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment, looking confused. This looks so cute. Zhou Yuan explained, I was referring to what I said about you being ugly. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. No. No, I don't blame you, senior. The girl with glasses reacted and shook her head. She looks kind of cute in this silly and adorable way. Zhou Yuan felt inexplicably happy and felt like chatting. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Yuan, Zhou is in Great Zhou, and Yuan is in origin. I wonder what your name is, junior sister. My name is Lu Yao, Lu in the left ear, and Yao in the zither. The girl with glasses was a little shy, but still gave her name. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan suddenly laughed and said, now I believe that. What are you talking about? Lu Yao looked at Zhou Yuan with confusion and curiosity. Zhou Yuan put on a serious face and said, in this world, there are people with nice names and beautiful looks. Senior, you. Lu Yao blushed immediately and lowered her head shyly. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan was a little moved and said with a smile, let's go have a drink together. This is also my way of apologizing for what I said before. Lu Yao hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and hummed softly. Based on her usual style, she would never accept an invitation from such a strange boy. But Zhou Yuan gave her a very different feeling. She couldn't explain what was going on. Zhou Yuan wasn't handsome, but he had an indescribable temperament and charm. After just such a brief contact, it feels like basking in the spring sun, warm and comfortable. And there's even a feeling that makes people reluctant to leave and want to stay around. She was just thinking about this in a daze when she suddenly felt someone gently grab her right hand. Just as I was about to struggle, I heard a voice beside my ear. Let's go. I happen to know a pretty good milk tea shop. I'll take you there. Lu Yao uttered a "oh" in a trance, and now she even forgot to struggle. For an hour, the two had a very pleasant conversation. After leaving the milk tea dessert shop, Zhou Yuan took the initiative to send Lu Yao back to the dormitory building. After they exchanged contact information, Zhou Yuan said goodbye. After watching Zhou Yuan leave, Lu Yao went upstairs in a daze. As soon as I entered the dormitory, my best friend Zhang Wan came up to me. Yao Yao, tell me the truth, what did you do just now? No. I didn't do anything? Yao Yao, you have learned to lie now. You didn't do anything. What happened to that boy downstairs just now? Zhang Wan had an expression that said, you keep pretending. I saw it all from the balcony just now, you were holding hands with someone. With your personality, even holding hands? Tell me the truth, is that guy your boyfriend? Lu Yao blushed immediately and shook her head in panic. No, you misunderstood. That was a senior I just met. You're holding hands with a senior you just met? Zhang Wan was surprised. This is not like you, Yao Yao. Were you deceived by him? Wan, don't talk nonsense, the senior is a good person. Lu Yao said this subconsciously, and even looked a little anxious. No way, we just met and you're already protecting each other? Who on earth is this guy? He has made you fall in love so quickly. Zhang Wan's expression was exaggerated. Lu Yao blushed immediately and said angrily, I didn't. You don't say that. Seeing her like this, Zhang Wan suddenly became serious. Yao Yao, you have to be careful. There are a lot of scumbags among boys nowadays. Senior must be different. Lu Yao said subconsciously. Zhang Wan curled her lips immediately, and said with a turn of her eyes, how about this, when you are free another day, you can ask him out, and we can have a meal together. This. Lu Yao subconsciously wanted to refuse, but in her heart she wanted to meet Zhou Yuan again. She hesitated for a moment, and finally said oh, and mustered up the courage to send a WeChat message to Zhou Yuan. Chapter 44. People are most afraid of comparison. Zhou Yuan was actually quite surprised to receive Lu Yao's invitation, because from their previous meeting, he had already seen that Lu Yao was an introverted and passive girl. However, despite the accident, he had to accept the invitation. He replied without saying a word, but just as he sent the message, Feng Jing called him. Honey, are you free tonight? What's wrong? Baby, are you okay? I just resigned because of what you said. A close friend of mine at the company kept asking me why I resigned. I couldn't help but told her how I met your husband. My best friend heard that I have a boyfriend, and she insisted that you treat her to a meal. Honey, if you have time now, can you come over? Of course, if you have something else to do, forget it, don't let it interfere with your work. That being said, my good little secretary has already spoken, so there must be time. Since his own woman had asked for it, Zhou Yuan naturally would not refuse such a thing. Not to mention that there is nothing wrong now, even if there is something wrong, considering Feng Jing's usual well-behaved and obedient behavior, she can be indulged. Just tell me where you are and I'll pick you up now. Hubby, you are so nice, I will be your secretary tonight, Moa. Then I'll see how you perform tonight. I will definitely perform well. Okay, then just send me the address and I'll pick you up. I know, husband. After hanging up the phone, Feng Jing quickly sent the address and location. Zhou Yuan went back to get the daimyo and headed straight to the auto city. When we arrived at the place, we saw two beautiful figures standing in front of the 4S shop. One of them was naturally Feng Jing, and the other was a girl with equally good figure and looks. She had long hair and was even a little taller than Feng Jing. She wore a thin white cardigan as a jacket and a red slim dress as a jacket. Her long legs and flesh-colored stockings were exposed and she was wearing a pair of black high heels. She has a slim figure and graceful curves, which makes her look quite sexy. Zhou Yuan took a quick look and stopped the car next to the two men. Husband, you are here. Seeing Zhou Yuan getting off the car, Feng Jing shouted happily, and without caring that her best friend was beside her, she immediately rushed into Zhou Yuan's arms happily in her high heels. She was also wearing a slim-fitting dress today, which made her look elegant, graceful, and charming. This pounce made Zhou Yuan's chest soften, and he couldn't help but secretly pat her peach. That's annoying. My girlfriend is watching. I'll let you take the photo tonight. Feng Jing gave Zhou Yuan a charming look, then she got out of Zhou Yuan's arms, turned around and smiled at the girl next to her. Lulu, let me introduce you, this is my husband Zhou Yuan. Honey, this is my colleague and best friend, Wang Lu. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Wang Lu smiled and extended her hand. We are all friends, don't call me mister, just call me by my name. Zhou Yuan politely shook hands with her, then said, don't stand there, get in the car, let's find a place to eat and talk. Wang Lu couldn't help but glance at Dania, then thought of something and secretly touched Feng Jing. This car looks familiar to me. Could your boyfriend be the mysterious rich man from that day? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Great job, Jingjing. I didn't expect you to actually realize your dream. Wang Lu sighed softly. After all, they were best friends who worked and even lived together, so Wang Lu naturally knew what Feng Jing's previous life goals were. Not to mention that she herself actually has the same goal. I am also lucky. God favors me. Feng Jing sighed and subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan, her face and eyes full of happiness. Seeing her expression, Wang Lu felt a little jealous for no reason. After all, people are most afraid of comparison. Wang Lu believes that she is no worse than Feng Jing in both figure and appearance. But Feng Jing just happened to be so lucky to meet Zhou Yuan. Although Zhou Yuan looks a bit ordinary, he still looks both elegant and charming. The most important thing is that she had been chatting with Feng Jing on WeChat these days, and had heard Feng Jing inadvertently reveal a lot of information. For example, Zhou Yuan is not only young and rich, but also has a gentle personality and strong abilities. What's more important is that he is very generous and even gives 3 million as pocket money. Chapter 45 Buy another one to drive for fun. Although according to Feng Jing, Zhou Yuan gave her the money so that she could open a shop and start a business. But Wang Lu knew very well that anyone who was willing to pay such a large sum of money as 3 million yuan would definitely not be short of the 3 million yuan. This means that as long as Zhou Yuan can be happy and doesn't mind, it doesn't matter if the money is used as pocket money. Even Wang Lu suspected that the 3 million was just pocket money Zhou Yuan gave to Feng Jing. Such a young, rich, good-natured, and capable man who spends 3 million at a time. Wang Lu was envious from the bottom of her heart. Coupled with the jealousy at this moment, she couldn't help but have some sinful thoughts. As for besties, compared with your own future, creatures like best friends can just step back a little. Wang Lu was lost in thought. Then Feng Jing asked, Lulu, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Nothing, I just... Wang Lu was thinking about things she shouldn't have been thinking about, so she couldn't help but feel guilty and hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and found a reason in the blink of an eye. I was just thinking, this car can only seat 2 people, right? There are 3 of us now, how should we set off? It seems to be true, husband, what do you say we should do? Feng Jing subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. Actually, to be honest, the back row of the Daniel car can barely accommodate people. Before, when Zhou Yuan took Dong Lei and Li Feng out, the two of them took turns sitting in the back row. But this time he was taking a girl out, and Zhou Yuan didn't want to let her squeeze in the back row. But if we take a taxi, it seems a bit inappropriate. Zhou Yuan was just thinking about it when the system boss showed up again out of boredom. You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, let Wang Lu take a taxi alone. Reward money 3 million. Option 2, let Feng Jing and Wang Lu take a taxi together. Reward 5 million. Option 3, you are so rich now, just buy another one for fun. Reward 10 million cash, 1 system treasure chest. 3 options, same as usual, the third one is obviously the best and the most impressive. How about this, you and Zhou Yuan take a car over there, and I'll take a taxi and follow. Seeing that Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, Wang Lu took the initiative to speak. Why don't we take a taxi together? Feng Jing said, looking at Zhou Yuan, honey, you drive yourself. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, okay, no need to bother with that. You don't have a car yet, so you can just buy another one. Buy another one? Now. Feng Jing was stunned, while Wang Lu was shocked. The rich are the rich. Talking about buying a car is as casual as talking about buying water. Don't just stand there, come on, let's go take a look at your store. This will be a good opportunity to fill in the blanks for your bestie. Zhou Yuan greeted the two of them and turned back to the store. Feng Jing's store is not a single brand 4S store, but a specialized luxury car agency. Zhou Yuan walked around and picked out a red Panamera. The top-of-the-line model was not expensive, costing just over 2 million yuan. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate, he swiped the card and gave the key to Feng Jing. You can drive this car first. It will be more convenient for you to go out and buy things. I will give you a better one later. Because I have a mission to accomplish, I have to buy this car. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan would be happy to go to the system mall to buy a few random vehicle cards for fun. Although there is a chance that you might get something like a bicycle or a tractor, you may also get a luxury car worth tens of millions. This car is too expensive, husband, are you really going to give it to me? Feng Jing was a little nervous. Although she had received 3 million before, she felt that the money was for serious business, which was completely different from giving away a car worth more than 2 million. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, what are you talking about? I've already bought it, who else should I give it to if not you? Thank you, husband. You are so kind to me. Feng Jing excitedly hugged Zhou Yuan and gave him a kiss. Looking at this scene, Wang Lu felt even more envious, jealous, and resentful. Although she was the one who handled this order and could get a lot of commission, it was simply incomparable to a car worth more than 2 million yuan. Besides, she wouldn't mind if the car was under Zhou Yuan's own name. But when I heard that it was for Feng Jing, the feeling was completely different. A luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan can be given away just like that. Why haven't I met such a man? The more Wang Lu thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. The more uncomfortable she felt, the more the inappropriate thought that had just disappeared from her mind grew wildly. Chapter 46. Do you mind having multiple women? After picking up the car and putting on a temporary license plate, the three of them left the car shop. They first drove the Dania back to school, then drove the Palomila to the vehicle management office to get the official license plate, and then the three of them went to Tianhong Plaza. Zhou Yuan accompanied Feng Jing and Wang Lu shopping and bought a bunch of clothes, cosmetics and so on. He also helped Wang Lu buy a set of classic autumn clothes from Xiangnair worth more than 20,000 yuan. After throwing all the bags into the car, the three of them were hungry, so they went directly to a nearby Western restaurant. Zhou Yuan asked Feng Jing and Wang Lu to order food like a gentleman, and ordered a tomahawk steak with seafood cream soup for himself. After asking for their opinions, I ordered a bottle of 2001 Mango red wine. This wine is not the most expensive, but it is not cheap either, costing just over 10,000 yuan. After taking a sip, Zhou Yuan could only say that he probably would never be able to taste wine in his lifetime. He felt that this thing was not very palatable, not even as good as the pineapple beer that cost 3 yuan a bottle. Feng Jing and Wang Lu, however, were quite interested in this red wine. After eating and drinking for a while, Feng Jing got up and went to the bathroom. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Yuan remembered the system treasure chest that he had just been rewarded. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining the temperament effect, Deterrence. Deterrence, temperament-related additional effects, which will be intimidating when angry and can intimidate the target. The strength of the effect varies with the temperament of the player and the target. This was the first time Zhou Yuan encountered this thing. Just when I was about to study it, I heard Wang Lu from the other side say, "Zhou Yuan, I still don't know what you do?" "Me? I'm just an ordinary student." Zhou Yuan replied casually. "Is this true? Are you lying to me on purpose?" Wang Lu obviously didn't believe it. Because Feng Jing had never told her about Zhou Yuan's identity, and Zhou Yuan's temperament and charm were beyond ordinary people. Just looking at his appearance, she would never associate him with the group of college students. Not to mention that Zhou Yuan is so rich that he can give away a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan at will. It is difficult for students nowadays, even if they come from wealthy families, to be so generous. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm telling the truth. How about I show you my student ID?" "That's fine, but I'm curious, how did you and Jingjing know each other?" Wang Lu asked even though she knew the answer. Zhou Yuan didn't think too much about it and said casually, "She and I met before when we were buying a car, and it worked out after a few interactions." Wang Lu uttered an "oh" and narrowed her eyes to stare at Zhou Yuan. "Do you love her?" Zhou Yuan was stunned by this question, then he reacted and replied casually, "Whether I love you or not, I can't say now. But she is my woman, I will definitely treat her well." Wang Lu's eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled and said, "Why do I hear you say that it seems like there is more than one woman?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look at Wang Lu. When their eyes met, he finally felt something was wrong. Wang Lu's look at this moment clearly has a different meaning. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled and said, "You are wrong. She is the only woman I have now." Wang Lu said jokingly, "You sound like you don't mind having more women?" This woman really has that intention. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was almost certain of his guess. But at the same time, he also had some thoughts in mind. Men are like this in their bones, and Zhou Yuan is no exception. Besides, although he treated Feng Jing as his woman, he never said that Feng Jing was his only woman. As for women, as long as I like them, I certainly don't mind having more of them. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, neither avoiding nor hiding anything. Wang Lu's eyes lit up again. "Then I'm quite curious, what kind of woman do you like?" "Well, guess." Zhou Yuan replied in a mysterious tone. "So what do you think?" Wang Lu subconsciously wanted to talk about herself, but at this moment, she heard the sound of high heels tapping behind her. When I turned around, it was Feng Jing who came back. Chapter 47. This woman is simply playing with fire. Looking at Feng Jing, Wang Lu could only swallow the words on his lips. But she felt a little unwilling in her heart. After all, given the situation just now, she could have made it clear to Zhou Yuan right away. Feng Jing was unaware of the incident that had just happened. She sat down and took the initiative to peel shrimps and feed Zhou Yuan rice as if no one was around. Seeing her happy and joyful face, Wang Lu felt inexplicably jealous. She lowered her head to deal with the food on the plate with some depression, but in the blink of an eye, her eyes suddenly lit up. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Zhou Yuan, who was enjoying Feng Jing's enthusiastic service, was suddenly stunned. "What's wrong, husband?" "No, nothing, I just choked a little." Zhou Yuan smiled calmly but glanced at Wang Lu. Wang Lu looked at him and smiled nonchalantly. "I really envy you, Zhou Yuan. Jingjing feeds you so enthusiastically. How is it? Do you feel very happy?" Zhou Yuan's eyebrows trembled slightly and said, "It's okay, I don't feel anything special." "Just okay?" "Jingjing, your man seems very picky." Wang Lu looked at Feng Jing with a smile. Feng Jing smiled and said nothing, but continued to peel shrimps, shellfish and other seafood for Zhou Yuan with a gentle look on her face. Wang Lu couldn't help but turn her head and stare at Zhou Yuan again, narrowing her eyes slightly and said, "You were not satisfied just now, but you should be satisfied now, right?" Zhou Yuan remained silent, but gave Wang Lu a meaningful look. This woman is even bolder than Feng Jing. Just now, he actually stretched his legs out from under the table. And the actions are very outrageous. And getting more and more outrageous. This is simply playing with fire. Why are you silent? Are you still not satisfied with this? Wang Lu said again with a smile. Zhou Yuan was about to speak when he heard someone calling out softly. "Feng Jing." When I looked up, I saw a man and a woman walking towards me from a distance. Both of them were around 25 or 26 years old. The man was not bad looking, but he was not mentally right. The woman was also pretty good, and she dressed luxuriously, with earrings, necklaces, and rings. Seeing this person, Feng Jing frowned, but still forced to smile. Li Lin, long time no see. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Lin came to the table with the man in her arms, glanced at Zhou Yuan, and then smiled at Feng Jing. Who is this? He is my husband. Wow. I didn't expect that you're married too. When did it happen? Why didn't you inform us old classmates? Li Lin had an exaggerated look on his face, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Feng Jing's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. But Li Lin pretended not to see it, turned her head and stared at Zhou Yuan, and even muttered something deliberately. Looking at your husband, he doesn't seem very old. And why do I feel like he doesn't quite meet your standards for a spouse? You've always wanted to find a rich man, haven't you? What? Are you giving up on your ideals? This isn't really like you, is it? As Feng Jing's college roommate and best friend at the time, Li Lin was naturally aware of Feng Jing's pursuit. However, the two later fell out over some issues, and their relationship took a sharp turn for the worse. Since then, Li Lin has often used this matter to ridicule and tease Feng Jing. Including now, her coming over to say hello was fake. The real reason was that she wanted to continue mocking Feng Jing. Don't worry about my affairs. We still have to eat. Please do as you please. Feng Jing obviously didn't want to pay attention to Li Lin and replied with a cold face. However, at this moment, Li Lin noticed Feng Jing's hands. There was nothing on them, not even a ring. She suddenly realized something and laughed weirdly. I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years. Why are you in such a hurry to get me out? Are you afraid that I'll find out something? Isn't this your husband? Why don't you two even wear a ring? TSK. Feng Jing, are you a mistress? Or are you just taking jobs? Since he came here to pick a fight, Li Lin was naturally unscrupulous and just spoke without restraint. Chapter 48, One Slap Each. These words were quite vicious. Feng Jing frowned and her face turned cold instantly. Li Lin, if you can't speak, just shut up. No one thinks you're dumb. Do you think everyone else is the same as you? This is not slander by Feng Jing. During her college years, Li Lin spent more than a year hooking up with various wealthy men and exchanging sex for money. And speaking of the hatred between the two, it was actually because of this kind of trivial matter. At that time, a local tycoon had taken a fancy to Feng Jing, but he had no idea what to do, so he hooked up with Li Lin, hoping that Li Lin would help him win Feng Jing over. After receiving the benefit, Li Lin went to talk to Feng Jing about the matter. Feng Jing naturally refused to do so casually, and Li Lin's persuasion was in vain. The local tycoon saw that there was no hope, so he didn't force it. But he was originally going for Feng Jing, and if he couldn't handle Feng Jing, he naturally wouldn't keep Li Lin around. Li Lin had originally dreamed of finding a big job, but was kicked out before she could enjoy the benefits, so she turned around and hated Feng Jing. It was from then on that the relationship between the two took a sharp turn for the worse. In short, it is not an exaggeration to say that Li Lin does that. As soon as these words came out, Li Lin's face turned gloomy. Feng Jing. Stop spitting blood. You are just a bitch. This guy cursed and even stretched out his hand to hit Feng Jing in the face. Seeing that Feng Jing couldn't dodge in time, Zhou Yuan stood up. Bang! He raised his hand cleanly and slapped Li Lin in the face. Although Zhou Yuan had tried to control his strength, the slap still knocked Li Lin to the ground. You, what the hell are you doing? At this time, the man next to Li Jing got angry, cursed, and wanted to punch. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and slapped him again with his backhand. With a bang, the man fell to the ground. How dare you touch my woman? You're courting death. Zhou Yuan stared at the two of them with a cold face. Seeing Zhou Yuan being so domineering and cold, Feng Jing's heart softened. Not only her, Wang Lu next to her even licked her lips, her eyes shining. On the other hand, Li Jing, who was lying on the ground, had a look of fear on her face. Although the slap Zhou Yuan just gave her was hard, it wasn't enough to stun her. What really stunned her was the terrifying aura that suddenly emerged from Zhou Yuan's body the moment he took action. That kind of momentum frightened her so much that her legs are still weak. I don't want to see you two, get out of here right now. Zhou Yuan shouted coldly. Li Jing and the man were so frightened that they trembled and didn't dare to say a word. They stumbled to their feet and ran out in panic. After watching the two people run out of the restaurant, Zhou Yuan snorted and returned to his seat. Hubby, you looked so manly just now. Feng Jing immediately hugged his arms in adoration and gave him a kiss without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu raised her eyebrows slightly, blinked and looked at Zhou Yuan with a smile. I never thought that you, Zhou Yuan, have such a domineering side. Zhou Yuan glared at her immediately. This woman is really crazy. He was just acting alone, but now two dragons have come out together. It's killing me. Seeing Zhou Yuan staring, Wang Lu pretended to be surprised and asked, What's wrong, Zhou Yuan? What's wrong with you? No, I'm fine. Zhou Yuan glared at Wang Lu again. This woman is not only bold, but also asks questions even though she already knows the answer. Wang Lu smiled at him nonchalantly, and said as if nothing had happened, We've almost finished our meal, and it's still early, why don't we find a place to relax? Chapter 49, A Poor Boy, Just Ignore Him. Wang Lu had already spoken, and Feng Jing just happened to want to relax, so she couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan standing aside. Wang Lu also looked over, and while doing something secretly, she spoke with a smile. How's it going, Zhou Yuan? Jingjing and I are waiting for you to speak. Zhou Yuan glared at her again, then said nonchalantly, It's okay to relax for a while. Where do you want to go? Of course I went to the bar. CO7 happened to be nearby. The place has a good grade and environment. CO7 Bar, Zhou Yuan had also heard of this place, which was recognized as one of the top bars in Guangcheng. It is said that the boss behind the scenes has a very strong background and is very powerful. Since its opening, no one has ever caused any trouble. Even the gang of corpse collectors rarely dare to appear in CO7. Therefore, it is also a recognized safe place in Guangcheng. It just so happened that Zhou Yuan had been quite curious about this kind of place before, but at that time he was too poor to go there. But now, you can go and experience it. Zhou Yuan called the waiter to come over to settle the bill, and took the two of them out. They got in the car, and it was only a 4 or 5 minute ride to the destination. In terms of exterior, this place is obviously not as rich and luxurious as Yujing and Meiye, but once you enter the store, the decoration and layout are not bad at all. Since he came to enjoy the atmosphere, Zhou Yuan did not ask for a private room and just ordered a large card. Just order whatever you want. After entering the store and sitting at the booth, Zhou Yuan directly handed the task of ordering drinks to Feng Jing and Wang Lu. Feng Jing didn't order much, and finally pushed it to Wang Lu. This woman was quite smart, and she didn't mean to rip Zhou Yuan off, so she ordered a cheap set meal. A bottle of red wine plus a beer and a fruit plate only cost a few $100s. Order the food and wait. Side booth. Who contacted Old Sun and young Master Ma? Why haven't they come yet? A young man in his 20s who was dressed very stylishly said this. Master Ma was delayed by something, but he should be here soon. Old Sun, I called before and he said he would be here soon. Judging by the time, he should be here soon. Howsy, if you want to call a girl, just call her that. Old Sun won't be picky anyway. As for Master Ma, he probably won't like the kind of girls you find. Who said it wasn't that? With Master Ma's eyes, he doesn't even look at girls who score less than 9 points. Hey, look over there. Those two girls are so hot, definitely top quality. Someone suddenly noticed where Zhou Yuan and the other two were, and spoke while pouting. Several people immediately looked sideways and saw Feng Jing and Wang Lu in the blink of an eye. Fuck, Howsy, you have a sharp eye. You know what, these two girls are so hot. The one in the red skirt is quite interesting. Look at that waist and legs. It must be very pleasant to hold them. What a pity, I have company here. You have a partner, so what are you afraid of? Besides, look at the way that boy looks and dresses. At most, he is just an office worker. That's right. Look at the drinks on the table. They're too cheap. If you have more money, you wouldn't bring a 9-point girl like this here. How could you be so stingy? Okay, there's no point in you guys grumbling here. He's just a poor boy, just ignore him. The main thing is whether those two girls can be invited. Whether you invite me or not, why not give it a try? Anyway, that poor boy will definitely not dare to say anything. Someone spoke in a loud voice. Old Deng is here, he's reliable. I'm counting on you tonight, Old Deng. A few people were laughing and joking when Deng Xian had already stood up. Chapter 50 were not interested. While several people over there were discussing. Here, Feng Jing and Wang Lu were chattering about all kinds of gossip. The two of them laughed from time to time, and the atmosphere seemed particularly harmonious. But in fact, at this moment, Zhou Yuan particularly admired Wang Lu's boldness. Once upon a time, he always thought that those triangle kissing and triangle flirting videos on Douyin were fake, but until just now he discovered what it meant that art comes from life. This woman, Wang Lu, actually took advantage of the time when she was chatting with Feng Jing to secretly grab his hand and put it on his lower back. This woman would even occasionally bend over and raise her body deliberately while laughing, half sitting on his hands. What's even more outrageous is that this woman was obviously looking for excitement. She had just finished whispering to Feng Jing and turned around to stare at him with a smile. "Zhou Yuan, why didn't I realize you were so quiet? You've been sitting for so long, and you don't even move around?" While Wang Lu was talking, she deliberately moved back. "Activities are too tiring, it's nice to just be idle like this." Zhou Yuan replied calmly, and when Feng Jing wasn't paying attention, he glared at Wang Lu again. "I thought Feng Jing was pretty charming, but I didn't expect Wang Lu to be even more charming. God damn, move some. Do you think this female gangster wants him to go out and dance to stretch his body? Totally wrong. You feel tired even after a little exercise, so just be lazy." Wang Lu curled her lips and glared back at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan snorted immediately, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lu shuddered suddenly. "Are you okay, Lulu?" "Nothing, just a mosquito bite." As Wang Lu spoke, she raised her arms and hugged Feng Jing. She took the opportunity to reach out to Zhou Yuan with her left hand and poked him as if in revenge. This secret teasing gave Zhou Yuan a hidden sense of pleasure. While enjoying the oppression, he began to wonder if there was really something going on between him and Wang Lu. After all, Wang Lu is different from other women. After all, this girl is Feng Jing's best friend. If they really had a relationship, they would definitely have to keep it for a long time. If Feng Jing found out, it would be a bit embarrassing. While I was thinking about it, Deng Xian came over with a waiter. "Excuse me, ladies. I just played a game of dare with some friends and lost, so I came here to take the liberty of doing so. I would like to invite you two to have a drink. I wonder if you two beauties would do me the honor." Deng Xian started with a routine speech. As he said this, he winked at the waiter following behind him. The waiter was holding a tray with a bottle of the highly recognizable golden ace of spades on it. This thing is actually not expensive. Even if the price varies from store to store, if you mark it high, it will cost around 10,000 yuan at most. Generally, it is only a few thousand yuan. However, this wine is indeed one of the most popular wines in nightclubs and bars. The most common so-called dragon set refers to 6 bottles of spade wine. In fact, the authentic Xinlong set is made of 6 colors of gold, platinum, purple gold, rose gold, pink gold, green gold, black gold, and spade ace. However, since the output of black gold is extremely small, the Xinlong set usually uses higher-priced gold to replace black gold. Therefore, in the general spade ace series, the golden bottle spade is the most conspicuous and famous. The reason why Deng Xian asked the waiter to bring the golden ace of spades was naturally because he wanted to show off with this drink and attract Feng Jing and Wang Lu. To be honest, if it were an ordinary girl who goes to bars or a girl who uses credit cards for free, she would have fallen into the trap long ago. It's a pity that Feng Jing and Wang Lu were guarding Zhou Yuan, so they refused directly. "Sorry, we're not interested." Chapter 51. I'm just too lazy to pretend. The two of them rejected him cleanly and neatly, and Deng Xian suddenly felt embarrassed. Of course, as a rich young man, he wouldn't turn against someone and act so arrogantly. He quickly covered up his inner embarrassment with a smile, and instead of leaving, he turned to look at Zhou Yuan. "I'm sorry, man. You see, I made a bet with a few friends. If I go back like this, I'll be embarrassed. How about this? I'll give this bottle of golden spade ace to you, buddy, and we can just get to know each other and become friends. How about that? I'll invite you 3 to come over to my place and we'll just have a drink." Since he couldn't seduce Feng Jing and Wang Lu, Deng Xian shifted his target to Zhou Yuan. To be honest, Deng Xian has encountered situations like this before. Some girls may not feel comfortable and agree at first because they have boyfriends or male friends around them. This is nothing more than a matter of face. However, if you take action against the man at this time, the problem will not be difficult to solve. Because no matter whether men are rich or poor, they all care about the occasion and face. "I've sent you some wine and I'd like you to come over for a drink." Under normal circumstances, most people wouldn't mind going through the motions, even just out of politeness. As long as Zhou Yuan is willing to take a trip, the problem can be easily solved. With their abilities, they are sure to persuade Zhou Yuan to stay in their booth. When Zhou Yuan stays, these two girls will just coax him with a few words and it will definitely pass. Wait until you get to your home court, show off a few words, reveal your wealth and drink some wine, then you won't be afraid of not being able to win. Even if it doesn't work this time, the worst that can happen is that I can ask for his contact information. If I put in some more effort in the future, I will get it sooner or later. Deng Xin had a good idea. This method is likely to be useful in general situations. It's a pity that he happened to meet a guy like Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan saw through Deng Xin's real purpose in the blink of an eye. He was targeting Feng Jing and Wang Lu. He was not angry, but smiled and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but we won't bother you anymore. As for the wine, we don't need it. We don't need it. It's just a bottle of golden ace of spades. Do you dare to show off with this thing? Funny that? Dude, we're all here to have fun, why bother? Look, I just lost the game, so why don't you give me some face? I just want to go over for a drink." Deng Xin spoke again. He pretended to be sincere, so Zhou Yuan couldn't be upset. But the past is definitely not over. Zhou Yuan thought about it and called the waiter. "Go and get me a set of Shenlong suits, and also get 2 more bottles of golden spades and send them to this gentleman." He then looked at Deng Xin and said, "Let's forget about the past. I'll give you 2 bottles of wine as a token of my appreciation." No matter how stupid Zhou Yuan was, he knew that Deng Xin came for Feng Jing and Wang Lu. The other party dared to come so blatantly and brought the golden spade with him, simply because he thought he had no money, so he wanted to show off and pick up girls at the same time. When he said this, he was subtly telling Deng Xin something. "I'm not short of money. I'm just too lazy to pretend. Be smart and go back quietly before everyone gets angry." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Deng Xin's expression changed slightly. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." He said this awkwardly and turned away. It is obvious that he can't pretend anymore today. He thought he was facing a loser, but he didn't expect he was also a rich man. A set of Shenlong suit worth 68,888 is something that even they wouldn't buy casually. After all, although they are rich, at the end of the month, including the money given by their families, they only have about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan at most. It's already a big deal to spend thousands of dollars on a bottle of spades to pick up a girl. How about trying the dragon set? Unless you have a brain seizure. Deng Xin returned to the booth, and a group of people started chattering and asking questions. "Old Deng, what's going on? Even you can't handle it?" "That's right, old Deng. You're really not up to par. Are you stumped by a poor boy in a bar?" Upon hearing this, Deng Xin's eyes widened. "Get lost, you poor bastard. I'm just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Is this true or false?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people from the atmosphere group came up with wine. Deng Xin immediately pursed his lips and said, "Look, you see, they directly asked for the Shenlong suit. Do you think it's true? Fuck, no wonder there are 2 9-point girls sitting next to me. It turns out they are also second generation. We can't afford to offend this kind of person. I guess only someone of Master Ma's status can keep it under control, right? Forget it, forget it. Don't think too much about it. Let's wait for Master Ma and Old Son to come. You know what, if Master Ma knew about this, given his personality, he would definitely go over and have fun." A group of people started chattering. Chapter 52. You are quite crazy. While they were talking, 2 young men came into the store one after another. "Sunwei, what's wrong with your face?" The one walking in front was an arrogant young man, about 23 or 24 years old, but he was full of pride and a little domineering. Following behind was a man in his 20s with marks of a slap on his face. Upon hearing the question, the latter hurriedly smiled and said, Nothing, I just ran into an accident and got slapped." "Accident? What kind of accident? Did you offend someone and get beaten up?" Sunwei hummed awkwardly. "What about the other party? Didn't you find someone to deal with him?" "Run away." "Run away? Right. Well, you are really good. You can talk to your sister about this later." Even though Sunwei is older than this guy, his sister happens to be one of the lovers of the man in front of him. If it weren't for this relationship, he wouldn't have made it to this point. The 2 men talked as they entered the hall. Sunwei quickly found a waiter and led the way to Deng Xin and the others. When a group of people saw Sunwei and this man, they immediately stood up. "Master Ma, you are here." "Hello, Mr. Ma." "Welcome, Ma." Alright, stop with all this nonsense, everyone should sit down. Ma Bin asked a group of people to sit down and said with a smile, "What's going on with you today? Didn't you call a girl?" When they mentioned the girl, several people immediately remembered what happened just now and their faces looked a little strange. Ma Bin frowned and said, "What do you mean? You guys don't look right. What's going on?" When he asked, someone quickly explained and pointed to Zhou Yuan. Ma Bin and Sun Wei looked over. After a quick glance, Sun Wei's face suddenly became gloomy. "That's the guy." "What do you mean this guy? Why are you so surprised?" Ma Bin frowned and glanced at him. "It's him. This is the guy who beat me up in the restaurant before." Sun Wei explained quickly. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I was having dinner with my wife at the time. She and the woman in the white dress were classmates. They had an argument and this guy started fighting." "So you know that chick?" Ma Bin's eyes lit up. Compared to Zhou Yuan, he is more interested in women with a queen-like style like Feng Jing and Wan Lu. If he didn't love this so much, he wouldn't have a brother-in-law as old as Sun Wei. Seeing that Ma Bin was interested, Deng Xian, who was somewhat unwilling to accept the humiliation he had received from Zhou Yuan, spoke up immediately. "Old son, that guy seems to have some family background, I think we should just forget it." Deng Xian was very smart. He didn't speak to Ma Bin, but instead deliberately persuaded Sun Wei. Because Deng Xian knew Ma Bin's personality very well. He was the kind of stubborn person who cared a lot about his reputation. In this situation, the more you persuade them, the more trouble they will cause. Of course, the reason why he advised Sun Wei instead of Ma Bin was mainly because if he advised Ma Bin directly, it would sound like he was looking down on him to Ma Bin. If you are not careful, you will end up getting into trouble. Okay, that's interesting. I'd like to see where this guy comes from. Ma Bin narrowed his eyes slightly. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was angry. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye Ma Bin stood up and ran straight to Zhou Yuan with Sun Wei. Zhou Yuan blinked and noticed the two of them, and when he saw Sun Wei, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. At this time, Ma Bin had already led Sun Wei over. The two wardens at the edge of the booth who were specially called over to keep people out saw him and immediately respectfully called out Master Ma. Ma Bin waved his hand, walked in directly, and sat down in the seat casually. He didn't say anything, but instead looked at Feng Jing and Wan Lu unscrupulously. The two of them felt uncomfortable with his gaze and couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan. Ma Bin couldn't help but frown, blinked and stared at Zhou Yuan with a sneer on his face. "Boy, you are quite arrogant. You dare to come out and jump around after beating someone up." Chapter 53 Arrogance. As soon as Ma Bin opened his mouth, he showed an arrogant attitude as if he was going to bring an army to bear to punish someone. However, Zhou Yuan didn't buy it at all. He glanced at Sun Wei and said casually, "Some people just deserve a beating." "What? Do you have any objection?" If it had been in the past, Zhou Yuan would definitely not have had this attitude. But now it's different. It is said that a man with money is confident, not to mention that he not only has money, but also has a system to support him, so naturally he is very courageous. If you are brave enough, you will naturally not be afraid of people like Ma Bin. What's more, when Ma Bin appeared, he had already used the spying technique on Ma Bin and knew Ma Bin's identity. Ma Bin is the second son of Ma Dingbang, chairman of Guangcheng Tianma Pharmaceutical Company. One of the second-rate playboys in Guangcheng. In addition, the spying technique also revealed Ma Bin's weaknesses and secrets, which was a lot of black material. This guy even has several lives to his credit. With this information in hand, Zhou Yuan really doesn't think he should be afraid of this guy. Seeing his attitude, Ma Bin's face suddenly darkened. "Okay, kid, you're brave and arrogant. Whether I'm crazy or not is none of your business. You're not welcome here. Go back to where you came from. Zhou Yuan's style of doing things is how I treat you is how you treat me." Ma Bin came up with an arrogant attitude, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. "You are really brave. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will not let you leave this bar." Ma Bin had a stern look on his face. His behavior actually scared Feng Jing and Wan Lu a little. Feng Jing secretly poked Zhou Yuan and said worriedly, "Honey, will we be okay?" Wang Lu also stared at Zhou Yuan with some concern. Seeing the two of them like this, Ma Bin started laughing before Zhou Yuan even opened his mouth. "Don't worry, ladies. If anything goes wrong, I will definitely not hold it against you. But if you want to get out of here safely, you'd better accompany me for a few drinks, and then I will guarantee that you will be safe and sound. The more Ma Bin looked at Feng Jing and Wang Lu, the more interested he became. With a beautiful and graceful figure, a slim waist and beautiful legs, this figure is definitely top-notch. Even though he had seen a lot of women, he couldn't help but become interested in the two of them. But at this time, Zhou Yuan sneered and said, "I said, have you finished your fart? If you want to do something, do it quickly, and stop talking nonsense here. I gave you face but you refused it. You are asking for trouble. Just wait and see if you can still be so arrogant." Ma Bin's face changed instantly, he cursed, then immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's right eye suddenly blurred, and Xiao Bai revealed his true form. "Master, do you want to block or monitor the other party's call?" Zhou Yuan really didn't expect Xiao Bai to appear, and was a little surprised for a moment. "You still have this function?" "Of course, I am omnipotent in the cyber world, so I am naturally proficient in this kind of information interception and monitoring technology. This is the first time that Xiao Bai, the intelligent computer, has taken the initiative to reveal its own abilities. Forget about blocking and intercepting. Let this guy fight as he pleases." When encountering such a thing, Zhou Yuan was sure that Ma Bin would most likely call someone. This was just perfect, since he had just received the Grandmaster level martial arts skill book in the afternoon and wanted to see how strong his martial arts skills were now. Given such an opportunity, he certainly wouldn't stop it. A phone call was made, and 3 or 5 minutes later, a dozen ferocious thugs surrounded them. Looking at the group of people, Ma Bin's face was full of pride. "Boy, I'm giving you one last chance. Either you kneel down on the stage and let my brother-in-law slap you 100 times, or I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs today." Seeing so many people, Feng Jing and Wang Lu's expressions changed instantly. Zhou Yuan patted the two of them calmly and looked at Ma Bin with a smile. "I'm giving you a chance now. Either you kneel down and admit your mistake, or I'll beat you up and make you kneel down and admit your mistake." Chapter 54 Kowtow. With just one sentence, Ma Bin's face changed suddenly. "Get started. Get started. As long as no one dies, I'll take care of the rest." Ma Bin was instantly furious. A group of thugs rushed towards Zhou Yuan without saying a word. Feng Jing and Wang Lu were so frightened that they huddled together and huddled to one side. At this moment Zhou Yuan moved. The lighting in the bar was not good to begin with, and everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and when they reacted, they started screaming. In just 1 minute, more than a dozen thugs were lying on the ground. They were either covering their arms or thighs, rolling around and screaming. On the side, Zhou Yuan clapped his hands nonchalantly. Looking at the group of people falling to the ground, Ma Bin's face changed instantly. Zhou Yuan turned around, glanced at him, raised his hand, and slapped him directly. Bang! With a crisp sound, Ma Bin was beaten and fell directly on the sofa. His mind was completely confused. When several companions not far away saw this, their faces changed and they looked at Zhou Yuan as if they had seen a ghost. "What should I do? What should I do now? Think of a solution quickly. By the way, give Master Chen a call." "That's right, call Master Chen right away. Brother Ma is a follower of Master Chen after all, and this place was originally Master Chen's territory." A few guys were discussing in panic, and in the blink of an eye, someone took out his cell phone and quickly dialed a number. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a sturdy middle-aged man appeared in front of Zhou Yuan's seat. When Ma Bin, who had been covering his face and unable to move forward or backward, saw this guy, he suddenly saw his savior. "Brother Hong, you have to take charge for me. This kid not only messed up the place, but also beat people up. Ma Bin is very arrogant when facing people who are not as good as him." But when he saw this man, Ma Bin decisively acted like his grandson. "Who is this guy?" Zhou Yuan instantly became interested, and based on the cautious principle of knowing both oneself and the enemy, he directly used a spying technique. Chen Hang is a warrior from the Chen family in Tiandong province. A true martial arts master, at the initial stage of dark energy. As for his weaknesses and secrets, there are quite a few of them, especially since he has killed more than a dozen people. Judging from this information alone, he is definitely a ruthless person. Zhou Yuan suddenly became more cautious. Seeing him like this, Ma Bin couldn't suppress his satisfaction. "Chen Hong, this is the #1 expert beside Chen Xiao. He is definitely not a gangster or a thug, but a serious martial artist." He had seen with his own eyes that Chen Hong once easily dealt with 50 or 60 thugs by himself. Now that this person has come forward, I believe he can easily destroy Zhou Yuan and avenge himself. Chen Hong glanced at Ma Bin and didn't even bother to say anything. He blinked and stared at Zhou Yuan expressionlessly. You were the one who did it just now? Good. Zhou Yuan had just finished saying these two words when Chen Hong on the opposite side moved. The attack came so suddenly that no one present could react at all. However, Zhou Yuan had just been on guard against Chen Hong, and he also had master-level martial arts skills, so he had anticipated the moment Chen Hong suddenly attacked. In a flash, Zhou Yuan slightly turned his body and avoided Chen Hong's sneak attack. Not even giving the other party a chance to react, he no longer held back and kicked Chen Hong hard in the abdomen with all his strength. The physique of the Dark Energy Master is indeed different from that of others. This kick was like kicking a piece of rubber. Feeling something was wrong, Zhou Yuan instantly gathered up a trace of Shen Huang Qi, which quickly flowed into the soles of his feet. Originally Chen Hong had a cold expression on his face, but at this moment his expression changed drastically. He didn't even have time to react before he fell backwards. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hong crashed directly onto the sofa with a bang, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. However, this is not the most surprising thing. The next second, Chen Hong suddenly staggered to his feet and kowtowed to Zhou Yuan. Chapter 55, Meeting the Grandmaster. Chen Hong kowtowed several times, which instantly shocked Ma Bin and others. Even Zhou Yuan was confused. I just kicked him once, but he actually knelt down and kowtowed. What the fuck is going on? While he was in a daze, he heard Chen Hong say, I am blind and actually attacked you, senior. I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive me this time. As Chen Hong spoke, he dropped his head to the ground, not daring to move at all. He behaves like this not because he is spineless or has the despicable habit of kneeling down to others. But because of the kick just now, he clearly felt a sense of being cut by a knife. It was precisely because of this feeling of energy that he instantly realized Zhou Yuan's strength. Grandmaster. A true martial arts master. Because only a master-level figure can cultivate the legendary inner energy. As a mere dark energy warrior at the early stage, he simply couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. It is no exaggeration to say that if the other party has the intention to kill, he can be killed with just a finger. What's more, the Grandmaster has such a high status that he will definitely be respected and admired wherever he goes. Not to mention him, even Xiao Chen behind him, and even Xiao Chen's father, the current head of the Chen family, had to be polite when meeting the Grandmaster. And he actually took the initiative to offend this kind of existence just now. Just thinking about it, Chen Hong felt a chill all over his body and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Hong. Brother Hong, what are you doing? Seeing Chen Hong's behavior, Ma Bin's face turned pale as paper, his whole body trembled, and he asked a question. Unfortunately, Chen Hong ignored him and continued to lie on the ground obediently. Zhou Yuan was confused by Chen Hong's behavior and was extremely curious. However, no matter how curious he was, he couldn't keep silent, so he snorted and said coldly, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you about what happened just now. Thank you for sparing my life, senior. You are so kind. I am grateful to you. Chen Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and kowtowed repeatedly. Zhou Yuan was not used to others knocking their heads in front of him, so he waved his hand casually and said, All right, get up. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Chen Hong quickly expressed his gratitude and then stood up carefully. He glanced at Zhou Yuan secretly and said respectfully, Please forgive me, senior. I have another unreasonable request, and I hope you will agree to it. Zhou Yuan frowned and glanced at him. He was silent for a moment before he said, What is your unwelcome request? Tell me. Chen Hong lowered his head and said respectfully, Can the junior make a phone call to inform my young master to come and pay his respects to you, senior? Whatever. Thank you, senior. Zhou Yuan responded casually, and Chen Hong thanked him quickly. Then he took out his cell phone and made a quick call. In just a few minutes, a young man in his 20s came hurriedly over with several bodyguards. When Ma Bin saw this man, he shuddered and immediately put on a smile. Mr. Chen. The young man just glanced at Ma Bin without even paying any attention to him, and then looked at Chen Hong. Chen Hong bowed to Zhou Yuan apologetically, then walked over and whispered quickly, Master, the one sitting there is the Grandmaster I just mentioned. So young? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Chen Xiao was obviously a little unconvinced. Chen Hong's face changed slightly, and he said quickly, Master, be careful with your words. I will never make a mistake about this kind of thing. This person is definitely a master. As Chen Heng's right-hand man, Chen Wentai still trusts Chen Heng's loyalty and vision. Hearing Chen Heng's confident tone, he immediately believed it. In the blink of an eye, he put on a polite and respectful smile, walked quickly in front of Zhou Yuan, and bowed neatly. Junior Chen Wentai pays homage to Grandmaster. Chapter 56. I was wrong, I was just a bad mouth. Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard the word Grandmaster. When he came to his senses, he suddenly had an idea and understood why Chen Hong had been so respectful to him before. Obviously, Chen Hong and Chen Wentai both regarded him as a martial arts master. In this era, the art of refining qi is too mysterious and therefore not known to the outside world. On the contrary, the martial arts are more well known to ordinary people because they have also been passed down for thousands of years. Among martial artists, people are naturally divided into high and low classes depending on their strength. First are the ordinary warriors. For this class, as long as they are familiar with some martial arts and fighting techniques, they can be considered entry-level warriors. Then comes the Ming Jin realm, where one trains the muscles, bones and skin, develops a strong physique and possesses amazing strength. The next level is the Dark Power realm, where one's qi and blood are powerful and vitality is vigorous. Every move he makes may seem casual, but he can instantly burst out with terrifying power just by mobilizing his whole body's tendons, bones, muscles, and qi and blood within a very short distance. As for after the hidden power, it is the stage of transforming power, turning hardness into softness, and overcoming hardness with softness. The continuous force can break a force of 1,000 pounds, and holding a flying bird in your palm can make it unable to fly. And above the level of Hua Jin is the so-called Grandmaster. The body is filled with qi and blood, the thoughts are clear, and one can sense the vital energy of heaven and earth in the dark, draw the qi into the body, and use the qi to resist the enemy. When one reaches this level, it is actually very similar to the legendary qi refining. With just a wave of the hand, taking someone's life is as easy as blowing dust. Even those with great strength can resist ordinary firearms with their vital energy alone. When one reaches this level of strength, it is truly a qualitative change. In other words, it's hard to die. Moreover, once you reach the Grandmaster level, your status and position will be completely different. Even the higher-ups will value you and recruit you. At this level, no matter the strength or status, ordinary people can't afford to provoke him. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary wealthy families are unwilling to provoke them. They are all polite and try to win them over. Otherwise, Chen Wentai would not have behaved like this. But to be honest, Zhou Yuan was very clear that he was not a true master. After all, with his current physical fitness, or attributes, he is at best at the level of a Dark Force warrior. But then again, apart from his worse physical fitness, he is not inferior to ordinary masters in other aspects. When it comes to martial arts, he has master-level martial arts skills and is definitely not afraid. In terms of vital energy cultivation, the Xianhuang Qi obtained from practicing the Xianhuang Heart Sutra is many times stronger than ordinary vital energy, and is not even on the same level. As long as he doesn't have to compete with his physical fitness, with his current strength, ordinary martial arts masters are no match for him. So facing Chen Wentai's courtesy, Zhou Yuan did not feel inferior at all. He glanced at Chen Wentai indifferently and hummed casually, "Okay, no need to be polite." Chen Wentai breathed a sigh of relief, and in the blink of an eye he looked at Ma Bin next to him. His face turned cold, and he pulled Ma Bin over and kicked him to the ground. "I have just heard that it was this blind thing that disturbed your pleasure. If you want to kill or chop him up, just give me the order, and I will definitely do it." With just one sentence, Ma Bin's face changed instantly. "Mr. Chen." "No, Mr. Chen. Please forgive me. I really didn't mean it. Just shut up." Seeing Ma Bin yelling, Chen Wentai's face darkened. He scolded him and slapped him in the face. Bang! With a crisp sound, Ma Bin instantly became obedient. Zhou Yuan glanced at him, narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Master Ma, weren't you quite arrogant just now? And you even threatened to slap me in the face to apologize? I was wrong. I deserve to die. I was just so mean. Please be magnanimous. Please be magnanimous and just treat me like a fart." Ma Bin shivered, then came to his senses. Not only did he beg for mercy, he also attacked himself with both hands. Chapter 57, Make Good Friends. Ma Bin slapped the opponent with great effort, making loud slapping sounds. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said nothing more, then turned to look at Sun Wei again. The guy reacted instantly and fell to his knees on the ground cleanly. While desperately saying "I deserve to die," he imitated Ma Bin and started attacking himself left and right. Only after the two men's faces were swollen and their noses were bleeding did Zhou Yuan wave his hands in disgust. Alright, go away from where you are and don't let me see you again. Thank you, Master Zhou, for sparing my life. Thank you, Master Zhou, for sparing my life. The two of them spoke incoherently, kowtowed several times, and then ran away in a panic, crawling. After the two of them left, Chen Wentai said with a smile, "Senior, this place is not very quiet, why don't you come to my place and sit for a while?" Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said, "No need to sit down, I came here today just to enjoy this atmosphere. Also, please stop calling me senior. It makes me uncomfortable. Then I dared to call you Mr. Zhou. If you don't mind, you can just call me Wentai." Chen Wentai was quite humble. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Zhou Yuan didn't act like a superior to him. But it was a bit uncomfortable to have this guy around. And after what happened just now, Feng Jing and Wang Lu obviously didn't want to stay any longer. Zhou Yuan chatted with Chen Wentai for a few words and then got up and left. Upon seeing this, Chen Wentai hurriedly took people to escort them out personally. Before leaving, he also respectfully presented a bank card and several black gold VIP cards. "This is a small gift from me. I hope Mr. Zhou will accept it." Zhou Yuan did not refuse and accepted it directly. He let Chen Wentai see him out the door, then he took Feng Jing and Wang Lu into the car and drove away. After watching him walk away, Chen Wentai breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Heng and said, "Heng, go and investigate this person's information and preferences. Also, investigate the two women around him. Notify me immediately if you have any results. It's not easy to meet a master-level figure, I must make good friends with him. You never know when you might find a person like this. Zhou Yuan, what do you do? Why is even young Master Chen so polite to you?" In the car, Wang Lu couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. Although Feng Jing didn't say anything, she was obviously very curious and stared at him eagerly. "Why, do you know that guy just now?" Zhou Yuan did not respond directly. He looked up at the rearview mirror and asked back. The second young master of the Chun family, the most famous playboy in Guangxing, was in the news a while ago. I heard that he was jealous of someone and almost got into a fight. Anyway, it has spread all over the circle of friends, don't you know? I really don't know about that. Zhou Yuan shook his head. As for what I do, didn't I tell you before? I'm just a student. I'd bet against you if I trusted you. Wang Lu glared at Zhou Yuan angrily and coquettishly. Zhou Yuan smiled and changed the topic. "It's getting late now, where do you live? I'll take you back first." Upon hearing this, Wang Lu's heart moved. She glanced at Feng Jing and said with a smile, "We agreed to sleep together today. I will live wherever she lives." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but glance at Feng Jing, who immediately said to Wang Lu, "Lulu, how about?" "No, Jingjing, you've already resigned. I'm going to sleep with you tonight no matter what, otherwise there won't be any chance in the future." Wang Lu interrupted directly. Feng Jing couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan in embarrassment. She had promised Zhou Yuan that she would play the secretary game in the evening, so she naturally didn't want to disappoint Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan saw through Wang Lu's little thoughts, and after thinking about it, he simply took the two of them to the villa. Although we haven't found servants yet in the villa, all the supplies are complete, so there will definitely be no problem living there. Chapter 58: The Hidden Dangers of Money. After half an hour, the car drove into the villa of Jinyu Haoding. After getting off the car, Feng Jing and Wang Lu were both confused. Is this really yours?" What he brewed was the legendary hillside villa of Jinyu Haoding. "I heard that one building would cost about 300 to 400 million. 3 or 400 million, such a high price, Zhou Yuan can actually afford it?" Wang Lu felt her calves go weak. "Don't just stand there, go in first. We just bought this villa not long ago, and we haven't had time to hire servants yet, so we're just living here for now." Zhou Yuan opened the door, turned around and greeted the dazed Feng Jing and Wang Lu. The two then entered the house and were surprised by the decoration inside. Zhou Yuan took them for a casual walk and then took the elevator to the top floor. There were plenty of rooms, and all the bedding and supplies were complete. Zhou Yuan led the two of them to find their way around, and then went to take a shower first. When I came out again, I didn't see Feng Jing, but Wang Lu was sitting in the living room. When she saw Zhou Yuan, her eyes lit up. "Zhou Yuan. I want to discuss something with you." Wang Lu stood up seemingly casually and sat next to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan glanced at her and said with a smile, "What do you want to discuss?" Seeing his smile, Wang Lu suddenly swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth, turned around and put on a pitiful look. My legs hurt, can you rub them for me? Wang Lu stretched out her long legs, leaned sideways, and placed them on Zhou Yuan's legs. This is such a blatant hook. Zhou Yuan glanced at Wang Lu meaningfully and was hesitating whether to take action when he heard a click and the sound of a door lock was unlocked in the corridor. With a swish, Wang Lu retracted her legs and dodged. Her movements were extremely fast. Zhou Yuan sat upright, feeling guilty. Lulu, go take a shower. Feng Jing walked out of the bathroom while rubbing her hair. Wang Lu glanced at Zhou Yuan with regret, then pretended nothing had happened and said then got up and went to the bathroom. As soon as she left, Feng Jing immediately looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan felt a little guilty and thought Feng Jing had noticed something wrong, but Feng Jing walked straight into the room. But when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned her head and looked at Zhou Yuan charmingly. Boss Zhou, aren't you coming to inspect the work? The inspection was completed 2 hours later. Feng Jing lay on Zhou Yuan like a pile of mud for a long time. After finally catching her breath, she suddenly shouted. Husband! What's wrong? I want to ask you something. Feng Jing suddenly looked up and stared at Zhou Yuan. You ask. Husband, what do you do? How can you be so rich? You can even afford a villa like this. Feng Jing had never taken the initiative to inquire about Zhou Yuan's situation, but this time she really couldn't help it. After all, being able to afford a villa worth 200 or 300 million is a bit too extravagant. Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned by this question, and in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but frown. He suddenly realized a problem. It was true that he was getting richer and richer, but he couldn't explain where the money came from. It doesn't matter if you fool around once or twice, but if something special really happens one day, it may cause big problems. If you want to avoid this kind of situation, the best way is to have a reasonable source of income. In other words, the best way is to start a company. Honey, did I ask something I shouldn't have asked? Seeing Zhou Yuan frowning and looking unhappy, Feng Jing felt a little worried. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Zhou Yuan comforted Feng Jing. Just as he finished speaking, the system boss suddenly appeared. Chapter 59, I am uneducated, but I can travel the world with just a few words. You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, Traditional Industrial Company. Reward, $50 million, one system-specific treasure chest. Option 2, Internet-related companies. Reward, 50 million yuan, one system-specific treasure chest. Option 3, Invest in a company. Reward, $50 million, one system-specific treasure chest. This time the choice is another rare case of reward balance. Moreover, the system treasure chests given out are obviously different from usual ones, they are also called directional treasure chests. System, what does directional treasure chest mean? To facilitate the host's entrepreneurship, the targeted treasure chest can unlock relevant rewards for the corresponding selected industry. You are very thoughtful. Zhou Yuan muttered something and fell into deep thought again. There are 3 options, and they don't seem to be any different. However, there are still differences due to different industries. Zhou Yuan thought about it and decisively chose the 3rd option. As for the reason, it's dead simple. Because he is used to choosing the 3rd option. Moreover, compared with the first 2 items, the investment line actually covers the first 2 items as well. After all, if you are investing, you can also choose to invest in some traditional industrial companies or internet companies. Anyway, as long as you have money, you can invest in anything. To be more sarcastic, if you feel that this line of work is boring today, you can just change it tomorrow. Anyway, if you don't consider the issue of profit, you can be so willful. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You have received a reward of 50 million and a system-specific treasure chest 1. After getting the reward, Zhou Yuan immediately found the treasure chest and chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the directional treasure chest and obtaining the income detection function. This function has been automatically loaded into the super intelligent brain. Income detection function, after use, it can detect the return rate and income cycle of investment behavior. No additional consumption, 100% accuracy. How can I help myself, since I have no education, and I can only speak nonsense to get the world? System, you are really awesome. Zhou Yuan was instantly excited. With this profit detection function, it will not be easy to lose money when investing in the future. Zhou Yuan woke up from his laughter, glanced at Feng Jing, and used the spying technique again. After taking a look at the personal information that popped up, I found that my loyalty had increased by another 2 points, now as high as 97%. He immediately pinched Feng Jing and said, I will transfer another 50 million to you later. You can use this money to help me run errands and register an investment company. Husband, are you going to start a company? Feng Jing hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke up, Can I discuss something with you? Zhou Yuan asked, What do you want to discuss? Feng Jing said, If you really open a company, can you let me come in to work? I have quit my job now and I am not used to being idle. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, It's totally fine if you want to go to work. You can even be the boss's wife. Feng Jing gave him a kiss of gratitude, then spoke with a well-behaved look on her face. Boss, I don't have any extravagant expectations. As long as you don't chase me away, I will be your secretary for the rest of my life. Feng Jing was very clear in her mind. In her opinion, with Zhou Yuan's wealth, it was unlikely for her to be able to sit in the position of boss lady. Instead of expecting that, it would be better for her to stay with Zhou Yuan honestly and obediently. Zhou Yuan would not treat her unfairly anyway. Oh, honey, I have something else to tell you. Feng Jing came back to her senses and spoke again. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Go ahead, tell me what you want to say. Feng Jing said, Can you also arrange something for Lulu? She studied management in college, so she should be able to help in the company. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, As long as she is willing to come, that's fine. Lulu would definitely agree. In fact, she didn't want to be a salesperson before, but she couldn't find any other suitable job, so she managed to hold on. Okay, that would be great if she's willing to come. Then you can tell her later that if she can't, you can resign tomorrow. Then you can ask her to accompany you to register the company or something, so that she can take care of you. Zhou Yuan agreed directly. Chapter 60 Buy whatever you want. In the next 2 days, Zhou Yuan returned to his honest and diligent student life. He did not return to the villa, but gave Feng Jing the key and asked her to live there and hire someone to help her. Wang Lu also resigned from her job and followed Feng Jing to run around the company. As the lease of the house that Feng Jing and Wang Lu had previously shared had expired, Feng Jing asked Zhou Yuan for his opinion and decided to let Wang Lu move into the villa temporarily. There are already many villas and most of them are empty, so it doesn't matter if Wang Lu moves in temporarily. Anyway, Feng Jing doesn't mind, so Zhou Yuan naturally won't mind either. Originally, the two were planning to pack up and move, but Zhou Yuan specifically reminded them to throw away what should be thrown away and just buy new ones. Given their personalities, they were reluctant to do such a drastic thing. But since Zhou Yuan said so, the two of them thought that if they were to live in a place like a villa halfway up the mountain, some things would not be suitable to bring with them, so they packed up some important things and disposed of the rest as garbage. After finishing the moving in the morning, they had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they went shopping to buy some things. Feng Jing made a special call to Zhou Yuan and asked if he needed anything special. Zhou Yuan didn't have anything good to buy, but when he heard that the two of them went shopping, he generously transferred 1 million yuan to Feng Jing and told her to spend it as she pleased. Listening to the phone, Wang Lu felt a little sour. I really envy you, Jingjing. You found a good man like Zhou Yuan. Apart from anything else, I am willing to spend this money on you. Feng Jing didn't know how to respond to such words. Zhou Yuan, on the other end of the phone, heard it all. After thinking for a while and hanging up the phone, he sent a WeChat message to Wang Lu, bank card number. Wang Lu was feeling jealous at first, but when she noticed Weixin, her heart skipped a beat. Bank card number? This is, you want to give me pocket money too? This guy, wouldn't he really have that kind of thought? Although Wang Lu had intended to hook up with Zhou Yuan in the past 2 days, and even did something excessive. But in fact, it was jealousy that made me lose my mind for a moment. But after that day, and having calmed down over the past 2 days, she felt a little sorry for Feng Jing. It is said that human hearts are fickle and unpredictable. Because she felt sorry, she forced herself to suppress the sinful thoughts she had before. So even though she felt sour just now, she panicked when she thought that Zhou Yuan might have some purpose in giving her money. She carefully glanced at Feng Jing, who was looking at clothes, and then quickly replied, What are you going to do? Zhou Yuan glanced at his phone and suddenly remembered the dirty joke on the internet. He immediately felt like teasing her and replied, Yes. When Wang Lu saw the reply, she was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and her face turned red. Before I knew it, the phone vibrated again. Send me the card number immediately. Wang Lu came back to her senses immediately, bit her lip, looked at her phone, and then looked at Feng Jing. After hesitating for a long time, he sent a message, "Forget it, after all, you are Jingjing." I said, "Are you thinking too much? I just asked for your bank card number. Just send it if I ask you to." Wang Lu was a little confused by the domineering and tyrannical spirit between the lines. I was in a daze for a long time, but somehow I sent the card number. After just a dozen seconds, the phone buzzed. Wang Lu shuddered at the first glance. "Dear domestic bank user, received a transfer of 1 million yuan from another bank." 1 million. This. He actually transferred 1 million to me. Take whatever you want and buy it. If you don't have enough, come to me. In the blink of an eye, another message appeared. Wang Lu took a quick look and her mind became confused again. Chapter 61. I want to see what you can do to me. After transferring the money to Wang Lu, Zhou Yuan stopped chatting with Wang Lu, put down his phone, and concentrated on the class. Half an hour later, the bell rang. Zhou Yuan packed up his things, got up and left the classroom. He had only taken a few steps when a boy stood in front of him. "Excuse me, are you classmate Zhou Yuan?" Zhou Yuan was unfamiliar with this person and nodded in confusion. "It's me, classmate, what's the matter?" "It's a small matter. I would like to ask classmate Zhou Yuan to go to a place with me. Someone wants to talk to you about something," the other party said mysteriously. Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to refuse this random invitation. However, during this time, the system boss, who had been quiet for 2 days, showed up again. "You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, if you are so mysterious, you can tell it's not a good thing, so reject the other party. Reward, 3 million yuan. Option 2, no matter if he is mysterious or not, I am not afraid of anything. I will meet him. Reward, 5 million cash and 1 system treasure chest." This time the system boss was simple and only gave 2 options. Zhou Yuan took a quick look and said to the other party, "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, classmate. Anyway, there are benefits, so there's no harm in going and meeting him. And this is at school, so there is no need to worry about anything happening or being in danger. What's more, with his current strength, even if there is danger, no one can do anything to him. Then please follow me, Mr. Zhou." As this guy said this, he called Zhou Yuan to go out. The two of them walked out of the teaching building, turned several corners, and finally arrived at the school's taekwondo club. When we arrived at the venue, as soon as we walked in, we saw 7 or 8 boys chatting and laughing. When the boy saw them, he immediately called out, "Brother Yong, I've brought the people over." Hearing the noise, several boys immediately turned around, stopped laughing, and stared at Zhou Yuan. One of them, who looked quite burly, strode over. "Are you Zhou Yuan?" "It's me, who are you?" Zhou Yuan looked at the other person carefully, but unfortunately he had no impression of him at all. "My name is Wu Yong." Zhou Yuan frowned and said, "I'm sorry, I don't think I know you." "You don't know me, but you should know my brother." "Your brother?" "Mr. Zhou, stop playing dumb." The guy's face turned cold as he spoke. "You sent my brother to the police station a few days ago. You wouldn't have forgotten about it so quickly." Zhou Yuan suddenly understood and raised his eyebrows and asked, "Wu Feng is your brother?" "Yes, that's my brother." "So, you came to me today to seek revenge?" Zhou Yuan laughed. "They say that when the younger one is beaten, the older one will come. It seems that the other party is definitely looking for trouble. Boy, you are very smart. I asked you to come here this time just to ask for an explanation." Wu Yong said this and waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 7 boys gathered around. Wu Yong winked at 2 of them, and they immediately went out the door, closing it behind them. It looks like this situation cannot be resolved peacefully. "Mr. Zhou, you should have thought about what would happen to you after you cheated my brother." Wu Yong had a gloomy face. Zhou Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "I beg you to get things straightened out and not put the blame on me. It was obviously your brother who wanted to trick me, but he ended up shooting himself in the foot. You deserve it if he cheated you." Wu Yong said this arrogantly, and then stared at Zhou Yuan wildly. "But I'm a generous person, so I'll give you a chance now. If you go to the police station to withdraw the complaint, I'll let you go today. Also, I can also stand up for my brother and write off your guilt." "What if I don't?" "If you don't agree, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." After hearing this, Zhou Yuan laughed instantly. "That's perfect. I'm a soft-hearted person, I want to see what you can do to me." Chapter 62 Kneel Down. Mr. Zhou, you are the one who refused my toast and is now drinking a forfeit, right? Wu Yong's face suddenly turned gloomy. He originally wanted to threaten and scare Zhou Yuan in order to get this matter settled. But I didn't expect that this guy was not afraid at all, but was very arrogant. I just refused to accept your toast and drank the wine for punishment. What can you do to me? Zhou Yuan had a mocking look on his face. Okay, you're really brave, guys, let's do it. Wu Yong was so angry that he waved his hands at the people around him. He dared to let others take action, so naturally he didn't worry about the consequences. Anyway, he has already thought of the excuses. These people are all his own people, and when the time comes, it will just be a verbal friction. Even if things get out of hand, without solid evidence, even if the police come, they can only treat it as an ordinary fight. Moreover, when such things happen in schools, they are usually handled internally in the end. At that time, the worst that can happen is that I can use some connections and the matter will definitely be resolved. It was also because of this that Wu Yong thought of his younger brother and wanted to call him an idiot. If this kid had informed him at the beginning, he could have asked his buddies for a favor, and then used his connections to get the school to intervene, and most likely the matter would have been suppressed. Why would he end up in jail like he is now? Of course it's too late to say anything now. What is more, since Zhou Yuan refuses to give in, I have no choice but to give him a beating as a way of collecting some interest. As soon as Wu Yong spoke, several boys around him immediately surrounded him. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, his face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted directly. Everyone, kneel down for me. They are just a few ordinary students, there is no need for Zhou Yuan to take action personally. Especially since Zhou Yuan had just unlocked the deterrence skill a few days ago, there was no need to take action in this blind situation. Along with a shout, an invisible wave of air spread out from Zhou Yuan's body. In the blink of an eye, there were a few muffled thuds. The boys around turned pale, shivered uncontrollably, and fell to their knees on the ground, limp all over. Even Wu Yong was no exception. He couldn't control his heart trembling, his body instantly went limp, and he fell directly to his knees on the ground. After this kneeling, Wu Yong himself was stunned. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to fight? Why are you so polite and even give me such a big gift? Fuck you. You guys are getting up." Wu Yong cursed with an ugly look on his face and was about to get up staggeringly. The assistants suddenly came to their senses and tried to stand up staggeringly. "Did I tell you to get up? Get down on your knees." Zhou Yuan shouted again in an instant. Wu Yong and these unlucky guys had just stood up, but before they could stand firm, they were intimidated by Zhou Yuan's aura again. They trembled all over and knelt on the ground again. This time, Wu Yong's whole face turned green. Zhou Yuan looked at Wu Yong with a joking expression. "What's wrong? You were so arrogant just now, why don't you stand up?" "Zhou Yuan. Damn you. I'm going to kill you." After kneeling twice in a row, Wu Yong became completely furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed, then he climbed up, roared, and rushed towards Zhou Yuan. Unfortunately, as soon as this guy took a step, Zhou Yuan raised his right hand. With a snap. With one slap, Wu Yong fell to the ground while spinning. But just at this moment, I heard a burst of talking outside. "Why are you blocking the door so stealthily? Get out of the way. President, you can't go in. I told you to get out of the way, don't you understand? President." In the blink of an eye, there was a creaking sound and the door of the hall was pushed open. Chapter 63 Don't Pretend to be a Grandson. Zhou Yuan turned around when he heard the voice and was slightly stunned. The person who came in was a tall senior schoolmate with a pretty face and heroic features, especially her eyes, which were sharp and striking. With neat short hair and a simple and clean sportswear, she looks dashing and capable. As soon as she entered the room, she was also stunned when she saw Wu Yong and others kneeling on the ground. He reacted immediately and couldn't help but frown. "What the hell are you guys doing?" After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Yuan again. "And you, who are you?" Zhou Yuan was about to speak when Wu Yong suddenly shouted. "President Qi, you need to stand up for us. This guy is here to challenge us. He even forced us to kneel down." Wu Yong's reaction was quick. He knew Qi Rou's personality very well. Although her name contained the word Rou, she was actually a tiger with a rather impatient personality and a rather weird temper. Moreover, President Qi Rookie has another problem, which is that he likes to find others to compete with whenever he has nothing to do. the more powerful the person, the more interested she is in him. The most important thing is that the elder in the family is a senior figure in the school and has a very impressive background. Ordinary people cannot afford to offend him. If Chiro and Zhou Yuan started fighting, and if Zhou Yuan provoked Chiro, then Chiro might make Zhou Yuan pay for it without him having to make any more plans. I am a fucking genius. Wu Yong said this to himself secretly, and immediately winked at the people around him. Several people around reacted and started speaking. President, you must stand up for us. This guy looks down on our Taekwondo club. Yes, President, you must teach this guy a lesson. He came to our Taekwondo gym to challenge us. It's obvious that he looks down on you, the President. We have brought shame to our club. President, you must save our reputation. This group of people are so shameless that they remain calm and confuse right and wrong. Well done, Junior, you were so brave that you actually came to our Taekwondo club to challenge us and even forced our deputy club leader and students to kneel down to you. If it were any other time, Chiro might not be fooled. But the problem is that she just saw with her own eyes a group of people kneeling down to Zhou Yuan. If they were not forced, how could a group of young and energetic male students kneel down? Let alone the male classmates, even the female classmates would not kneel down to others easily. Zhou Yuan really couldn't explain this kind of thing for the time being. He just told the truth, and it was he who yelled twice that scared the group of people so much that they knelt down. But who can believe it? What's the matter, Junior? You just came to challenge us and bullied the people in our club. Now you don't dare to admit it, right? Seeing that Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, Chiro's face turned cold. Zhou Yuan curled his lips and said, I didn't force them, they knelt down on their own accord. Oh, are you kidding me? Are they all bitches? They kneeled down for you on their own initiative? Chiro didn't believe such words at all. A grown man should take responsibility for his actions. Don't act like a grandson now, or you will be looked down upon by your aunt. Zhou Yuan frowned immediately, glanced at Chiro, and said calmly, Then what do you want? What do I want? Chiro smiled instantly, Aren't you here to challenge me? Then let's compete. It was so hard to find someone who had the guts to come and cause trouble, and Chiro immediately became interested in taking action. She came here just to find someone to do some exercises and relax with. As she spoke, Chiro began to get ready. Zhou Yuan didn't know Chiro's situation, so he was a little surprised when he heard it. You want to fight me? What, you look down on me? Chiro raised her eyebrows instantly, or are you scared? Chapter 64 Don't blame me for not being gentle with women. Hearing Chiro say this, Zhou Yuan immediately laughed and said, I really don't know how to write the word coward. Since you're not scared, stop wasting time and get started. Chiro hooked her finger at Zhou Yuan. Are you sure you want to do it? So much nonsense. If you don't do anything, don't blame me. Chiro shouted coldly, and suddenly attacked. One step forward, a sideways kick. It is said that an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Chiro's side kick was really sharp. And even though she is a woman, she is obviously very strong. This kick was so explosive that it even caused a faint whistling sound. If ordinary people faced this kind of strength, they would probably not be able to cope with it. At this moment, everyone around became excited. Since Chiro was moved, she would not give up until she was satisfied according to her usual personality. In this case, the Zhou family will definitely be in trouble. And Wu Yong was even more pleased at this time. Although he couldn't teach Zhou Yuan a lesson personally, with Chiro's intervention, this Zhou guy would definitely not have an easy day today. Even if by some chance Zhou Yuan was stronger than Chiro, he would not worry. Because according to Chiro's personality, unless her injuries affect her movements, the stronger the opponent, the more she will not give up. And if Chiro was really injured, there would be no need for Chiro's family to step in, because one of her suitors would never let Zhou Yuan go. Hit me hard. It would be best to let this Zhou guy directly injure or cripple Chiro. By then, this guy will be really dead. Wu Yong sneered secretly. However, facing Chiro's attack, Zhou Yuan did not fight back at all. He took a step back calmly. It seemed like a dangerous move, but in fact he avoided the kick with ease. But Chiro is the president of the Taekwondo club after all, and her skills are indeed very sophisticated. When the attack missed, he immediately exerted force from his waist and legs, shifted his center of gravity, turned around, and kicked from behind. Zhou Yuan still had no intention of taking action, and she dodged to the side without changing her expression. The second attack missed, and Shiro changed his tactics again. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two was too great, no matter how skilled she was, how quickly she changed her moves, or how continuous her attacks were. But after more than 2 minutes, Shiro still couldn't even touch the corner of Zhou Yuan's clothes. Wu Yong and the others who were watching changed their expressions, and each of them looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Even Shiro was not in a good condition. She missed her attack again and glared at Zhou Yuan in annoyance. "You keep hiding. Are you still a man? Come and fight me head on if you have the guts." Zhou Yuan kept hiding like this, without any fighting experience at all, which made Shiro feel very uncomfortable. "You really want to fight me head on? I'm afraid you can't handle it. You're talking nonsense. If you're a man, take action. Others let me look down on you." Shiro had a rather impatient temper to begin with, and she cursed at him when she heard that. Zhou Yuan said, "You said it, don't regret it. Hurry up and do it if you have the guts." Shiro scolded again, and as soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Zhou Yuan. "Since you are provoking me, don't blame me." Seeing her tigress-like attitude, Zhou Yuan snorted. Almost at the same time, Shiro approached and launched another usual kick attack. But this time Zhou Yuan didn't avoid it. "Don't you want me to take action? Then don't blame me for not being gentle and considerate. I'll help you." Zhou Yuan instantly raised his hand, grabbed Shiro's ankle, and pulled it outward, causing Shiro to stagger. But that's not the end yet. Zhou Yuan took advantage of Shiro's unstable center of gravity, raised his leg suddenly, and kicked her on the butt. Chapter 65. I'm not done with you. After the kick, there was a scream and Shiro fell to the ground in a dog-like position. The crowd watching on the side were stunned. Wu Yong suddenly reacted, took out his mobile phone calmly, opened WeChat and sent a message to someone. During this time, Shiro quickly climbed up, her pretty face flushed, and she even looked a little embarrassed. You dared to kick me. No one has ever kicked her but like this in her life." Zhou Yuan looked indifferent, shrugged and said, "Didn't you tell me to do it? Why, do you regret it now? You deserve to die." Shiro cursed angrily, but suddenly turned around and glared at Wu Yong and others. "What are you looking at? Get out of here." The embarrassing scene just now was seen by these people, and now they are still standing here, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing this, Wu Yong and others did not dare to offend Shiro. They stood up and ran out of the venue quickly. As soon as they left, Shiro glared at Zhou Yuan fiercely. Without saying a word, she rushed up again like a raging tigress. She was obviously really angry, and her composure was a little confused for a moment. Zhou Yuan was too strong to fight back, so he just started dodging. Once he dodged, Shiro couldn't even touch him. After a few rounds, he became more and more angry. "You bastard! If you have the guts, stop hiding." After all, she is a woman, so when she gets angry, it's a little unreasonable. Shiro kept yelling and cursing, and for a while she used both fists and feet. "I've warned you enough. If you keep scolding me, don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Yuan got a little annoyed when he heard her chattering non-stop, so he scolded her. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, do it." Shiro was so angry that she obviously only remembered the food and not the beating, and forgot about the kick she had just received. Seeing that she still refused to give up, Zhou Yuan simply didn't bother to be polite. In an instant he rushed forward, dodged, and swept his right leg, easily knocking Shiro to the ground. However, Shiro was clearly not going to stop, and in the blink of an eye she climbed up and started to fight again. After several times, Zhou Yuan became a little annoyed. But because Shiro is a woman, he can't be cruel. She simply laid Shiro on the ground, held her wrists with one hand, pressed her lumbar spine with her knees, and pinned her to death on the ground. "You bastard! Let me go!" Shiro struggled for a long time but couldn't get away, so she had to yell. "I can let you go, but you have to promise not to do it again. Don't even think about it. I said you're not done yet, right? I'm not done yet. I won't stop until I defeat you today." This woman is really stubborn. "I'm warning you, my patience is limited. You'd better be sensible, otherwise I will be rude to you." Zhou Yuan's face turned cold. "Dream on. Do it if you have the guts. If I beg for mercy, I won't be named Chi." Shiro said something sternly in an instant. "Okay, you're awesome. Don't blame me then." This woman refused to give in, and Zhou Yuan lost his patience. Isn't it horizontal? Aren't you refusing to beg for mercy? I want to see if you are really that brave. Zhou Yuan frowned, raised his hand instantly, and slapped Shiro hard on the butt. Ah! Shiro exclaimed in the blink of an eye, her face instantly turned red, and she roared angrily. You son of a bitch! I'm not done with you. It's not over yet, is it? Bang! You're dead. You're dead. Bang! I'm going to kill you. Bang! Shiro yelled and cursed without giving in at first, and Zhou Yuan was also ruthless, slapping her in the face for every curse she gave him. However, as she kept scolding, Shiro's voice became lower and lower, and finally she let out a wow and actually started crying. Chapter 66 I will make him live a life worse than death. This was so unexpected that Zhou Yuan was completely stunned. Although he was not so desperate as to panic when he saw a woman crying, he was a little helpless when he suddenly saw this. You let me go. Shiro cried, and her tone inexplicably became much softer, and she choked up as she spoke. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and quickly let go of Shiro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He apologized awkwardly and subconsciously reached out to help Shiro up. However, just as he helped Shiro up, the woman suddenly went crazy and bit his shoulder like a hungry dog. Hiss! Zhou Yuan instantly gasped and screamed in pain, "Fuck you! Let go!" This woman must have used all her strength in her mouth, otherwise, with his current physical condition, he would never have felt such excruciating pain. While cursing, Zhou Yuan reached out to push the crazy woman away. However, Shiro not only did not let go, but when she realized that Zhou Yuan wanted to push her away, she simply hugged him tightly. Let go. Let go quickly, sir. Otherwise I will be rude. Zhou Yuan cursed again in pain, but Shiro remained unmoved. She even bit him harder, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh off. Zhou Yuan was completely anxious, and he couldn't use his strength to push Shiro away because of the pain. So he just made up his mind and reached out to grab Shiro's butt hard. Woo! In the blink of an eye, Shiro let out a muffled groan from her nose. Sure enough, the force of her bite was much weaker. Zhou Yuan didn't have time to think about it. When he saw that it was effective, he used even more force. Shiro shuddered for a moment and finally opened her mouth. But at this moment, the hall door was kicked open with a bang. Zhou Yuan was suddenly startled, and when he turned around, he saw a senior student dressed quite elegantly appearing at the door. Behind him followed Wu Yong and others, and judging from the expressions of Wu Yong and others, it was clear that he was the leader. This guy noticed the abnormality of Zhou Yuan and Shiro at a glance, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly and gloomy. Fuck you! You bastard! Let me go! He cursed and rushed towards Zhou Yuan like an angry lion. In the blink of an eye, the person was beside him and started kicking. Zhou Yuan was still holding Shiro, so he couldn't fight back and had to quickly move away. What the hell are you all standing there for? Do it now! When this guy saw that he missed kicking Zhou Yuan, he immediately shouted in anger. Wu Yong and others immediately came to their senses and rushed up. Zhou Yuan was still being held tightly by Shiro, unable to move his hands and feet. Seeing a group of people surrounding him, he immediately used the same trick again and shouted loudly. Get out of here! In the blink of an eye, an invisible aura emanated from him. Shiro was the first to be hit. Her body trembled, her hands and feet went limp, and she fell directly to the ground. Wu Yong and his companions, as well as the senior student, were also instantly shaken and fell to the ground with a thud. Without any restraints, Zhou Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the group of people lying on the ground, and finally looked at Wu Yong. I'm too lazy to argue with you this time, so I'll let you go. But if you still don't know what's good for you in the future, be careful and I'll make you pay for it. Zhou Yuan said something harsh with a cold face, and without any intention of staying any longer, he turned around and left. It was not until more than 10 breaths later that the people lying on the ground reacted. Shiro stood up first and ran out in panic without saying a word. After more than 10 seconds, Wu Yong and others finally climbed up from the ground. Mr. Feng, are you okay? Wu Yong hurriedly helped Feng Yuan up. Investigate for me. Investigate for me. I want to know everything about that bastard. I want to make that bastard suffer a fate worse than death. Feng Yuan had a gloomy face and spoke angrily. Chapter 67 Invitation from the Qin family father and daughter. Only after leaving the Taekwondo club did Zhou Yuan have time to check the wound on his shoulder. Shi Ro was like a mad dog. She bit him so hard that his skin was torn and blood was flowing. By this time, a large area of the clothes was wet. Fortunately, this minor injury is no big deal for Zhou Yuan, who possesses the Xianhuang Qi. He did not go to the school hospital, but went straight back to the dormitory. He rested quietly and mobilized the Xianhuang Qi to gather around the wound. The entire wound began to stop bleeding and heal rapidly. Only after the wound had scabbed over did Zhou Yuan come out of his resting state. "I'm so unlucky today that I ran into such a crazy woman," Zhou Yuan complained, opened the system backpack, and found the system treasure chest that he had not had time to open. "If you don't give me something good, I'll be at a big loss today," he muttered as he chose to turn it on. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining the evil repelling pill. Evil repelling pill, after taking it, it can strengthen the body, prolong life, be immune to all poisons, all evils and all diseases. This thing is awesome. Zhou Yuan was instantly excited. With this thing, you don't have to worry about being poisoned, possessed by evil spirits, or getting sick. It's just like turning on an immunity cheat. As long as you don't get hurt, you will definitely live peacefully until you die of natural causes. Zhou Yuan was so excited that he quickly switched to the mall to take a look, and was instantly shocked again. The price of just this one evil repelling pill actually exceeds that of a body transformation card, reaching 1 million points. Fuck. I really made a fortune this time. Not to mention being bitten once, even if I get bitten 10 or 100 times, it would be worth it. Zhou Yuan's mood instantly improved. He was enjoying the moment when within a few minutes his cell phone rang. After a quick glance, I found that it was actually Qinyu calling. Speaking of which, I haven't contacted Qinyu since I rescued Qin Guangyang that day. This woman called out of the blue. Could it be that something had happened to Qin Guangyang again? Zhou Yuan muttered and answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhou?" "It's me. What does Mr. Qin want to talk to me about?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I was busy with some things a while ago and haven't had time to contact you. I don't know if you are free tonight. My father and I would like to treat you to a meal." On the other end of the phone, Qinyu made an invitation. Zhou Yuan wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind and said, "I happen to be free tonight. After all, it is a social interaction, so you have to attend this kind of dinner. Tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Donghai Hotel, what do you think?" "Can. Then I'll send someone to pick you up then?" "That's not necessary. I'll drive there myself when the time comes." "Okay, then I won't bother Mr. Zhou for now. See you in the evening." "See you tonight." After hanging up the phone, it was still early, so Zhou Yuan simply started playing the chicken game. When the time was almost right, he took a shower, packed his things, and drove to the Donghai Hotel. When we arrived at the place, Qinyu and his daughter were already waiting for us. When the two sides met, there was some meaningless politeness, and then Qin Guangyang and his daughter took Zhou Yuan to the private room. "I still have to thank Mr. Zhou for saving my life. If it weren't for you, Mr. Zhou, I would probably still be lying on the hospital bed. This cup is for Mr. Zhou." The food and wine were served and Qin Guangyang picked up the glass. "Mr. Qin, you are too polite. I have to be loyal to the person who entrusted me with the task." Zhou Yuan said something polite and drank it all in one gulp. "Mr. Zhou, I want to toast you as well. I was so rude to you at first. Fortunately, you are so magnanimous." Qinyu then spoke. Zhou Yuan didn't refuse and drank another glass happily. Afterwards, the two sides chatted casually and drank together, and both the host and the guests had a great time. After 3 rounds of drinks, both parties were chatting happily when the door of the private room suddenly made a knock. Qin Guangyang casually replied, "Come in," and in the blink of an eye, someone pushed the door open. Chapter 68 Uninvited Guests. Seeing the person coming, Qin Guangyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Qinyu, on the other hand, was a little less skilled at cultivating his qi, and his expression instantly became a little unhappy. "I just heard someone say that they saw President Qin, but I didn't quite believe it. I didn't expect that President Qin was actually here. I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Qin." The person who came in was a middle-aged man about the same age as Qin Guangyang, and he also had the temperament of a wealthy businessman. But there is a hint of cunning between his facial features and eyebrows, which inevitably makes people feel a little repulsive. Following behind him was a young man in his 20s, who was dressed in a suit and looked very noble. His face was somewhat similar to his, but he was less cunning and scheming, and instead had a bit of arrogance. Judging from their appearance, they are most likely father and son. Zhou Yuan looked at the young and arrogant guy and bowed to Qin Guanyang. "Hello, Uncle Qin." After saying hello, the guy blinked and looked at Qinyu, smiling. "Qinyu, so you are here too?" Qinyu showed a trace of disgust on his face, and snorted coldly without responding. It was out of courtesy, so he bowed slightly to the middle-aged man as a greeting and called out, "Hello, Mr. Mu." "You girl, you are being too formal. Don't call me Mr. Mu. Just call me Uncle Mu," Mu Hongwei said with a smile. Qinyu obviously didn't want to respond, but Qin Guanyang smiled and said, "What a coincidence today. I didn't expect to run into President Mu. What a coincidence. I originally thought that Mr. Qin was unwell and was still recuperating in the hospital. I didn't expect that Mr. Qin actually recovered from his illness. It's really a pleasant surprise," Mu Hongwei said with a smile, but his eyes seemed to look at Zhou Yuan unintentionally. "It turns out that Mr. Qin has a guest here. I wonder what this person's name is. Mr. Qin, would you mind introducing him to me?" When he spoke, his eyes were smiling, and a hint of fierceness flashed across his face inadvertently. Even Mu Hua, who was following, looked at Zhou Yuan. "This is Qin's lifesaver, Mr. Zhou Yuan Zhou. If it weren't for him, Qin would still be lying in the hospital now." Qin Guanyang introduced it with a seemingly casual smile. "It turns out to be Mr. Zhou. I am so sorry for my disrespect." Mu Hongwei smiled and extended his hand to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was sitting there calmly watching the show. Seeing this, he raised his eyebrows slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then stood up. The two sides shook hands, and Mu Hongwei looked at Qin Guanyang with a smile. "Since Mr. Qin has guests to entertain, I won't disturb you. I'll invite Mr. Qin to a private gathering later when I have time. Then I won't see President Mu off. Mr. Qin, please stay. Goodbye." After some polite words, Mu Hongwei took Mu Hua out of the private room. As soon as the father and son went out, their smiles disappeared instantly. Mu Hua even whispered anxiously, "Dad, the guy named Zhou was the one we investigated before. He was the one who saved old man Qin Guanyang." "I know it without you telling me." Mu Hongwei glanced at him. Mu Hua said, "Oh," and then he blinked and said, "What should we do now? Qin Guanyang has recovered now, will it affect our plan? I have already arranged everything. Even if Qin wakes up now, it will be useless. You don't have to worry about it. Also, please wait in the car while I make a phone call." Mu Hongwei waved his hand, and Mu Hua quickly responded and left the hotel first. As soon as he left, Mu Hongwei immediately took out his cell phone. After a while, the call was connected, and he quickly recounted the details of the meeting. At the end, he suddenly added one more sentence. "Uncle Bai, I think that guy is very young, and I don't think he is a master. Why bother you? I'd better find someone to kill him directly. Anyway, I have checked his information and address clearly. Just deal with your opponent. You don't need to bother with that guy." The person on the other end responded coldly and hung up the phone. Chapter 69. What a pity. Let me explain this on two sides. In this private room. As soon as Mu Hongwei and his son left, the three of them sat down again. Zhou Yuan was a little curious and asked casually, "Who were those two just now?" Xingyu did not hide it and explained, "Those are Mu Hongwei and Mu Hua, father and son, our competitors of Maisie Group." Zhou Yuan said oh and felt relieved. He just felt that the expressions and tones of the two parties during their conversation were strange, and there was something vaguely wrong. Otherwise he wouldn't have been curious and asked. It turns out that the two parties are not friends, but business rivals. That makes sense. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized it and didn't think about it anymore. Apart from this little episode, the meal was a great success for both the host and the guests. After the meal, Zhou Yuan drove away by himself, declining Qin Guanyang and Qin Yu's offer to send someone to see him off. Although he had drunk some alcohol, he had used the Xian Huang Qi to dissolve the alcohol in his body, so now he was fine. Besides, at this late hour, he had no plan to go back to school, but drove straight to the hillside villa of Jinyu Haoding. Zhou Yuan missed Feng Jing very much after not seeing her for 2 days. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly had an idea and decided to give Feng Jing a surprise. He did not drive up the mountain, but parked the car in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, in order to avoid the engine noise from making Feng Jing aware of it in advance. After parking the car, Zhou Yuan hurried to the villa on the mountainside with a little excitement like a thief. However, after turning a corner of the mountain road, Zhou Yuan suddenly stopped. I saw that all the street lights on the road ahead were off. And in this dark road section that is dozens of meters long, there is a pitch-black figure standing quietly. Due to the lack of light, I couldn't see the other person clearly at all. It was only through the light from nearby and farther away that I could vaguely see that the other person was wearing a wide cloak. At this moment, a night breeze blew by, bringing a cool breeze. As the trees on both sides rustled, the man's black cloak moved with the wind, bringing with it a somewhat chilling and murderous feeling. At this moment, Zhou Yuan realized something was wrong. It's not summer now, and there shouldn't be any tourists hiking at this time. The most important thing is that this road does not lead to any mountain views, it just leads directly to the villa halfway up the mountain where he lives. In other words, this person was obviously here to block him. Zhou Yuan became more cautious and secretly mobilized the Xin Huangqi. However, he did not take the initiative to speak or express his opinion. Instead, he was extremely cautious in secret, pretending nothing had happened and just staring at the other person motionlessly. Neither of them spoke for a while, and the atmosphere became increasingly heavy. The stalemate lasted for a long time, until Zhou Yuan could no longer bear it, and the person under the cloak suddenly spoke. "Aren't you afraid?" The voice was extremely hoarse, and carried a sense of vicissitudes and old age. Zhou Yuan was a little surprised, but immediately responded, "Why should I be afraid?" The thought of fear flashed through Zhou Yuan's mind for a moment. But it only took a moment for the emotion to dissipate on its own. Because with his current strength, there is no need to be afraid. If a fight really breaks out, ordinary master warriors will not be his match. Even if light firearms are used, he is now able to defend himself with the Xianhuang Qi protecting his body, so there is no need to be afraid. I have to say that today's young people are really amazing. Not only are they very capable, but they are also very courageous. The guy under the cloak laughed as he spoke. There was some inexplicable amusement in his laughter, but it sounded uncomfortable, like a night owl. He laughed for a while, then suddenly spoke again, his voice revealing a sense of regret. "But what a pity. Chapter 70 Your life experience is too shallow." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but frown and said subconsciously, "What a pity. It's a pity that you have so little experience in life." As this guy spoke, his tone was still regretful. But this regret was accompanied by a sense of regret and contempt. Too little life experience? What is going on? Zhou Yuan was completely confused. To be honest, he still hasn't figured out what's going on. From what the other party said, it seemed like he was looking for trouble with me. But the problem is that Zhou Yuan doesn't remember that he has any grudge against such a guy. When he thought about it, his current enemies were only Song Cheng, Wu Feng, and Wu Yong. It seems that these three guys have no connection with the person in front of them. What's even more speechless is that the other party has come to cause trouble, so the normal development is to take action. In the end, this person not only refused to take action, but also just stood there and kept talking nonsense. What kind of a trick is this? Have I encountered some mental illness? Zhou Yuan was puzzled and said, "Old man, why do you have to play tricks on me? If you have something to say or a purpose, just say it directly." The man under the cloak was silent for a while, then his voice turned to pity, and he shook his head and said, "I didn't expect you to know nothing when the time comes. But I'm in a good mood, and I still have some time, so I'll take the trouble to explain it to you." As he spoke, he began to walk towards Zhou Yuan calmly and leisurely. "I think you have not forgotten that a few days ago, you saved a guy named Qin and helped him to eliminate the poison in his body, right?" Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and suddenly understood. "You are the one who cast the curse. No wonder it's so mysterious. It turns out that the other party is that Gu master. No wonder, no wonder. Only this kind of person would behave so weirdly and spookily. It seems that you are not so stupid. The one who cast the curse was none other than me." Zhou Yuan frowned. "So? Are you here to cause trouble to me now?" "No, no, no. If you just want to cause trouble, why would I come here personally?" The other party shook his head again. Zhou Yuan was stunned and suddenly frowned. "So you mean to say you're here to kill me? Not bad, not bad. It seems that you react quite quickly. It's a pity." The other party suddenly stopped talking. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What a pity?" "It's a pity that you realized it too late." As the other party spoke, he had already come a few meters away, stopped slightly, then raised his hand and took off his hood. Even at this distance, Zhou Yuan could already see his appearance, and his eyebrows narrowed instantly. The other person was indeed an old man, but he was skinny, with sunken eye sockets, a high jaw, a hooked nose, and purple lips. He looked a bit weird and scary. Seeing Zhou Yuan's surprise, the old man laughed. His wrinkled skin twitched, which was uglier than crying, and even had a bit of horror. Do you know why I have been talking nonsense to you from beginning to end? Zhou Yuan was suddenly startled, and suddenly felt a little ominous, and his face changed slightly. Seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, the old man smiled even more. It seems that you have reacted, but unfortunately it's too late. The reason why I was talking nonsense to you just now was to take advantage of the wind direction to poison you. Calculating the time, you should have been poisoned by now. As the old man spoke, his expression showed a hint of arrogance and complacency. Originally, I was afraid that you would discover my identity, so I deliberately used poison. But I didn't expect you to be so stupid that you couldn't even guess my identity. If I had known this earlier, why would I have wasted these 2 days researching poison? I should have come directly to your door. Chapter 71. Hand over the qi refining method and I will spare your life. When the old man talked about this, his face was full of regret, as if the 2 days he had wasted were very precious. Zhou Yuan's face looked extremely ugly. At this moment he suddenly felt something strange in his body. He felt sore and weak all over his body. What's worse is that there's a pain like ants biting at various bones. He couldn't stop staggering, swaying a few times, and then fell to the ground. You have been poisoned by my marrow-eating blood-transforming goo, but you have managed to hold on until now. You are quite capable. The old man seemed to be praising Zhou Yuan, but his tone and expression could not conceal his pride. However, he did not notice that at this moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of realization. Evil repelling pill. Although I was poisoned, I still have evil repelling pills. This thing, the system is immune to all poisons, all evils, and all diseases. Believe that the system will never be false or exaggerated. Zhou Yuan pretended to be in pain, secretly opened the system backpack and found the evil repelling pill. He pretended to roll around in pain, quickly took out a mung bean-sized evil repelling pill, then calmly stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it quickly. As the pill entered his stomach, he heard the old man speak again. Young man, considering your pain, I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the qi refining method on you, I will spare your life. How about that? It was not until this moment that Bai Jinchun revealed his true purpose. The purpose of his trip was to kill Zhou Yuan, which was only secondary. The most important thing was to learn the method of refining qi from Zhou Yuan. This is also the reason why he completely disagreed with Mu Hongwei's action when Mu Hongwei called him before. Because he has to do it himself, so it will be easier to interrogate. As for why Bai Jinchun felt that Zhou Yuan possessed the method of refining qi, it all started from that day when he treated the goo. Not to mention that it is very difficult to detect the poisonous insect. Even if the other party can detect it, if it is treated with ordinary medical methods, even a senior doctor may not be able to eliminate it without a course of 3 to 5 days. During this process, as a goo master, you will definitely have continuous perception. But at that time, he sensed that the process of the soul-destroying goo dying only took a few seconds. This means that the opponent killed the soul-destroying goo almost instantly. Anyone who can achieve this level must be a qi refining person, and possess the qi refining method. The method of refining qi. How precious this thing is. Looking across southern Xinjiang, even mysterious forces like the Five Immortals sect and the Ancient Witch sect are almost untold secrets. And Bai Jinchun coveted the method of refining qi very much. If for no other reason than to remove the dirt and toxins from the body, thereby strengthening the body and prolonging life. After all, he has been immersed in the art of poison for many years, and his body has long been in a state of decline. If nothing happens to him, he may not live for more than 2 years. And if you can practice the method of refining qi, then extending your life by another 10 or 8 years should not be a problem. 10 or 8 years of life. How many people in this world are not moved? If it weren't for this, with Bai Jinchun's usual cold and cautious nature, he would never cause any more trouble after the failure of the poison. In order to avoid being tracked and searched in southern Xinjiang, they would even take the initiative to escape. But now Bai Jinchun will not leave. He is now waiting to force Zhou Yuan to reveal the method of refining qi. If you honestly hand over your qi refining method, I promise that I will definitely spare your life. Bai Jinchun blinked and seduced her to speak again. Of course, this was just talk, just to deceive Zhou Yuan. As long as Zhou Yuan hands over the qi refining method, he will definitely take Zhou Yuan's life at the first possible moment. After all, letting a tiger go back into the mountains will only bring more trouble. Chapter 72. The villain dies because of his talkativeness. The moment Zhou Yuan heard Bai Jinchun mention the method of refining qi, his expression changed uncontrollably. He really didn't expect that Bai Jinchun would know the existence of qi refining and know that he possessed the method of qi refining. You have 2 minutes at most. If you still don't agree within 2 minutes, the poison will eat away at your marrow and bones. Even gods won't be able to save you then. Seeing that Zhou Yuan remained silent, Bai Jinchun immediately started to threaten him. Of course, if you are willing to tell me, I can give you the antidote right now and save you from the pain of the poison. Think about it carefully. Should you fight to the death and never say anything, or should you just hand over the qi refining method? At this critical moment, Bai Jinchun was able to keep his composure, unlike ordinary people who would become more nervous and flustered the more serious the event. However, Bai Jinchun never thought that by wasting Zhou Yuan's time like this, he actually did what Zhou Yuan wanted. It gave Zhou Yuan a chance to catch his breath. In just a short while, the evil repelling pill had already begun to dissolve in the body. Zhou Yuan could clearly feel streams of warm currents flowing from his stomach and intestines to his limbs, flesh, blood, and bones. Wherever it passed, the itchy and sour pain like that of insect bites was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, which continued to fade away rapidly. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. In less than half a minute, Zhou Yuan's whole body was enveloped by the warmth brought by the evil repelling pill, and the marrow-eating blood-transforming poison had disappeared without a trace. Even Zhou Yuan's complexion changed from the pale purple color when he was poisoned to gradually becoming rosy and energetic. It's a pity that in the dark of night, Bai Jinchun didn't notice this abnormality at all. Seeing that half a minute had passed and Zhou Yuan still refused to give in, he couldn't help but speak again. Young man, you still have a bright future ahead of you, why are you so stubborn? If I remember correctly, you should be worth a lot of money and have 2 very beautiful women as your supporters, right? Think about your money and your 2 women. If you die, not only will your money be squandered by others, but even your woman will become someone else's plaything. Don't you think it's a pity? On the contrary, as long as you are willing to tell me the method of refining qi, you can continue to enjoy all this. And from now on, I can cooperate with you and help you deal with some shameful things. On one hand, you lose everything, and on the other hand, you continue to enjoy life and everything. You are a smart person, I believe you know what to choose. In order to learn the method of qi training, Bai Jinchun patiently analyzed the method for Zhou Yuan with a smile on his face, even with a kind look. You're right. If I die, everything will be gone. Zhou Yuan lowered his head, climbed up with seemingly difficulty, and spoke while panting. You're right to think so. A look of joy appeared on Bai Jinchun's face, but at the same time, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Speak up. Tell me the method of refining qi honestly. Once you tell me this thing, I will immediately help you ascend to paradise. I can tell you the method of refining qi, but... But what? Bai Jinchun finally became a little anxious. But before that, I have something to say. You say? I don't know if you have ever heard such a saying, old man. What? That's the saying, villains die because they talk too much. Zhou Yuan looked up immediately, a sneer on his face. Bai Jinchun was stunned for a moment and lost his mind for a moment. At this moment Zhou Yuan turned over and stood up, the Shenhuang qi in his body surged and gathered in his right hand. He raised his palm and slammed it hard on Bai Jinchun's heart. Chapter 73, Surviving a Disaster Will Bring Good Fortune. Bang! With a loud bang, Bai Jinchun instantly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground like a dead dog, rolled around a few times in a miserable state, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. But this guy is really lucky. Even so, he is not dead yet. He just twitched, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose. Seeing his miserable state, Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he belatedly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I opened the box and got the evil repelling pill before. Otherwise, he might really have capsized in the ditch today. And if the boat really capsized? Even though Bai Jinchun said he would let him go, only a fool would believe such nonsense. If that situation really comes to pass, he will definitely die without a burial place. When Zhou Yuan thought about how he was almost killed by Bai Jinchun, his face darkened and he even felt murderous in his heart. As the saying goes, I won't offend others unless they offend me. Now that Bai Jinchun wants to kill him, he naturally can't play the role of a saint and let the tiger go back to the mountains for no reason. Zhou Yuan was cautious, turned his head to look at Bai Jinchun, who was vomiting blood on the ground, and then, summoning all his profound energy, he strode towards him. But at this moment, the system prompt sounded. You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, killing is wrong, so why not spare his life? Reward, 10 million in cash, 5 random attributes, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 2, imprison this person and torture him to extract a confession. Reward, 10 million yuan, 5 random attributes, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 3, those who kill will be killed. When necessary, you must act decisively, and do not be soft-hearted. Reward, 30 million in cash, 10 random attributes, and 2 advanced system treasure chests. It is impossible to let the tiger go back to the mountains. He had no interest in forcing a confession from the other party. Among the 3 options, Zhou Yuan decisively chose the third one. At the same time, Bai Jinchun seemed to have a last burst of energy, staring at Zhou Yuan with unwillingness and confusion. Why, I clearly poisoned you. Why are you not affected? Go to hell and ask the king of hell about this question. Zhou Yuan's face was stern. After he said this, the Xianhuang Qi surged into his right foot and he kicked Bai Jinchun hard in the heart. In an instant, there was a faint explosion, and Bai Jinchun's face instantly turned red. In the blink of an eye, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body shook and collapsed to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will receive 30 million in cash, 10 points of charm attribute, and 2 advanced system treasure chests. The system sound rang out, meaning that Bai Jinchun was dead and could not die anymore. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, opened the system backpack, and opened the system treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest, obtaining the skill magic shape, and obtaining servant contract 1. Mystique, a special skill of the special type. After using it, you can obtain magical powers equivalent to Mystique, but 1000 system points will be deducted at one time every hour after the transformation. Slave contract, a special consumable. After use, you can force any creature to be enslaved and gain 100% loyalty that never decays. The more your total attribute value exceeds that of the other party, the higher the success rate of enslavement. And vice versa. They say that those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. After a near-death experience, his luck suddenly skyrocketed. Looking at the 2 items out of the box, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt happier. The 2 things I opened this time definitely made me a lot of money. Needless to say, the ability to transform into anyone like Mystique is absolutely a magical skill that defies the heavens. As for the slavery contract, it is absolutely a divine object. After successful enslavement, you will gain 100% loyalty from the other party, which will never decrease. It's amazing. Chapter 74. You are the first day, and I am the 15th. Zhou Yuan was excited for a while, then quickly opened the mall to take a look. Because shape magic is a special skill, it has not been refreshed in the mall yet. The slavery contract is already on sale in the mall, but the price is a bit scary. Although it did not exceed the price of the evil repelling pill, it was also marked at a high price of 800,000 yuan, successfully becoming the second most expensive in the mall. They say good steel should be used on the blade. It seems this thing can't be used casually. Zhou Yuan no longer thought about the slavery contract, so he just left it alone and used the magic shapeshifting technique instead. I didn't feel anything special after using the skill book, but there was an additional transformation option on the system panel. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be curious and tried to transform himself into Fengjing. I took a selfie with my mobile phone and sure enough, I couldn't tell any difference. I tried to speak and even the voice was exactly the same as Fengjing's. Awesome! This skill is really awesome. Zhou Yuan was very surprised. With this skill, if you want to do something bad or frame someone, you will be able to succeed. Of course, framing others is just something he can think about. Zhou Yuan still has a bottom line. Zhou Yuan quickly stopped thinking about it and turned to look at the corpse on the ground. Now that Bai Jinchun is dead, the body must be disposed of. Fortunately, this is a mountain area, so we can just find a place to bury it. Zhou Yuan thought about it, bent down, picked up Bai Jinchun's body, and ran straight into the depths of the forest. Without any tools, Zhou Yuan used Xianhuang Qi to dig. After half an hour of hard work, he dug out a big pit. Just after Bai Jinchun's body was thrown in, a buzzing sound was suddenly heard. Zhou Yuan was startled, but after he took a breath, he realized that it was the cell phone on Bai Jinchun's body. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, took out his cell phone, and glanced at it. The name Mu Hongwei appeared on the incoming call list. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, blinked 2 or 3 times, and suddenly understood. He had been wondering why Bai Jinchun had cast a curse on Qin Guanyang, but now it made sense. Obviously Bai Jinchun has a certain relationship with Mu Hongwei. Mu Hongwei and Qin Guanyang are competitors, so he must want to get rid of Qin Guanyang. That's why he asked Bai Jinchun to do it. But the act of killing me tonight. I wonder if there is a place for Mu Hongwei. If so, I must settle the score with this guy no matter what. Zhou Yuan was thinking secretly while his cell phone kept ringing. He hesitated for a moment and decisively hung up the phone. Now that Bai Jinchun is dead, I can't answer the phone call. But even if I can't answer the phone call, I can still send text messages. Zhou Yuan picked up his phone, considered his words, and then sent a text message to Mu Hongwei. The matter is settled, and the person is dead. After waiting for a while, the phone buzzed and a message came back. Thank you for your hard work this time, Uncle Bai. Although it was just a short sentence, Zhou Yuan already had the answer in his mind. Based on this tone, Mu Hongwei must be responsible for my being abducted tonight. When he thought of this, a cold look flashed across Zhou Yuan's face. Others do the first day, I do the 15th. Since Mu Hongwei wants to kill him, he must take revenge. Mu, just wait. I will settle this account with you later. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly, crushed the phone with a snap, and threw it directly into the pit. After spending more than 10 minutes burying Bai Jinchun's body, Zhou Yuan returned to the scene and cleaned the scene carefully to make sure nothing was missing before rushing to the villa. I had wasted a lot of time before, and it was almost 11 o'clock when I returned to the villa. All the lights were off, and it seemed that Feng Jing and Wang Lu should have gone to bed. I don't know if it's because he was just stained with blood, but Zhou Yuan not only didn't he feel any guilt or nausea at this moment, but on the contrary, his whole body was filled with desire. He took a shower first, then went to Feng Jing's room in the dark. Chapter 75. You have feelings for him too. Nothing happened that night. When I woke up again, it was already bright the next day. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes dazedly, turned over habitually, and then glanced at the person opposite him. He was indeed stunned for a moment. The person lying next to him at this moment was not Feng Jing, but Wang Lu. How could this happen? What the hell is going on? At this moment, Zhou Yuan only felt his head buzzing. While he was stunned, Wang Lu next to him hummed unconsciously and opened his eyes in a daze. When their eyes met, Wang Lu blushed immediately. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that last night. After all, it was the first time that Zhou Yuan encountered such a thing, and he instinctively felt a little guilty and panicked. Wang Lu was also shocked. She lowered her head in panic and stammered, nothing. It would have been fine if she didn't say anything. This sentence was nothing, but it made Zhou Yuan so embarrassed that he couldn't hold it anymore. Well, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. You take a rest, Zhou Yuan had no face to stay here after such a sudden situation. He immediately got out of bed, changed his clothes in a hurry, and ran out of the room. He had no choice but to go out and close the door. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Last night, because I killed someone for the first time, I was in a bad mood. After I came back, I just wanted to vent, but I never thought that something like this would happen. If he had known that this kind of trouble would happen, he might as well have stayed outside overnight and not come back, to avoid such embarrassment now. He has no idea how to face Feng Jing and Wang Lu next. If it really doesn't work, how about going back to school and hiding out? Stay for a few days and wait for this to settle itself? Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing to see him every day. Zhou Yuan was still thinking about it in his mind, but he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. I turned my head reflexively and saw Feng Jing appear in the living room with breakfast. Zhou Yuan felt his scalp tingling and all the hair on his body stood up because of embarrassment. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck on his lips and he couldn't utter them. Instead, Feng Jing put down the food in her hand, turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Nothing. I remembered that I had something to do at school, so I didn't want to eat. I was in a hurry to get there. At this moment, Zhou Yuan really didn't have the face to face Feng Jing. He hurriedly said this and went downstairs in a panic. After a while, Zhou Yuan left the villa, went down the mountain to get Dania, and went straight to the school. In the villa, Wang Lu sat awkwardly in the living room, head down, feeling a little overwhelmed. Beside her, Feng Jing looked at her like this and suddenly laughed. Hearing the noise, Wang Lu raised her head and glanced at Feng Jing carefully. Jingjing, are you okay? I'm fine, what's wrong? Feng Jing said with a smile. Wang Lu said anxiously, aren't you angry? Feng Jing smiled and said, why should I be angry? Wang Lu was surprised and said subconsciously, he and I have been like that, and you, as his girlfriend. But before she finished her words, Feng Jing spoke up, Lulu, you are wrong. Wang Lu was a little confused. A man like him will never lack women around him. So from the day I got with him, I made a plan. As long as he doesn't abandon me, I absolutely don't mind him having other women. Even if these women include you. Besides, I saw it before. You actually have feelings for him, right? Chapter 76, It's Great to be Rich. Wang Lu panicked when Feng Jing exposed her thoughts and quickly denied it. No, I didn't. Really? Seeing her like this, Feng Jing suddenly smiled. Wang Lu was speechless for a moment and felt a little uneasy. Seeing this, Feng Jing stood up and moved closer to Wang Lu, teasing, we have known each other for more than a year, you don't really think I'm stupid, do you? Apart from anything else, when we had dinner together a few days ago, did you really think I didn't notice what you did? You know? Wang Lu shivered in shock. Of course I know. He was sitting right next to me. Did you really think I couldn't see your little trick? Feng Jing glared at her and laughed again. But I really didn't expect that you were so brave. It was the first time we met, and in a place like that, and you dared to do something so reckless. I was. Wang Lu blushed and stammered. Feng Jing smiled and said, okay, don't be shy. It's actually pretty good now. You've become his woman, and you can share the pressure with me. Wang Lu was stunned and wondered, share the pressure? Share what pressure? Seeing this, Feng Jing leaned close to Wang Lu's ear and whispered something. You want to die. Wang Lu blushed immediately and couldn't help but push Feng Jing lightly. Here, Zhou Yuan drove all the way back to school. But he didn't go to class, but went straight to the office building. He came here intending to take a leave. As the saying goes, a grudge is never left overnight. Because of the attack last night, he had already planned to settle the score with Mu Hongwei as soon as possible. After parking the car at the office building, Zhou Yuan hurried to Su Lan's office and knocked on the door. Someone inside answered, come in. Pushing the door open, Zhou Yuan saw several counselors in the office. With a quick glance, he saw Su Lan working. Su Lan looked up and saw Zhou Yuan. His originally calm expression changed slightly, revealing a bit of contempt and displeasure. Zhou Yuan didn't care about Su Lan's expression. He walked over quickly and said, Teacher Su, I want to ask you for half a day off. Su Lan put down the pen in her hand, turned her head slightly to glance at Zhou Yuan, and said coldly, ask for leave? Do you know how many times you have asked for leave this month? No. Zhou Yuan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. To be honest, he had indeed taken too many days off this month, basically one every 3 or 5 days. Teacher Su, I really have something important to deal with. Please be flexible. Important things? What important things can you have as a student? What can be more important than studying? Su Lan had a cold expression on her face. Or do you think you're so rich that you can't even go to school? In fact, Su Lan had a very good impression of Zhou Yuan at first, diligent and optimistic, modest and motivated, and willing to help others. He was definitely a good talent. Therefore, she took good care of Zhou Yuan and helped introduce him to some pretty good part-time jobs. But ever since the last slander by the school security department, her impression of Zhou Yuan took a sharp turn for the worse. Although the truth came out later and proved that Zhou Yuan was wrongly accused, his final act of using money to pressure others once again aroused her dissatisfaction. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of thing is not a big deal at all. But Su Lan is different. Her family experiences when she was young made her extremely disgusted with this kind of behavior of using money to pressure others. It was also because of this that when she saw Zhou Yuan after leaving the security department that day, she spoke in such a sarcastic tone. This is also the reason why she refuses to approve leave at this moment. She doesn't like Zhou Yuan. Not only is it unpleasant to the eyes, it's even disgusting. Chapter 77 Just for Fun. Zhou Yuan was really annoyed by Su Lan's words. Just when he was about to explain, Su Lan's cell phone rang. No one knew what was said on the other end of the phone. In the blink of an eye, Su Lan's face changed, looking extremely ugly and a little pale. Judging from his appearance, I'm afraid something has happened to him. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything else. After Su Lan hung up the phone a few minutes later, Zhou Yuan spoke again. Teacher Su, please be flexible. I really have something to do. I don't care if you have something to do or not. Anyway, I won't approve your leave. Either you skip class or you go back to class. I don't know if it's because of the phone call just now, but Su Lan not only looks ugly, but also has a very bad temper. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan simply accepted his bad luck, turned around and left without saying anything else. Since I can't ask for leave, the worst that can happen is that I'll just be marked as absent from class. Anyway, if you skip classes too often, the worst that can happen is a demerit. If you get too many demerits, the worst that can happen is disciplinary action or expulsion. With his current financial situation, it doesn't matter whether he goes to college or not. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuan returned to the car. He stopped thinking about Su Lan and started thinking about how to settle the score with Mu Hongwei. The best way, of course, is to meet Mu Hongwei secretly, use the technique of spying, and see if this guy has any weaknesses or secrets that can be exploited. As for directly killing the other party, forget it. As for killing, I will only kill someone if that person wants to kill me first. Otherwise, if you get too much blood on your hands, you will get retribution sooner or later. With this in mind, it would be more appropriate to use the spying technique to find the black material's weaknesses. Xiaobai, help me locate Mu Hongwei's number. Master, please wait. The number is being located. The other party's current location is Yunjin Road, Qingyun Tea House. With Xiaobai, the intelligent computer, and Mu Hongwei's number from last night, Zhou Yuan got Mu Hongwei's location in the blink of an eye. Start the big bowl and head straight to Qingyun Tea House. When they arrived, Xiaobai directly locked onto a private room, but Zhou Yuan did not go up, but instead found a random seat in the hall. After waiting for about half an hour, I saw Mu Hongwei coming down from upstairs with a middle-aged man. Without saying anything, Zhou Yuan used his spying skills directly on Mu Hongwei and the middle-aged man beside him. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of information popped up above their heads. After taking a quick glance, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but frown. This Mu Hongwei is just as I thought. He is a ruthless and merciless person. He has several lives on his hands and a lot of dirty secrets. In addition, this guy is indeed plotting against Qin Guanyang. He has recently been conspiring to contact the shareholders of the Meizi Group, preparing to form alliances and remove Qin Guanyang from the position of chairman, so as to swallow up the Meizi Group step by step. After seeing this secret, Zhou Yuan suddenly changed his mind. It would be too boring to directly use Mu Hongwei's negative information to bring him down. It would be fun to ruin Mu Hongwei's plan. Zhou Yuan quickly came up with a plan and began to think about it carefully. Judging from the secrets he just got from Mu Hongwei, this guy actually has everything ready except for the east wind. If they want to ruin Mu Hongwei's plan and deal him a severe blow when he is most proud, they have to find the most important chess piece in this power-grabbing drama, Yan Zhonghua. He is one of the major shareholders of Meizi Group, holding 19% of the shares. It is with his help that Mu Hongwei is confident that he can overthrow Qin Guanyang in one fell swoop. And what a coincidence, this Yan Zhonghua is the one next to Mu Hongwei at this moment. There isn't much negative information about this person, and most of it is either hard to find evidence or not strong enough. After looking around, his weakness is the only one that can be exploited. Having a son in old age, I spoil him extremely. However, Zhou Yuan didn't know Yan Zhonghua, let alone his son's situation. After thinking it over, he took out his cell phone and called Chen Wentai. Chapter 78: The Yan Family Father and Son. Mr. Zhou, what do you want? As soon as the phone call was connected, Chen Wentai immediately spoke respectfully. Zhou Yuan got straight to the point. I want to ask you, do you know a man named Yan Zhonghua? I know him, Yan Zhonghua, the CEO of Zhongchuan Real Estate. Chen Wentai quickly introduced the situation and then changed the subject. Mr. Zhou, I would like to ask, did he offend you? With his status and position, he is confident that he can deal with Yan Zhonghua. So if Yan Zhonghua really offended Zhou Yuan, he wouldn't mind taking action against Yan Zhonghua personally in order to please Zhou Yuan. No, I just want to know about him. Zhou Yuan explained, and then said, since you know Yan Zhonghua, you should also know his son, right? I know him. His son, Yan Qingyun, is well known in the playboy circle in Guangcheng. This guy relies on Yan Zhonghua's reputation and is usually very arrogant. He looks down on others and doesn't take them seriously at all. Zhou Yuan was curious and said casually, no matter how arrogant he is, can he ignore you? Chen Wentai said, he doesn't have the guts to do that. This guy is only good in the second-rate circle. If he really wants to move up to the higher circles, no one will look at him straight in the eye. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. I heard from a younger brother of mine last night that Yan Qingyun had made an appointment with him to have fun at Yunjing Entertainment City tonight. Mr. Zhou, if you have something to do, how about I help you arrange it? Chen Wentai took the initiative to mention it. After hearing what he said, Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to agree. But after changing his mind, he said, you don't need to get involved in this matter. But if Yan Qingyun really goes to your place tonight, remember to notify me. After all, Chen Wentai is not one of them, so Zhou Yuan doesn't really trust him. Besides, he himself had no plan to have too much contact with Yan Qingyun. At most, he would just meet him once and use his spying skills to see if there was any black material he could get hold of on the other party. Therefore, it is better for Chen Wentai not to get involved in such matters. Okay, Mr. Zhou, don't worry. When that guy shows up tomorrow, I will notify you as soon as possible. Chen Wentai didn't dare to ask more questions, let alone refuse, so he agreed promptly. Zhou Yuan said a few polite words to him and then hung up the phone. Half a day passed in a flash. In the evening, Chen Wentai called again. Mr. Zhou, Yan Qingyun has already arrived at the club. Do you want me to send someone to pick you up? No need, I can go there by myself. Zhou Yuan declined Chen Wentai's kindness and drove directly to Yunjing Entertainment City. This place is one of the most famous entertainment clubs in Guangcheng. The guests who come here are either rich or noble. When he arrived at the door, Zhou Yuan didn't expect that Chen Wentai was also there, and Chen Hong was beside him. Mr. Zhou, you are here. When he saw Zhou Yuan, Chen Wentai greeted him respectfully. Zhou Yuan didn't say much and just responded casually. Mr. Zhou, please follow me. The guy named Yan arrived half an hour ago. Chen Wentai said this and hurriedly led Zhou Yuan into the club. As soon as he entered the door, a group of receptionists saw Chen Wentai and immediately respectfully called him Mr. Chen. Zhou Yuan asked curiously, is this place also your property? Chen Wentai said hurriedly, it's not my property. I just took a small stake. Zhou Yuan didn't ask any more questions and followed Chen Wentai up to the third floor. The three of them walked around the corridor, and Chen Wentai raised his hand and pointed to the box at the end. Mr. Zhou, the guy named Yan booked that private room. Do you think I should ask someone to call him out, or should you? As he was speaking, there was a sudden click and the door of the box next to him opened. In the blink of an eye, a figure stumbled out. Chapter 79 You are looking for death. The figure stumbled out without looking ahead, and accidentally tripped and fell to the ground with a groan of pain. Zhou Yuan took a quick glance and saw a woman whose attire was somewhat out of place in this kind of place. However, she was lowering her head, so he couldn't see her appearance. Are you okay? Zhou Yuan asked and extended his hand like a gentleman. However, the woman ignored him and instead hurriedly climbed up using both hands and feet. When she looked up, Zhou Yuan was suddenly stunned. It's you? What a coincidence! This woman was none other than the counselor Su Lan who had made Zhou Yuan so angry in the morning. Su Lan also saw Zhou Yuan at this moment and was also stunned. But in the blink of an eye, she lowered her head guiltily, turned around in panic and wanted to run. But at this moment, two ferocious-looking men rushed out of the private room. The two were stunned when they saw Zhou Yuan and his two companions. However, they ignored Zhou Yuan and the other two in the blink of an eye, and turned to look at Su Lan who was about to run. Bitch, you still want to run? The two men cursed and grabbed Su Lan. Let go. Let me go. Su Lan's face turned pale instantly, and he struggled and shouted in panic. Let me go. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Go back here obediently. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're in big trouble. The two men cursed and violently dragged Su Lan into the private room. Let go. Let go. Su Lan struggled frantically, but as a woman, how could she possibly be a match for two men? Seeing that he couldn't break free, Su Lan blinked and looked at Zhou Yuan. Help! Zhou Yuan, help me! Please! Save me! Su Lan shouted in panic and even grabbed Zhou Yuan's arm. Seeing this, the two men couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan and the other two. One of the yellow-haired men frowned coldly and threatened directly, Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Just do what you should do. While they were talking, the other man with a buzz cut started to curse at Su Lan coldly. You bitch, you still want to save your life, right? I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you. While he was cursing, Su Lan suddenly struggled hard and opened his mouth to bite the guy's hand. Mao Duntu was quick-witted and quick-handed, and broke free from the arm in an instant. You bitch, you still want to bite me? While cursing, he raised his hand and hit Su Lan in the face. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan finally couldn't hold back his compassion. He raised his hand and grabbed the wrist of the man with a cruel cut. Hey buddy, if you have anything to say, let's talk. It's not appropriate to hit a woman, right? Although Zhou Yuan was dissatisfied with Su Lan because of her previous leave. But Su Lan was still his counselor after all, and she had taken good care of him during the past 2 years. So even though he was angry, he wasn't going to just watch Su Lan get slapped in the face. Boy, let go right now. I'm warning you not to meddle in other people's business. The man with the crew cut suddenly changed his expression and stared at Zhou Yuan fiercely. Do you know who we are? Get out of here if you know what's best for you, or I'll make you pay for it. In the blink of an eye, the yellow-haired man also spoke. His tone and attitude were extremely arrogant. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and sneered when he heard this. Then I want to see how you can make me suffer the consequences. Fuck you, you're courting death. The yellow-haired man cursed angrily, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he raised his foot to kick Zhou Yuan. Chapter 80. Who is this guy? Huang Mao is a ruthless person who starts fighting as soon as he says he will. However, as soon as he raised his foot, Zhou Yuan didn't even need to do anything. Chen Hong, who had been standing obediently beside him, moved instantly. His figure flashed, and he kicked the yellow-haired man in the stomach. In an instant, a scream was heard. The yellow-haired man flew backwards and hit the wall of the corridor with a bang. In the blink of an eye, he slid to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden change made Mao Kunta stunned. When he came to his senses and saw Huang Mao vomiting blood, his face changed instantly. You dared to do that? He said in a panic, blinked and pretended to be calm. You are dead. You three, don't even think about walking out alive today. However, just as Mao Duntu finished his threat, Chen Hong stepped in front of him. Bang! With a slap, the man with a crew cut fell to the ground with his hands covering his face. You are dead. Just wait for me. Seeing this scene, the yellow-haired man screamed in panic, staggered to his feet, turned around and rushed back to the private room. After a few breaths, a bald man came out, leading a yellow-haired man and another middle-aged man with a big belly. Who the hell is this? You even dare to hit my people? Are you tired of living? As soon as the bald man appeared, he started yelling and cursing. Boss, it's these 3 bastards. They're the ones who ruined your plans. The yellow-haired guy held his stomach and started to complain. You 3, you're so impatient to live like this, aren't you? The bald man started cursing. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the fat man saw Chen Wentai, his face turned pale, and he was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat. Mr. Chen! The fat man shouted in panic, and immediately put on the look of a grandson, with cold sweat on his forehead, nodding and bowing desperately with a smile on his face. Who was that? It turns out to be Mr. Wang. Chen Wentai obviously knew this guy and smiled indifferently. The fat man shuddered instantly and said in panic, Mr. Chen, this is a misunderstanding, Mr. Chen. The bald man was a little confused when he saw this, and subconsciously said, Brother-in-law, what are you doing? But before he could finish his words, Wang Hong's face suddenly darkened and he slapped the bald man in the face. Sister, you are so blind. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Chen? The bald man covered his face in shock for a moment. Seeing him acting stupidly, Wang Hong was so angry that he kicked the bald man. This good-for-nothing bastard brother-in-law, no wonder he is just a small gang leader now, he really has no vision at all. I asked you to apologize, why the hell are you standing there? Do you know who this is? This is Master Chen. While Wang Hong was cursing, he quickly winked at the bald man. Mr. Chen? The bald man was stunned again, but reacted in the blink of an eye. His face turned pale with fear and he knelt down without saying a word. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I. The bald man hesitated for a moment, obviously too scared to know what to say. What a waste. Wang Hong cursed secretly, then immediately put on an apologetic smile, bent his waist and said flatteringly, Mr. Chen, my brother-in-law is ignorant, please be magnanimous, please forgive him this time. Chen Wentai glanced at Wang Hong coldly and ignored him. Instead, he turned his head to look at Zhou Yuan and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhou, what do you think about this?" This. Wang Hong was suddenly shocked. This is Chen Wentai, the second son of the Chen family. The best second-generation figure in the entire Guangcheng. Someone of this status would actually be so respectful and polite to such a young guy. Who is this guy? Chapter 81. I paid back the money for her. While Wang Hong was shocked, Zhou Yuan did not respond to Chen Wentai, but turned his head to look at Su Lan beside him. "Teacher Su, are you okay?" I'm fine." Su Lan was obviously still in shock, and hesitantly shook his head subconsciously. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan asked, "So what's going on? Are they trying to cause trouble for you on purpose?" Su Lan hesitated and didn't know how to start. Wang Hong saw this and hurriedly interrupted. Zhou Yuan didn't ask any more questions when he saw this. He turned his head to look at the bald man, then looked at Wang Hong. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. We really didn't mean to cause trouble for Miss Su." "You're not looking for trouble on purpose? Then what happened just now?" Without Zhou Yuan saying anything, Chen Wentai stared at Wang Hong coldly with a rather unfriendly tone. That was a moment of urgency. Wang Hong trembled as he spoke. Seeing Chen Wentai's bad look, he quickly explained, "It's mainly because Miss Su's father owed my company a large sum of money. He has been dragging it on for several months and couldn't pay it back, so I had no choice but to find Miss Su. But Miss Su can't pay back the debt, so..." Having said that, Zhou Yuan and Chen Wentai also understood what was going on. The situation just now was obviously that Su Lan couldn't pay back the money, and Wang Hong and others wanted to use force and use human flesh to pay off the debt. As a result, Su Lan was definitely unwilling, so he struggled to escape. In this case, this matter really cannot be blamed entirely on Wang Hong's side. After all, it was you who borrowed the money first. As the saying goes, you should pay back your debts. It's only natural. The most we can say is that Wang Hong and others couldn't get the money, so they resorted to some despicable means. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, glanced at Wang Hong, and asked, "How much money does her father owe you?" Wang Hong said carefully, "Including the principal and interest, the total is more than 1.4 million. When Chen Wentai heard this, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Wang Hong shuddered for a moment, and quickly changed his words. "Of course, the interest is not counted, but as for the principal, you still owe us 930,000. 930,000. This is no big deal for Zhou Yuan, it's no different from $5 or $10. But for an ordinary person like Su Lan, it is definitely a huge sum of money." Zhou Yuan was a little surprised and turned to look at Su Lan. "Teacher Su, does your father really owe so much money?" Su Lan's face looked a little ugly. He lowered his head and hummed in shame. This debt was indeed owed by her father, and as for how he owed it, it was nothing more than a gambling debt. Bad gambling harms people. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chen, we were indeed wrong in what happened today. We shouldn't have been violent towards Miss Su. But we really have no other choice. After all, more than 900,000 is not a small amount, and Miss Su's father has been dragging his feet and not paying it back." Wang Hong spoke cautiously. "I will definitely pay back the money, but I don't have that much money now," Su Lan said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Wentai was quick to see the opportunity and said to Wang Hong, "It's only over 900,000 yuan. I will pay it back for Miss Su. You can go to my company tomorrow and I will ask the finance department to pay you the money." Chen Wentai had no shortage of more than 900,000 yuan, and he spent the money to show his goodwill to Zhou Yuan. "I appreciate Mr. Chen's kindness, but I won't bother you with this bill." Zhou Yuan shook his head, turned to Wang Hong and said, "Tell me your card number and I'll pay it off for her." If Chen Wentai really helps pay back the money this time, then he will definitely owe him this favor. Zhou Yuan felt that it was not worthwhile to ask for a favor just for 900,000 yuan. Besides, if he owed the debt, it would be fine for Chen Wentai to pay it back. But since the real creditor was Su Lan, it was a little inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Chen Wentai had no choice but to nod. Seeing this, Wang Hong quickly reported his card number. Zhou Yuan did not hesitate and directly transferred 930,000 yuan to him. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, and thank you, Mr. Chen. Here is the IOU, please keep it." After receiving the account, Wang Hong immediately nodded and bowed, acting like a grandson. He then obediently handed over the IOU with both hands. "Okay, stop being an eyesore here and get out of here with your things." Chen Wentai waved his hands impatiently. Yes, I'll leave right now, right now." Wang Hong did not dare to delay. He nodded repeatedly and ran away quickly with Baldy and others. Chapter 82 is so fucking unexpected. As soon as Wang Hong left, Su Lan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and turned to look at Zhou Yuan with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Zhou Yuan. I will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. Looking at Su Lan, who kept bowing and nodding with great gratitude, Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered that he had asked Su Lan for leave in the morning. In particular, he still remembered that Su Lan had said to him sarcastically at that time, "Do you think being rich is a big deal?" Thinking of this, the unhappiness that Zhou Yuan had suppressed in his heart came to the fore again. In addition, today's incident was caused by Su Lan's side. He glanced at Su Lan indifferently and said, "Don't worry about the money, Teacher Su, you can pay it back slowly after your monthly expenses. On the contrary, there is something I think I should tell you, Teacher Su. You should remember what you said this morning, right? I can now clearly answer you that in this world, being rich is sometimes really great." With these words, Su Lan's face changed, feeling somewhat humiliated and angry. Zhou Yuan ignored her, turned around and walked away. Chen Wentai didn't even look at Su Lan and quickly followed. The two of them walked all the way to the Jiangshan Wanli private room at the end of the corridor. Listening to the noisy noise inside, Chen Wentai spoke. "Mr. Zhou, Yan Qingyun is in there. Do you want me to call him out?" "You can call me, but it's not convenient for me to show up." "What do you mean?" "I just want to recognize this person." After Zhou Yuan said this, Chen Wentai didn't ask any more questions. After Zhou Yuan went to hide in the empty private room next door, Chen Wentai turned around and entered the Jiangshan Wanli private room. In just a dozen seconds, he came out with a young man who looked to be in his 20s with a somewhat rebellious face. Seeing this guy, Zhou Yuan directly cast a spying spell over him. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of information popped up above the other person's head. Target, Yan Qingyun. Age, 21. Strength, 9. Physical strength, 8. Spirit, 9. Weaknesses: fear of death, biggest weakness, love of cesium, greed for money. Secret. In April 2013, due to an argument, he caused injury to another person with malicious intent. In July 2015, he bribed thugs like XXX and others to kidnap and rape 3 female classmates. In March 2017, he was tempted by her beauty again and kidnapped and killed a female employee of Zhongchuan Real Estate Company. November 2018. In August 2019, he accidentally discovered his mother Li Manfang's secret affair and learned his true identity. On August 19, he decided to join forces with his mother Li Manfang and his biological father Li Haiping to murder his adoptive father Yan Zhonghua and seize the family property. Zhou Yuan was a little dazzled by the huge amount of information. He never imagined that although Yan Qingyun was young, he had done so many bad things. Of course, these things were not the most surprising things for Zhou Yuan. What really surprised him was Yan Qingyun's life experience. Who would have thought that this darling son whom Yan Zhonghua regarded as the apple of his eye was not actually Yan Zhonghua's biological child at all? Not only that, Yan Qingyun, his mother Li Manfang, and his biological father Li Haiping were actually plotting to harm Yan Zhonghua. This is really so fucking unexpected. The son I raised for 21 years was not only not my own child, but he was even thinking about killing me. This Yan Zhonghua is really miserable to the extreme. Zhou Yuan sighed inwardly. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan realized that this might be a good opportunity. If he could expose the conspiracy between Yan Qingyun, his mother and biological father, it would be equivalent to saving Yan Zhonghua's life. By then, with this kind of favor, I believe Yan Zhonghua will definitely be able to surrender and turn against us, thus completely destroying Mu Hongwei's plan. Chapter 83, Treat the symptoms with the right medicine, no worries. Of course, this idea is good, but it must be based on sufficient evidence. If I don't have enough evidence and I go to Yan Zhonghua so rashly and abruptly and reveal this matter to him, the other party may not believe me. If you are not careful, it is easy to alert the enemy. As for the evidence, this guy Yan Qingyun is actually the best breakthrough point. After all, this guy is one of the parties involved and knows all these things clearly. Moreover, it is very simple to deal with Yan Qingyun, and you don't even need any complicated or brain-intensive methods. All they had to do was tie up Yan Qingyun, find a deserted place and scare him, then say they were going to kill him. With Yan Qingyun's courage, he would most likely come up with anything. After all, the information obtained through the spying technique is very clear. Yan Qingyun's biggest weakness is his fear of death. Treat the disease with the right medicine and you won't have to worry about not getting it done. As for how to kidnap Yan Xingyun, this is not difficult, and we don't even have to wait for another time. Just prepare it and we can do it tonight. While Zhou Yuan was thinking, Chen Wentai had already sent Yan Xingyun away and turned to the private room. Mr. Zhou, do you have any other instructions? Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, do you know Yan Xingyun's cell phone number? Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. Although Chen Wentai didn't have Yan Xingyun's number, it was not difficult to find out. In just a minute or two, he got Yan Xingyun's number from someone else. Okay, thank you for what you did today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After getting the number, Xiaobai can rely on Yan Xingyun's position, including monitoring phone information and so on. After getting this thing, Zhou Yuan no longer wanted to stay there any longer. Then I'll take Mr. Zhou. Chen Wentai naturally didn't dare to force Zhou Yuan to stay, so he hurriedly and politely sent Zhou Yuan downstairs. As soon as he went out, Zhou Yuan summoned Xiaobai. Xiaobai, help me locate the number and monitor it. Once the other party comes out of the entertainment city, report to me immediately. Okay, master. Xiaobai responded. The reason why Zhou Yuan asked Xiaobai to monitor Yan Xingyun through the internet was to determine Yan Xingyun's whereabouts at any time, because he had already planned to kidnap Yan Xingyun tonight to avoid any more trouble. Of course, in addition to this, some other preparations need to be made. Zhou Yuan turned around and drove back to school, leaving the eye-catching big bull at school. Then he used the magic to transform himself into a bald man, bought a bundle of ropes and an extra-large luggage bag, and went to the car rental company, spent a lot of money, and rented a car without leaving any identity information. After completing all the preparations, Zhou Yuan drove back to Yunjing Entertainment City. After waiting for more than an hour, there was movement from Xiaobai's side. Master, please note that the target has left the room and is coming downstairs. It is expected that he is leaving. Zhou Yuan suddenly perked up, opened the car door and got out. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Yan Xingyun and a group of people walked out of the door, each holding a girl. Zhou Yuan went up to him without saying a word. Yan Xingyun was drunk and saying goodbye to someone. Before he could react, Zhou Yuan chopped him on the back of his head. He groaned and fainted. Seeing that he was about to collapse to the ground, Zhou Yuan grabbed him by the collar, dragged him to the car quickly as if he was holding a chicken, and kicked him into it. Close the door, get in the car, and step on the accelerator. Before the group of people could react, Zhou Yuan had already left with Yan Xingyun. Chapter 84 Kidnapping. Half an hour later. The car stopped in a desolate forest a few miles away from Jinyu Haoding. After abandoning the car, Zhou Yuan tied Yan Xingyun into a ball with a rope, then stuffed him into a large luggage bag. He carried the bag easily all the way back to the villa halfway up the mountain. He did not disturb Feng Jing and Wan Lu, and directly took Yan Xingyun to the unused warehouse in the wine cellar on the second underground floor. Along the way, Yan Xingyun hasn't woken up at all. Zhou Yuan found a chair and tied him up tightly, then pulled a piece of cloth to cover the guy's face, and then used the Xianhuang Qi to wake Yan Xingyun up. Yan Xingyun obviously didn't understand his situation at first. It was only when he found his hands and feet were tied and his eyes were blindfolded that he realized something was wrong. He struggled desperately and screamed in panic. Help! Help! Someone, help! Help! Fortunately, the wine cellar was well soundproofed, and it was on the second underground floor. The parking lot on the upper floor was not used for the time being, so Zhou Yuan was not worried about being overheard. He just let Yan Xingyun yell and scream like that. Not only did he not stop him, he even kept silent and just sat quietly opposite him and watched. Yan Xingyun shouted in panic for a long time, but got no response at all. His face turned paler and his body began to tremble. Normal people already lack a sense of security when they can't see. If they realize they are tied up, the fear in their hearts will increase exponentially. And if there is no response for a long time, the timid people may even have a mental breakdown. Yan Xingyun was obviously in this situation. At this moment, he was no longer shouting loudly, but was wailing in a low voice with tears and snot running down his face due to fear. Seeing his fragile and panicked appearance, Zhou Yuan realized that it was almost time, so he coughed lightly. For a moment, Yan Xingyun's body tensed up and he stood as stiff as a sculpture, obviously frightened. After a few seconds, he suddenly shuddered and stammered in panic, who are you? Zhou Yuan deliberately lowered his voice and spoke sternly, I ask, you answer, or I will kill you, understand? You, who are you? Let me go. Let me go. I can give you money if you want it. I can give you as much money as you want. My father is Yin Zhonghua. My father is Yin Zhonghua of Zhongchuan Real Estate. He is very rich. Zhou Yuan overestimated Yin Xingyun's courage. This guy didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he spoke directly, as if he was begging for mercy. I think you turned a deaf ear to my words. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly and slapped Yin Xingyun in the face without any hesitation. With a slap, the guy was beaten into obedience. I'll give you one last chance. You have to answer whatever I say. If you dare to say anything, I'll make you bleed next time. Do you understand? I heard it. I heard it. Yin Xingyun nodded frantically, and it was obvious that after being slapped, he finally came to understand the current situation. Zhou Yuan nodded with satisfaction, quietly took out his mobile phone and turned on the video mode. He first asked Yin Xingyun a few random questions, and after making sure that this guy was really honest, he suddenly changed the subject. Now, let's talk about your true identity. If I'm not mistaken, you are not Yin Zhonghua's biological son. How did you know? Yin Xingyun's face changed instantly, and he was completely unprepared and screamed out in surprise. Zhou Yuan said, not only do I know this, I also know that you, your motherly Man Fang, and your biological fatherly Haiping are conspiring to kill Yin Zhonghua, right? Impossible. Impossible. This kind of thing should never be known by outsiders. Yin Xingyun shuddered for a moment and couldn't stop himself from crying out in panic. Do you want to die? I'm asking you if you do or if you don't. Zhou Yuan suddenly gave a cold rebuke. Yes. Yes. I am indeed not Old Man Yan's son. My mother and I are indeed planning to kill Old Man Yan so that we can get that huge fortune. But this plan was not mine. It was my mother's. And that Li Haiping. They forced me to do it. Yin Xingyun shuddered instantly, feeling the murderous aura coming towards him, and nodded in fear. Chapter 85: A surprise for you. More than 20 minutes later. Zhou Yuan got everything he wanted to know from Yin Xingyun, and also recorded the entire process of Yin Xingyun's confession. To be honest, after hearing Yin Xingyun's confession, Zhou Yuan really felt a little sorry for Yin Zhonghua. In terms of net worth, Yin Zhonghua is definitely a top-notch figure. The Zhongchuan Real Estate under his name is definitely ranked among the best in terms of both assets and size, not to mention Guangqing, even if you look at the entire Jiangdong province. I dare not say it is first class, but it is definitely quasi-first class. But who could have thought that even such a big shot like him would be cuckolded by someone? Wrong. To be precise, this is no longer just a hat. This is simply a helmet. It's a bulletproof helmet. Not only was the son not his own, but he had raised him for 21 years in vain, and in the end he was plotted against and his life was in danger. Of course, this is an extremely sad and bad thing for Yin Zhonghua, but for Zhou Yuan, it is definitely a good thing. With the video of Yin Xingyun's confession, he can go and have a good talk with Yin Zhonghua. As for Yin Xingyun, although this kid is useless for the time being, Zhou Yuan has no intention of letting him go, or rather, he has no intention of letting him go for the time being. Zhou Yuan planned to go back and find Yin Zhonghua, and after exposing all the facts, he would hand this kid over to Yin Zhonghua for handling. After all, no matter what, this guy is nominally Yin Zhonghua's son. It's settled. Find some time tomorrow and go look for Yin Zhonghua. As the saying goes, the earlier the better. Now that he has the video, Zhou Yuan naturally doesn't want to delay. To be honest, if it wasn't too late, he would have wanted to go to Yin Zhonghua to tell the truth right away. Brother. I confessed everything. Can you let me go? While Zhou Yuan was pondering, Yin Xingyun spoke haltingly. I can let you go, but not now. Upon hearing this, Yin Xingyun begged, brother, please, I really told you everything. I really told you everything. Please let me go. I can give you money. Really? I can give you as much money as you want. I told you it's not now. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. Zhou Yuan threatened. Yin Xingyun was so frightened that he trembled and quickly shut his mouth. At this moment, the phone next to me suddenly rang. I turned around and saw that it was Feng Jing calling. Zhou Yuan didn't feel comfortable answering the call in front of Yin Xingyun, so he simply hung up. Then he found some rags and blocked Yin Xingyun's mouth to prevent him from making any noise. Then he found Yin Xingyun's cell phone and turned it off to prevent anyone from calling. After finishing all this, Zhou Yuan left the room with peace of mind. After leaving the wine cellar, Zhou Yuan took out his cell phone and called Feng Jing as he walked out. "Hey, baby, what do you want from me? Honey, will you come back tonight?" Feng Jing said sweetly on the other end of the phone. "What's wrong? I have something to tell you, and I also want to give you a surprise." "Surprise? What surprise?" "I won't tell you now, but you'll know when you come back." Feng Jing's tone was a little ambiguous. "What's going on?" "I'm downstairs now." "Then you'll know when you go upstairs." Feng Jing said this with a smile and hung up the phone. So mysterious. Zhou Yuan was muttering to himself and quickly took the elevator to the 6th floor. Chapter 86. Satisfied, quite satisfied. Because of the surprise, Zhou Yuan was a little excited. With this mood, he quickly took the elevator to the 6th floor. When he entered the living room, he immediately saw Feng Jing. After just one glance, Zhou Yuan got a little irritated. Feng Jing's outfit today is completely different from the past. She is wearing a very seductive super short and super slim cheongsam. The semi-transparent soft gauze fabric is hazy and charming. In addition, her long white legs are wrapped in a pair of pure white over-the-knee socks with cute cat patterns printed on them, which are equally lethal. These two styles are obviously incompatible, but at this moment, when worn by Feng Jing, they surprisingly match well. Not only is it in harmony, it also makes people want to commit a crime. After just a few glances, Zhou Yuan felt his mouth dry. Feng Jing blinked and saw Zhou Yuan, but rarely did she run up to him. She still lay lazily on the sofa and called out to Zhou Yuan with a smile. "Hubby, you're back. Is this the surprise you mentioned?" Zhou Yuan strode to the sofa, sat down next to Feng Jing, and reached out to pinch Feng Jing. "Does my husband like it?" Feng Jing said this with a smile, and her legs began to move. "I like it. I like it so much. How could any man not like such a beautiful scenery?" Zhou Yuan said as he picked up Feng Jing, stood up and walked into the room. "Wait, husband, I haven't given you a surprise yet." "Surprise? Aren't you a surprise?" "Of course I'm surprised, but I'm only part of the surprise." Feng Jing grinned evilly and stretched out her hand to draw circles on Zhou Yuan's chest. Zhou Yuan was stunned. "Part? What do you mean?" "It means there is still a surprise." "Another part?" "Yeah, husband, aren't you curious? Why didn't you see Lulu?" After Feng Jing said this, Zhou Yuan realized something was wrong. He had not seen Wang Lu since he came back. "Where is she?" "Of course I'm waiting in the room," Feng Jing said, hugging Zhou Yuan's neck and saying with a smile. "Is this possible? Aren't you jealous?" Zhou Yuan was really shocked. He never expected that Feng Jing was not jealous of the embarrassing incident in the morning. Instead, she took the initiative to help him win over Wang Lu. "How about it, husband? Are you satisfied with this surprise?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." Zhou Yuan suddenly became agitated. As the saying goes, the spring night in the hibiscus tent is short, and the king no longer attends the morning court. Zhou Yuan ran around 2 rooms last night and was busy until about 2 o'clock in the morning, only then did he fall asleep with satisfaction. "When I woke up again, it was already afternoon." As soon as he opened his eyes, Zhou Yuan saw Wang Lu sleeping in his arms. The way she looked while sleeping was quite cute. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but reached out and pinched her nose. This action immediately woke up Wang Lu in his arms. With a lazy hum, Wang Lu opened her eyes instantly, looked up dazedly, and met Zhou Yuan's eyes. She immediately lowered her head with a red face. "What's wrong? You were so crazy last night, and now you're shy?" Seeing Wang Lu's look, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but tease her. It's all your fault." Wang Lu was so embarrassed and angry that she glared at Zhou Yuan. "You are slandering me. I came here late last night, and it was clearly you who pushed me down." "Don't say it. Otherwise I'll bite you to death." Wang Lu became angry and embarrassed. Seeing her aggressive look, Zhou Yuan suddenly had evil intentions. He hugged Wang Lu and whispered something with a wicked smile. "You." Wang Lu glared at Zhou Yuan with a red face, but after hesitating for a moment, she gave in. Chapter 87. Someone is coming to Feng Jing's house. After enjoying the special service, Zhou Yuan got up leisurely from bed. After washing up and going downstairs, Feng Jing was busy in the kitchen. Since there was no one else at home, Feng Jing was still wearing the same outfit she wore last night. Zhou Yuan discovered that as his attributes grew, especially his physique became stronger, his demands in that area became a bit excessive. If it's a normal state where you don't think about this kind of thing, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But once he indulged himself, even though he had just vented his feelings, when he saw Feng Jing, he became interested again. "My dear wife, why are you cooking for us? Didn't I ask you to find a servant? Why haven't you seen anyone yet?" As Zhou Yuan spoke, he hugged Feng Jing from behind dishonestly. Feng Jing shuddered, turned around and took the initiative to kiss Zhou Yuan, then said, "Originally, the sales office introduced a maid, but after discussing it with Lulu, we decided not to hire a maid." Zhou Yuan asked curiously, "Why? It's you, my husband." Feng Jing glared at him. "If we hire a servant, it's sometimes too inconvenient." Zhou Yuan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Just like now, if there were servants here, it would indeed be inconvenient. But if we don't hire a servant for such a big house, it will be too much trouble to clean it later. Feng Jing said, "If you really want to clean it, you can just find a cleaning company." Zhou Yuan immediately laughed and said, "It's me who is blinded by the light. It turns out that you are the one who thinks things through." "Of course, since I am my husband's personal secretary," Feng Jing smiled. "My little secretary is so good. What reward do you want?" "I don't want the reward, but I have something I want to discuss with you, my husband." "What is it?" Zhou Yuan asked casually, his hands becoming restless again. Feng Jing gave Zhou Yuan a coquettish look and leaned back to make it easier for Zhou Yuan to move his hands. Then she said tremblingly, "I discussed it with Lulu, and we happen to have a place at home, so we want to hire a yoga coach to teach us how to exercise." Zhou Yuan said, "Exercise is a good thing. You can make the decision on your own about this kind of thing. I have one more thing." "You say?" Feng Jing said, "I sent some of the pocket money you gave me back home." Zhou Yuan wondered, "Didn't you tell me about this before? What's the matter? Is the money not enough? If not, I'll transfer a few million to you later and you can spend it as you wish." Feng Jing couldn't help but turn around and gave him a kiss. After a long while, she said, "Hubby, you misunderstood. It's not that there's not enough money. It's my mother who got the money to pay off her previous debts, and then some of our relatives found out." Feng Jing narrated the whole story while trembling slightly with uneasiness. Zhou Yuan listened to the whole story from beginning to end and finally understood what was going on. To put it simply, a poor person suddenly becomes rich, and then a group of relatives start to come to him. To talk about the details, we have to start from the several million pocket money he gave to Feng Jing before. Zhou Yuan knew that Feng Jing's family was not well off, so after receiving the money, Feng Jing did not dare to spend it recklessly and sent half of it back home. Because the family had a lot of external debts, after Feng Jing's mother got the money, she followed Feng Jing's instructions and paid off all the external debts. But the sudden repayment of the foreign debt that had been delayed for so long naturally attracted the attention of a group of relatives. Feng Jing's mother was not a gossipy person. At first she just said that Feng Jing had made money. But the problem is that the relatives are not stupid. Feng Jing has been out for many years and didn't make much money before. How could she suddenly make so much? Feng Jing's uncle, in particular, felt that there might be something wrong with Feng Jing outside. "So you don't have to come and see it." In addition, Feng Jing's family was poor before, so her sister followed in Feng Jing's footsteps and also dropped out of school. But now that she is rich, Feng Jing's mother heard that Feng Jing has made a name for herself outside, so she asked her sister to come and live with her, and asked Feng Jing to take care of the arrangements. Either help her find a job so she can enter the society and earn money earlier, or arrange for her sister to go back to school in the city. Chapter 88. I have something to show Mr. Yin. I thought it was a big deal. Since your uncle wants to come, let him come. As for our sister, let's see if she wants to go to school or work. Zhou Yuan looked unconcerned. It's just someone coming to our house, no big deal. Anyway, given his relationship with Feng Jing, he would have to meet Feng Jing's relatives sooner or later. As for Feng Jing's sister Feng Ling's schooling, that's even less of a problem. Although transferring academic status and enrolling midterm seem to be quite troublesome these days, as the saying goes, money talks. As long as you have money, this is not a problem at all. Even if the money is useless, Zhou Yuan has connections. At worst, he can go back to find Chen Wentai and make good use of his talent by asking Chen for help. Husband Feng Jing suddenly shouted. "What's wrong? Thank you, you are so nice to me." Zhou Yuan immediately laughed and said, "What are you saying? You are my woman. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Feng Jing suddenly smiled happily, and as she smiled, she suddenly turned around and retreated to the wall. Boss, I want you to check my work again. After more than an hour of nonsense, Zhou Yuan drove the Danube away from the villa. We have been indulging ourselves for a whole night and half a day, now it's time to get down to business. Xiao Bai, help me use Yan Zhongguo's cell phone number to locate his current location. In the car, Zhou Yuan directly summoned Xiao Bai. Master, please wait a moment. The location is being retrieved. Reporting to the master, the other party is currently located in the A3 villa of Jinhu Peninsula. Jinhu Peninsula is as famous as Jinyue Mansion and is the top villa residential area in Guangcheng. However, the difference is that Jinyu Haoding is a newly built wealthy area in Guangcheng in the past 2 years, while Jinhu Peninsula has been famous for a long time. The security here is no worse than that of Jinyu Haoding. When I arrived at the door, the security didn't dare to let me in easily, but called Yan Zhongguo's villa landline. Yan Zhongguo was very surprised to hear that someone was looking for him, but he didn't think much about it and asked the guard to let him pass. A few minutes later, Zhou Yuan rang the doorbell of the villa. Soon a servant opened the door. Apparently having received Yan Zhongguo's notice, he politely brought Zhou Yuan a pair of slippers. Following him into the villa hall, Yan Zhongguo was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea, and reading a newspaper. People of his age are not too keen on fiddling with tablets and mobile phones. Instead, they prefer to drink tea and read newspapers as a pastime. He didn't put down the newspaper until he saw Zhou Yuan. Mr. Yan, my humble name is Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, please take a seat. After inviting Zhou Yuan to sit down, Yan Zhongguo looked at him carefully. I'm sorry, I haven't met Mr. Zhou before. I wonder what's the matter with Mr. Zhou's sudden visit this time. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, of course I came here to discuss something important with Mr. Yan. But? Yan Zhongguo raised his eyebrows slightly, but what? Zhou Yuan said, but this kind of place is probably not the place to discuss things, right? Yan Zhongguo pondered for a moment and stood up. In that case, please follow me, Mr. Zhou. Yan Zhongguo said this and took Zhou Yuan to the study. After instructing the servant to bring a pot of tea and closing the door with him, Yan Zhongguo then stared at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, what do you want to say? Can you tell me now? Of course, but before that, I have something I want to show President Yan. Zhou Yuan took out his cell phone and directly opened the video recorded last night, and then pushed it to Yan Zhongguo. Chapter 89 I have other evidence. Yan Zhongguo had never seen such a strange visitor as Zhou Yuan, but before he had time to ask any questions, his attention was attracted by the video on his mobile phone. With just a quick glance, Yan Zhongguo recognized the tied man in the picture. It was his beloved son, Yan Qingyun. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? After all, he was a big shot, and his ability to maintain his composure was quite terrifying. Even when he realized that his beloved son was tied up, he still sat still. But this expression is still a bit ugly and fierce. Mr. Yan, don't get excited. I have no ill intentions. Just watch it quietly and you will understand. Zhou Yuan looked calm. Yan Zhongguo stared at him for a few seconds, but finally said nothing and looked at his phone again. On the screen, Yan Qingyun was answering a few irrelevant questions, but soon the video turned to the main show. When Yan Zhongguo heard Zhou Yuan asking whether Yan Qingyun was Yan Zhongguo's biological son, his face was obviously confused. However, he only had time to be stunned for a moment, because the next second, Yan Qingyun in the picture had already acknowledged the problem. At this moment Zhou Yuan could clearly see Yan Zhongguo's face change, and he also noticed that the other party's right hand was subconsciously clenched tightly. As for the following questions, every time Yan Zhongguo heard Yan Qingyun admit one, his expression became uglier. By the time the entire video was finished playing more than 10 minutes later, Yan Zhongguo's face had become extremely ugly, and he was faintly emitting a terrifying evil aura. The whole study room was so depressing that it felt like the dark clouds covering the sky before a summer rainstorm. After waiting for a long time, Yan Zhongguo suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, what do you want to show me this? Zhou Yuan said calmly, it's very simple. Mr. Yan, you are a senior whom I admire, so I don't want to see you being harmed by some vicious people and being kept in the dark until you die. Mr. Zhou is so kind? Yan Zhongguo obviously didn't believe it. At his age and with his experience, how could he possibly believe such nonsense? If there is no special purpose, how could he come to my door with such a thing? Zhou Yuan said calmly, I just don't want Mr. Yan to be kept in the dark and end up wasting his reputation. Then Mr. Zhou was really kind-hearted, but just what? But with this kind of video, who knows whether it's real or fake? Yan Zhonghua suddenly laughed. Let's not talk about whether this video has been photoshopped. Even if it hasn't been, who can guarantee that what my son said is the truth? It's also possible that someone threatened him to say it on purpose. After all, this kind of thing involved his son whom he had raised for 21 years and his wife who had been with him for more than 20 years. Yan Zhonghua was obviously unwilling to believe it easily. Again, at his age and with his experience, having worked in the cruel business world for so many years, what dirty and vicious methods has he not seen? Some people are willing to do anything, no matter how shameless or vicious, to achieve a certain goal. Zhou Yuan frowned instantly when he heard this. He had come here with absolute confidence, but he didn't expect that an accident would happen at the very beginning. This is fucking. It's totally different from the script. So, Mr. Yan doesn't believe me? Yan Zhonghua said calmly, believe? It's a bit absurd to expect me to believe you just based on this video. Okay, since Mr. Yan doesn't believe it, I have other evidence. Zhou Yuan spoke immediately. Don't you just not believe this video? It doesn't matter, I have other ways. I have other trump cards. Chapter 90. A good show. Actually, Zhou Yuan had not unexpectedly anticipated this situation. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, if he were to encounter such a big thing, he would not believe it easily. However, precisely because he had considered the possibility of this situation, Zhou Yuan had already prepared a trump card. That's the truth card. With this thing, I can just find Yan Zhonghua's wife Li Manfang, and when we confront each other, I don't believe that she won't be exposed. What evidence do you have? Yan Zhonghua couldn't help but speak, and his expression became noticeably gloomier again. Although he said that he didn't believe Zhou Yuan, only he knew that he was already shaken and doubtful in his heart. And now after hearing what Zhou Yuan said, the bad premonition lingering in his heart became even stronger. This evidence requires. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth subconsciously, but before he could finish his words, the system suddenly popped up. You currently have an opportunity to choose from. Option 1, since Yan Zhonghua doesn't believe it, let this guy wait for death. Reward, 30 million yuan, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 2, follow the original plan, find Li Manfang, and use the truth card to make her confess. Reward, 30 million yuan, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 3, do not use any system functions or props, and successfully reveal everything to make Yan Zhonghua believe. Reward, 50 million yuan, 2 advanced system treasure chests. Damn it, it's actually an advanced system treasure chest. Zhou Yuan was excited when he saw the reward content. But after scanning the options again, Zhou Yuan felt a little confused again. In terms of generous rewards, the third option is naturally the best, but without the help of system functions and props, he is not sure that Yan Zhonghua will believe what he says. What the hell should I do? Is it unfair to accept a second-rate reward? Zhou Yuan frowned and remained silent for a moment. Didn't Mr. Zhou say that there was still evidence? Why are you silent? Seeing this, Yan Zhonghua frowned. Evidence. Evidence. That's right. Got it. Zhou Yuan raised his head and looked at Yan Zhonghua. I have the evidence, but I hope Mr. Yan can cooperate with me next time. Yan Zhonghua frowned slightly. How do you want me to cooperate? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, it's very simple. I need your wife's phone number, and I also need Mr. Yan to accompany me. Then we will know the truth. The solution Zhou Yuan thought of was to trick Li Manfang. Although this video seems to be ineffective against Yan Zhonghua, it does not mean that it is ineffective against Li Manfang. After all, there is a saying, a guilty conscience. Since you said so, I will accompany you today. Yan Zhonghua was silent for a moment and finally nodded. If this matter is not clarified, it will always be a thorn in his heart. Instead of letting this thorn bother you all the time, it's better to get rid of it in one go. Yan Zhonghua nodded, and Zhou Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he took Yan Zhonghua out of the villa and went to a tea house near Zhongchuan Real Estate. When they arrived, Zhou Yuan directly booked 2 adjacent private rooms. Mr. Yan, please wait here. If your wife or anyone else calls you later, you'd better not answer. Oh, by the way, it's best if you turn your phone to silent mode to avoid making any unnecessary noises and ruining the show. After telling Yan Zhonghua something, Zhou Yuan turned around and went to another private room. The waiter brought tea, and Zhou Yuan calmly picked up his phone, took a screenshot of the photo of Yan Xingyun being tied up, and then sent it to Li Manfang. In just half a minute, Li Manfang called. As soon as the call was connected, Li Manfang's panicked and anxious voice came from the other end. Who are you? What did you do to my son? Don't hurt him. I can give you as much money as you want. Chapter 91 Li Manfang and Li Haiping. It is said that the love of parents is the most compassionate in the world. Although Li Manfang is not a good person and she betrayed Yan Zhonghua as a mother, she obviously really loves her precious son Yan Qingyun. Of course, this good thing cannot erase the bad thing about Li Manfang. So Zhou Yuan didn't show any sympathy or pity at all. Ms. Li, if you don't want your son to get into trouble, then come to the Qingming tea house across from your company within 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you in the Wenxian private room on the second floor. Let me be frank with you. If you had come 1 minute later, I would have had my men stab your son. Also, don't even think about calling the police, or I'll tell your husband Yan Zhonghua all the scandals between you and Li Haiping, regardless of me. Zhou Yuan put on a cold and cruel tone and deliberately threatened. You, how did you know that? On the other end of the phone, Li Manfang's voice changed, and she was obviously frightened by Zhou Yuan's words. I originally thought it was a kidnapping case, but from what I heard, it seemed that the other party knew some of her extremely secret scandals. That's trouble. Don't worry about how I know this. Anyway, there are still 10 minutes left. I won't see you in 10 minutes, so you'll have to take care of yourself. Zhou Yuan didn't want to say anything more, so he just said this and hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone. Listening to the blind tone on the phone, Li Manfang looked pale and dazed. After a few seconds, she woke up with a start, picked up the phone in a panic and dialed a number. The moment the phone was connected, Li Manfang spoke anxiously. Haiping, something happened. Come to my office right now. A minute later, the office door knocked several times. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man dressed quite elegantly and wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door open and walked in. Li Haiping, Li Manfang's nominal cousin, is actually Li Manfang's lover and Yan Qingyun's biological father. Seeing him, Li Manfang's expression calmed down a little. What's going on? What happened? Li Haiping closed the door and spoke immediately. Li Manfang said in panic, our son has been kidnapped. And the other party seems to know about the two of us. Upon hearing this, Li Haiping's face froze and he blinked with a look of panic. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? I don't know either. I just received a call and the other party sent me a photo of Yuner being tied up. Li Manfang said as she handed the phone to Li Haiping. Li Haiping glanced at the photo, his expression becoming more serious. What did the other party say? What are their requests? He told me not to call the police, or he would expose our scandal. He also told me to rush to the Qingming tea house opposite the company within 10 minutes. Li Manfang looked anxious. What should we do now? Should we call the police? No. We must not call the police. If we do, our secret might be exposed. Once that old immortal Yan finds out about our relationship, he will definitely not let us go. Not to mention that if it really comes to that, our plan will be ruined. Li Haiping immediately rejected the idea of calling the police. So what do we do now? What else can we do? Since he wants to meet us, it means he wants to negotiate terms with us. If he wants to negotiate terms, then he is only after money. If it's for money, then this matter is easy to solve. At most, we can spend some money to settle this matter. No matter what, we can't let him hurt our Yuner. Li Haiping looks like he is deeply protective of his child. Chapter 92 Mr. Yan is just a victim. However, although Li Haiping appears to be protective of his child on the surface, in fact, he doesn't care about Yan Qingyun's life or death at all. Although Yan Qingyun is indeed his son, this kid has been raised by Yan Zhonghua for 21 years. Even though he has recently acknowledged him as his father, he has no family affection for Yan Qingyun at all. Not to mention that he had already married someone else many years ago, and his wife at home had given birth to a son and a daughter for him. That is his real sweetheart. To put it bluntly, the reason why he showed so much concern for Yan Qingyun was nothing more than to confuse and bewitch Li Manfang, and to prepare to seize Yan Zhonghua's property. Because only by bewitching Li Manfang could he kill Yan Zhonghua with the help of Li Manfang without anyone noticing. After Yan Zhonghua died, such a huge fortune would definitely fall into the hands of Li Manfang and Yan Qingyun. As Yan Qingyun's biological father, he must show more love and care for his child, so that he can find an opportunity to defraud the assets of the mother and son. Even if you can't cheat all of them, it's good to get some of them. After all, the assets under Yan Zhongguo's name, including the entire Zhongchuan real estate, are worth tens of billions. Even if it is sold at a low price, you can still get more than 2 billion. Even if he can only get half of the 2 billion, or even only 30%, it would still be a huge amount of 500 to 600 million. With this money, not only will he not have to worry about the rest of his life, but even his wife and children, whom he truly loves, will not have to worry about the rest of their lives. So for this money, Li Haiping must perform well in front of Li Manfang. At least before getting the money, he must establish a good image of Yan Qingyun's biological father. Now is not the time to be in a daze. Doesn't the other party want to meet at Qingming Tea House? I know that place. Let's go. Li Haiping seemed more anxious than Li Manfang. I'll go downstairs first and wait for you in the garage. Wait for half a minute before going downstairs. Don't let anything slip. After giving instructions, Li Haiping hurriedly left the office. A few minutes later. Qingming Tea House in Wangxiangbao room. The door of the room banged on and on. Before Zhou Yuan could speak, the person outside pushed the door open with a click. Zhou Yuan glanced sideways calmly and saw a middle-aged man and woman coming in. They looked quite similar. They tried to pretend to be calm, but there was uncontrollable worry between their brows. Needless to say, this must be the couple Li Manfang and Li Haiping. Seeing the two of them, Zhou Yuan put down his teacup and smiled slightly. Mrs. Yan, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Li Manfang glanced up and down at Zhou Yuan, then said angrily and worriedly, Who are you? What did you do to my son? Don't be impatient, Madam Yan. We can sit down and talk slowly. Come, please take a seat. The more anxious Li Manfang became, the calmer Zhou Yuan became. He was extremely polite and gestured to the seat opposite him. Li Manfang subconsciously glanced at Li Haiping, who nodded slightly. Li Manfang then stepped over, pulled out a chair and sat down. After the two of them sat down, Zhou Yuan personally picked up the teapot and leisurely poured a cup of tea for them. Then he smiled and looked at Li Haiping. I think this should be Mr. Li Haiping, right? Li Haiping frowned slightly. Do you know me? Yes, of course I know him. After all, young Master Yan told me many things truthfully before. For example, you, Mr. Li, are young Master Yan's real father. As for Mr. Yan, he is just a fool. Zhou Yuan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 93 The Lion opens his mouth wide. In one sentence, Li Haiping and Li Manfang's faces changed at the same time. Even though the two had guessed this situation before they came, they were still shocked and panicked when Zhou Yuan exposed it in person. But compared to Li Manfang, a pampered woman with little scheming but no brains, Li Haiping is still deep-minded, steady and calm. He was stunned for just a moment, then in the blink of an eye he regained his composure and spoke in a righteous and stern voice. Sir, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Xingyun is my sister's son, he's my nephew. Zhou Yuan had expected that Li Haiping would not admit it easily, so he was not anxious or flustered. He smiled and shook his head and said, Mr. Li, you don't have to rush to deny this kind of thing. I have something here. Let the two of you see it first. Zhou Yuan took out his cell phone and found the confession video he recorded last night. He clicked on it and then pushed the phone in front of the two of them. You two should watch this video first. After you finish watching it, we can discuss the next transaction. It's called a transaction, but it's just a rhetoric. The purpose was to invisibly eliminate the unnecessary vigilance of Li Haiping and Li Manfang, and make the two of them misunderstand as much as possible that he came specifically for money. Li Haiping stared at Zhou Yuan deeply, then focused his attention on the phone. The video played minute by minute, and soon it reached the main scene. Just like how Yan Zhongguo looked when he first saw this video, after hearing Yan Qingyun in the video admit and confess a lot of things that he shouldn't have confessed, their faces turned gloomy, one was pale, and of course, they both looked equally frightened and ugly. After the video was over, Zhou Yuan smiled and said, How do you think this video was shot? With just one sentence, Li Haiping and Li Manfang woke up suddenly. However, the two people's reactions were completely different. Li Manfang's face was panicked, but suddenly there was a trace of ruthless anxiety. In the blink of an eye, she grabbed the mobile phone and threw it to the ground without hesitation. With a snap, the phone shattered into pieces. But Li Manfang was obviously still not reassured. She jumped around like a shrew and stomped on the fragments with her high heels. Mrs. Yan, I advise you not to waste your time. I dare to show you this thing, so I naturally have plenty of backups. Zhou Yuan was well prepared and spoke with a calm smile on his face. Li Manfang's face changed. She just wanted to destroy the evidence but didn't think so much. Okay cousin, be quiet. Li Haiping winked at Li Manfang, then turned to look at Zhou Yuan. I still don't know what this gentleman's name is? Li Haiping is obviously good at keeping calm, and he behaves quite calmly at this time. Zhou Yuan said casually, my surname is Zhou. Li Haiping narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Mr. Zhou, right? If you have any request, you might as well tell me directly. Mr. Li is really straightforward. Zhou Yuan pretended to be arrogant and proud, then smiled and said, my request is very simple. My brothers and I are short of money recently, so we need some pocket money. How many? Not much, just 100 million. 100 million? Why don't you just go and rob it? Li Manfang's expression changed instantly. Li Haiping also looked unhappy, and said in a colder voice, Mr. Zhou, you are asking for too much. Is the lion asking for too much? I don't think so. Zhou Yuan looked unconcerned. I have done my homework before. Mr. Yan's net worth should be several billion. If you follow your plan, once you kill Mr. Yan, those several billion will fall into your hands safely. And now I am only asking you for 100 million, which is already quite cheap. Of course, if you two can't afford this price, it doesn't matter. At worst, I can give this video to Mr. Yan. Guess whether Mr. Yan will pay this 100 million. Chapter 94 Playing Tricks. When Zhou Yuan mentioned Yan Zhonghua, Li Haiping and Li Manfang both changed their expressions. In the eyes of the two, if this video was really handed over to Yan Zhonghua, their affairs would definitely be exposed. Not only will you be exposed, but your good days will also be over. If things go wrong, you may even risk your life. After all, the two of them have followed Yan Zhonghua for more than 20 years, so they naturally know what kind of person Yan Zhonghua is. Even though Yan Zhonghua has started to cultivate himself and become magnanimous and kind-hearted in the past 10 years or so, he was a ruthless and merciless person back then. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Li Manfang and Li Haiping absolutely do not believe that Yan Zhonghua now really has any compassion in his heart. Therefore, once Yan Zhonghua knew about this, they would definitely be in trouble. You too, please think carefully about your choice. But I have to say this, you only have 10 minutes. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer within 10 minutes, don't blame me for going to find Mr. Yan. Seeing that the two were in trouble, Zhou Yuan added fuel to the fire again. 100 million is really too much. We can't take it out now. Li Haiping blinked and spoke. Mr. Li, are you kidding me? If you and this guy succeed in killing Mr. Yan, you will get at least several billion in benefits. You told me you can't afford 100 million, do you think I'm a fool? Zhou Yuan suddenly looked gloomy and angry. You also said that that would be after the deal was done. Where can we get you such a sum of money now? Li Manfang couldn't help but speak. This woman is still a little brainless after all. Led by Zhou Yuan's deliberate attitude and words, he immediately admitted in disguised form that he was conspiring to harm Yan Zhonghua. Li Haiping, on the other hand, vaguely realized that something was wrong, but Zhou Yuan did not give him a chance to think about it and threatened him again. I don't care about your plan, but you must get the money. Otherwise, I will go find Mr. Yan right away and expose your true colors. Zhou Yuan said this deliberately, and then he stood up suddenly and walked out. This thing immediately frightened Li Manfang, and even Li Haiping didn't have time to think about it. He immediately stood up and stopped Zhou Yuan. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. We can still discuss this matter. Zhou Yuan pretended to be arrogant and said, since you can't afford the money, what else is there to discuss? I might as well go to Mr. Yan, I believe he will definitely be willing to spend the money. Zhou Yuan said as he pushed Li Haiping aside and walked out again. At this time, even Li Haiping couldn't spare any time to think about things. Mr. Zhou, wait a minute. Listen to me. Why, do you have anything else to say? Mr. Zhou, listen to me first. Even if you give this video to Mr. Yan, you may not get any benefits. After all, I have been with Mr. Yan for decades, and I know his personality very well. If he knew about this kind of scandal, the first thing he would do would definitely not be to thank you, but to find a way to get rid of you. Li Haiping smiled and started trying to scare Zhou Yuan in various ways. If that time comes, Mr. Zhou, don't even think about getting any benefits. You might even lose your life. Are you kidding me? Do you really think I'm so easily fooled? No, I definitely don't mean to bluff Mr. Zhou. Li Haiping quickly shook his head and started to deceive again. Mr. Zhou, think about this. If you were to encounter such a thing, would you want it to be publicized and known to everyone? Or would it be best if no one in the world knew about it? This. Zhou Yuan fell silent at the right time. Seeing his appearance, Li Haiping immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. How about this, Mr. Zhou? I'll give you 30 million first. You release the person first, and when we succeed in getting the property, I'll give you the remaining 70 million. How do you think? Li Haiping said this, of course, he was trying to play tricks on Zhou Yuan and delay the battle. After all, he absolutely did not want and dared not let Zhou Yuan show this video to Yan Zhonghua. Chapter 95, just kill him when the time comes. Again, once this video is handed over to Yan Zhonghua, everything will be over. Even if we take a step back and Yan Zhonghua does not fully believe or even does not believe Zhou Yuan's words, if this matter is really exposed, it will alert the enemy and completely arouse Yan Zhonghua's suspicion. If that time really comes, Mr. Li's plan to make money will be completely ruined. So at this moment, no matter what, we must stabilize Zhou Yuan first. 30 million? Do you think you're sending away beggars? Zhou Yuan glared for a moment and sneered. Besides, do you think I'm a fool? And after you succeed? By the time you succeed, the man named Yan will be dead, so what can I use to threaten you? Damn, this kid is so difficult to deal with. Li Haiping cursed inwardly, then smiled and winked, but if it's 100 million, even if you kill us now, Mr. Zhou, we can't get it. And I won't hide it from you, Mr. Zhou. Even if you give this video to Yan, he may not believe it. Then Mr. Zhou will lose more than he gains. At this time, Li Haiping still did not forget to play tricks on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan deliberately acted embarrassed, then frowned and remained silent. After a while, he raised his head and gritted his teeth and said, 70 million. At least 70 million. Hand over 70 million, and I will give you the video and the person, and I promise not to show up again. 70 million is also not a small amount, and Li Manfang subconsciously wanted to refuse. But at this time, Li Haiping glared at her and said, 70 million is 70 million. After he finished speaking, he changed the subject and said, but 70 million is also a huge sum of money. We simply can't get it out now. It will take at least 10 days. Zhou Yuan immediately shook his head, 10 days is too long, 2 days at most. Li Haiping immediately said, 2 days is definitely not enough, 8 days. 8 days won't do. 5 days at most. Otherwise we'll break up. Zhou Yuan immediately pretended to be fierce. This idiot, he was fooled after all. Don't even mention 5 days, I'll find someone to kill you in 3 days. Li Haiping smiled secretly in his heart but looked serious on his face. Okay, 5 days is 5 days. But Mr. Zhou, please leave your contact information so that I can contact you at any time. Of course, the reason why Li Haiping wanted Zhou Yuan's contact information was not to contact Zhou Yuan. The purpose was to locate Zhou Yuan through his cell phone number so that he could find someone to kill him. 5 days later, I'll wait for good news from Mr. Li. Zhou Yuan quickly reported the number, said something, and turned away. After he left, Li Manfang finally couldn't bear it anymore and pushed Li Haiping anxiously. What on earth are you thinking? Do you really want to give him 70 million? Li Haiping sneered immediately and said, don't worry, I will never give you the money. I said 70 million just to stabilize this guy. I will find some people later to find out where this guy is and kill him directly. Li Manfang said worriedly, but what about our son? Our Yunner is still in his hands. Li Haiping quickly hugged Li Manfang and comforted her. Okay, Manfang, don't worry, I promise to rescue our son safely. Then what are you waiting for? Go and arrange it quickly. Li Manfang urged. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. You should go back to the company first, and don't reveal anything. If Yan asks about Yunner, just say that he went out to sea with someone and can't be contacted for the time being. Li Haiping gave some instructions and left in a hurry. He left first, and not long after, Li Manfang also left the private room. Chapter 96, sent to Mr. Zhou. As soon as the two left, the private room became completely quiet. However, just over a minute later, there was a click and the door of the private room was pushed open again. Zhou Yuan walked into the private room with a chuckle on his face, walked quickly to the coffee table, reached down and pulled out a pocket recorder. Turn off the recording, select playback, and fast forward. Soon, the conversation between Li Haiping and Li Manfang came out from the recorder. After listening carefully, Zhou Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He had prepared this thing in advance, and its purpose was, of course, for recording. And he had just left early on his own initiative, which was also planned long ago, in order to give Li Haiping and Li Manfang some private space. Let the two chat about some confidential topics. Obviously, these two people did not disappoint his expectations. In a moment of carelessness, they directly revealed Yin Qingyun's identity. It's ridiculous that Li Haiping was still thinking of plotting against him, but he was just one step behind. With this thing, I don't believe Yin Zhenghua doesn't believe it. Zhou Yuan smiled and walked out of the Wenxiang private room, then turned and went to the private room next door. As soon as the door was pushed open, Yin Zhenghua heard the noise and looked over. Zhou Yuan didn't say anything. He closed the door, then sat down opposite him. He rewound the recorder to the beginning, pressed play, and placed it on the table. After more than 10 minutes, the recording ended. Zhou Yuan put down the tea in his hand and looked at Yin Zhenghua opposite him. Mr. Yin, now you should believe what I say. Yin Zhenghua's face turned ashen, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. This pair of bitches. At this moment, he finally exploded, grabbed the teacup and smashed it to the ground. Almost at the same time, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the optional task, obtaining 50 million in cash, and obtaining 2 advanced system treasure chests. After hearing the prompt, Zhou Yuan ignored the angry Yin Zhenghua and directly summoned the system. In the backpack, 2 high-level treasure chests were lying quietly. Zhou Yuan chose to open it without saying anything. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest. You have obtained the skill, Instant Body Technique, and the item, Servant Contract. Teleportation, a special skill that consumes a certain amount of Shen Huang Qi after use, and can perform instant movement with a maximum range of 5 meters. Servant Contract, after use. This time the high-level treasure chest was obviously very good. Not only did it open a slave contract, but it even opened a skill book. And this skill is obviously a magical skill, it can actually allow people to move instantly. With this thing, no matter what else, you will basically be invincible when fighting against masters in the future. Finally, all my hard work was not in vain. Zhou Yuan was in a very happy mood. At this moment, Yin Zhenghua on the opposite side spoke. Thank you so much for this, Mr. Zhou. If it weren't for you, I would have died without knowing how. With the recording as solid evidence, Yin Zhenghua has completely believed everything Zhou Yuan said. I am deeply grateful for saving my life. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. That's what I've been waiting for. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows, and without any attempt to hide his words, he said directly, since Mr. Yin said so, I won't hide it. I do have something I want to ask Mr. Yin for help. Yin Zhenghua said, Mr. Zhou, please tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, this is not difficult for Mr. Yin. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yin should hold a lot of shares in the American group, right? Yin Zhenghua was slightly stunned. Mr. Zhou is interested in these shares? Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to shake his head, but before he could do anything, Yin Zhenghua took the initiative to speak. Since Mr. Zhou is interested in these shares, Yin will give them to Mr. Zhou. Chapter 97 Shares in Hand. Zhou Yuan was surprised by Yin Zhenghua's generosity. His original plan was just to persuade Yin Zhenghua to betray Mu Hongwei, and then turn around and attack him at the shareholders' meeting. But who would have thought that Yin Zhenghua would actually give him the shares of the American funded group directly when he opened his mouth? Although the Qin family's American funded group cannot compare with Zhongchuan Real Estate in terms of size and assets, it is still a large company with a market value of over 10 billion. However, Yin Zhenghua holds 19% of the shares of the American funded group. Even if he sells them at a discount, it would still be a huge sum of more than 150 million. Such a large sum of money can be given without any hesitation. This guy is so rich that it's explosive. Mr. Yin, are you sure you want to give me the shares? Zhou Yuan was a little bit hesitant to believe it. Yin Zhenghua said sternly, don't worry, Mr. Zhou. Since I said I would send it, I will definitely send it. There is absolutely no reason to break my promise. It's just that. Just what? Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This sentence is just that. Obviously there is a follow-up. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Yin Zhenghua spoke again, but I have something else I would like to ask Mr. Zhou for help. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, Mr. Yin, if you have anything else to say, please tell me directly. I hope Mr. Zhou will keep his mouth shut about what happened today. This kind of scandal would have a huge impact on his reputation and face, so Yin Zhenghua naturally didn't want to spread it. As for the shares of the American funded group, to put it bluntly, it was both his way of thanking Zhou Yuan and also a hush money for Zhou Yuan. Anyway, he only spent tens of millions to acquire these shares in the first place, so he wouldn't feel bad about giving them away. Besides, if it weren't for Zhou Yuan, he would still be kept in the dark by Li Manfang and Li Haiping, and might even die in the hands of this couple in the near future. Compared to the outcome of death, what does spending tens of millions mean? Of course, Yan Zhonghua had also thought of using dark means to secretly kill Zhou Yuan and put an end to it. This way, the secret could be kept completely. But on second thought, he couldn't do such a thing as repaying kindness with enmity. What's more, he still hasn't figured out Zhou Yuan's background. If he really dares to act rashly and something unexpected happens, it will be a loss. So after thinking about it, Zhou Yuan just happened to ask for something, so I might as well do him a favor. Kill two birds with one stone. Don't worry, Mr. Yen. I still want to be your friend, so I will keep this matter to myself forever. Zhou Yuan understood Yan Zhonghua's concerns and nodded with a smile without hesitation. I feel relieved with Mr. Zhou's words. Yan Zhonghua laughed. Zhou Yuan added, but please forgive me for asking, what are Mr. Yan's plans for dealing with those two in Yan Qingyun? Zhou Yuan actually didn't care about the life or death of Li Manfang and Li Haiping, but the two of them were plotting against him before they left. If Yan Zhonghua does not plan to take any action in the short term, then he should consider taking the initiative. Yan Zhonghua understood Zhou Yuan's thoughts in the blink of an eye, and a gloomy and fierce look flashed across his face. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I will take care of the two of them. I promise that they will never disturb Mr. Zhou's life. As for my son. As for Yan Qingyun, please keep him in custody for the time being. Although he has raised his son for 21 years, Yan Zhonghua has obviously become cruel to him. Okay then. Whenever Mr. Yan needs someone, just contact me. Zhou Yuan nodded. Yan Zhonghua had said so he would just keep Yan Qingyun locked up for now. He was still in the wine cellar anyway, so no one would find him for a while. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I will contact someone to hand over the shares of the American funded group. Everything that needed to be discussed and explained had been dealt with. Yan Zhonghua directly took out his cell phone and called his trusted subordinate and personal lawyer, asking them to come as soon as possible. Chapter 98 Lu Yao's Invitation. Within half an hour, Yan Zhonghua's trusted subordinates and personal lawyers rushed over with the contract documents. After both parties happily signed the equity transfer contract, the 19% shares were completely transferred to Zhou Yuan. Afterwards, Zhou Yuan and Yan Zhonghua obviously had no intention of staying for long, so they said goodbye neatly and parted ways. After leaving the tea house, Zhou Yuan drove directly back to school. Before he had time to return to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan suddenly received a WeChat call on the way. I picked up the phone and took a look. I felt that the nickname was a little unfamiliar, so I answered the call casually. There was a soft and cute voice on the other end. Senior, I'm Lu Yao. I didn't disturb you, did I? The person on the other end called out his name, and Zhou Yuan finally realized who it was. Lu Yao is the girl with glasses at the security department that day. Zhou Yuan later hooked up with the other party again. It's Yao Yao, what do you want to talk to me about? Senior, are you free today? I want to. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao's voice was a little hesitant. But in the blink of an eye, someone next to me said softly and anxiously, Yao Yao, why don't you say it? Why are you so shy? Okay, if you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you. Senior Zhou, huh? My Yao Yao and I want to invite you out shopping, are you free? Going shopping? I'm a bit too lazy to bother. Men generally have no interest in shopping, and Zhou Yuan is no exception. Even though it was Lu Yao who took the initiative to invite him this time, Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, he has no shortage of girls now, so there is no need for him to humble himself for a girl. But the infuriating thing is that this Kung Fu system boss actually showed up again. The host currently has an optional opportunity. Option 1, directly reject Lu Yao's invitation. Reward, 3 million yuan, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, accept the other party's invitation, but stand him up. Reward, 3 million yuan, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, the girl has already spoken, how can I refuse her? It is right to agree decisively. Reward, 5 million yuan, 2 system treasure chests. I really didn't realize that you, the system, are such a sucker. After glancing at the three options, Zhou Yuan made a joking complaint. Of course, no matter how much you complain, it is already clear which of the three options to choose. I say, Senior, please give me a word. On the other end of the line, Lu Yao's roommate's cheerful voice rang out again. Shopping? I'm free. As long as you're free, then we'll meet at the east gate of the school in an hour. Senior, you can't stand us up. Don't worry, I will be there on time. Okay then, see you later. After saying this, the person on the other end hung up the phone cleanly and neatly. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He put away his phone, opened the system backpack directly, and chose to unbox. Maybe it was because I used up all my luck in the 2 advanced system treasure chests in the morning. The rewards I got this time were really poor. One treasure chest gave 10,000 system points, and the other treasure chest gave an even more disappointing thing, a random vehicle card. Zhou Yuan thought about it and simply used the random vehicle card. Anyway, his garage was empty, so it would be good to throw a few cars in there to make it look more presentable. And now Wang Lu had become his woman, and she didn't have a car, so it was a good opportunity to see if he could win a good car. Congratulations to the host for using the random vehicle card to obtain a GTW12 convertible version of the Seagull. Although my luck in unboxing was average, this vehicle card is still pretty cool. The GTW12 from the Binchusaurus costs more than 3 million after all. Chapter 99. This guy is obviously not a good person. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan finally saw the car carrying the Seagull. The person who delivered the car this time was still a girl, but compared to Feng Jing, she was a little less attractive. Moreover, this person is obviously an old player. From the very beginning, she actually hinted at Zhou Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. She is more open than Feng Jing at the beginning. However, Zhou Yuan's mentality and perspective have changed a long time ago, and he directly rejected the girl's good intentions. When the girl saw that she couldn't seduce Zhou Yuan, she had to get a taxi and leave in shame. Zhou Yuan did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he stayed in the car and fiddled with his phone, waiting for Lu Yao and her roommates to show up. I thought that the more than 3 million Saltmarsh goals were just that simple. I didn't expect that this car parked at the door would attract so many people. Every now and then, some brave girls would come up to me and say hello. Handsome guy, is this car yours? Can you take me for a ride? Handsome guy, are you also a student here? Let's have a meal together. Little brother, I want to go to the city, but I can't get a taxi. Can you give me a ride? These girls were quite proactive, but unfortunately, none of them caught Zhou Yuan's eye. There were 2 girls who looked pretty good. Zhou Yuan even used a spy technique to investigate and found out that they had no experience in certain aspects, so he reluctantly added them on WeChat. They chatted idly like this for about 10 minutes before Lu Yao called. Zhou Yuan politely told the 2 girls to leave and then turned around to answer the phone. Sorry, Senior, we are late. Wan and I have already arrived at the East Gate. Where are you? Come over to a Juan restaurant. I'll be in the convertible on the side of the road. Okay, Senior. We'll be there soon. Just 10 seconds after hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuan heard someone outside calling out Senior happily. When he turned around, he saw Lu Yao and Zhang Wan. You know what, Lu Yao was obviously dressed up carefully today. She took off her usual black framed glasses and replaced them with contact lenses. Her hair was no longer in a ponytail, but in a shawl style. She was wearing a white polo neck college-style dress and a lined short skirt. Although the style was simple, it made her look particularly youthful and lively. A pair of long legs exposed, without stockings, look slender, white and tender, especially attractive. It even adds a little sexiness to this outfit. She was wearing a pair of sneakers of an unknown brand, which seemed a bit out of place if you were to rely on your imagination. But visually, they were surprisingly suitable. With this outfit, compared to his previous image, he is like a completely different person. Of course, Zhang Wan beside her was also dressed well, but her style was different. A slightly loose long-sleeved t-shirt paired with a short plaid skirt. It is also a simple style, but it also looks youthful and beautiful. The moment Zhou Yuan looked at the 2 of them, Zhang Wan also saw Zhou Yuan, and inevitably noticed the Salvinia Samoyeds. Even though girls don't seem to know much about cars, most of them can still roughly recognize some luxury cars. Not to mention Zhang Wan, because of her family background, she recognized the Binchus Gullwing at a glance. This year's latest model GTW12, with a landing price of over 3 million, is definitely a luxury car. Come to think of it, her brother has one. In short, those who can afford this kind of car are obviously rich second generations. But the reputation of the rich second generation these days is not very good. Even her brother is the same. The most important thing is that there is never a shortage of girls around these guys. Moreover, when she came out just now, she had noticed this car in advance, and she saw with her own eyes the two girls waving goodbye to this guy reluctantly. This guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance. If Yao Yao falls in love with this kind of guy, it may not end well. With Zhang Wan's family background, she would not have any thoughts about Zhou Yuan because of this car. On the contrary, she was worried about Lu Yao at the first moment. Chapter 100 Senior, you are awesome. Yao Yao, this guy is not the senior Zhou you mentioned, right? He seems to be a bit of a playboy. Zhang Wan secretly pulled Lu Yao, who was smiling happily, and whispered something. She decided that in order to prevent a little white rabbit like Lu Yao from being poisoned by a playboy like Zhou Yuan, she would always give Lu Yao vaccinations and eye drops. Wan, don't talk nonsense. Senior is not that kind of person. It's no exaggeration to say that Lu Yao's personality is inexperienced and she's also a bit naive and blind. She had a very good first impression of Zhou Yuan, so when she heard Zhang Wan say something bad about Zhou Yuan, she immediately opened her mouth to refute. You've only met him a few times, are you sure he's not that kind of person? Didn't you see those two girls just now? They were reluctant to say goodbye to him. Zhang Wan said depressedly. Maybe he's just asking for directions. What's so strange about that? Lu Yao didn't think much about it. Let's go there quickly and don't let the senior wait anxiously. This girl is going to be finished. Zhang Wan was speechless for a while, but she couldn't say much, lest she keep persuading Lu Yao and make her rebel, which would be counterproductive. Lu Yao didn't care what she was thinking and trotted over to the side of the heron. Senior, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay. I just got here not long ago. Zhou Yuan smiled and glanced at Zhang Wan next to him. Who is this? Zhang Wan, Lu Yao's roommate and best friend. Without waiting for Lu Yao to introduce herself, Zhang Wan spoke first. She had some opinions about Zhou Yuan, so her tone was a little cold. Then she is also a junior schoolmate. Hello, my name is Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He just gave his name and asked the two to get in the car. Originally, Zhang Wan was planning to pull Lu Yao to the back seat, but Lu Yao went straight to the front passenger seat, which made Zhang Wan secretly curl her lips for a while, thinking that Lu Yao was leading herself into the tiger's mouth. Where do you two ladies want to go today? Let's go to Tianhan Plaza and take a stroll over there. Since they were just going out shopping together, Zhou Yuan had no objection and started the car directly, heading for Tianhan Plaza. On the way, Lu Yao didn't say much. But Zhang Wan wanted to find out about Zhou Yuan's situation, and after getting in the car, she basically kept talking. I say, Senior, your car shouldn't be cheap. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like a Strychnid. It's okay. It's not expensive. Just over 3 million. When she heard the number of more than 3 million, Lu Yao was surprised. However, Zhang Wan looked calm, and turned around and asked, speaking of which, Senior, what does your family do? My family is in a normal situation, but I opened my own investment company. Senior, you are so amazing. You even started your own company. Lu Yao suddenly spoke with a look of admiration on her face. Even Zhang Wan was surprised. She glanced at Zhou Yuan in astonishment and said, I didn't expect that you are actually a first-generation rich man. When it comes to rich second generations, Zhang Wan doesn't have a good impression of them because of her family background and the circle her brother belongs to. But if it's the first generation of rich people, that's another matter. Making money by your own ability is a real skill. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, it's not that great, just a small fight. Senior, you are too modest. You started your own business and you can still afford such an expensive car. It's already impressive. Lu Yao couldn't help but say this, with even more admiration in her expression. Once a man has ability and talent, it is very easy for women to admire him. Even when looking for a partner, it is not very meaningful to expect to be pursued. As long as you have the ability, you will naturally attract girls. For example, Lu Yao at this moment was obviously attracted by Zhou Yuan's ability. However, Zhang Wan noticed that Lu Yao's expression was not right, and she said something with ulterior motives. Hey, Senior, you are so amazing, you should have a girlfriend, right? Even if you don't have a girlfriend, there should be a lot of girls chasing after you, right? Chapter 101 This girl is hopeless. After asking this question, Lu Yao next to him subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan nervously. How could Zhou Yuan answer such a question truthfully? He smiled calmly and evasively said, "What's wrong? Are you planning to introduce me to a girlfriend?" However, Zhang Wan was not willing to give up easily, and kept asking, "Senior, you haven't answered my question yet, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look up and glance at her in the rearview mirror, then lied directly, "I haven't had time to talk about a girlfriend yet." "If you have a suitable candidate, would you introduce her to me?" Of course Zhou Yuan would not admit to having a girlfriend in front of Lu Yao. After all, who made him interested in Lu Yao? If he admitted that he had a girlfriend, what would happen? Furthermore, to be honest, neither Feng Jing nor Wan Lu can be considered his girlfriends. They should be considered his women. "Senior, you are not lying, are you? With your conditions, how can you not have a girlfriend?" If it were another girl, she might be fooled. But Zhang Wan, who had seen how her brother attracted so many women since she was a child, didn't believe it at all. "I can't help it. I'm just a little ugly, so no one likes me." Zhou Yuan laughed and joked to himself. Ugly, he is definitely not ugly. But to be honest, he is not handsome in the strict sense. Of course, if we talk about temperament and charm, that's another matter. Actually, you are not ugly, I think you are very handsome." At this moment, Lu Yao suddenly said with a red face, "It's over. This girl is hopeless." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan in the back seat rolled her eyes. Although she also thinks Zhou Yuan is not ugly, and even gives people a good and charming feeling. But the problem is that with Lu Yao's personality, she dared to say that. It was obvious that she was in love with him and had a huge crush on him. "We are just getting started, Yao Yao has fallen so pitifully?" Zhang Wan was very depressed. In fact, Zhang Wan had no idea that the reason why Lu Yao fell so easily was mainly because of Zhou Yuan's temperament and charm. With Zhou Yuan's current temperament of 20 points and charm of 27 points, he may not be very attractive to ordinary girls. At most, he can easily make the other party have a good impression putting aside his wealth and financial resources, and think that this man looks pretty good. But for a simple girl like Lu Yao who has no emotional experience, it is quite fatal. This kind of thing is actually just like eating and drinking. The more you experience, the more it's like you've eaten enough delicacies from land and sea, so when you encounter them again, you won't be as attracted to them. But if you have never seen or tasted it, then it will be completely different when you come across delicacies from land and sea. You can't help but want to try it, or even drool. It is a normal reaction. Besides, even Zhang Wan herself, who had been exposed to the world since childhood because of her family background, felt that although Zhou Yuan was not good looking, he looked quite charming. Not to mention a newbie like Lu Yao, whose heart was already moved. Throughout the rest of the journey, Zhang Wan continued to ask Zhou Yuan various questions in a roundabout way, trying to find out as much as possible about Zhou Yuan's situation. Zhou Yuan didn't hide anything. Except for some things he couldn't say or didn't want to say, he told everything else truthfully. But to be honest, Zhang Wan didn't find out anything. What she cared about most was whether Zhou Yuan had a girlfriend, but she didn't trust Zhou Yuan's previous answer, so she just let it go. Chapter 102 You'd better take care of yourself. The three of them chatted casually and soon arrived at Tianhan Square. This is not only the CBD area of Guangcheng, but also one of the most prosperous business districts. For example, the nearby Tianjin Shopping Center is the largest shopping center in Guangcheng and one of its landmark buildings. After driving the car into the underground garage of Tianjin Shopping Center, Zhou Yuan took the two of them upstairs in the elevator. When women go shopping, they usually don't have anything special or specific to buy, they just go shopping. Lu Yao and Zhang Wan were no exception. They said they were out to buy some seasonal clothes, but once they entered the mall, they immediately started wandering around. Although Zhou Yuan was a bit bored, since he was already out, he had no choice but to risk his life to accompany the girl. After wandering in and out of various stores for an hour, it was time for lunch. The three of them didn't bother to go out and just went upstairs to check in at a random internet celebrity store. While the food was being served, Lu Yao went to the bathroom. Watching her walk away, Zhang Wan on the opposite side suddenly spoke. "Hello?" When he heard the word hello, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look up, a little surprised. "Mr. Zhou, tell me the truth, do you have any thoughts about my Yao Yao?" Since Lu Yao wasn't around, Zhang Wan got straight to the point. She didn't even call him senior, but just called him Zhou. Zhou Yuan didn't mind, and didn't hide his inner thoughts. He smiled and said, "I do have an idea." "Why? Is it not okay?" He also noticed along the way that Zhang Yuan seemed a little wary of him. Zhang Yuan frowned and said, "Whether it works or not is another matter, but tell me the truth, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Yuan fiddled with his milk tea straw and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you, I don't have a girlfriend?" Zhang Yuan said, "I advise you to tell the truth. I tell you, you can only fool Yao Yao with such words, but you can't fool me." Zhou Yuan said with a smile, "Since I can't fool you, why are you asking?" Zhang Yuan blared and said, "I'm warning you, since you have a girlfriend, don't mess with my Yao Yao again. Otherwise." Zhang Yuan didn't say the second half of the sentence explicitly, but judging from the way she glared at him, it was obvious that she was threatening him. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan didn't care at all. Instead, he deliberately asked, "What else? Are you going to beat me up or report me?" "You." Zhang Yuan was choked and speechless. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she really could not threaten Zhou Yuan. Ask someone to beat Zhou Yuan up? Or beat Zhou Yuan up herself? This was easy, but the key was that she couldn't do it. After all, Zhou Yuan hadn't done anything harmful to the world. Or else expose Zhou Yuan to Lu Yao? But the problem is that judging from the crazy look Lu Yao is showing now, it would be useless to say anything. Otherwise, is there evidence that Zhou Yuan already has a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. You know what, this is actually a good idea. If we really find evidence that Zhou Yuan has a girlfriend, then when we give it to Lu Yao will probably change her mind about Zhou Yuan. Although this method may be a little difficult for others, it is no problem at all for her. With her family background, she could just make a phone call home and immediately find someone to dig out all of Zhou Yuan's details. If you don't want to alarm your family, you can just go back and ask your brother for help. With his connections, it will definitely be easy for him. The more Zhang Yuan thought about it, the more she felt that this method was feasible. She glanced at Zhou Yuan and said, "Anyway, I've said what I need to say. You, Mr. Zhou, better take care of yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get into trouble later." Chapter 103. This girl is pretty good. Zhou Yuan didn't take Zhang Yuan's threat seriously. But hearing Zhang Yuan's tone and looking at her expression, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel curious. You know, most girls don't have the courage and momentum to threaten others. And to be honest, he felt that Zhang Yuan was a little different from the beginning. There is an indescribable aura and temperament about him. Could it be that this girl is not an ordinary person? This idea suddenly popped up in Zhou Yuan's mind. After thinking about it, he directly used the spying technique on Zhang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of information appeared above Zhang Yuan's head. Zhou Yuan took a careful look and curled his lips. Have to. This is really what you think. I had always felt that Zhang Yuan was unusual, but I didn't expect that she was truly not an ordinary person. She was born in the Zheng family, a famous martial arts family in Tiandong province. Her father is still the head of the Zheng family. She has an older brother who dotes on her. She is definitely a rich princess. This identity is a bit surprising. Zhou Yuan glanced at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Zhang Yuan felt a little uncomfortable and glared at me. "Why are you looking at me? Look at what's wrong with you. Is it illegal?" Zhou Yuan curled his lips and replied bluntly. Although Zhang Yuan's identity was quite unusual, Zhou Yuan didn't take it seriously. He would not treat Zhang Yuan with a servile attitude just because of her background. Besides, with his current strength, he doesn't have to be afraid of the Zheng family. After all, judging from the secrets of Zhang Yuan, the strongest person in the Zheng family now is Zhang Yuan's grandfather, a master figure who is already in his 60s. The other party should be in seclusion now, working hard to reach the Grand Master level. As for the rest of the Zheng family, the strongest one is Zhang Yuan's father Zhang Zhaozheng, but he is only a warrior in the late stage of Huajin. Zhou Yuan believed that with his own strength, combined with the instant body technique, he would definitely be able to fight against a Grandmaster. And if he really wanted to run, the other party would definitely not be able to stop him. With such confidence, he might as well be afraid of the Zheng family. On the contrary, the Zheng family is wealthy and powerful, so if a fight really comes to a head, they should be afraid of him. Of course, fighting to the death is a long way to go, and we won't even get to that point yet. In a word, even if Zhang Yuan's identity was not ordinary, Zhou Yuan didn't take it to heart. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, felt a little depressed by Zhou Yuan's words. "Look, you are breaking the law." Just as she was about to say "diss," her cell phone rang. Zhang Yuan glared at Zhou Yuan before answering the phone. She didn't know what the other end said, but after a moment, Zhang Yuan's face suddenly turned ugly. with a hint of worry and anxiety. After hanging up the phone, she immediately stood up with her bag. I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving first. If you see Yao Yao later, tell her for me. After saying that, Zhang Yuan turned around and left, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and glared at Zhou Yuan. I'm warning you, you'd better not provoke Yao Yao, otherwise I will definitely make you pay. After saying this, Zhang Yuan left in a hurry. Watching Zhang Yuan disappear, Zhou Yuan shook his head speechlessly and amusedly. This girl actually cares a lot about Lu Yao, her roommate and best friend. If he hadn't used the spying technique to find out that Zhang Yuan had any lesbian secrets, he would have suspected that Zhang Yuan was a TXL. But then again, Lu Yao is really lucky to have such a close friend who cares about her. After all, although Zhang Yuan disliked him, it was undeniable that his character was quite good, much better than those arrogant and domineering daughters of rich families. Chapter 104 How could your parents raise a thing like you? Zhou Yuan was just guessing when Lu Yao came back from the bathroom not long after. As soon as she sat down, she asked curiously, Senior, where is Wan Wan? Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and explained, she just received a call. It seems like something happened, so she left first. Then I'll call her and ask. Lu Yao said obviously concerned about Zhang Yuan, and quickly took out her cell phone to make a call. No one knew what Zhang Yuan said on the other end of the phone, which caused Lu Yao to secretly glance at Zhou Yuan several times, and finally had to run away. Judging from the looks of it, he definitely didn't say anything nice. But Zhou Yuan didn't care. Although he was interested in Lu Yao, he didn't have to seduce Lu Yao or anything like that. If Lu Yao really listened to Zhang Yuan and distanced herself from him, then he wouldn't care and would just treat her as an ordinary friend. But Zhou Yuan's worries were obviously unnecessary. After Lu Yao hung up the phone, her expression didn't change at all. The look in her eyes when she looked at him was still filled with silly admiration as always. Okay, stop looking. I'm here and there and I can't run away. Seeing Lu Yao's look, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and tease. Lu Yao blushed and lowered her head, stammering oh. Zhou Yuan stopped teasing her and started chatting about some random topics. Perhaps because they had been in contact for a long time, Lu Yao had become more relaxed. Although he would blush occasionally when looking at Zhou Yuan, he was much bolder and more cheerful when chatting with him. He even took the initiative to tell Zhou Yuan about his likes and fears. When a woman talks about this with others, it definitely means she has a crush on him. Zhou Yuan didn't expect that Lu Yao's biggest hobby was cosplay. However, due to her introverted personality and poor social skills, Lu Yao had never participated in activities in that circle. She just enjoyed it privately. As for what Lu Yao was afraid of, it was within Zhou Yuan's expectations. Like most girls, she is nothing but snakes, insects, rats and ants. But according to Lu Yao, spiders are what she fears the most. She is so scared that even if she is prepared or mentions the word spider in a normal conversation, she can't help but shiver. The two chatted casually, finished their meal quickly, and returned to the second floor again. I just got off the elevator and turned the corner, when suddenly 3 little kids jumped out from the corner in front of me. The 3 kids were chasing and playing with drinks in their hands, not even looking at the road. In a blink of an eye, one of them bumped into Lu Yao. Not only did the drink in his hand spill all over Lu Yao, but the naughty kid was also shocked and staggered back a few steps. His body tilted and he hit his head on the pillar next to him, then fell to the ground. Without waiting for Lu Yao and Zhou Yuan to react, this guy just burst into tears at the top of his lungs. Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao were stunned. Lu Yao didn't care about her clothes and was about to go forward to comfort her. But in the blink of an eye, a woman hurriedly ran out from the corner. She saw the little fat boy sitting on the ground, and immediately ran over with concern and helped the little fat boy up. Bin Bin. What's wrong with you, Bin Bin? Don't cry, don't cry. Tell Mom, what's going on? It was her. She bumped into me. She made my Coke spill. And she also made me hit my head. These days, the naughty kids are really amazing. They are only 11 or 12 years old, but they already know how to complain first. When the fat woman heard this, she immediately refused and glared at Lu Yao fiercely. What's wrong with you? You're walking with your eyes open. Didn't you see the child? You just bumped into him. Lu Yao was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and said anxiously, No, Auntie, you misunderstood. It wasn't me who hit anyone. It was your son who suddenly rushed out and hit me. As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, the little fat boy started yelling in grievance. She's talking nonsense. She's talking nonsense. She was the one who hit me. Yes, yes. I saw it too. She was the one who hit my brother. It was her. She was the one who hit him. The little fat boy immediately cried out with a look of grievance on his face. The two naughty kids next to him were obviously as naughty as him and started to slander Lu Yao directly. When the woman heard her son say this, her face suddenly darkened and she stared at Lu Yao with disgust. How can you be so shameless, little girl? It was you who hit my son, and yet you turned the tables on me. How did your parents teach you to be such a jerk? Chapter 105, Neither of you can leave. This was a very harsh curse. Lu Yao was stunned for a moment and said anxiously, why are you cursing at me? It was obviously your son who suddenly rushed out and bumped into me. Oh, you mean my son lied? The fat woman looked dissatisfied, blinked and started shouting loudly. Come on, everyone, come and give us your opinions. Not only did this woman hit my son, she not only refused to apologize, but she also slandered that it was my son who hit her. Everyone come and see how there can be such a shameless person in this world. After this shout, many people gathered around. This girl looks so young, how can she be so evil? Humph, this girl, you can't judge a person by his appearance. She looks quiet on the surface, but I didn't expect she's such a scumbag at heart. Young people nowadays are so uneducated. They even frame a child for a mistake. I feel so sorry for her parents. Those who come to watch the fun never think that the trouble is too big. A group of people whispered to each other, pointed fingers, and started to criticize. Lu Yao had never encountered such a situation before. She was so anxious that she didn't know what to say and her eyes even turned red. Zhou Yuan held her hand and comforted her. Okay, Yao, if you run into a bitch like this, just ignore her. Originally, it wasn't Lu Yao's fault. Zhou Yuan didn't want to pay any more attention to the fat woman and just wanted to leave with Lu Yao. But when the fat woman saw this, she suddenly became anxious, rushed up and blocked the two men's way. I'm telling you, if this matter isn't resolved today, neither of you can leave. You hit and injured my son maliciously, so you must compensate us. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Zhou Yuan didn't want to bother with this kind of thing, but the fat woman kept pestering him, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. It was obviously your child who hit my friend. I'm lucky enough that I didn't ask you for compensation. Why are you still nagging me? You want to call the police, right? Then call the police. The mall also has surveillance cameras. When the police come, they can check the surveillance and see who is right and who is wrong. I'll adjust the surveillance if I want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The fat woman immediately shouted unyieldingly. The commotion here really attracted the attention of the mall staff, and soon the floor manager rushed over. After asking about the situation and seeing that he could not persuade the man, the manager decisively called the monitoring room. What's up, manager? Did this bitch hit my son? After the manager hung up the phone, the fat woman spoke immediately. The manager looked at her with disgust and said, "Excuse me, ma'am. The surveillance footage in the monitoring room showed that it was your son who rushed out and bumped into this girl. How is this possible? Impossible. My son said it was this little bitch who hit him. No way. You two must have colluded with each other." The fat woman was startled at first, and then started to act unreasonably and throw a tantrum. "Ma'am, if you don't believe me, I'll have someone send the surveillance video over now." You spread it. You spread it. I want to see the video with my own eyes, the fat woman suddenly yelled. The manager didn't waste any time and made another call. Not long after, he picked up the phone and clicked on a video sent from the monitoring room. The video clearly showed that it was the three little fat guys who rushed out first and bumped into Lu Yao. Seeing this, the people around suddenly changed their attitude and stared at the fat woman with disgust. It was obviously his son who hit someone, but he actually turned black into white and slandered the girl. What a piece of shit. How dare you call her uneducated just now? It turns out that this woman is the most uneducated. Not only is she uneducated, but her son is also uneducated. This kind of person is so shameless. Not only does he blame himself, but he also slanders others. Chapter 106, Evildoers will be punished by their own evildoers. The surrounding spectators immediately turned their attention to the incident, and started talking one after another, making the fat woman's face turn blue and red, looking extremely ugly. Ma'am, you've watched the surveillance video, what else do you have to say now? The manager didn't like fat women either, and his face was full of disgust when he spoke to them. You are bullying me. The fat woman hesitated for a while, and suddenly exploded and started to act tough. This video must be fake. It must be a synthesis by you. You are slandering. It is a deliberate slander. She was throwing a tantrum, and suddenly, she heard a curse in Chinese. Where did this naughty kid come from? Are you looking for death? After this national curse, there was a slapping sound, and the next second, a loud crying was heard. Everyone turned their heads curiously, and after a few breaths, they saw a man dragging the fat man and standing not far away, yelling. Looking again, I saw that the guy's suit and white shirt were wet, and a cup of milk tea was spilled on the ground not far away. Whose fucking family is this little bastard from? Where is the parent? Get out here. The fat woman immediately saw her son and no longer cared about Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao, and ran over in a panic. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you hit my son? As she yelled, she reached out to scratch the man's face. Oh my God. The man dodged a step and kicked the fat woman in the stomach in the blink of an eye. The fat woman fell to the ground with her buttocks. The man didn't attack her again, but he started to curse her angrily. This little bastard is your son, right? Don't you know how to teach your son? He ran out and bumped into me, spilled milk tea all over me, but he didn't even know how to apologize and cursed at me. I didn't. You hit me. Fuck you, you can tell lies at such a young age, right? Your parents didn't teach you, so I'm going to teach you today. The man cursed angrily, turned around, raised his right hand, and slapped the fat boy directly. Say it to me again, who hit who? You hit me. Bang. Upon hearing this, the man slapped her twice. You're still not being honest, are you? Who hit who? I was wrong. I was the one who bumped into her. I was the one who bumped into that sister just now as well. I'm sorry, uncle. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please don't hit me. This is what my grandparents taught me. They often do this, and they say that by doing this they can make others lose money. After receiving 2 slaps in the face, the fat boy became completely obedient. He cried loudly and confessed everything. As expected, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked as well. I am really surprised by this. They are such a scumbag family. This kind of naughty child will become a disaster sooner or later. Beat him. Beat him to death. If this guy is not properly educated, he will definitely endanger society in the future. The crowd of onlookers clearly had no sympathy for the naughty kid and started talking about it. As the saying goes, every evildoer will be punished by his own evil. After seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan's anger completely subsided. He ignored the show and turned to look at Lu Yao. How are you? Are you okay? Lu Yao shook her head and said, I'm fine. I just didn't expect that children nowadays are so scary. If parents don't discipline these naughty kids, society will teach them a lesson sooner or later. Zhou Yuan replied casually and held Lu Yao's hand. Let's go, don't worry about them. Your clothes are dirty. I'll take you to buy new ones. Chapter 107 To vent the hatred in my heart. Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao didn't watch the excitement that followed. I guess that fat woman and her son are going to have a bad time. The two walked around the crowd and headed straight for a women's clothing store not far away. In Tianjin Shopping Center, there are all kinds of top luxury stores such as Xiangnair, Pilata, and Fance. Zhou Yuan took Lu Yao for a stroll and turned into a Xiangnair store. However, after entering and taking a look at the price tag, Lu Yao secretly pulled Zhou Yuan. The things here are too expensive, let's go somewhere else. Although Lu Yao's family was not poor, this piece of clothing, which cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars, still made her back out. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, It doesn't matter if it's expensive, as long as you like it, just consider it a gift from me. Forget it, senior. Let's just go to another store. Lu Yao was obviously reluctant to let Zhou Yuan spend money. Seeing that Lu Yao insisted, Zhou Yuan didn't say much and took her out. As a result, before I even left the house, a woman came in with a bag and a cup of milk tea. She is quite tall, with a hot body and long wavy hair. She is wearing a tight red dress with a short hip skirt and nude stockings, which makes her look quite sexy. However, her outfit is still a little inferior to Lu Yao's. Although her figure is not bad, unfortunately her temperament is a bit inferior and she seems a bit worldly. When their eyes met, the woman was slightly stunned, and then she laughed. "Hey, isn't this Lu Yao? Long time no see." Although she was smiling, there was something strange about that smile. Lu Yao was also stunned, and then she replied with some surprise and discomfort, "Zheng Pingping, what a coincidence. What a coincidence, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this." Zheng Pingping smiled proudly and glanced at Zhou Yuan. "This boy looks pretty good. But her appearance is very ordinary, and her clothes are not good either, obviously stall goods. From the looks of it, he must be a stinky loser. But since he can go shopping with Lu Yao and hold hands with her, he must be the boyfriend of that bitch Lu Yao. This is perfect. I finally got the chance." Zheng Pingping first secretly commented on Zhou Yuan, then she became interested and said with a smile, "What's the matter, did you get a new boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yao frowned and said anxiously, "Zheng Pingping, don't talk nonsense." Lu Yao's appearance surprised Zhou Yuan. Of course, he was not surprised that Lu Yao had a boyfriend. After all, he had already used the technique of voyeurism to check on Lu Yao's situation and knew that Lu Yao was still a serious little girl. What surprised him was that this was the first time Lu Yao showed such anxious and dissatisfied emotions. There seems to be a story behind this. Oh, it seems I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it," Zheng Pingping said with a smile. She apologized, but her face was clearly defiant. Actually, she and Lu Yao have a grudge against each other. As for this grudge, it's nothing more than some trivial emotional issue. In fact, the two are not only from the same hometown, but have been classmates since the first year of high school. Even in the first year of high school, the relationship between the two sides was actually quite good. But the problem was that later a transfer student came to the class, and Zheng Pingping fell in love with him at first sight. But the boy just ignored her and fell in love with Lu Yao instead, and even pestered her. This ridiculous incident made Zheng Pingping dissatisfied with Lu Yao, and then she began to compete with her in various ways, hoping to surpass Lu Yao and win the boy's favor. Unfortunately, no matter in study or popularity, she just couldn't compare to Lu Yao. Over time, the feeling of unwillingness to accept the outcome gradually turned into hatred and resentment. But when she wanted to take revenge on Lu Yao, something happened at home and she had to drop out of school. She was forced to come to Guangqing to work. "I thought I would never have a chance to vent all the pent-up hatred in my heart. But who would have thought that I would run into Lu Yao here today? This is God opening his eyes. Now that we have encountered this opportunity, we must not miss it." Chapter 108 The Evil Plan Succeeded. Zheng Pingping immediately felt the urge for revenge, her mind racing as she pondered how to torment Lu Yao. Although Lu Yao couldn't tell what Zheng Pingping was thinking, because of what happened back then, she knew that Zheng Pingping must want to make trouble for her. She herself was not a combative person and was even a little timid, so she instinctively wanted to avoid Zheng Pingping. So she ignored Zheng Pingping's hypocritical apology, but secretly pulled Zhou Yuan and whispered, "Senior, let's go to another store." Zheng Pingping heard this little murmur. She looked up at Neil's store, then looked at Zhou Yuan, and immediately realized what was going on. Most likely, Lu Yao and Zhou Yuan went into the store to look around, found that they couldn't afford the things inside, and were about to leave. Then they happened to run into me. Etc. This is an opportunity to take revenge on that bitch Lu Yao. Zheng Pingping suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, she blocked Lu Yao's way with a smile. "Hey Lu Yao, we finally get to meet each other, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" As Zheng Pingping spoke, she stepped forward in a pretentious manner, pretending to be close friends, and put her arm around Lu Yao. "I was just joking. So many years have passed. You wouldn't be so petty as to still hold a grudge against me, right?" These words sounded as if they were trying to resolve the rift. However, in reality, Zheng Pingping had already figured out how to trick Lu Yao, and her current posture was actually just a trap. Lu Yao naturally didn't quite believe that Zheng Pingping was really going to put aside their past grudges, but since Zheng Pingping was already smiling like that, she didn't want to make things too awkward in public. After all, as the old saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Of course, the more important thing is that she now has a male god like Zhou Yuan standing next to her. She didn't want Zhou Yuan to think that she was too petty and vindictive, and leave a bad impression on Zhou Yuan. So although she didn't want to get entangled with Zheng Pingping anymore, Lu Yao still resisted the urge to ignore Zheng Pingping, shook her head and forced a smile. "No, I don't hold a grudge against you. I knew you were still a soft-hearted bitch. Next, let me design you." Zheng Pingping sneered in her heart. After all, they have been classmates for 3 years and even got along well for a while. She knows Lu Yao's personality and even her likes and weaknesses very well. However, Zheng Pingping still looked like a good sister on the surface, and said with a smile, "It's good that you don't bear a grudge against me. I think you are here to buy clothes, right? It happens that I am here to buy clothes too, so let's consult each other." As she spoke, she did not give Lu Yao a chance to react, and directly pulled Lu Yao back into the store. Because she had to pretend in front of Zhou Yuan, Lu Yao couldn't refuse and could only let Zheng Pingping hold her arm as they walked in. As the two of them walked around, Zheng Pingping soon saw a suit priced at over 100,000 yuan. She was interested and quickly called the clerk. "Beautiful lady, please come here for a moment." Upon hearing the noise, a nearby clerk hurried over, bowed politely, and said with a smile, "Hello, ladies and sir, how can I help you?" "I like your outfit. Could you please take it down so I can try it on?" "Of course, what's your size?" Zheng Pingping told the clerk her size and he quickly went to get the clothes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zheng Pingping quietly opened the lid of the milk tea. After the clerk came back with the clothes, she stuffed the milk tea to Lu Yao and went into the fitting room with the clothes. After a minute or two, Zheng Pingping changed her clothes and came out again. "My lady, you look really elegant in this outfit." The clerk guarding the door gave a polite compliment. Zheng Pingping smiled and said thank you, then casually looked at herself in the mirror, then turned around and waved to Lu Yao. Lu Yao didn't think much about it and walked over with the milk tea. "Yao Yao, what do you think of my outfit?" Zheng Pingping said, deliberately moving closer to Lu Yao. "Very good, it suits you very well." Lu Yao replied casually while holding the milk tea. "I think it's pretty good too." Zheng Pingping smiled, but suddenly her expression changed. "Spider. There's a spider." "Ah." At the word "there is a spider," Lu Yao turned pale and screamed, and she was so scared that she jumped on the spot. The milk tea cup in her hand swung forward as she jumped, and half of the cup of milk tea splashed all over Zheng Pingping. At this moment, a hint of pleasure of success flashed in Zheng Pingping's eyes. Chapter 109 Compensation. The look of success only flashed for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, Zheng Pingping screamed in surprise. Lu Yao reacted immediately, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly took out a tissue from her bag. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." She wiped it hurriedly and couldn't help apologizing. Zheng Pingping ignored Lu Yao at this time, but turned to look at the clerk, pretending to be embarrassed. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, look at this dress." The clerk next to him reacted immediately and his face looked a little ugly. This set of clothes cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now something like this has gone wrong, so someone must be held responsible. As a shop assistant, she certainly couldn't bear such a responsibility. So obviously, she could only ask the two girls in front of her. "I'm sorry, ladies. You are the ones who made the clothes dirty. You must be responsible for compensation." Zheng Pingping was waiting for this sentence, and immediately looked at Lu Yao when she heard it. "Yao Yao, why are you so careless? Tell me what we should do now?" Zheng Pingping's intention was very clear. She wanted Lu Yao to take the blame and pay compensation. This is also her real purpose. Although she didn't know much about Lu Yao's current situation, Lu Yao should still be a student. If she really asked Lu Yao to pay compensation of hundreds of thousands, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. Even if the compensation is split in half, the amount of 70 or 80,000 is probably not something Lu Yao can afford. As for Lu Yao's boyfriend, she had paid special attention to him before. Judging from his clothes, he should be an ordinary person and he definitely couldn't come up with such a large sum of money. In this case, Lu Yao would have to bear the bulk of the compensation herself. Even if Lu Yao's boyfriend is a bit of a scumbag, he might dump Lu Yao and run away alone to avoid being involved in this debt. If this scene really happened, Zheng Pingping planned to secretly record it and send it to classmates later to make Lu Yao proud. In this way, the resentment that has been pent up in my heart for many years can be vented. As for whether this kind of thing will end up shooting oneself in the foot, Zheng Pingping is not worried at all. The reason is simple. In fact, the manager of this store is her new boyfriend. As long as Lu Yao is forced to pay the money first, even if she has to bear part of it herself, the worst that can happen is that she can tell her boyfriend. Anyway, she will not have to spend a penny herself. I have to say that Zheng Pingping really has a good plan. Lu Yao didn't expect there were so many twists and turns here. When Zheng Pingping questioned her like this, she immediately panicked. The clerk next to him reacted and said with an unpleasant look on his face, "Excuse me, ladies. You have soiled our clothes. I have to trouble you to buy them. Lu Yao spoke subconsciously. Well, then how much are these clothes? This is a classic fall outfit designed by the headquarters designer himself. It's hand-cut and made, and it's priced at 138,000 yuan. The clerk quickly quoted the price. Lu Yao's face turned pale when she heard this. So expensive? I don't have that much money. As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Zheng Pingping. Pingping, you. Zheng Pingping had already prepared her words, and she said, even if I admit that I'm unlucky, the most I can pay is 40,000. I don't have more than that. And you can't blame me for this. In fact, her original plan was not to pay a penny, but after thinking about it carefully, it would be unacceptable if she really didn't pay. It's better to pay a small portion. Anyway, you can ask your boyfriend to pay it back later, and Lu Yao still has to pay the big part. Besides, in this way, no matter who judges the matter, it is impossible to find fault with her. Chapter 110. You don't need to buy it. When the clerk heard Zheng Pingping say she wanted 40,000, he was obviously relieved, and then turned to look at Lu Yao. Ma'am, the main responsibility for today's incident still lies with you. Do you want to transfer the remaining money or pay by credit card? I don't have that much money. Can you guys make some concessions? Lu Yao was so anxious that she almost cried. Even if Zheng Pingping paid 40,000 yuan, she couldn't afford the remaining 100,000 yuan. I'm sorry, ma'am. This is your fault and there's nothing we can do. The salesgirl was certainly indifferent. But this is just a piece of clothing, dry cleaning it shouldn't affect sales, right? Can't I compensate you for the dry cleaning fee? Lu Yao was not stupid after all, and spoke immediately. I'm sorry, you can buy the clothes and have them dry cleaned yourself, but our store doesn't accept this method of disposal. The clerk's face turned cold and he said this heartlessly. If it were an ordinary clothing store, dirty clothes might be dealt with in this way. But for a top luxury store like this, don't count on this method. But I really can't afford so much money. Lu Yao murmured with red eyes and subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan had been silent from the beginning. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Lu Yao, but he was just watching the show. Because he had sensed something was wrong from the beginning, he had been watching and watching to see what Zheng Pingping was going to do. But now that things had turned out like this, he roughly understood Zheng Pingping's plan, which was nothing more than to trick Lu Yao. I have to say that this woman is very scheming and her tactics are quite skillful. But no matter how good you are at it, it's useless. When you meet a rich man like me, this method is just a joke. It's just 100,000, just a drop in the bucket. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and was about to speak. But at this moment, I heard footsteps behind me. Before I turned around, I saw several female shop assistants suddenly shouted respectfully, "Hello, manager." In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a big belly walked into the store. He hummed casually and looked towards Lu Yao and Zheng Pingping. Seeing the fat man, Zheng Pingping immediately came up to him with a smile on her face and called out sweetly, "Husband. Baby, you're here." The fat man smiled squintingly and hugged Zheng Pingping, who came to him, and even grabbed Zheng Pingping's perky buttocks without any hesitation. I hate it, you are so bad, everyone is looking at you. Although Zheng Pingping said this, she did not dodge at all. She even leaned back actively, allowing the fat man to grab her. Let them watch, you are my woman, what are you afraid of? The fat man looked nonchalant and slapped him again as he spoke. Then he glanced at the stains on Zheng Pingping's clothes and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I just now." Zheng Pingping quickly recounted what had happened, then raised her hand and pointed at Lu Yao, who was standing not far away, bewildered. The fat man had already noticed Lu Yao, and even his eyes were shining with greed. When he heard Zheng Pingping's account of what happened, his eyebrows raised and a hint of cunning flashed across his face. Since this beautiful lady is your classmate, I have to give her some face. How about this, she doesn't have to buy clothes for her. The fat man waved his hand generously. Of course, he is not really generous. The main reason is that most of the things displayed in the store are not authentic at all. Except for those relatively affordable and low-priced clothing and bags which are genuine products, everything else that costs more than 40,000 or 50,000 yuan is actually all super imitation A-grade goods that the boss behind him got from special channels. For example, this dirty suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, claiming to be purely handmade, actually cost less than 10,000 to purchase. As a manager, he certainly has the final say on this amount of money. Chapter 111. Compensation according to the price. Lu Yao was stunned when she heard it, then she reacted and quickly thanked him. But Zheng Pingping was instantly unhappy. She had finally managed to trick Lu Yao, so how could she let Lu Yao off so easily? Hearing this, she secretly rubbed her chest against the fat man's arm and whispered, "Honey, it's not a good idea for you to do this. This dress costs hundreds of thousands." The fat man glanced at Zheng Pingping, ignored her, and looked at Lu Yao with a smile. "Although you don't have to buy the clothes, it was you who got them dirty after all. How about this? I happen to be free tonight, so you can treat me to a meal and let this matter go." The fat man spoke immediately, and directly exposed his true intentions. After all, he had been very interested in Lu Yao since the first time he saw her. In terms of looks and figure, she is not inferior to Zhang Pingping next to her. The most important thing is her temperament, which is soft and weak, but also pure and innocent, which Zhang Pingping definitely does not have. And based on his experience, this Lu Yao will definitely make him experience the feeling of first love. How can I make Lu Yao willingly be with me? As long as I can get Lu Yao out for dinner tonight, I can find a way to get her drunk, or do something shady. Put some drugs in the wine, I don't believe I can't achieve my goal. The fat man had a good idea. It's a pity that Lu Yao didn't fall for it at all. Although she is simple, simplicity does not mean stupidity. Just by taking a quick glance at the fat man, Lu Yao could see the lust in his eyes. This look made her feel a sense of danger immediately. Without even thinking, she shook her head and refused. "Don't worry about the meal. If it really doesn't work, I'll just pay you for the dry cleaning fee." When the fat man heard this, the smile on his face suddenly faded a little, and his expression even showed a bit of displeasure. "Hey, sister, I'm here to help you with this out of kindness. You don't need to pay me back now, I'm just asking you to treat me to a meal. You can't refuse to give me this little bit of face, right? I have something to do tonight, so let's forget it." Lu Yao shook her head again. "So, you don't want to give me face, right?" The fat man narrowed his eyes. "No, I just..." Lu Yao was suddenly embarrassed and hesitated, not knowing how to explain. "Okay, Yao, you don't have to explain so much to him." At this point, Zhou Yuan was too lazy to watch the show anymore and walked over. The fat man immediately looked at Zhou Yuan and frowned. "Boy, I'm talking to a girl, what do you want to do with me?" Zhou Yuan hugged Lu Yao and looked at the fat man with a smile. "She is my girlfriend, what do you think has anything to do with me?" Upon hearing this, the fat man's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan carefully. Look at this appearance, he looks like a decent human being. But judging from the attire, it's clear that he's not a big shot. Showing up at this time, is this an attempt to assert sovereignty? What a pity. What's the point of you claiming sovereignty again? The fat man sneered in his heart, ignored Zhou Yuan, turned around and stared at Lu Yao again. "Sister, I mean this out of kindness. If you just accompany me for a meal, today's incident will be written off. Otherwise, you have to pay for this dress. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this dress costs hundreds of thousands, are you sure you can afford it?" Hundreds of thousands, this is a huge sum of money. The fat man didn't believe that Lu Yao could come up with so much money. Chapter 112 No loss anyway. After the fat man said this, Lu Yao's face couldn't help but look ugly again. She finally realized that this fat man was obviously targeting her and had some bad intentions towards her. Lu Yao couldn't help feeling a little flustered and subconsciously hugged Zhou Yuan's arm. When the fat man saw this, he immediately felt a little jealous and said angrily, "Girl, my time is limited. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't want to have dinner with me, then you have to compensate me right now. Okay, put away your little thoughts, it's just a piece of clothing, I'll buy it." Zhou Yuan was too lazy to waste time talking to the fat man and just started talking directly. The fat man was stunned, and even Zhang Pingping, who was in his arms, was stunned for a moment. Blinking back to his senses, the fat man sneered and said sarcastically, "Just you? Can you afford it?" Lu Yao was also shocked. She blinked and secretly pulled Zhou Yuan, saying anxiously, "Senior, that's more than 100,000 yuan. You?" Although she had seen that Zhou Yuan was rich before, clothes worth hundreds of thousands were not a small amount of money, and Lu Yao instinctively didn't want Zhou Yuan to spend money. Zhou Yuan smiled and rubbed Lu Yao's head, comforting her, "Don't worry, I can still afford the hundreds of thousands." When the fat man saw Zhou Yuan's appearance, he immediately frowned. Damn! Could it be possible that this little jerk could really afford the money? No! Such a good girl, I'm going to get her today no matter what. Even if I really can't get it. I can't just let this matter go so easily. The fat man was obviously unwilling to give up easily. He narrowed his eyes and thought quickly in secret. After just 2 or 3 breaths, the fat man's eyes lit up and he waved to call the clerk over. Since you want to compensate, that's easy to say. Xiaoli, go check to see if there are other clothes that have been stained just now. After the fat man finished speaking, he secretly grabbed Zheng Pingping and whispered, you go too, and look for it carefully for me. The clerk named Xiaoli and Zheng Pingping hurriedly walked towards the fitting room where the milk tea had been spilled. After a while, the two made a discovery. Manager, there are several sets of clothes here that are also stained. Then bring them all here, so that this young man and the beautiful lady can have a good look, lest they deny it. The fat man sneered and greeted them. Not long after, the clerk and Zheng Pingping came back with a few more sets of clothes. Lu Yao glanced around in panic, and sure enough, there were milk tea stains on these clothes to varying degrees. They must have been accidentally splashed there when the water was spilled just now. The fat man glanced at the clothes and immediately looked at Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao with a smile. You two have seen that these are all stained by milk tea stains. Also, didn't this guy say he wanted compensation? Xiaoli, calculate the price for this guy. The clerk looked at the price tag and said, the previous set was 138,000 yuan. Here are 32,000 yuan, 65,000 yuan, 48,000 yuan, and another set is also handmade and is worth 220,000 yuan. This lady has soiled 5 outfits in total, which adds up to 503,000. Upon hearing the price, Lu Yao's face turned pale. Well, you want to pay, don't you? How about this, I'll give you a small change out of kindness, so it'll be 500,000. When the fat man saw this, he laughed with great satisfaction. After all, in the current situation, whether Zhou Yuan pays compensation or not, it is good for him. If Zhou Yuan wants to pay compensation, he will have to pay 500,000. Among these sets of clothes, only the one that costs 32,000 yuan is genuine, and the others are all super high-quality imitations obtained through secret channels. Calculating the cost, it is actually only about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. In this way, he made more than 400,000 yuan for free. With a profit of more than 400,000, even if he can't beat Lu Yao, he will accept it. But what if Zhou Yuan can't afford the compensation? Then he could force Lu Yao to submit. By then, he could just use some dirty tricks to get Lu Yao into bed and have a good time. As for these clothes, after playing with Lu Yao, I can ask Lu Yao to pay for the dry cleaning, and it will not delay selling them. In this way, Lu Yao was played for nothing. It was not a loss at all. Chapter 113 Scared to Death. The fat man had a good plan. This way, he wouldn't lose money either way. Of course, compared to paying money, he actually wanted to get Lu Yao under his control. After all, clothes have to be sold sooner or later. But for Lu Yao, if she fails today, she will no longer have this shop. Thinking of this, the fat man immediately looked at Lu Yao triumphantly. Hey girl, 500,000 is not a small amount. Are you sure you really want to pay it back? How about I be kind and give you another chance? I still say that, as long as you are willing to accompany me to dinner tonight, I promise that I will not let you pay a penny of the 500,000 yuan, and you only need to pay for the cleaning fee. 500,000 is definitely a huge sum of money for Lu Yao. At this moment, Lu Yao was really a little frightened. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Zhou Yuan suddenly ruffled her hair. Okay, it's just 500,000, I'll pay for it. Boy. I'm warning you. I'm not kidding you. 500,000, are you sure you can afford it? Seeing that Lu Yao was about to give in, but was interrupted by Zhou Yuan, the fat man couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's only 500,000, no big deal. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, don't even mention 500,000. Even if it's your store, I'll buy it if I say so. You keep bragging. The fat man was even more unhappy when he heard this, and he sneered, look at yourself, if you can afford this store, I'll take your last name. Zhou Yuan had originally disliked fat men, and he sneered when he heard this, if I really buy this store, do you dare to take my last name? Forget about taking your last name. If you can afford it, I'll even call you dad, the fat man snorted coldly. Although the store is not his, he is just a manager. But this doesn't mean he doesn't know the value of this store. If you calculate the entire store, which is so large and located in a place like Tianjin Shopping Center where every inch of land is valuable, it would cost at least 2 million. 2 million is not $200. Okay, that's what you said, then call the real boss. I'm buying this store today. It is said that life is short, so it doesn't matter when you have no money. Now that he is rich, Zhou Yuan is definitely going to suffer this kind of humiliation. However, the fat man was completely indifferent. Instead, he sneered, "You said you would fight me? Who do you think you are?" The fat man obviously didn't believe that Zhou Yuan could afford such a store, so he naturally wouldn't rashly call his boss. Otherwise, the boss will have made a wasted trip and he will definitely be the one in trouble. But just as the fat man finished speaking, he suddenly heard the clerk next to him shout in panic, "Boss!" When I turned around, I saw a young man in a suit and tie walking in. When the fat man saw him, he shuddered a little, quickly let go of Zheng Pingping, and quickly walked towards the other party. "Mr. Deng, how come you have time to come here today?" The guy ran up to the other person in 3 or 2 steps, and immediately nodded and bowed, smiling apologetically. "I'm free today, so I came over to take a look. How's the business in the store been this month?" The fat man quickly replied, "Thanks to you, the business in the store is pretty good." He had just finished speaking when the young man in front of him shuddered and his face turned even paler. "Master Deng? What are you doing?" The fat man asked subconsciously, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the young man suddenly pushed him away and walked into the store in a panic. The fat man was wondering what was going on, but he saw his boss walk a few steps towards Zhou Yuan, and suddenly put on an even more exaggerated and flattering smile than he had just given, and then nodded and bowed to Zhou Yuan even more exaggeratedly than before. Chapter 114. If you want to die, don't implicate me. Seeing this scene, the fat man almost went crazy. What the hell is going on? My own boss. Why would my own boss bow down to this guy? Who is this guy? For a moment, the fat man's mind was in a mess. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I didn't expect to see you here. I didn't have time to apologize to you last time, please forgive me." Here, the young man just bowed 90 degrees. His attitude was so respectful that it startled Lu Yao and several shop assistants. Only Zhou Yuan was slightly surprised, and then he didn't show any special expression. The reason why he was surprised was because he knew this young man. This guy was none other than Deng Xian, who showed up with a bottle of Golden Ace of Spades to show off when he, Feng Jing and Wan Lu went to the Ko7 bar for fun that night. But the other party's attitude then and now is completely different. But after thinking about it for a while, Zhou Yuan could understand what was going on. After all, even Ma Bin knelt down to apologize that night, and Chen Wentai bowed and nodded when he saw him. So it was completely reasonable for a third-rate playboy like Deng Xian, who could only serve as Ma Bin's follower and was not even worthy of being Chen Wentai's follower, to put on such an attitude when he saw him at this moment. However, Zhou Yuan was not used to having such a person standing in front of him in this position. He glanced at Deng Xian indifferently, waved his hand and said, "Okay, no need to be so polite, stand up straight and talk." Yes, thank you Mr. Zhou." Deng Xian responded respectfully, then stood up carefully and said with a smile on his face, "I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to come today. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "From what I hear, this store is yours?" Deng Xian didn't understand what was going on and even shivered with fear. Then he came to his senses and hurriedly smiled and nodded. "So, that guy is your subordinate?" Zhou Yuan raised his hand and pointed at the fat man. Deng Xian was a smart guy. When he heard Zhou Yuan's question, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately turned around and looked at the fat man, and said with a frown, "Meng Kong. What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and get over here." Meng Kong shuddered suddenly, his face turned pale, and a layer of white sweat broke out on his fat face. He ran over in panic, shrinking his head and back. "Boss, I. What do you mean by you? Tell me the truth. Have you offended Mr. Zhou?" Deng Xian glared at Meng Kong directly, with a murderous look on his face. If the guy named Meng really offended Zhou Yuan, then he must teach this bastard a lesson today. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. I didn't know this was Mr. Zhou. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhou, please be magnanimous and let me go." Meng Kang's legs went weak instantly, he shuddered, and fell to his knees with a thud. "Fuck you, you bastard. You even dare to mess with Mr. Zhou. I think you are tired of living." Seeing this guy kneeling down, how could Deng Xian not understand what was going on? He was so angry that he kicked him. "This bastard, do you know who this person is in front of you? This gentleman. Even the damn Chin Xiao had to bow his head and be polite to him when he saw him. How dare you, a homeless and powerless manager, mess with others? Even if you want to die, don't drag me down. Deng Xin became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He kicked Meng Kong several times with all his might, causing him to roll on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. Chapter 115. If I meet these two again, I will treat them as my ancestors. Although Meng Kong kept wailing and begging for mercy, Deng Xin had no intention of stopping. Zhang Pingping and a group of shop assistants nearby were so frightened that they were speechless and did not dare to stop it. Zhou Yuan watched for a while, and seeing Meng Kong crying miserably, he waved his hand and said, "That's enough, the lesson has been taught, that's enough." Yes, I'll listen to Mr. Zhou. Deng Xin stopped immediately upon hearing this, smiled apologetically, then turned to look at Meng Kong on the ground. What the hell are you standing there for? Why don't you thank Mr. Zhou properly? If it weren't for Mr. Zhou's generosity, I would have killed you today. Deng Xin said this, still not satisfied, and kicked Meng Kong again. Meng Kong was so frightened that he shuddered. He endured the pain and hurriedly got up from the ground, then quickly bowed to Zhou Yuan to apologize. It was I who deserved to die before. I was blind and mean before. I looked down on others. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you for being so magnanimous and not making a fuss with me. As this guy said this, afraid that Deng Xin would be dissatisfied, he reached out and slapped himself in the face. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and waved his hand in annoyance. Deng Xin understood what he meant and kicked Meng Kong, cursing, "Mr. Zhou doesn't want to bother with you, a bastard. Why don't you get out of here and stop getting in the way?" Yes, I'll leave right now, Meng Kong responded with a trembling voice, not daring to raise his head, and left the store in shame. As soon as he left, Zhou Yuan looked at Deng Xin again and said, "By the way, my girlfriend just soiled a few clothes in your store. You can calculate the price and I will compensate you." Deng Xin was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at the clerk next to her, noticing the several sets of clothes she was holding in her hands. After taking a quick look, Deng Xin immediately smiled and said, No, these are just a few pieces of clothing. How dare I let Mr. Zhou spend money? I'll have someone deal with these clothes later. On the contrary, it was my staff who were not considerate today and disturbed Mr. Zhou and the lady from shopping. I should be the one to compensate. Are you kidding? Given what he knew about Zhou Yuan's identity, how could he dare to ask Zhou Yuan for compensation? Not to mention that these clothes were actually super imitations of a grade goods that he got, so he didn't dare let Zhou Yuan pay for them. Otherwise, if Zhou Yuan finds out that these are all fakes, he will be in big trouble. But I just heard from that fat guy that these clothes are not cheap. They cost $500,000. Do you really not want me to pay for them? Zhou Yuan had plenty of money, so he naturally wouldn't bother arguing with Deng Xin about such things. So if he said he was willing to pay, he naturally meant it. Really, no need. I can just do whatever I want with these clothes. I don't dare to let you spend money. Deng Xin kept shaking his head and then called to the clerk beside him. Then go get that medium-sized handbag over there, that's new for the spring. The clerk hurriedly brought the bag over, and Deng Xin took it and handed it over respectfully. To be honest, it's my fault for not managing the place well today, and I've ruined your shopping pleasure. I'll take this bag as my apology, Mr. Zhou. I hope you'll accept it. Zhou Yuan took a quick look and saw that the bag had a price tag on it. It was really not cheap, priced at more than 90,000 yuan. Of course, Zhou Yuan didn't take the price tag seriously. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Yao, and said, "What do you think of this bag? If you like it, just take it." Women have no resistance to bags, and Lu Yao is no exception. After taking a few glances, she was obviously tempted. However, Lu Yao was very sensible. After noticing the price, she immediately shook her head. "This bag costs more than 90,000. It's too expensive, let's just forget it." No, please accept this package. If you don't accept it, I will feel really bad." Deng Xin was not willing to give up and directly stuffed the bag onto Lu Yao. He was determined to give this package away, otherwise he would feel uneasy and afraid that Zhou Yuan would take revenge on him later. Lu Yao subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Zhou Yuan patted her on the shoulder and said, "Since young Master Deng gave it to you, just accept it with peace of mind." Well, thank you, Mr. Deng. No, please don't be polite to me. And I should be the one thanking you and Mr. Zhou. Thank you both for your generosity. Deng Xian hurriedly shook his head and smiled apologetically, being extremely polite. Okay, you don't have to be like that. What happened today has nothing to do with you. I won't blame you. Besides, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Zhou Yuan saw through Deng Xian's little thoughts, said something casually, and left with Lu Yao. Watching the two people leave, Deng Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and came to his senses, staring at the group of shop assistants with a stern face. From now on, each of you should open your eyes a little more. When paired with Mr. Zhou or that lady just now, remember to worship them as ancestors for me, do you understand? The shop assistants dared not be vague and nodded hurriedly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Pingping, who was still standing stupidly in the store, looked gloomy. I originally thought that I was with a rich man and could surpass Lu Yao. I didn't expect to find out in the end that he was the one who hooked up with the real big shot. Chapter 116. This girl is weird. Let me explain this on two sides. After leaving the shop, Lu Yao finally couldn't resist her curiosity and spoke. Senior, why did that guy look so scared of you just now? She was really curious. Deng Xian's attitude just now was just like a mouse seeing a cat. It's a bit complicated to explain, but in a nutshell, he can't afford to offend me. Zhou Yuan was too lazy to explain to Lu Yao about the previous mess, so he just replied casually. Lu Yao also saw that Zhou Yuan didn't want to talk more, so she naturally didn't ask any more questions. However, the look in her eyes when she looked at Zhou Yuan was filled with a bit more admiration. Zhou Yuan didn't care at all and said, after what happened just now, I didn't buy any clothes. I'll take you to another store to have a look. As he spoke, he led Lu Yao to the nearby Palata luxury store. Senior, let's not go to this kind of place. The things inside are too expensive, and I'm not used to wearing them. Lu Yao raised her head to take a look at the store and immediately grabbed Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan couldn't persuade her, so he had to let her go to a mid-range boutique women's clothing store. Although the clothes in this kind of store are not as gorgeous and expensive as those in luxury stores, they have a wide variety of styles and are affordable. Taking Lu Yao for a stroll, Lu Yao quickly picked out some seasonal autumn clothes. While she was changing clothes, Zhou Yuan looked around and his eyes were quickly attracted by a cheongsam worn by the model. This is a modified cheongsam, which is more slimming and sexy. The neck collar is directly designed with a drawstring collar, and the sleeves are made of semi-transparent lace material, which is sewn to the neck collar. The front is directly designed with a tube top, revealing a piece of skin. In addition, although the hem of the cheongsam is long enough, past the knee, the side slits are quite high. It is an inverted triangle style, with two ropes connected on the thighs, which can be tied or untied, which is very sexy. The overall look of this outfit is more close to being ambiguous than being normal. I wonder what Feng Jing and Wan Lu would look like wearing this outfit. Zhou Yuan was very excited when he saw them. He also knew the sizes of Feng Jing and Wan Lu, so he called the shop assistant over before Lu Yao came out. Do you have black or white cheongsams besides the red one? Yes, sir. Then please get me 2 sets of black and 2 sets of white. The sizes must be. Zhou Yuan told the clerk the sizes of Feng Jing and Wan Lu. The clerk quickly ran to the warehouse, took out 2 black and 2 white cheongsams, packed them neatly in a bag, and handed them to Zhou Yuan. While this was being done, Lu Yao also changed her clothes and came out. Zhou Yuan didn't delay and paid the bill at once. After leaving the clothing store, Zhou Yuan took Lu Yao for a stroll and bought her a set of Dao fragrance and cosmetics. When they came out of Tianjin Shopping Center, it was still early, so he simply took Lu Yao to the amusement park to play. After a busy afternoon, Zhou Yuan had something to eat in the evening and sent Lu Yao back to school. After chatting for a while downstairs in the dormitory, Zhou Yuan made an appointment with Lu Yao to go out for dinner and watch a movie the day after tomorrow evening. The two said goodbye and Lu Yao reluctantly went back to the dormitory. When she entered the room, she found that her roommates were not there. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put a pile of clothes on the bed, preparing to pack them up and put them in the closet. She was struggling here when she suddenly saw the 4 cheongsams. Lu Yao subconsciously unfolded it and took a look, her face immediately flushed. She was sure that she had never picked out clothes like this before. If they were not chosen by myself, then it was obvious that these cheongsams were chosen by Zhou Yuan. Senior, you don't want to see yourself wearing this kind of clothes, do you? But this kind of clothes is too embarrassing. Lu Yao couldn't help but let her wild thoughts run wild and her face turned red. After being in a daze for a long time, she somehow picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhou Yuan. Senior, those clothes you bought for me. After a few seconds, Zhou Yuan replied. Those clothes were bought for you to wear. What's wrong? Are they not suitable? No. No. Then, should I wear them next time? Lu Yao pursed her lips tightly and said something that seemed to be caused by a ghost. Wear them. I bought them for you to wear, right? Besides, why would you wear old clothes instead of new ones? Here, Zhou Yuan replied with a puzzled look on his face. I bought the clothes, why not wear them? Should I just put them aside for fun? This girl can't be so frugal, right? Well, but the day after tomorrow, can I put on an extra coat? Sure. It's so cold outside at night, so you should definitely wear more clothes. Then I understand, I will wear it when the time comes. Lu Yao sent the last voice message, her face red as blood. Chapter 117. Who is this person? The other side. Putting down his phone, Zhou Yuan looked confused. So what's going on with this girl Lu Yao? Why do you speak strangely and act a little silly after you came back? I even have to ask myself whether I should wear an extra coat next time I go out on a date? Can't you just handle this kind of thing yourself? Besides, it's autumn now and it's very cold at night. Isn't it normal to wear an extra coat? Zhou Yuan murmured to himself. He thought about it and wanted to ask Lu Yao again, maybe there was something wrong. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. When I looked up, it was Chen Wentai's number. This guy, why would he contact me suddenly? Could something have happened? Zhou Yuan frowned and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Sorry to bother you. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? What's the matter? I wonder if Mr. Zhou is free tonight. I would like to invite you to come out for a get-together. Is that convenient for you? On the other end of the phone, Chen Wentai was very polite. Zhou Yuan thought about it and realized that he had nothing to do in the evening, so he agreed, okay, I happen to be free too. Chen Wentai said hurriedly, that's great, then I'll send someone to pick you up now? Zhou Yuan replied, no need to pick up the phone, just tell me the address and I'll go there myself. Okay, I'll send you the address right away. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wentai sent the address in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan was familiar with the place. It was the Yunjing Entertainment City where he went to visit Yan Qingyun last time. More than 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuan drove to Yunjing. After getting off the car, I didn't see Chen Wentai this time. Instead, it was Chen Hong next to me, standing at the door waiting obediently. When he saw Zhou Yuan, he immediately came forward respectfully. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, my young master encountered a small problem and was unable to greet him in person. Please forgive me. As Chen Hong spoke, he bowed gracefully to show his apology. In the eyes of Chen Hong and Chen Wentai, a master like Zhou Yuan should not be neglected. Now that the main person cannot come to greet him, Chen Hong naturally has to apologize. Otherwise, I'm afraid of angering Zhou Yuan, which would be a big trouble. After all, for warriors like them, class distinctions are quite strict. Its strictness is no less than that of the distinction between seniors and juniors in the entertainment industry in Newly country. However, Zhou Yuan did not consider himself a member of the martial arts world, so naturally there were not so many rules. Besides, he and Chen Wentai had interacted with each other several times and he already considered Chen Wentai a friend. Okay, your young master and I are friends, so you don't have to be so polite. Although he said so, Chen Hong didn't dare to be negligent. He led Zhou Yuan into the store respectfully. Upon seeing this, the girls welcoming guests at the door immediately bowed politely. Even the lobby manager bowed respectfully when he met the two men. After watching the two people enter the store, a girl looked at the manager with a puzzled look on her face. Sisterly, who was that person just now? Why was Brother Chen so polite to him? That's right, Sisterly, isn't it said that Brother Chen is a popular person around Mr. Chen? Even many big bosses have to bow their heads and smile when they see Brother Chen. Why is it that guy makes Brother Chen respectful? What do you girls know? The Mr. Zhou just now is Mr. Chen's honored guest. Even Mr. Chen has to be respectful when he sees him. I am warning you, open your eyes. Don't mess with that guy, or even the gods can't save you, understand? Sisterly glared at several people with a serious face. A group of reception girls responded quickly. As soon as Sisterly left, the group of people couldn't help whispering to each other. Do you think what Sisterly said is true or false? I think it must be true. Sisterly never jokes about things like this. So, that guy just now. You want to die. Why did you yell that guy? If Sister Lee hears you, you're doomed. Don't dwell on this, you two. Aren't you curious about who that person was just now? He seems to be younger than Mr. Chen. Maybe it's from some young master's family? That's impossible. In this small piece of land of Guanqing, is there anyone with a more powerful family background than Mr. Chen? As for me, it doesn't matter who he is. If you can find a way to get close to him, that's the right thing to do. Yes, yes. Lian Jieli said that Mr. Chen was very respectful when he saw him. If he could get close to him, then. As the girls talked, they began to look fantasizing and yearning. She looked just like a female pervert. Chapter 118. I have something to ask for. Zhou Yuan had no idea that there was a group of receptionists outside who were lusting after his body. Following Chen Hong all the way up to the third floor, we arrived at a large private room. After sitting for a while, Chen Wentai finally arrived. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I'm late, please forgive me. Chen Wentai was as respectful and polite as ever. But now when Zhou Yuan heard Chen Wentai calling him Mr. Zhou, he felt a little uncomfortable. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Okay, Mr. Chen, we are friends now, so stop calling me Mr. Zhou. Just call me by my name from now on. Zhou Yuan said this to express his good intentions. After all, he owed Chen Wentai a small favor for what happened with Yin Qingyun last time. Calling you by your name is really disrespectful. How about I call you Mr. Zhou? What do you think? Although Zhou Yuan said so, Chen Wentai obviously didn't dare to call him by his name. After all, Zhou Yuan was a martial arts master. According to the rules of the martial arts world, he was a person of the same generation as his grandfather. It would be extremely disrespectful to call him by his name. Zhou Yuan didn't care much about this. As long as no one called him Mr. Zhou, it was fine. Mr. Zhou is Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, Why did you invite me here today? Did you run into any trouble? Mr. Zhou. Oh no, Mr. Zhou is really amazing. He guessed it right the first time. Chen Wentai couldn't help but flatter him. Zhou Yuan said indifferently, Tell me what happened. If I can help, I will definitely help. To be honest, Master Zhou, this is what I have been doing lately. Chen Wentai did not dare to hide it and told the whole story in detail. After listening to what was said, Zhou Yuan finally understood what was going on. To put it simply, in one sentence it's nothing more than a trivial fight between two playboys. To be more specific, it has to do with territory, property, and face. Although Chen Wentai is the top playboy in Guanqing, to be honest, he also has enemies. And this time, it was his rival, Cui Haixiang, who came to cause trouble. Cui Haixiang, according to Chen Wentai's introduction, is the eldest son of the Cui family, which is as famous as their Chen family, and is also a playboy with equal status and family background. However, the other party was not from Guanqing, but the number one figure in the neighboring city of Luoshui. However, this guy recently ignored the territory and industry of Luoshui city and chose to cross the border to interfere in Guanqing. As a result, there were many frictions between the two sides, both openly and secretly. But this is not the end. Just yesterday, Cui Haixiang openly issued a challenge to Chen Wentai. The loser not only had to cede 30% of his property to the other party, but also had to publicly go to the other party's territory, set up a banquet for guests, and admit defeat in public. As for how to do a. Since both parties are from martial arts families, they naturally cannot disgrace the tradition, so the winner will naturally be determined by martial arts. If not for this, Chen Wentai would never have asked Zhou Yuan for help. Because he had asked someone to inquire secretly, and heard that Cui Haixiang had recently made friends with a master in the late stage of Huajin. Otherwise, this bastard named Cui had been hiding obediently in Luoshui, and it was impossible for him to suddenly take the initiative to provoke friction in fighting. To put it bluntly, this guy obviously wants to take advantage of the fact that he has made friends with a master. But then again, doesn't Chen Wentai have the same idea? However, before Chen Wentai had the chance to discuss this matter with Zhou Yuan, Cui Haixiang got there first. But it doesn't matter this way. Although it may be a step late, as long as we win the real competition, we will definitely not suffer any loss. Chapter 119. This damn option. It was because of this that Chen Wentai approached Zhou Yuan. After all, the other party has found a master in the late stage of Huajin. If you want to defeat him safely, you can only ask a master at the grandmaster level. However, where is it easy to find a master level expert? Even in Chen Wentai's family, only old man Chen who is in charge has the strength of a master. However, another uncle can be considered a half-step master. But these two are elders. The younger generations here are betting and fighting with each other. If the elders are dragged out to join in, it would be tantamount to trampling on the face of their own family. So after much thought, Chen Wentai decided that he had no choice but to look for Zhou Yuan. As long as Zhou Yuan is willing to help, this time it will be a sure win. At that time, not only will I be able to get 30% of the other party's property, but most importantly, I will be able to save face and make Cui embarrassed. Mr. Zhou, I hope you can help me this time. After explaining the whole story, Chen Wentai couldn't help but get to the point, and even directly called himself a younger brother. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to help, I will definitely not miss out on your benefits. When the time comes, I will give you half of the 30% of the property I win. Speaking of which, Chen Wentai and Cui Haixiang have been rivals for several years, and they are quite clear about each other's industries. For example, Cui Haixiang owns entertainment companies, film and television companies, cosmetics companies, real estate companies, as well as several bars and clubs. If converted into cash, 30% of the industry would be worth at least 700 to 800 million. If you divide it in half, that would be 3 or 400 million. Although this amount is a bit heartbreaking, Chen Wentai doesn't care as long as he can win. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly and felt a little hesitant. Now that Chen Wentai has spoken, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to lend a hand. But this kind of thing, after all, it's a fight with others for no reason, he kind of doesn't want to get involved. The most important thing is, if I get involved this time, who knows if I will get involved in more trouble in the future. You know, if it's Chen Wentai or Cui Haixiang, these playboys will never let it go once they lose face, they will definitely try their best to get back at them. If he really helped Chen Wentai to slap Cui Haixiang in the face, that Cui guy would definitely not let him go. He was not afraid of Cui Haixiang's revenge, but simply did not want to cause so much trouble. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan immediately felt like refusing. Instead of causing a lot of annoying troubles for such a small industry, it is better to directly reject Chen Wentai. However, before Zhou Yuan could speak, the system popped up. Congratulations, host, you now have an opportunity to choose. Option 1, to avoid unnecessary trouble, reject Chen Wentai's request. Reward, 30 million yuan, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 2, entrust the virtual snake to you and take advantage of him first. Reward, 30 million yuan, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 3, agree to Chen Wentai's request. Reward, 30 million yuan, 3 advanced system treasure chests. MMPS. This is forcing me to agree to Chen Wentai. After looking at the 3 options, Zhou Yuan suddenly became depressed. If this were an ordinary system treasure chest, the worst that could happen to him would be choosing the inferior options 1 and 2. But the problem is that this time the option gives you an advanced system treasure chest. The things that come out of here are all amazing. And unlike the previous 2 times, option 3 this time directly has 2 more advanced system treasure chests than the previous 2. Chapter 120, another incredible unboxing. Spicy chicken. For 2 advanced system treasure chests. I admit it. Zhou Yuan made a secret decision. As for low-level treasure chests, they are not so rare now. But high-level treasure chests are different. Okay, now that you've asked, I'll take it. Zhou Yuan nodded directly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Chen Wentai was immediately delighted and kept thanking him. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said, "Don't get excited yet. Tell me when it's scheduled so I can be prepared." Chen Wentai quickly stopped smiling and said seriously, "The time is half a month later, which is the end of this month. The location is on Yangjiao Peak on the eastern mountain of Baiyang Mountain." Zhou Yuan heard this and said, "Half a month later, that should be fine." That's good, that's good. Chen Wentai was just afraid that Zhou Yuan would change his mind, but when he heard this, he became happy again. I really want to thank Master Zhou for helping me this time. Don't worry, after the matter is done, half of the benefits will definitely be yours. In addition, I will prepare a little gift for you tonight. Please wait a moment, I will personally arrange it for you. Chen Wentai seemed quite excited, and then he stood up and left the private room. Zhou Yuan ignored him and took advantage of his free time to open the system backpack. 3 advanced system treasure chests have arrived. I just don't know what will come out this time. I got this box against my will, God, please don't cheat me. Zhou Yuan muttered silently and chose to turn it on. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest and obtaining 50 W system points. Congratulations to the host for opening the Advanced System treasure chest and obtaining a time reversal card. Congratulations to the host for opening the Advanced System treasure chest and obtaining ownership of the Inhai building in the center of Tianhan Plaza. Time reversal card. After use, you can forcibly reverse time and go back to 24 hours ago with supreme power. 50 W points is not bad. After all, it is equivalent to 1 body transformation card, 5/8 servant contract, and half an evil repelling pill. As for the time reverse card, needless to say, its effect is simply incredible. It's the ownership of Tianhan Plaza Inhai building. This was a bit beyond Zhou Yuan's expectations. I originally thought that the high-level system treasure chests would only contain high-level items, but I didn't expect that this kind of reward could be obtained. Of course, this reward is definitely not bad. After all, Tianhan Plaza is the CBD area of Guangqing, and Inhai building is the top comprehensive commercial center in Tianhan Plaza. Inhai building has a total of 88 floors. The third underground floor is a parking lot, the 1st to 5th floors are shopping malls, the 6th to 8th floors are restaurants, the 9th floor is a reception hall, and the 10th to 69th floors are office areas. The 71st to 73rd floors are the observation hall and entertainment hall, and the 75th floor and above are all hotel floors, including the rooftop viewing restaurant. Zhou Yuan had no idea how much this building was worth, but tens of billions was definitely not an exaggeration. My luck is fucking terrible. He became a billionaire in the blink of an eye? Zhou Yuan felt his lips trembling a little. Hundreds of billions, what kind of concept is he brewing? If $1 billion is lost in one day, it can cause disaster for several months. As Zhou Yuan was thinking, his cell phone rang. I took a quick look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yuanzhou? It's me. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Han Qingqing, the manager of the Inhai Building's Property Management Department. You can call me Xiao Han or Qingqing. The Inhai Building has now been officially transferred to your name. I'll send you the contract and other documents when it's convenient for you. A soft and sweet female voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Chapter 121. So this is the surprise. Zhou Yuan shuddered at the sound, then came to his senses and replied, "No need to send me there, wait until tomorrow, I will go there myself." It was late at night and he was too lazy to bother. Okay then. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow, Mr. Zhou. The other end of the line responded politely, and Zhou Yuan didn't say anything else. He just said goodbye and hung up the phone. After sitting here for a few minutes, the door of the private room was pushed open. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I kept you waiting. Chen Wentai came in first and apologized. But this time, he came back not only alone, but also with a few other girls following him. Each of them is quite beautiful, each with their own merits. Even the worst one would probably get a score of 8.5. Judging from her appearance alone, she would have no problem debuting as an idol. Not to mention that these girls are dressed quite flamboyantly. Although their clothes are different, they are all slim-fitting styles that can show off their figures. Moreover, they are all wearing short skirts, revealing their snow-white thighs, which is quite tempting. Judging from the posture, it goes without saying that he is definitely here to keep you company. Mr. Chen, these aren't the surprises you mentioned, are they? Zhou Yuan glanced at the girls and looked at Chen Wentai with a smile. This is indeed a small gift from me, but I don't know if it will please Mr. Zhou. Chen Wentai said, moving a little closer, and whispered, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, these girls are all carefully selected, top quality and clean, Mr. Zhou can enjoy them at will. Especially the girl in the white dress, she is a genuine original product. Men's common interests are nothing more than money and power. Well, this thing is too dangerous, so forget it. Therefore, in order to please Zhou Yuan, the only things Chen Wentai could think of were money and money. As for the money, we have just agreed to give half of the profits to Zhou Yuan. Therefore, the only thing left to do is to spend time on cesium. These girls were carefully selected by him. Although most of them were not original, they were all clean. There were students, white-collar workers, and even some people in other frontline professions. Of course, since he was able to find these people, they are naturally not good people in his eyes. After all, most of these girls want to take the opportunity to get to know some upper-class people and change their destiny. No matter how poor they are here for money for some reason. There is nothing shameful about these ideas, it is just a matter of personal gain. Zhou Yuan didn't want to argue about this matter. Since Chen Wentai had arranged it, he would just let it go. What are you guys still doing? Come over and entertain Mr. Zhou. Chen Wentai saw that Zhou Yuan was meaningless, so he quickly called a few girls. These girls obviously went to the place frequently, and upon hearing what was said, they hurriedly moved and came to the sofa one by one with a fragrant breeze. The girl in the white dress was a little hesitant, but Chen Wentai personally greeted her and arranged her to sit next to Zhou Yuan. Seeing her from such a close distance, this girl is indeed a little different. With light makeup, she looks quite pure. She wears a simple white gauze dress, which has a fairy-like and delicate look, making people want to protect her. As Zhou Yuan was looking around, he felt his right arm being hugged by someone. When he turned around, he saw a girl who looked completely different from the girl in the white dress. She has long wavy hair, a seductive and alluring look, and is wearing a tight dress similar to an evening gown. It looks like it's wrapped tightly, but the front is transparent, revealing a V-shaped piece, showing off the cleavage. The slit of the skirt is very high, so when you sit close to the edge, even the side peach is exposed, which is extremely sexy. Chapter 122, Stealing a Man? Dream on. As soon as the two sat down, the charming woman on the left took the initiative to greet Zhou Yuan. Although his words and actions are seductive, they are also quite tactful. It is obvious that he is good at treating people. The girl on the right, on the other hand, was obviously not used to this kind of situation. Her behavior showed a bit of panic and even fear. She even shrank her body and head, and it was obvious that she couldn't relax. But if she couldn't let go, then she couldn't let go, and Zhou Yuan didn't really care. Anyway, the girl on the left was very enthusiastic and proactive, and the other girls were also quite enthusiastic, which made people really enjoy it. I have to say, sometimes money and power are really good things. If it were any other time, or if I were an ordinary person, and I met these girls around me, 9 out of 10 times I would have to lick their asses. But now, this girl who has been licked by others is trying to please him. They were afraid of making things awkward and upset him, so they found all kinds of topics to chat and toast him. Some of them even took the opportunity of talking and toasting to create some physical contact. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, accepted everyone who came. But he didn't do anything excessive, and he didn't even take the initiative to take any advantage. After all, he had no shortage of women. If he wanted a woman to accompany him, he could just show off his wealth and there would be girls who would rush to throw themselves at him. But the interesting thing is, the less proactive he is, the more proactive some girls become. Especially the girl on the left. She was probably pretending to be drunk more than really drunk, and under the influence of alcohol, she seemed to be eager to rub her delicate body into his. Mr. Zhou, can I ask what you do? Taking the opportunity to talk, the girl deliberately leaned her head over and blew hot and fragrant air into Zhou Yuan's ears. It was probably intentional, and she even rubbed Zhou Yuan's earlobe with her lips. Such teasing tactics and scheming are unmatched. Zhou Yuan felt a slight numbness as if he had been electrocuted by her teasing, and then he smiled and said, "I'm just a student." Mr. Zhou is really good at joking. I have never seen a student as charming and attractive as you. The girl obviously didn't believe it, and even took the opportunity to bump into Zhou Yuan with her body, smiling and acting coquettishly. Of course it doesn't hurt, but the bounce is real. At this time, Chen Wentai secretly glared at the girl in the white dress without saying anything, and even signaled with his eyes. After all, this girl was the gift he carefully prepared for Zhou Yuan, but she just sat there with her head down and looked stupid from beginning to end. How can I not take initiative at all? The girl in the white dress couldn't help but shudder, but obviously didn't dare to disobey Chen Wentai's wishes. She pursed her lips for a while, and finally spoke in a low voice. Mr. Zhou, are you also a college student? Well, this girl doesn't seem to be a simple person at first glance. When she asks a question, even her inner thoughts are revealed. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look back at her, which immediately made the girl in the white dress a little flustered. She was afraid that her question was too abrupt and would upset Zhou Yuan, so she explained in a panic, I was just asking casually. I'm also a student. You know what, seeing her looking a little flustered and shy, Zhou Yuan actually became interested. You are a student too? Which university? I'm from Guanqing Academy of Fine Arts. Guanqing Academy of Fine Arts is not far from Zhou Yuan's school. It is said that beauty comes from art academies, and most of them are beauties with temperament. No wonder this girl looks a little unique. Zhou Yuan became more interested and asked, "What's your name?" My name is Du Lin. The girl in white hesitated for a moment and gave her name. Zhou Yuan wanted to ask more, but the girl on his left felt a little jealous and deliberately held Zhou Yuan's arm and gently pulled it closer to his chest. Mr. Zhou, why don't you ask her name? As she spoke, she secretly glared at Du Lin, with a hint of coldness and dissatisfaction in her eyes. This little bitch pretends to be quite innocent. She wants to steal my man, dream on. Chapter 123. The more proactive, the less you look down on me. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look back at the girl on his left, but he didn't think much about it and just smiled and said, "What's your name?" The girl glanced at Du Lin with pride, and took the opportunity to rub against Zhou Yuan again, whispering, "Mr. Zhou, just call me Yenji." Rouge? That's not your real name, is it? I can't tell Master Zhou my real name now, but... But what? But if you don't mind, Mr. Zhou, I'll tell you later when we find a quiet place. Yenji cast a charming glance at Zhou Yuan and licked her lips suggestively. The meaning is very clear, it is clearly an invitation. Zhou Yuan looked at Yenji and became a little angry. However, anger was just an instinctive reaction after being seduced, and it didn't mean that he had to have anything to do with this woman. On the contrary, compared to Yenji, he is now more interested in Du Lin. After all, compared to Yenji, who is obviously a peripheral woman, a girl like Du Lin, who Chen Wentai clearly said is her original girl, is more attractive. Moreover, after such a while, he also realized that Du Lin was obviously not willing to stay in this kind of environment, but she came here anyway. There must be some story behind this. Zhou Yuan was quite interested in this kind of thing. After all, people are curious. He took the initiative to chat with Du Lin, but before he could ask for details, Chen Wentai looked at the time, thought it was about time, and spoke. "Mr. Zhou, it's getting late now. I've already booked a room upstairs. Would you like to see it?" Zhou Yuan immediately understood what Chen Wentai meant. This was not an urging, but a hint that if he was willing, he could take the girls upstairs and have some fun. Zhou Yuan did not refuse. He hummed, patted Du Lin and said, "Come on, follow me upstairs." As for the rouge next to it. Although Chen Wentai had said before that these people were all carefully selected and clean, he actually looked down on women like Yenji. However, when Yenji saw that Zhou Yuan ignored her, she suddenly became anxious and panicked, and hugged Zhou Yuan's arm. "Mr. Zhou, I see you're a little drunk, let me help you up. I've learned massage, so I can help you relax." It's a rare opportunity to come across this kind of thing tonight, and Yenji naturally doesn't want to miss it. Besides, even though Chen Wentai doesn't know her, she knows Chen Wentai, a top young man. But even Chen Wentai was very respectful to Zhou Yuan, which shows that Zhou Yuan's status was noble and absolutely extraordinary. If you hook up with this kind of person, there is a high chance that you will become a phoenix. With such a good opportunity to turn things around, how could she give up so easily? Unfortunately, the more proactive Yenji was, the less interested Zhou Yuan became. He quietly broke free from Yenji and turned to look at Du Lin on the sofa. Du Lin's expression was full of struggle and hesitation, and he didn't say a word. Looking at her expression, Zhou Yuan knew that the other party was hesitant or even reluctant to proceed. He was too lazy to force such a girl and was about to say forget it. However, Chen Wentai's face looked a little ugly when he saw this. He walked to Du Lin, bent down, and said something. In the blink of an eye, Du Lin's face changed, switching from blue to red, and finally he turned pale, pursed his lips tightly, and stood up trembling. "Mr. Zhou, please go upstairs." Chen Wentai breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly led Zhou Yuan upstairs. "It's getting late, Mr. Zhou, please have a good rest. I won't disturb you. If you have any other instructions, please feel free to contact me." After seeing Zhou Yuan and Du Lin off to the room, Chen Wentai said something polite and respectfully closed the door before leaving the room. Chapter 124. Curiosity. In the room. Zhou Yuan was not in a hurry. He poured himself a cup of tea and sat down on the sofa. Du Lin, on the other hand, was standing at the entrance, with his head down, rubbing the corner of his clothes, not moving. "Okay, stop standing and sit down." Seeing that she looked nervous, Zhou Yuan smiled and pointed at the sofa. Du Lin was a little hesitant, but obviously did not dare to disobey Zhou Yuan's wishes. He carefully walked to the side of the sofa and sat down like a quail. Zhou Yuan was amused and speechless by her behavior, so he teased, "Do I look that scary? Are you so afraid of me?" Du Lin trembled with fear, raised his head in panic, and stammered, "No. No. I..." Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, don't be nervous, relax, just treat me as an ordinary classmate, let's chat if we have nothing to do." Du Lin nodded quickly and said, "Oh. From your look, you obviously don't want to get involved in an occasion like today, right? Tell me why you suddenly want to do this." Zhou Yuan was curious and didn't try to hide his question, so he asked directly. How does the saying go? Men always like to drag decent women into trouble and persuade prostitutes to become good women. Although Du Lin is not a prostitute, she has already been to this place today, which shows that she is planning to get involved, so Zhou Yuan couldn't help but have the same thought of persuading her to become a good woman. Du Lin opened his mouth subconsciously when he heard this, but he stopped talking after saying the word I. She suddenly remembered Chen Wentai's instructions, asking her to talk less and do more. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan took the initiative to ask, is it because of money? Speaking of it, 99% of the girls in this world get involved in the sex industry because they are forced to do so or because they are short of money. Especially for a girl like Du Lin who is obviously still authentic, the possibility of being forced is probably not great. After all, if someone really forced her, the other party should obviously take advantage of her first. So the biggest possibility is still money. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall, let alone ordinary people. As expected. Although Du Lin didn't say anything, he nodded obediently. Her appearance would easily make men want to protect her, and Zhou Yuan's saint mentality burst out at this moment, so he immediately said, tell me, what's the situation, maybe I can help you. The words I can help you immediately made Du Lin raise his head. Even though she acted very passive, timid and panicked from beginning to end, it doesn't mean she has no brains. A woman like Yanji can tell that Zhou Yuan's identity is not ordinary, so Du Lin can naturally see it too. Since Zhou Yuan said so, a glimmer of hope suddenly emerged in her heart. She looked at Zhou Yuan cautiously, making sure that he was not joking, then she mustered up the courage to speak. My brother got into trouble. He had an argument with someone else, and then he started fighting. Du Lin hesitated for a moment and continued, he broke the other person's leg, the other person asked for 400,000 yuan, otherwise he would not settle it privately. Zhou Yuan originally thought it would be some melodramatic drama about his parents being sick, but after hearing what Du Lin said, he realized that it was actually a family member who was in trouble. This kind of thing, I don't know what caused it, and it's hard to say who to blame and who not to blame. But after all, I broke the other person's leg, so I can't avoid paying compensation. Moreover, this kind of thing also involves the issue of form. If he cannot obtain the other party's forgiveness and settle the matter privately, Du Lin's brother will definitely have to go to jail. Chapter 125 What kind of shitty parents are these? But it is obvious that Du Lin's family definitely does not want Du Lin's brother to go to jail. After all, if you end up in jail, it would take at least 3 to 5 years, and these 3 to 5 years would be wasted. Moreover, after he gets out, this person will most likely be out of touch with society. If he cannot integrate into society, that person will be completely ruined. Since you don't want anyone to come in, you naturally have to spend money to settle it privately. It's only 400,000 yuan. Can't your family afford it? Zhou Yuan looked at Du Lin with some curiosity. Judging from the way Du Lin was dressed, she didn't look like she came from a poor family. Even if this was because she had dressed up deliberately today, looking at Du Lin's appearance, manners, and the overall feeling he gave people, it can be seen that he does not come from a very poor family. After all, if they really came from a poor family, they must have suffered a lot and worked hard when they were young. Whether it was their skin, physique, or even the most direct skin color of their hands and feet, they were definitely different from ordinary people. Besides, Du Lin just said in person that she was from Guanqing Academy of Fine Arts. According to Zhou Yuan's understanding, the cost of studying at an art academy is more than that of an ordinary university. Moreover, the expenses for high school students before going to art school are much higher than those for normal high school students. There are tutoring classes, various remedial courses, and all kinds of art supplies. When the cost accumulates, tens of thousands of dollars may not be enough. If they are really from a poor family, I'm afraid they can hardly afford to support them. In other words, Du Lin's family should be considered well off at the very least. If you think about it this way, there are things worth pondering here. You have to know that in this era, if a well-off family really wants to raise money, it is not impossible that they cannot even raise 400,000 yuan. Zhou Yuan stared at Du Lin with doubts in his mind. Du Lin's expression changed slightly, and for a moment he looked a little gloomy, complicated, and even sad. After a long while, she clenched her hands nervously and spoke. My family can afford half of the money, but what? But if we pay this money, our family savings will be completely used up, and we will still have to owe another 200,000 yuan, and... Du Lin suddenly fell silent when she got to this point. Judging from her expression, it was obvious that she was having difficulty speaking. Zhou Yuan was more or less impatient and said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly, don't hesitate." Du Lin couldn't help but panic for a moment. He looked up at Zhou Yuan and saw that he looked unhappy. He gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. "Besides, my brother is already an adult, and the family savings were originally prepared for him to find a partner and get married. If this money is spent and he is in debt, then my brother will not be able to get married for a while. My parents had no choice but to come to me, want to make me, let me." Du Lin hesitated, obviously not wanting to continue. When Zhou Yuan heard this, his expression changed. "So, they forced you to do this? What the hell? What kind of shitty family is this? What kind of shitty parents? So what if my son got into trouble and owes a lot of debt? It's not like my family can't afford such an expense. So, just because the money he saved was for his son's wedding, he turned around and forced his own daughter? So the daughter is not her biological daughter or what? What fucking era is this? How can there still be scumbags in the world who favor sons over daughters and don't treat daughters as human beings?" Chapter 126. Reality is more bloody than fiction. Even though Zhou Yuan is a man, he still hates things like favoring boys over girls. Just hearing Du Lin say this, his face looked ugly and obviously a little angry. On the contrary, Du Lin couldn't help but panic when he saw his expression and quickly said, "No. No. They didn't force me to do this." Zhou Yuan was stunned when he heard this and stared at Du Lin with a frown. Du Lin shuddered and took the initiative to explain. They introduced a rich man to me. They wanted me to marry him directly. The other party promised to pay 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, but I don't want to marry him. So they asked me to find a way to raise money or get married. I can't help it, I just." Having said that, Zhou Yuan finally understood everything. Maybe Du Lin's parents were not as hateful as he had just misunderstood, but they were obviously not much better either. It's obviously for money and for his son. He forced his daughter to get married and exchanged her happiness for money. The only difference is that Du Lin obviously doesn't want to get married, so she had no choice but to choose this path. What the hell? I thought this kind of bullshit only happened on TV, in movies, or in novels. But I never expected that reality is even more ridiculous than fiction. Zhou Yuan secretly sighed for a while, then looked at Du Lin again, with a look of anger at his lack of fighting spirit. "What about you? Won't you resist? Do you have to do whatever your parents say? There is a saying that goes, there must be something hateful about a pitiful person." If you think about it calmly, Du Lin is not without problems. This kind of thing can obviously be resisted, right? If you don't know how to resist, then isn't that the same as being a brother-supporting demon? No. If it were Du Lin, it should be Fu Guemo. I also want to resist, but they are my parents, my brother. Besides, my brother has always been very good to me. I don't want to see him go in." When Du Lin said this, her eyes turned red and she started crying. My brother doesn't want my parents to do this. He would rather go to jail, but my parents. Well, after hearing what Du Lin said, his brother is still a man. It's just that his parents, they are a little too unparental. And from this point of view, Du Lin can't be regarded as the kind of disgusting brother-supporting demon. At best, she was really forced into this by her unscrupulous parents. As for exchanging one's body for money, looking at this era, there is really nothing to condemn. Otherwise, how could a young girl get a huge sum of 400,000 yuan in such a short time? Even if you sell your kidney, you can't get so much money. As for getting married, in exchange for a gift of 300,000 yuan. To put it bluntly, if there is no emotion, then this method is no different from betraying RT. At most, you are just pulling out a piece of fig leaf to cover up your marriage. Zhou Yuan thought about it and sighed. It all comes down to money. There is so much sorrow in this world, all caused by the word money. Zhou Yuan was sighing like this when suddenly the system popped up. There is an optional opportunity currently. Option 1, there must be something hateful about pitiful people, no need to sympathize. Reward, $1 million, one system treasure chest. Option 2, don't mind your own business, just do it. Reward, $1 million, one system treasure chest. Option 3, since this has happened, let's be a saint for once. Reward, $5 million, two system treasure chests. Chapter 127. Even if you give me 400,000 for free, it's still a guaranteed profit. This time, the system appeared more or less suddenly, leaving Zhou Yuan confused. However, the option task has already appeared, so the choice must be made. Compared to options 1 and 2, of course, as always, option 3 is the most cost-effective and offers the greatest benefits. Although this choice may be a bit virginal, but then again, if it can maximize the benefits, why not do it? As for the second item, enjoy Du Lin. Zhou Yuan believed that he had no shortage of women now, even natural girls, so there was no need for him to get Du Lin into bed. Although he is a good-looking man, he is not a walking bulldozer. There is no need for him to pounce on a girl as soon as he sees her. That would be too ungentlemanly. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan directly accepted the task and turned to look at Du Lin. Give me your card number. Du Lin was still wiping her tears. She was dazed when she heard the voice and looked at Zhou Yuan stupidly. It was obvious from her look that she hadn't reacted yet and was wondering what Zhou Yuan wanted the card number for. Zhou Yuan spoke again. Don't just stand there, aren't you short of money? Since I promised to help you before, I'll pay the 400,000 for you. Using 400,000 to exchange for 5 million plus 3 system treasure chests, this deal is definitely worth it. Get this done sooner and get the rewards sooner to avoid wasting time. Du Lin finally reacted, wiped her tears in panic, and quickly reported her bank card number. Zhou Yuan took out his cell phone and fiddled with it for a while, then without saying a word, he transferred 400,000 yuan to Du Lin. After a while, Du Lin's cell phone buzzed. When I looked down, I saw a message that my account had arrived. Looking at the display of 400,000, Du Lin was stunned. It took her a long while to react. She looked at Zhou Yuan excitedly, stood up and bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. No need to thank me, there's nothing else to do, you can go now. Zhou Yuan waved his hand casually and ordered them to leave. He had nothing to be greedy about Du Lin's body. The reason he gave money was mostly to get the benefits of the system. Now that the system reward has arrived, he is too lazy to keep a girl like Du Lin. In comparison, his attention is now focused on the system treasure chest. Although they are 3 ordinary system treasure chests, it is still worth looking forward to. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest. You will receive 10 points of temperament, 10 points of charm, and 1 intermediate driving skill book. Have to. I just had some good luck, but now I'm in trouble. 3 ordinary treasure chests, the things they opened were really too ordinary. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and used the intermediate driving skill book casually. I took the time to glance at the panel, and now the attributes are already quite impressive. Host, Zhou Yuan. Strength, 40. Physical strength, 50. Spirit, 37. Temperament, 30. Charisma, 37. Xianhuang Qi, 500. System points, 658,900. Personal funds, 155.2 million. Skills, Xianhuang Heart Sutra, Xianhuang Medical Sutra, Grandmaster Level Martial Arts, Intermediate Driving 210, Magic Shape Technique, Instant Body Technique. Props, Truth Card 1, Tracking Card 1, Servant Contract 2, Time Reversal Card 1. After obtaining the system for more than half a month, my personal funds have unknowingly reached more than 150 million. And this does not even include the mountainside villa of Jinyu Haoding and the property rights of Yinhai building that were just opened from the advanced system treasure chest. If you put them all together, he is now a billionaire. Especially the Yinhai building, the annual rent of that place is estimated to be in the billions. Chapter 128. I can't take your money for free. It's great to have a system. I have become a top rich person in a flash. Looking at the panel, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sigh. But when he came to his senses, he found that Du Lin had not left. What's wrong? What else do you want? Zhou Yuan glanced at Du Lin in confusion. I clearly told this girl that she could leave, so why is she still standing there like an idiot? Du Lin hesitated for a while after hearing this, and his face turned a little red. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, with some vague guesses in his mind. I can't take your money for nothing, Du Lin hesitated more and more. Not only did his face turn red, but his head almost drooped to his chest. Seeing what he meant, Zhou Yuan understood a little bit. This girl is probably planning to use her body to compensate me. Don't worry. I'm not blackmailing you by giving you money. I'm giving you this money out of kindness, so you don't have to worry about it. Besides, it's getting late now, so you should go back early if you want to. Zhou Yuan doesn't dare to say that he is a gentleman, nor does he dare to say that he never takes advantage of others in distress. But under normal circumstances, he is not used to doing anything to repay a favor. So I just spoke out directly. Du Lin lowered his head and remained silent. After a while, he looked up and stood up. Zhou Yuan thought she was going to leave, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Du Lin actually reached out and unzipped the back of her dress. In the blink of an eye, the white dress slipped off her shoulders, revealing the slightly white, semi-transparent underwear that was obviously carefully prepared. Zhou Yuan was slightly startled, then raised his eyebrows and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Du Lin's meaning was obvious. He was planning to compensate himself. I've thought it through. I am willing to do it. Du Lin protected his vital parts with both hands and spoke carefully. He got 400,000 yuan for nothing. Logically, he should withdraw immediately at this time. It seems that this is the best strategy and the best result. However, girls like Du Lin are still a little scheming after all. Today, just meeting for the first time, and just talking about the difficulties at home, Zhou Yuan was able to generously give away 400,000 yuan for free. If this relationship can be established, then in the future, maybe there will be more benefits. Anyway, she is single now, and she will find a man sooner or later. Instead of trying your luck and finding someone you don't know whether he is good or bad, you might as well take this opportunity to see if you can have the chance to get in touch with Zhou Yuan. Have you really thought it through? Looking at Du Lin, who was almost exposed, Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had no intention of eating Du Lin before, if this woman really came to him on her own initiative, he wouldn't mind tasting her. I've thought about it. Du Lin blushed, gritted his teeth and nodded. Put your hands down and come to me. Zhou Yuan hooked his finger without hesitation. When Zhou Yuan woke up again, it was almost 10 o'clock the next day. This night was barely pleasant. Although Du Lin was a little weak, at least he was obedient and willing to learn and practice, which made Zhou Yuan relax and feel satisfied for once. I turned over and found that Du Lin next to me was still asleep. Zhou Yuan didn't argue with her. He went to wash up on his own, then left a note, gave her a few instructions and wrote his contact information, then left the room in a swagger. Before leaving the house, he called Su Lan and asked for leave again. Zhou Yuan then drove straight to the Yinhai building in Tianhong Plaza. Chapter 129 Little Flattery. I won the ownership of Yinhai building last night. Han Qingqing from the property management also called me. I should go take a look today and get the property certificate and other things. When they arrived at Yinhai building, which was around 10 a.m., they drove into the underground parking lot. After getting out of the car, Zhou Yuan called Han Qingqing. As soon as the phone was connected, without Zhou Yuan waiting to speak, Han Qingqing's respectful and sweet voice was heard from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? It's me. I'm already at the building parking lot. Where shall we meet next? You're here already? Then please wait a moment, I'll be down soon. On the other end of the phone, Han Qingqing said in a panic. After I hung up the phone, about a few minutes later, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground was heard in the parking lot. Zhou Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and his eyes lit up. Even though he had seen many beauties and had just slept with a 9-point girl like Du Lin last night, he couldn't help but be amazed at this moment. This is a young girl, probably around 25 or 26 years old, with delicate features and long hair. Although her face shape is not the cone-shaped face like those of internet celebrities, but rather a bit round, it does not affect her beauty at all. She was wearing a very common office OL suit, a black suit, a white shirt, and a black office skirt. Her legs were covered with light-colored leggings, which made her look shiny and plump. She looks like a model as she walks, with her waist swaying slightly and her peaches swaying a little, which is really attractive. This look and this posture absolutely fits the image of an OL goddess in the minds of most otakus. Compared to her, Du Lin last night was a bit inferior. This kind of capable temperament mixed with a hint of charm is probably only comparable to Feng Jing and Wang Lu. As the woman walked along, she looked around. Judging from her appearance, she was obviously looking for someone. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but get out of the car and go to meet him. Hello, you are manager Han Qingqing, right? You are. Han Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted, with a look of surprise on her face. Are you Mr. Zhou Yuan Zhou? Zhou Yuan's voice on the phone sounded quite steady and mature, and with the huge assets of Yinhai building, Han Qingqing subconsciously thought that this Zhou Yuan would be a mature man in his 30s or 40s. But when they met, she realized that Zhou Yuan was too young. Even though she is full of temperament and has an inexplicable attraction, her appearance is only about 21 or 22 at best. At such a young age, he actually acquired assets like In-Hai Building. How outstanding a young man must he be? Han Qingqing felt dazed. It's me. I'm Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan responded, and seeing Han Qingqing was a little dazed, he couldn't help but ask again, Manager Han, are you okay? Nothing. Han Qingqing came back to her senses immediately, her face reddened with embarrassment, and she quickly said, I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to be so young. I didn't recognize him for a moment. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhou. Han Qingqing said this and even bowed slightly. After all, she couldn't afford to offend a wealthy man like Zhou Yuan. In fact, Zhou Yuan is now her immediate superior. The property management office of In-Hai Building where she worked actually belonged to In-Hai Building itself. With the transfer of ownership of the entire building, it naturally also became the property of Zhou Yuan. Manager Han, you're too polite. It's normal that you didn't recognize me when we first met. Zhou Yuan said casually. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhou is not only young and promising, but also so generous. Han Qingqing smiled and gave a little flattery. Chapter 130 Young and Rich. Let's be realistic. When it comes to flattery, it depends on the person being flattered. Although the words are unpleasant, but if an ordinary girl said this, Zhou Yuan might not feel anything. But if it was Han Qingqing, who has a 9-point appearance and a 9-point figure, it would be very useful. It is said that appearance is justice. If you look good, you will be able to flatter people effectively. Zhou Yuan was in a good mood and replied with a smile, Manager Han, you are too kind. No, I'm speaking from the heart. Han Qingqing said with a sweet smile, then turned around and made a pleased gesture. This is not the place to talk, Mr. Zhou, please move aside. I will take you to visit our property management office first. Thank you very much. Zhou Yuan said politely and walked towards the elevator. Han Qingqing looked at his back, her eyes revealing a hint of eagerness. This Mr. Zhou is not quite the same as I imagined. I thought he was middle-aged, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Although he is not handsome, he has an indescribable temperament and charm. And from these few exchanges, we can tell that he has a good temper and doesn't have that annoying arrogance. Even when being polite, they don't have that hypocritical and strange feeling of seeming polite but actually keeping people away. Instead, they make people feel warm and sunny. The most important thing is, this person is really young and rich. The In-Hai Building, which is worth over 10 billion yuan, is bought just like that. Anyway, I don't know what kind of woman would be lucky enough to hold onto this man's thigh. In this world, it's not just men who have wild thoughts and desires when they see beautiful women or women with hot bodies. Since we are all human beings, women will also have wild fantasies when they see handsome guys or rich men. Han Qingqing was obviously no exception. She was thinking about all sorts of things and followed Zhou Yuan's steps closely. The two got on the elevator and went all the way to the In-Hai Building management office upstairs. Mr. Zhou, please take a seat. I'll go get you a drink. Would you like tea or coffee? After inviting Zhou Yuan to sit down, Han Qingqing bowed slightly and asked a question. Coffee, please. Zhou Yuan said casually. Okay, wait a moment. Han Qingqing turned around and left, twisting her waist. Not long after, she came back with coffee. Mr. Zhou, your coffee is here. Han Qingqing said this, bending down and placing the coffee on the coffee table in front of Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan casually said thank you, and subconsciously glanced around, and suddenly realized something was wrong. If he remembered correctly, when Han Qingqing just went out, it seemed that the buttons on her collar should have been buttoned. But when I came back after such a long time, the top 2 buttons were actually unbuttoned. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I don't know what your taste is, so I added some nectar into your coffee without your permission. Please try it and see if it suits you. During this time, Han Qingqing spoke again, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, she seemed to bend her waist a little more. And when he said a certain word, he seemed to intentionally heighten the tone a little bit, and even his body swayed slightly. As expected. You're scheming right from the start. Are you trying to seduce me? Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, finding it a little funny. It seems that what is said on the internet is right. Ugly people are the same as poor people. They can never imagine or understand how proactive women can be. They can never imagine or understand how proactive women can be. As for myself, obviously I am not included in this list. Otherwise, I would not be able to see this kind of scenery. Zhou Yuan glanced at the fair skin again, then calmly withdrew his gaze and took a sip of the coffee. Chapter 131 Han Qingqing's Little Thoughts. Seeing Zhou Yuan calmly retract his gaze, Han Qingqing felt inexplicably regretful. But in the blink of an eye, she smiled and asked with concern, "How is it, Mr. Zhou? Does this coffee with milk suit your taste?" In fact, if it were any other time, Han Qingqing wouldn't be so proactive or bold or even take the initiative. But the problem is that people always get dizzy and impulsive sometimes. It's like you're chatting up some hot guy or hot girl. If you have a good impression of the other person, or even feel attracted to him or her, you will definitely want to show yourself uncontrollably. As subtle as straightening your back and striking a pose, or secretly fixing your hair and makeup. Or they may be so obvious as to ask for contact information or even take the initiative to invite you out for dinner or shopping. Maybe you will feel that it was a bit ridiculous afterwards, but in the environment at that time, you would not think there was anything wrong with this behavior. Han Qingqing's current situation is similar to this. Of course, it is undeniable that there is some resentment involved. After all, Zhou Yuan just took a glance at her figure, but he just glanced at it and then didn't look at it anymore. This made Han Qingqing, who boasted of her hot body and was absolutely the best among women, somewhat dissatisfied and unconvinced. Even if you are rich and even if you have no shortage of women around you, is there no attraction at all for a figure like mine? I deliberately put on a serious face to show my appreciation, but you lost interest after just one look? This girl is very dissatisfied, okay? Sometimes women get angry in such a strange way, it is totally unreasonable and illogical. They even do not hesitate to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others. As she spoke, she simply did not stand up, but bent down a little more intentionally or unintentionally. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be attracted by her actions. He glanced at her again, then retracted his gaze and smiled casually. "It tastes good, thank you. As long as you like it, Mr. Zhou, how about I make you another cup?" After hearing this, Han Qingqing finally laughed and straightened up, but she made a deliberate teasing remark. Women sometimes play some flirty little tricks. It doesn't necessarily mean something has to happen between people, most of the time it's just about enjoying the feeling of a little excitement. Of course, if the man had responded correctly at that time, there might have been a possibility of further development. This is also one of the reasons why some people can applaud while chatting. But Zhou Yuan obviously didn't have that in mind, and said with a smile, "Forget about coffee and stuff, let's talk about business." Upon hearing this, Han Qingqing showed a little surprise. I thought I had amused Zhou Yuan, but I didn't expect him to wake up so quickly. This made her a little angry and unhappy again. But she couldn't continue to argue at this time, so she said seriously, "Mr. Zhou, wait a moment, I will go get the things for you." Han Qingqing turned around and twisted her waist to go to the desk, quickly opened the drawer, and took out the property certificate, transfer contract, and a door card. "Mr. Zhou, this is the property certificate of our In-Hai building and the transfer contract we signed earlier. In addition, this is the door card used throughout the building. Please take a look." Zhou Yuan took the thing and looked at it carefully. In fact, there can be no problem with the property certificate and the transfer contract. After all, this is handled by the system. However, Zhou Yuan took a look at the area of the In-Hai building and found it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. There were 3 floors below and 88 floors above, a total of 91 floors, with a total area of more than 360,000 square meters. If calculated based on the prices of nearby floors, the area of the In-Hai building alone is worth over 10 billion. Chapter 132, Men Must Protect Themselves When They Are Outside. Of course, a price of 10 billion yuan has no practical significance. After all, Zhou Yuan has no intention of selling it. In the current situation of In-Hai building, all commercial and office spaces in the building have been rented out. According to the current rent of 1.2 yuan per square meter per day, the rent alone can bring in 150 million yuan in a year. Even if we leave out some vacant floors, it will be no problem for the annual rent to exceed 100 million. 100 million per year, although it's not as good as the 150 million that the system rewards in more than half a month. But this money is free after all. And it comes every year. To put it bluntly, even if the system disappeared from this moment on, with the help of the In-Hai building, Zhou Yuan wouldn't have to worry about his next life or the next life. Everything is fine. Thank you for troubling Manager Han today. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses, smiled at Han Qingqing, and stood up to leave. Since he has already obtained the property ownership certificate and other things, there is no need for him to stay here. When Han Qingqing heard that Zhou Yuan was leaving, she felt indescribable reluctance. Seeing that Zhou Yuan really stood up, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, "Mr. Zhou, if you have nothing to do, why don't you stay a little longer and I'll take you around the building? Now that this building is under your name, as the owner, shouldn't you want to walk around and take a look?" Zhou Yuan couldn't help but stop and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's good to take a look. I'll trouble Manager Han then. Anyway, he has nothing to do if he goes back now, so he might as well take a walk around the Yinhai building." And to be honest, he was admitted to Guangqing University and has been in Guangqing for 2 years, but he has never been to Yinhai building again. "Mr. Zhou, what are you talking about? It is my duty and honor to show you around. Please come this way." Han Qingqing suddenly laughed and took a step back. Just as Zhou Yuan stood up and walked around the coffee table, Han Qingqing suddenly accidentally tripped over her high heels and fell into Zhou Yuan's arms with a cry. Zhou Yuan was quick to act and hugged Han Qingqing. But at this moment, he clearly felt a bounce in his chest, and even worse, something attacked him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I didn't mean it. Are you okay?" Han Qingqing struggled out of Zhou Yuan's arms in a panic, apologizing while lifting her hair intentionally or unintentionally, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. "This woman is another witch," Zhou Yuan secretly complained in his heart. He finally realized that Han Qingqing had obviously faked the fall just now. In fact, she was clearly taking advantage of him. Just at that moment, this woman was so bold as to attack him. What's even more embarrassing is that I don't know if it's because I didn't have enough fun last night, or maybe I was a little aroused by the scenery that Han Qingqing leaned over just now. He is making a fool of himself now. "Mr. Zhou, if you are all right, let's go." Seeing that Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, Han Qingqing simply spoke again, and even glanced down intentionally or unintentionally. "I didn't expect that. Mr. Zhou is not only wealthy, but also. And I originally thought that this person was not interested in me, but at that moment just now, it was obvious that he said one thing and did another." A cunning look flashed in Han Qingqing's eyes, and then she slowly turned around, twisting her waist deliberately, and walked towards the door. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but when he looked up and saw Han Qingqing's posture, steps, and swaying movements, he couldn't help feeling a little irritated and a little emotional. It seems that being rich is not always a good thing. Damn it. I have to be on guard against people coveting my body all the time. It turns out that what the netizen said is right. Men must protect themselves when they go out. Otherwise, it is easy to suffer losses. Chapter 133. Which bastard ruined my good deeds? Zhou Yuan complained in his heart as he followed Han Qingqing out of the office. I don't know whether this woman did it intentionally or unintentionally, but she walked in front of Zhou Yuan, twisting her waist, so charming. What's even more excessive is that Han Qingqing deliberately calculated the pace and distance between her and Zhou Yuan. While she was talking, she took advantage of Zhou Yuan's momentary distraction and deliberately paused. Zhou Yuan was caught off guard for a moment. He just turned his head to look at the left and right office layout that Han Qingqing was introducing. He was not prepared and bumped into Han Qingqing directly. In the blink of an eye, Han Qingqing hummed softly. Zhou Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong and spoke in panic. "I'm sorry, Manager Han, I didn't mean it. Are you okay?" It's okay, it's all my fault for not being careful enough. But Mr. Zhou, you hit me so hard." Han Qingqing was obviously doing it on purpose, pretending to blush and frown, and even without any hesitation in front of Zhou Yuan, she reached out and rubbed her peach. This is truly wolfish words matched by wolfish actions. The meaning is so obvious. The opponent's attack was too powerful, and Zhou Yuan didn't know how to defend himself for a moment. However, at this moment, Han Qingqing's cell phone suddenly rang. This invisibly resolved Zhou Yuan's embarrassment at the moment, and he quickly said, "Manager Han, your phone is ringing. Who is this bastard, who actually ruined my good thing?" Han Qingqing secretly said something annoyed, but smiled and said, "Sorry, Mr. Zhou, I have to take a call first." "It's okay, just take it." Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt fortunate. Han Qingqing then reached out and took out her cell phone. She took a quick look at it and a look of displeasure and disgust immediately appeared on her face. Zhang Hongyuan. He is the deputy manager of a company in Yinhai Building. He is also responsible for coordinating the property management affairs of Yinhai Building and has business dealings with Han Qingqing. Similarly, he is also one of Han Qingqing's suitors. However, Han Qingqing has never had a good face towards these suitors. Although Han Qingqing is somewhat realistic and can be described as a money worshipper, she is not the same as those outright money worshipping scumbags. If it were other people, they would also be looking for money and a strong partner while also hanging out with other men and having a bunch of backup men. But Han Qingqing was quite averse to such things and never wanted to keep other men hanging around. Therefore, she never gives any help to anyone she dislikes, and always speaks directly and clearly to prevent the other party from having any improper expectations. Of course, then again, sometimes there are some things that can't be resolved just by refusing. Some people in this world are so disappointing that they have to actively lick someone's boots and cling to others to be their backup. And Zhang Hongyuan happens to be one of them. What makes Han Qingqing even more headache is that Zhang Hongyuan is different from other men. In front of her, this man was not only very persistent, but also acted very familiar, as if he didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. But because of their business dealings, Han Qingqing couldn't completely block him, so she had to keep in touch. That's why when Han Qingqing saw Zhang Hongyuan's call at this moment, her face looked ugly and full of disgust and displeasure. Of course, no matter how disgusted you are, you still have to answer the phone. Han Qingqing suppressed her impatience and pressed the answer button. In the blink of an eye, an eager voice came from the other end of the phone. Qingqing, I have good news for you. I finally got promoted and now I have successfully become the company manager. Apart from Mr. Nia and the two vice presidents mentioned above, I have the final say in the entire company now. And I have another good news for you. After my efforts, I have successfully convinced Mr. Nia. Starting from this renewal, our company has decided to take the initiative to increase the lease term and rent. Chapter 134, Dog Licking. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Hongyuan's voice had a clear tone of seeking credit. Of course, this guy's voice was loud enough, so loud that even if Han Qingqing didn't turn on the speakerphone, Zhou Yuan could still hear what he said clearly from half a meter away. This is not the end yet. Before Han Qingqing could speak, Zhang Hongyuan on the other end of the phone spoke again in the blink of an eye. You don't know, Qingqing, for your sake, I had to work very hard to persuade Mr. Nia to raise the rental price. Mr. Nia originally planned to stick with the old contract, with a 3-year lease and a rent of 1.2 per square meter. But now, Mr. Nia has agreed to extend the lease to 5 years, and the rent has also been increased to 1.3 per square meter. How about it, Qingqing? Am I good enough to you? With the rent increase, your performance this month will definitely be much better. If what I said just now was just a way of seeking credit, it might be said that. Then Zhang Hongyuan's subsequent bunch of nonsense is 100% just to take credit. Unfortunately, Han Qingqing didn't look happy at all. Instead, she looked even more disgusted. She laughed and replied coldly, Really? Then I really want to congratulate Manager Zhang on his promotion and thank him for his kindness. This was said in a perfunctory manner. Of course, this is not Han Qingqing's fault for having a bad attitude, but this matter is really a bit ridiculous. Because according to the current market conditions in Guangqing, including the entire domestic market in Tianlong, the real estate sector is tending to rise steadily. Therefore, whether it is residential housing, commercial housing or office buildings, their selling prices and rents have been rising. In other words, if Zhang Hongyuan's company still wants to be stationed in the Yinhai building and continue to work here, then the next lease renewal will inevitably have to increase in price. Now, this matter of course has become Zhang Hongyuan's achievement. As for Zhang Hongyuan, he didn't know whether this guy was pretending to be stupid or really didn't hear the sarcasm in Han Qingqing's words, so he laughed again. Qingqing, your words are so polite. Given our relationship, why should I thank you? But at least I got a promotion today. Are you free at noon? How about I treat you to a meal and celebrate together? If you have no objection, I will call Four Seasons Hotel now and book a private room in advance. What do you think? Four Seasons Restaurant is also one of the most famous restaurants in Guangqing, and is in no way inferior to places like Yanshanchuan and Dadanhai. And to be honest, the consumption in this place is even higher than Yanshanchuan and Dadanhai. The average cost per person is around 2,000 yuan. It's a great place to show off. Obviously, Zhang Hongyuan also invested a lot of money this time. But unfortunately, Han Qingqing had no interest in this at all. I'm sorry, Manager Zhang, I have something else to do at noon, so I won't bother you with any expenses. Seeing Han Qingqing's refusal, Zhou Yuan, who had been secretly watching the show, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, this is another dog licker. What a pity, in the end, there is nothing left. Don't, Qingqing. You can always ask for leave if you have something to do. Besides, you are the manager. Isn't it easy to approve a leave for yourself? Anyway, your boss is unlikely to show up suddenly. You have the final say wherever you go. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Hongyuan said casually. It would be fine if I said this to Han Qingqing alone. But the problem is that at this moment, Zhou Yuan, the boss, is standing right next to them. Isn't it looking for trouble to say something like this? Han Qingqing's face changed slightly, and she immediately spoke righteously, Manager Zhang, don't say some things carelessly. It is precisely because I am a manager that I have to set an example in some things. Besides, I have something important to do right now, so Mr. Zhang, please don't waste my time. Chapter 135 Mr. Zhou, please help me. After saying this, Han Qingqing decisively hung up the phone. After putting away her phone, she immediately looked at Zhou Yuan with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry for wasting your precious time. Han Qingqing obviously didn't know that Zhou Yuan had listened to the entire call, so she didn't even want to mention the content of the call. Mr. Zhou, please come this way. I'll show you around. Han Qingqing didn't say anything, and Zhou Yuan was too lazy to ask more questions. He just nodded and followed Han Qingqing out of the management office. The two took the elevator to the top floor first, and then visited the place casually along the way. Because of Han Qingqing's identity, most of the hotels and companies on each floor of the building knew her, so they basically did not stop her. After strolling for more than half an hour, the two of them went from the top floor to the observation hall on the 74th floor. Because apart from a minor safety accident not long ago, the entire floor has been closed recently and there is not a trace of tourists at all. The two of them strolled around casually, but as they were walking, Han Qingqing suddenly twisted her leg. Excuse me, Mr. Zhou, could you please wait here for a moment? I want to go to the bathroom. Han Qingqing looked a little embarrassed. Zhou Yuan didn't think much about it, and nodded, Manager Han, go ahead. I can look around by myself. After all, people have 3 urgent needs, and he couldn't stop Han Qingqing. Then please wait a moment, Mr. Zhou. I'll be back soon. Han Qingqing apologized, turned around and went straight to the bathroom. At the same time, downstairs, Huajin Cosmetics Company. Lu Yu stood at the bathroom door, holding her stomach, looking uncomfortable and ugly. Next to her, a young girl in her early 20s looked guilty and worried, and timidly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I really didn't mean it. Forget it, it's not your fault. After all, you have good intentions. Before she could finish, Lu Yu spoke with a forced smile. What happened today is really unlucky. This girl was a new recruit yesterday. It was also out of good intentions, wanting to improve the relationship with colleagues, so the day before coming to work, I specially made a cake and brought it to the company to share with my colleagues. As a result, there might be something wrong with the ingredients this girl used, or maybe something in it was expired or something, but many people in the company who ate the cake started to have stomach problems. Even she was not spared. Since I have a stomachache, I have to go to the toilet, but there are only so many spaces in the company's toilet, and they are all occupied. But now, she couldn't help herself. Manager, it's really not possible, why don't you go to another company? Seeing that Lu Yu's face looked strange, the little girl stammered with fear and concern. Lu Yu subconsciously wanted to shake his head. After all, going to another company to borrow a toilet, that would be a bit too embarrassing. But before she could open her mouth, she suddenly realized. Although I feel embarrassed to go to other companies, but I can go upstairs. The observation hall is upstairs, and it seems to be under renovation recently. The bathroom over there should be empty. Thinking of this, Lu Yu turned around and walked out without saying a word. Upstairs. Zhou Yuan was wandering around bored. But suddenly, the cell phone in my pocket rang. I took it out and saw that it was a call from Han Qingqing. Didn't this woman go to the bathroom? Why did she call at this time? Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to answer the call. In the blink of an eye, Han Qingqing's slightly embarrassed voice was heard from the other side. Mr. Zhou, can I trouble you for a moment? There's no paper in the bathroom. Can you bring me some paper? Chapter 136 What is this? This one sentence made Zhou Yuan slightly confused. What the hell, what is this? How could it be such a coincidence that I happen to encounter this kind of situation? It's not convenient for me to go over there. If it really doesn't work, can you call someone else? After coming to his senses, Zhou Yuan subconsciously declined Han Qingqing's request for help. It's not that he disliked or was disgusted by Han Qingqing ordering him around, but she was in the women's toilet, and it didn't feel appropriate for him to go there and deliver the paper. On the other end of the phone, Han Qingqing begged, Boss Zhou, can you please take a moment to help me? If I call the people in the company, they will have to wait for a while to catch up. But, this is not very convenient. Zhou Yuan looked embarrassed. Please, Mr. Zhou, there's no one else on this floor right now, just help me deliver it. Well, okay then. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'm in the 4th room of female C. Han Qingqing replied and hung up the phone in a blink of an eye. This matter caused. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. After hesitating for a moment, he put away his phone and went straight to the bathroom. If he was asked to find paper for Han Qingqing, he would have nowhere to look. He could only go to the bathroom and see if there was any paper in other cubicles or in male C's cubicle. As soon as he left, Lu Yu also got into the elevator to go upstairs. After a while, Zhou Yuan reached the bathroom. After thinking for a while, he did not run to the opposite side of male C, but came to female C. He didn't dare to go in rashly. He coughed at the door and asked, "Is anyone there?" After a few blinks of an eye, no one responded, but Han Qingqing's slightly embarrassed voice came from the room inside. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. There's no one here. Just come in. You, wait a moment, I don't have any paper with me, I'll go check in another cubicle. Zhou Yuan replied awkwardly and turned to go to the next cubicle. I pushed the door open and took a look, and there was paper here. It seemed that Han Qingqing was unlucky as she happened to run into a room without paper. Zhou Yuan went in, pulled out a handful, then turned and walked towards the 4th room. After knocking on the door, Zhou Yuan said awkwardly, "I found the paper. Do you want me to put it on the ground for you? Or pass it to you from above? Don't, please turn around. I'd better open the door and take it." Inside, Han Qingqing responded. Zhou Yuan didn't think much about it and turned around decisively. In the blink of an eye, the cubicle door opened. The door slowly opened and a hand stretched out cautiously. It fumbled around in the air for a long time, but the distance was not enough and it didn't hit the target that was so close. In the cubicle, Han Qingqing couldn't help feeling anxious and shy. She touched for a while, gritted her teeth, leaned forward, and stuck her head out. She blinked and saw Zhou Yuan with his back turned, and then saw the toilet paper in Zhou Yuan's hand. Her expression relaxed slightly, and she subconsciously leaned forward again and reached out to reach it. But this posture inevitably caused the center of gravity to shift. As a result, the compartment door that was half grasped and half supported by the left hand suddenly slid forward. At this moment, Han Qingqing lost her balance and fell forward uncontrollably. Almost at the same time, Zhou Yuan waited for a long time but didn't feel the paper in his hand being taken away, which made him feel a little puzzled. He couldn't help it and subconsciously turned his head to take a look. At this moment, Han Qingqing screamed in surprise, and at the same time, he saw a black shadow rushing towards him out of the corner of his eye. If it were a normal person, the first reaction would probably be to catch the other person. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan possessed a master-level martial arts reflex, and his first instinctive choice was not to catch the man, but to dodge. After he took a step back reflexively, his brain finally reacted. Seeing Han Qingqing staggering out of the cubicle and crashing into the opposite wall uncontrollably, Zhou Yuan finally came to his senses. He didn't have time to think, and quickly grabbed Han Qingqing around the waist. However, this time he used too much force, and Han Qingqing was caught off guard and was pulled directly into Zhou Yuan's arms. Instead, she subconsciously stretched out her hands and pressed them against the wall in order to avoid hitting the wall. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard at the door. Chapter 137. This is a huge misunderstanding. Before Zhou Yuan and Han Qingqing could react, the footsteps arrived at the door in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared directly at the entrance. Zhou Yuan subconsciously turned his head to take a look, and was instantly stunned. On the other side, Lu Yao, who came hurriedly to solve the problem, was also completely stunned. She never thought that when she came here to relieve herself, she would run into a pair of wild mandarin ducks playing tricks. This. Lu Yu was unable to react and just stood there in a daze. This is a huge misunderstanding. Zhou Yuan was sober, but his face was instantly filled with embarrassment and he didn't know how to explain it. It was at this moment that Han Qingqing finally reacted and realized her situation. Her pretty face flushed red, and she trembled and said subconsciously, "Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Can you let me go?" An embarrassed man, a blushing woman, a sentence of "can you let me go" after being caught, and such a striking posture and picture in front of him. It's impossible not to be misunderstood. Lu Yu reacted instantly and his face turned red. "I'm so unlucky today. How could I have to encounter something like this? But that woman, called the other party Mr. Joe. I'm afraid it's another scene between the boss and the secretary. But looking at her, she seemed to be resisting and struggling. Maybe that man had used some dirty tricks. Liu was lost in thought, and in a panic, he turned around and ran. Oh my god, this is a huge misunderstanding. Seeing Liu's expression, Zhou Yuan knew that there was no way to clear himself of this matter, and he suddenly felt depressed. Fortunately, he was still conscious and quickly let go of Han Qingqing. Well, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. After such an embarrassing thing happened, Zhou Yuan was too embarrassed to stay any longer. He said something hurriedly and left the bathroom. A misunderstanding made Zhou Yuan feel uneasy for a long time, and he was completely out of his mind. Even for the next 2 days, he simply stopped running around and behaved like a good student. It was on the third day that Zhou Yuan unexpectedly received a call from Yan Zhonghua. Brother Zhou, are you free today? As soon as Yan Zhonghua opened his mouth, it was obvious that he had changed to a more intimate name. After all, if it hadn't been for Zhou Yuan, he might have lost his life. Mr. Yan, do you have something to talk to me about? Brother Zhou, please stop calling me Mr. Yan. It sounds strange. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yan. On the other end of the phone, Yan Zhonghua laughed heartily, and then changed the subject. Brother Zhou, don't you know what day it is today? What day? Zhou Yuan was confused. It seems that Brother Zhou is forgetful. Today is the day of the shareholders' meeting of the American Capital Group, and it is also the day when Mu Hongwei is going to attack President Qin. During these few days, Yan Zhonghua also investigated Zhou Yuan's identity to some extent. Although he didn't gain much information about Zhou Yuan's background, he did investigate the people he had contacted with. In addition to the Qin father and daughter from the American funded group, there is naturally also the famous Chen family's second son, Chen Wentai. The father and daughter of the Qin family made Yan Zhonghua understand why Zhou Yuan wanted him, one of the major shareholders of the American funded group, to secretly launch a counterattack against Mu Hongwei. Obviously, there must be an unknown relationship between the two parties. As for the latter Chen Wentai, he made Yan Zhonghua realize once again how extraordinary Zhou Yuan's identity was. Judging from the investigation results, the second young master of the Chen family, who could even suppress himself, was quite respectful when facing Zhou Yuan. It even exceeds the level of friendship between peers. Chapter 138 It's a mess outside. It was for this reason that Yan Zhonghua immediately called Zhou Brother Zhou as soon as he opened his mouth. Otherwise, given his status and the fact that this was only the second time they had contacted each other, how could he be so eager to show his affection to a young person? Do you really think that Yan Zhonghua's face is worthless? Also for this reason, Yan Zhonghua has recently taken the initiative to pay attention to the Qin father and daughter, and has been secretly keeping an eye on Mu Hongwei's actions. But Mu Hongwei called him in advance today and asked him to attend the shareholders' meeting. This means that the man surnamed Mu is planning to launch an attack on the Qin father and daughter today. Since Zhou Yuan has a relationship with the Qin family's father and daughter, Yan Zhonghua feels that he should inform Zhou Yuan about this matter, both morally and logically. If Zhou Yuan already knew the news, then forget it. If Zhou Yuan didn't know this news, wouldn't this be a successful favor? And looking at the current situation and listening to Zhou Yuan's questioning tone just now, it is obvious that this favor was sold successfully. A smile appeared on Yan Zhonghua's face. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yuan suddenly became alert. Is Brother Yan's information reliable? Reliable, of course reliable. Mu called me today and told me to be there. And this guy obviously has something hidden from me. He suddenly called the shareholders' meeting without giving anyone time to prepare. Generally speaking, shareholders' meetings cannot be held whenever you want. Basically, even if there is no fixed date in the charter, notice will be given as far in advance as possible to prevent some shareholders from being unable to show up due to other matters. But Mu Hongwei's move obviously caught everyone off guard. Of course, the reason why Mr. Mu was caught off guard was not to prevent certain shareholders from showing up. After all, this is the age of technology and the internet, and there are still many ways to attend the meeting even if someone is not there. This guy simply didn't want the Qin family's father and daughter to be on guard. He also probably wanted to take action before the American group's recent big move. In this way, Qin Guanyan can be removed from office as originally planned. It may also happen that it creates some unfavorable movement, thus affecting the recent major actions of the American funded group, and then further causing adverse consequences, which will again affect the group's stock price, causing greater losses to the American funded group. By then, it would be much easier to just sit back and watch the show, or take the opportunity to acquire shares of the American group. Of course, Zhou Yuan, a student who is neither a top student nor a genius, cannot understand the intricacies of this matter. But since Mu Hongwei wants to take action today, he will definitely not let the other party get what he wants. Thinking about how that bastard Mu Hongwei had actually hired a poison master named Bai to take his life, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a little angry and vengeful in his heart. As I said, he couldn't do anything to kill people, but he was very interested in causing trouble for Mu Hongwei and ruining his long-awaited plan. Thank you, Brother Yan, for informing me about this matter. If it weren't for Brother Yan, I really wouldn't have known that the Mu guy would take action today. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and quickly thanked him. Brother Zhou, it's too polite for you to say that. You've helped me a lot before. Yan Zhenghua laughed. Zhou Yuan suddenly thought of Li Manfang and Li Haiping, and asked curiously, Brother Yan, let me ask you something about those two. My company has recently started some overseas business and we are short of some trustworthy people, so we are planning to send them over to take charge. But I heard that things are quite chaotic outside, and there are many robberies happening. It's a bit worrying. Yan Zhenghua replied calmly. Chapter 139 I'm afraid there will be trouble. Although this statement seemed casual, Zhou Yuan understood very well that Yan Zhenghua was hinting at the fate of Li Manfang and Li Haiping. What with the chaos outside and the recent shootings? If you think about it, these two people probably won't live long. Zhou Yuan had to admire Yan Zhenghua's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Of course, there was nothing wrong with Yan Zhenghua's behavior. After all, it was Li Manfang and Li Haiping who plotted against Yan Zhenghua first. If they wanted to harm others, they should always be prepared to be harmed. However, speaking of these two people, Zhou Yuan remembered Yan Qingyun, who was still locked up in the cellar of his villa halfway up the mountain. Brother Yan, I have someone imprisoned there, what are you going to do with him? It was not a good idea to leave Yan Qingyun in the cellar of his villa after all. Now that Yan Zhenghua had contacted him, Zhou Yuan might as well ask him what he planned to do with him. That evil creature, please bring him out tomorrow night, Brother Zhou. I will have someone deal with him then. When Yan Qingyun was mentioned again at this moment, Yan Zhenghua's tone was already filled with coldness. Zhou Yuan didn't want to talk about Yan Qingyun anymore, so he changed the topic and said, I forgot to ask you just now. When will the shareholders' meeting be held today? The time is set at 3 p.m. If you are interested in participating, Brother Zhou, why don't I pick you up then? Even though Yan Zhenghua has already transferred all of his 19% shares in the American funded group to Zhou Yuan, Mu Hongwei is unaware of this. So Mr. Mu specially invited Yan Zhenghua to attend the shareholders' meeting. Knowing that there would be a good show today and even Zhou Yuan would be involved, even though he, Yan Zhenghua, had nothing to do with it, he was still willing to get involved. What's more, if he was not present, Mu Hongwei might not dare to formally hold the shareholders' meeting. I appreciate Brother Yan's kindness, but I'd better act alone to avoid alerting the enemy. Zhou Yuan thought about it and rejected Yan Zhenghua's proposal. If he really went with Yan Zhenghua, and Mu Hongwei came out to greet them, he would be exposed. After all, the guy surnamed Mu had seen him before and had investigated him. Although he will definitely ruin Mu Hongwei's plan this time and will show up eventually, he will definitely not show up before the last moment. I had actually forgotten about this. Brother Zhou is indeed very thoughtful. In that case, I'll see you this afternoon. Yan Zhenghua didn't say anything more. Zhou Yuan said a few polite words to him and then hung up the phone. At the same time, American Funded Group, Chairman's office. Qinyu, dressed in a professional OL outfit, paced back and forth anxiously, her face full of worry and difficulty, no longer her usual calm demeanor. Opposite her, behind the desk, Qin Guangyang hung up the phone with a grim expression. Seeing this, Qinyu hurriedly asked, Dad, how is the discussion going? Qin Guangyang's face was gloomy. He shook his head and said, half of those who usually supported us are being vague today. Judging from this, the shareholders' meeting may be in trouble. Qinyu's face changed. What should we do? Are we just going to watch the Hong family and the Mu family father and son join forces to seize power this time? I was careless this time. I didn't expect Hong Kong to join forces with Mu Hongwei, and the Mu guy is also close to the third shareholder Yan Zhenghua. If Yan Zhenghua also supports Mu Hongwei, then my father and I will probably be kicked out of the group's management. If this is the case, then the American funded group will be at the mercy of others. Qinyu was distracted for a moment. The American funded group that my father had worked hard to build over decades, was he going to just give it up like that? Chapter 140 meeting is coming soon. Naturally, the Qin family father and daughter were unwilling to just give in like that. However, no matter how hard they tried, after several hours, they were still unable to find the solution. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. There are still about 20 minutes until the board meeting. In the office area of the American funded group, the door to the large conference room has been opened. Many directors came in one after another. After all, for this kind of meeting, you must arrive early, and being late is not good. At this moment, the Qin family father and daughter had not yet arrived. However, Mu Hongwei, the instigator, was already in the conference room. He was standing by the window at the moment, talking in a low voice with two directors, obviously explaining something. This is happening in full view of everyone, and the implication is actually quite obvious. In addition, several people were already sitting around the conference table a few meters away. Occasionally, Mu Hongwei would look back while talking, and about 30 to 40% of them would nod slightly in greeting. From the looks of it, it's clear that they have some private connections. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Not long after, the assistant in charge of reception at the door spoke. "Hello, Mr. Yen. Please come in." At this moment, everyone in the conference room looked towards the door. In the blink of an eye, Yen Zhonghua and his assistant walked into the conference room. "Mr. Yen, you are finally here. Mr. Yen, long time no see." Yen Zhonghua is not only the president of Zhongchuan Real Estate, but also a shareholder of an American funded group, and a well-known figure in Guangcheng. All the people present greeted him politely, regardless of whether they were familiar with him or not. Even Mu Hongwei left the two directors who were talking and walked towards Yen Zhonghua with a smile. "Brother Yen, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be in better spirits now." As soon as Mu Hongwei opened his mouth, he spoke in a tone like an old friend. Actually, to be honest, his relationship with Yen Zhonghua was not that close. On the contrary, his wife and Li Manfang are both good friends in the circle of wealthy wives, and they have a pretty good relationship. In fact, it was thanks to the help of his wife that Yen Zhonghua was convinced. It was through the secret gifts and promises that Li Manfang was able to persuade Yen Zhonghua. Before Li Manfang's affair was exposed, Yen Zhonghua was still quite fond of Li Manfang. In addition, he had a distant relationship with the Qin father and daughter and had almost no social interaction with them, so naturally he agreed to help Mu Hongwei. But now, it's different. They say people feel refreshed when good things happen to them. Mr. Mu looks very energetic today, too. Yen Zhonghua replied with a smile. Mu Hongwei did not doubt it. He smiled back and took the opportunity to move closer and whispered, "Boss Yen, what we agreed on before. Don't worry, Mr. Mu. I will support you no matter what you say today. I will make sure you get what you want." Yen Zhonghua also replied in a low voice, and his smile was so sincere, which was a great breakthrough in acting skills. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongwei felt relieved and whispered, "Then I have to thank Mr. Yen today. Mr. Yen, rest assured, after the matter is done, I will definitely reward you handsomely." While they were talking, another director came in. Mu Hongwei didn't say anything more, so he separated from Yen Zhonghua. Yen Zhonghua turned around and went to his seat. After greeting several directors around him, he sat down quietly. He watched Mu Hongwei chatting with other directors, but he sneered in his heart. This guy named Mu thought he was sure to win today. What a pity. Probably Mu could never have imagined that he would turn against his own side in the battle. In this case, the more happily this guy jumps around now, the uglier things will be next. Chapter 141: Death is approaching. As for the other people present, Yen Zhonghua didn't take them seriously. To be honest, the directors here are just acting on behalf of the shareholders behind the scenes. Even if all the shares held by these shareholders are added together, including Mu Hongwei's share, it is impossible for them to have as much as the Qin father and daughter plus Zhou Yuan now hold. In this way, the outcome is already decided. In other words, everything Mu Hongwei had done before and now is destined to be ridiculous and useless. It's a pity that this guy named Mu obviously doesn't realize it yet. Yen Zhonghua was just thinking when footsteps were heard at the door again. In a blink of an eye, the assistant's voice came from outside the door. "Director Qin, President Qin, please come in." When I looked up, Qin Guangyang and Qin Yu, father and daughter, had already walked into the meeting room. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat subtle and awkward. Except for a few directors who stood up and greeted them, the other directors simply turned a blind eye and ignored the father and daughter. It was Mu Hongwei who looked at the Qin father and daughter first. However, this guy just took a look and had no other reaction. At this moment, they were destined to fall out, and Mu Hongwei naturally couldn't rush to put on a smile and waste words with these two defeated generals in his eyes. On the contrary, Yan Zhonghua subconsciously wanted to say hello to Qin Guanyang. After all, in his speculation, Zhou Yuan should have a very good relationship with the Qin father and daughter, otherwise he would not be so proactive in wanting to help the Qin father and daughter. Because of Zhou Yuan's identity, even he wanted to get closer to him, so naturally, he had to make more friends with the Qin father and daughter. But just as Yan Zhonghua was about to get up, he suddenly reacted. At this moment, on the surface he was in the same group as Mu Hongwei. If he greeted Qin Guanyang, it would attract attention. Thinking of this, Yan Zhonghua quickly calmed down and simply pretended not to see it. However, Qin Guanyang and Qin Yu also noticed Yan Zhonghua. Seeing him sitting steadily in his seat, their faces couldn't help but darken. After all, Yan Zhonghua is the third largest shareholder of the group, and he has a very ordinary relationship with their father and daughter. His appearance this time is obviously to support Mu Hongwei. In this case, together with another major shareholder, Hong Kong, as long as Mr. Mu can deal with a few small shareholders, then today's board meeting will be the death date of this father and daughter. As the father and daughter were thinking, they heard footsteps behind them again. Following the assistant at the door's voice of Mr. Hong, a short and fat man in his 40s walked into the meeting room with a smile. When he saw the Qin family father and daughter, he deliberately smiled and greeted them. "Boss Qin, long time no see." Hong Kong, one of the major shareholders of the American-funded group, is also the apparent initiator of this board meeting and the mastermind behind the collusion with Mu Hongwei. This guy greeted them, and without waiting for the Qin father and daughter to speak, he simply ignored them and walked towards Mu Hongwei, who was standing aside. The Qin family's father and daughter's faces suddenly became much uglier, and Qin Yu even clenched his fists with a face full of anger. If Hong Kong hadn't betrayed the company and colluded with Mu Hongwei, then neither she nor her daughter would be in this situation today. Unfortunately, no matter how angry Qin Yu was, he still couldn't change the reality. After only 4 or 5 minutes, the meeting time was up. Hong Kong, who had been chatting with Mu Hongwei, suddenly became serious and spoke with a light cough. Although there are still a few people who haven't arrived yet, more than 2/3 of the directors are present. If everyone here has no objection, then this board meeting will officially begin. Chapter 142, Trouble. According to the Articles of Association, the board of directors can be formally convened as long as more than 2/3 of the directors are present. After Hong Kong said this, the others naturally had no objections. At this moment, even the Qin family father and daughter did not speak up to stop it. After all, simply blocking it on this point actually has no meaning at all. Seeing that the Qin father and daughter had no objection, Hong Kong couldn't help but smile. At this time, the person who had made arrangements spoke up. "Boss Hong, since no one has any objections, why not just tell us what's going on today?" "Yes, Mr. Hong, everyone's time is precious. Please tell us what this meeting is about." "Okay, everyone's time is indeed valuable, so I won't beat around the bush. There is only one topic for today's meeting, which is the appointment and removal of our group chairman, Qin Guanyang." Hong Kong glanced at Qin Guanyang again and then smiled again. As everyone knows, Director Qin was ill not long ago and stayed in the hospital for dozens of days. During the dozens of days that President Qin was away, although our young President Qin took the lead and managed the company well, in fact, the group's stock price still showed obvious fluctuations, falling by nearly 6 points. Such a huge fluctuation caused the company to lose nearly 100 million yuan in assets invisibly. Although Mr. Qin has returned and is back in charge, and the company's stock price has recovered, someone should bear the loss and responsibility. Hong Kong paused deliberately when he said this. At this time, several directors who had colluded with each other had already spoken. Mr. Hong is right. Someone should be held responsible for such a huge loss. Yes, we all represent shareholders. Of course, shareholders invest in the company to make money. Although business is a matter of profit and loss, someone must be held responsible for the loss. That's right. If no one is held accountable for this, then the shareholders will have a hard time explaining it. Several people sang in unison, not giving others a chance to react. Hong Kong laughed secretly when he heard this, glanced at the Qin father and daughter whose faces were already extremely ugly, and then raised his hand. "Okay, everyone, listen to me first. Although the loss this time was caused by Mr. Qin, I believe everyone knows that Mr. Qin definitely did not do it on purpose. Moreover, we have all witnessed Mr. Qin's contribution to the company, so there is no need to be harsh on him. But, compared to the previous losses, I am actually more worried about Mr. Qin's health. At this point, Mu Hongwei, who had been smiling silently, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Today's board meeting is, of course, intended to challenge the Qin father and daughter. But there must be a suitable reason for this attack. And the reason is naturally Qin Guangyang's physical problem. This was one of the reasons why he asked Uncle Bai to put a curse on Qin Guangyang. As everyone knows, President Qin has worked hard for the company for more than 20 years, and it is inevitable that he has developed some underlying illnesses over the past 20 years. For example, Mr. Qin's coma not long ago was like this. Although Mr. Qin has been discharged from the hospital, it seems that there is nothing wrong with his health. But what if? What if Director Qin has another accident and falls into a coma and is bedridden again? Is it possible that the company will repeat the same mistake and suffer losses again? I think no one here would want to see this situation, right? In addition, although I personally still want Mr. Qin to continue to run the company, for Mr. Qin's health, for the stable development of the company, and to avoid some unnecessary losses. So I think it would be better for the company to elect a new chairman. What do you think? Chapter 143 Voting. The real purpose is revealed. At this point, Hong Kong has completely revealed his purpose. At the same time, he looked at Mu Hongwei beside him with a smile and secretly signaled with his eyes. Mu Hongwei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although he did not speak out, he glanced at most of the shareholders present without making any expression. This group of people had already been bribed by him through intimidation and inducement, and were just waiting for this moment to officially launch the attack. I think Mr. Hong's suggestion is a good one. Mr. Qin has worked so hard for the company for so many years. It's time for him to take a good rest. That's right. We are such a big group, we can't put all the burden on Director Qin alone. Boss Qin has been in a coma for dozens of days in the hospital. He almost couldn't wake up. If it happens again, his life might be in danger. In my opinion, it's time to let Boss Qin rest more. A group of bribed directors spoke up one after another. However, there were also a few loyal supporters of the Qin family who could not stand it and spoke out angrily. I say, are you done yet? If you want to seize power and usurp the throne, then just say so. Stop being so hypocritical. That's right. Don't think we don't know what you're thinking, especially you, Hong. You're obviously eyeing the position of chairman. No matter what, I strongly oppose this matter. I object too. Seeing Qin Guanyang's followers speaking one after another, Hong Kong laughed. Since everyone disagrees, let's follow the old rules and vote. If more than half of the shares vote against it, then my proposal just now will be regarded as a joke. However, if more than half of the shareholders vote in favor, then I'll trouble Mr. Qin to go back and rest. Hong Kong spoke with a smile. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing to hide. In that case, let's vote. I agree. I agree too. I object. Be opposed to. I agree. In this situation, both sides stopped talking and cast their votes. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the room expressed their opinions. Even Mu Hongwei, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. In the end, only Yan Zhonghua, who had remained calm and composed, was left, and he never spoke a word. Everyone quickly realized the situation and looked at Yan Zhonghua. Mu Hongwei no longer concealed his intentions, and took the initiative to say with a smile, Brother Yan, now you are the only vote left. From now on, it depends on you to make the final decision. In order to get closer to him, Mu Hongwei simply stopped calling him Mr. Yan. Qin Guangyang, who was not far away, couldn't help but stare at Yan Zhonghua. He knew that Yan Zhonghua would most likely not help him, but at this moment, he couldn't help but have some extravagant hopes. Yan Zhonghua first glanced at Qin Guangyang, then smiled and said, since President Mu has said so, I will also express my opinion. In fact, I think what President Hong said just now is quite right. Since President Qin is not in good health, it is better for him to go home and rest quietly. Why bother worrying about the company's affairs? Done. Finally it worked. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongwei laughed instantly. Hong Kong next to him also had a smile on his face, and couldn't wait to speak. Now that President Yan has expressed his opinion, then this vote has a result. The shares I hold plus the shares held by Mr. Mu and Mr. Yan, plus the shares held by several other directors as agents, already exceed half. According to the rules, I declare that this time. However, before Hong Kong could finish his words, he suddenly heard a slightly anxious sound of obstruction coming from outside the door. Sir, you can't go in. Chapter 144 Zhou Yuan arrives. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a click and the door of the conference room was pushed open. Everyone in the room couldn't help but frown and look sideways. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure came into everyone's sight. Mr. Zhou? Why is it you? Qin Guangyang and Qin Yu, who were closest to the door, reacted the fastest and cried out in surprise. As for Yan Zhonghua, who was on the opposite side, he didn't say hello, but just smiled in a relaxed manner. On the other hand, Han Ankong and others were all frowning, looking confused and puzzled. Mu Hongwei was stunned at first, but then he recognized Zhou Yuan. His face changed as if he had seen a ghost. But his reaction is not exaggerated at all. Because in his perception, Zhou Yuan must have been dead. He should have died at the hands of Uncle Bai that night. He remembered it clearly. Afterwards, Uncle Bai personally sent a message saying that the person had been dealt with. Although Uncle Bai disappeared later, he never doubted it at the time. He thought Uncle Bai had other things to do and just left for a long journey. After all, Uncle Bai had said long ago that he had to leave Guanxing for something. If he hadn't insisted on keeping him, Uncle Bai would have left right after he had poisoned Qin Guangyang. But now comes the problem. Uncle Ming had clearly said that the person had been dealt with, but why was this guy still alive? It couldn't be that Uncle Bai was deliberately lying to me? But for something like this, why would Uncle Bai lie to me? Mu Hongwei was puzzled for a moment. In fact, if it were a bystander, he would have guessed in this situation that Bai Jinchen might have failed to kill Zhou Yuan and was killed by Zhou Yuan instead. But the problem is, as the saying goes, those who are in a difficult situation are always confused. Mu Hongwei trusted Bai Jinchuan's ability too much and never considered this possibility. But this is not Mu Hongwei's fault. In his eyes, Bai Jinchen is a powerful person. And what about Zhou Yuan? According to the survey data, he is just an ordinary young student. This bad impression completely affected Mu Hongwei's judgment. Of course, although he was surprised that Zhou Yuan was not dead, Mu Hongwei quickly put this question behind him. On the contrary, he was now very curious about why Zhou Yuan suddenly appeared. At this moment, Han Ankong on the side reacted. He didn't know Zhou Yuan, so he didn't think much about it and directly scolded Zhou Yuan. Which department are you from? Why did you trespass into the meeting room? I say you. What are you doing standing there? Get out of here. Han Ankong obviously mistook Zhou Yuan for an employee of the company. It was this shout that woke Qin Guangyang and Qin Yu up. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? Yes, Zhou Yuan, what are you doing? The father and daughter spoke again at the same time. Zhou Yuan glanced at Mu Hongwei, who was sitting across from him, and then exchanged glances with Yan Zhonghua for a moment before smiling and saying, "Today is such an important day, of course I have to come over." These words made the Qin family father and daughter stunned. Han Ankong, however, realized something was wrong and frowned. Why, does Director Qin know this guy? Qin Guangyang didn't say anything, but Qin Yu took the initiative to explain, "This Mr. Zhou is my father's lifesaver. Even if he is Mr. Qin's savior, we are in a meeting right now. It's not appropriate to let an outsider in, right? Don't you think so, Mr. Qin?" Han Ankong spoke immediately. Qin Guangyang couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan and apologized. "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, if you have anything to do, please go to my office and wait for me." Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head. "I think you misunderstood, Mr. Qin. I didn't come here to see you today. What about Mr. Zhou? Let me talk about this matter." At this time, Yan Zhonghua stood up with a smile. "Mr. Zhou came here today to attend this meeting." With just one sentence, Mu Hongwei's face suddenly changed, and he felt something was wrong. Chapter 145, Reversal of Situation. Not to mention Mu Hongwei, even Han Ankong was shocked when he heard Yan Zhonghua's words and spoke hurriedly. "Boss Yan, what do you mean by this?" "Well, of course it's very simple. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you." Yan Zhonghua pretended to understand and smiled, spread his hands and gestured in the direction of Zhou Yuan, saying, "The 19% of the shares of the American funded group that I previously held were transferred to Mr. Zhou not long ago. So in other words, Mr. Zhou is now the third largest shareholder of the American funded group. Therefore, my vote just now is invalid. The final decision-making power of today's vote should be in the hands of Mr. Zhou." Yan Zhonghua said this and deliberately looked at Mu Hongwei and Han Ankong with a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, Mr. Hong, I seem to have overstepped my authority just now. It's mainly because I'm getting old and a little forgetful. Please forgive me, both of you." Since Yan Zhonghua had already planned to give Zhou Yuan face, he naturally didn't have to worry about Mu Hongwei and Han Ankong's face at this moment. He even saw that Zhou Yuan was destined to be at odds with these two people, so he didn't hesitate to embarrass them a little in public. Yan Zhonghua. You tricked me. Mu Hongwei stood up instantly and stared at Yan Zhonghua angrily and gloomily. If Yan Zhonghua had not made such a deliberate ridicule, with Mu Hongwei's qi cultivation skills, he would not have made any excessive actions in public or revealed such an inappropriate attitude. However, after all the planning, he thought he had finally accomplished his goal and was waiting to see Qin Guanyang's joke. But at this critical moment, he was betrayed and got slapped in the face instead of pretending to be cool. This is exactly in line with the saying that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Mu Hongwei couldn't control his anger at all. Seeing him like this, Yan Zhonghua smiled even more amiably. Mr. Mu, why are you so excited? Don't get yourself hurt by being so angry. After he finished speaking, he ignored Mu Hongwei and turned to look at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, it's your turn to vote. Please come this way. Yan Zhonghua said this and politely pulled open the chair next to him. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate and turned around to sit down. But at this moment, Hong Ankong suddenly spoke. Etc. What's the matter, Mr. Hong, do you have any opinions? Yan Zhonghua looked over with a smile. Although Mr. Yan said that the shares were transferred to this person, where is the evidence? Without evidence, I don't think anyone here would believe such a stranger. Hong Ankong spoke gloomily, and it was obvious that he would not cry until he saw the coffin. But his mood was normal. After all, he had finally planned to this point, and it seemed that he would succeed, but he failed at the last moment. If it were anyone else, they would not be happy. I've heard that Mr. Hong is very cautious in his work, but I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. Fortunately, I brought the original equity transfer agreement with me. Yan Zhonghua seemed to be praising, but in fact he was making a sarcastic remark, and then made a gesture to the assistant beside him. Xiaohan, show the equity transfer contract you brought to President Hong and everyone else so that President Hong can have a good look at it, and that will also put his mind at ease. The assistant responded quickly, turned around, took out a stack of contracts from his briefcase, and quickly placed them on the table. It is said that Yan Zhonghua had anticipated this situation and made several extra copies of the contract. When everyone saw this, any skeptics took a contract from the table and took a closer look. It's a pity that it would be better if I didn't look. The more I look, the uglier their faces become. Especially Hong Ankong and Mu Hongwei, their faces were even gloomier. To put it bluntly, they looked uglier than being fed a mouthful of shit. Chapter 146. I also have a suggestion. Especially when the two saw the contract, which specifically stated that 19% of the shares of the American funded group would be transferred to Zhou Yuan free of charge, their faces became as gloomy as if they had witnessed someone being cheated on. Hong Ankong was even more shocked and annoyed. He didn't even care that Zhou Yuan was right opposite him and just cursed angrily. Mr. Yen. Are you crazy? You actually transferred 19% of the shares to a little bastard who came out of nowhere for free? Do you know how much money this is? 19% of the group's shares, even if the stock price fluctuated due to Qin Guanyang's hospitalization some time ago. But looking at the current situation, this is at least 200 million in assets. 200 million, just given away, what else could this person be but crazy? I don't need Mr. Hong to worry about whether I want to give away my shares or not, right? Now that Mr. Hong has seen the contract, the shares are indeed in Mr. Zhou's name. What else does Mr. Hong have to say? Yan Zhonghua was scolded, but he didn't get angry and still had that smiling face. You. Hong Ankong was so angry that he trembled, but when he turned around, he couldn't say anything. After all, the equity originally belonged to Yan Zhonghua, and how Yan Zhonghua dealt with it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the group had not agreed on any relevant equity transfer regulations or instructions regarding the shares, so it was completely impossible to handle such a thing. However, Mu Hongwei is, after all, a big boss who is in charge of a region, and his ability to remain calm is much better than Hong Ankong's. He calmed down in the blink of an eye, thought for a moment, and looked at Yan Zhonghua and Zhou Yuan with a smile. Mr. Yan and Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, how about we talk for a moment? At this point, it would be completely meaningless to be as angry as Hong Ankong. The most urgent task is to try every means to stabilize Yan Zhonghua. No, it is to stabilize Zhou Yuan. It would be best if I could trick this guy surnamed Zhou into supporting me again. Even if I have to give him some benefits, I can still consider it. Then, after successfully removing Qin Guanyang and taking control of the American funded group, he could then find a way to deal with Zhou Yuan. I just don't believe that a young boy like Zhou Yuan can beat me in this bloodless business world. Mu Hongwei's thoughts turned very quickly, and he sorted out the priorities in an instant. However, Mu Hongwei had good intentions, but unfortunately, Zhou Yuan did not give him any chance at all. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, there's nothing much to say about our relationship. Besides, my time is also precious, so it's more important to get down to business first." Zhou Yuan glanced at Mu Hongwei with a smile, then ignored him and glanced at the group of directors present. "I believe everyone present has seen the transfer contract on the table. You should have no doubts about my status as a shareholder, right? In this case, I will not waste your time. I object to the proposal just now." Although they knew this would be the result, Hong Ankang and Mu Hongwei's expressions still changed when they heard Zhou Yuan speak so clearly. However, Qin Guanyang and Qin Yu, who witnessed such a dramatic turn of events, did not react until this moment. The two couldn't help but reveal expressions of relief at surviving a disaster, and Qin Yu even excitedly bowed to Zhou Yuan in front of everyone. "Mr. Zhou, thank you. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. This is what I should do." Zhou Yuan smiled and waved, then turned his head to look at Mu Hongwei and Hong Ankang diagonally opposite. "Besides, since we are at this meeting today, as one of the company's major shareholders, I also have a suggestion." Chapter 147. This account is not over yet. "Mr. Zhou, if you have any suggestions, please speak up." At this time, Qin Guanyang reacted and added with a smile. "This can be considered as singing the same tune." Zhou Yuan immediately smiled and said, "My proposal is very simple. Our CEO Hong has worked so hard for the company for so long, and it's time for him to enjoy his retirement. For the sake of CEO Hong's health, I think it's necessary for CEO Hong to resign from the position of director of the company, be a shareholder in peace, and enjoy the dividends at home. What do you think?" Zhou Yuan also wanted to make Hong Ankang uncomfortable, so he repeated almost word for word what Hong Ankang had just said. As for why they targeted Hong Ankang, it was also a slightly helpless move. After all, although Mu Hongwei held shares in the American funded group, he did not serve as a director of the American funded group. So at this moment, after destroying Mu Hongwei's plan, there was no way to further attack Mu Hongwei. But Hong Ankang is different. Since this guy is cooperating with Mu Hongwei, it means that the two of them are in the same boat. So if they can't hit Mu Hongwei, then they can only hit the one with the surname Hong. As for the stock rights, they are personal rights and cannot be taken away. However, the position of director can be taken away. Because the position of director is elected by shareholders. Even if Hong Ankang himself is a shareholder, as long as more than half of the shares want to deprive him of his position as director, he will have no choice but to comply. When Hong Ankang loses his position as a director, Zhou Yuan and the Qin family will hold more than half of the shares. The Hongs, like Mu Hongwei, will not be able to return to the American funded group and interfere with its operation and management except for dividends. Zhou Yuan's proposal was, of course, exactly what Qin Guanyang wanted. Even if Zhou Yuan didn't mention it, Qin Guanyang would have taken the initiative to bring up Hong Ankang. Otherwise, leaving such a time bomb on the board of directors will cause trouble sooner or later. So now that Zhou Yuan had spoken, Qin Guanyang expressed his opinion without hesitation. "I agree with Mr. Zhou's proposal. Mr. Hong has also made great contributions and has worked harder than me, Qin. If he really needs to step down and rest, Mr. Hong should be the first one to do so." At times like this, Qin Guanyang didn't mind making a sarcastic remark. "Boss Qin is right. If we need to rest, Boss Hong should do it first. I agree with this proposal." "I agree too. Boss Hong, you should go home and have a good rest." As soon as he opened his mouth, the rest of the crowd also spoke up. On the contrary, those people who were bribed by Hong Ankang and Mu Hongwei were all silent at this moment. There is no way. Even if they speak up, it will be useless now. Not to mention them, even if Qin Guanyang's supporters turned against him at the critical moment, it would be meaningless. After all, Qin Guanyang holds more than 1/3 of the group's shares, up to 34%. Adding the 19% held by Zhou Yuan, it is enough to settle the matter. At this moment, Hong Ankang and Mu Hongwei's expressions changed completely. As the saying goes, if you try to steal a chicken, you lose the rice. Half an hour ago, the two men were still confident that they would succeed in seizing power and get their wish fulfilled. Who would have thought that in the end, not only would his efforts be in vain, but Hong Ankang would also lose his position as a director? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. However, things had come to this point, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not change the situation. Hong Ankang's face was gloomy and changed for a long time, and finally he loosened his clenched fists. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. Today, I, Hong, admit defeat. Mr. Zhou, we'll see you later. After saying this, Hong Kong stood up, turned around, and left without looking back. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I failed today, but this account is definitely not over. Chapter 148. The outcome has been decided. After watching Hong Kong leave the meeting room, many of the remaining people looked at each other, and some even couldn't help but look at Mu Hongwei. Most of them have been bribed. Now without Hong Kong as a backbone, they can only rely on Mu Hongwei's opinion. But it was obvious that Mu Hongwei had no intention of paying attention to these little minions. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhou Yuan. After a breath or two, he actually laughed, which was rare. Mr. Zhou is indeed a promising young man. He has made a difference without making a sound. I really admire his ability. Maybe one day, when I meet him, I will even call him Chairman Zhou. Mu Hongwei said this and stood up with a smile. Mu has something else to do today, so I will not be involved in the rest of the meeting. Goodbye, everyone. This guy is quite insidious. Before leaving, he did not forget to put some eye drops on Qin Guanyang. After all, his words just now seemed to be praising Zhou Yuan, but in fact, he was secretly threatening Qin Guanyang. Because Zhou Yuan has now acquired 19% of the shares of the American group, it is not impossible for him to cause trouble for Qin Guanyang one day. After all, Qin Guanyang only holds 34% of the shares, and he is not on good terms with Hong Kong and Mu. If the three of them joined forces one day, it would be very easy to bring down Qin Guanyang. Even if this kind of thing is unlikely to happen, because he, Mu, and Zhou Yuan have a life and death feud. But Qin Guanyang doesn't know about this kind of thing. Even if Zhou Yuan told Qin Guanyang later, Qin Guanyang might not believe everything that was said by someone else. At that time, as long as there is any suspicion, rifts will arise between the two sides. Even if this grudge doesn't have much effect, as long as it can disgust the two people, it is better than saying nothing and doing nothing. Of course, this disgusting effect is mainly aimed at Qin Guanyang. As for Zhou Yuan, this little bastard has ruined my plans time and again. Next time I get the chance, I must settle accounts with him. Moreover, I failed to kill this little bastard named Zhou last time, and we have become enemies forever. With all these new and old grudges, it is basically a situation of life and death. Mr. Zhou, today, I will let you be proud for a while. After this period of time, I will make you regret going against me. Even if I don't kill you, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Mu Hongwei had murderous thoughts in his heart, and before leaving, he glanced at Zhou Yuan coldly before leaving. With the departure of the two main characters, today's farce came to an end. The remaining majority of the directors were leaderless, like a pile of loose sand, and could not make any waves at all. Moreover, at this time and in this situation, how could these guys have the courage to jump around? Even the two big guys Mu Hongwei and Hong Kong retreated in disgrace. Not only did they behave themselves at this moment, they also apologized and admitted their mistakes with a smile. Director Qin, President Zhou, I was fooled by the man named Hong before. Please don't bear grudges. Yes, Mr. Qin, we were all confused for a moment. It's all because of the despicable Hong and Mu. They used threats and bribes to coerce us, and we had no choice. All of them were so arrogant just now, but now they are all like grandsons. There is nothing we can do about it, since these guys are just simple directors, and each of them is just an agent chosen by the shareholders behind them. Unlike Hong Kong, he is not only a director but also a shareholder. As long as you are a shareholder, you can still receive dividends from your shares even if you are removed from the position of director. But once these people are removed from their positions as directors, they will be left with nothing. So in order to keep your job, you have to be humble at times like this. Chapter 149. Thank you. Although Qin Guanyang hated these people, he also knew that this kind of situation was too common in the business world. Besides, these people are not the main culprits after all. At this point, there is no need to get to the bottom of it and take revenge on them. So when he saw that the group of people had surrendered, Qin Guanyang accepted it with a smile. As for whether he has truly forgiven these people, or is planning to find another opportunity to settle the score, that depends on how these guys perform in the future. Moreover, compared to wasting time talking to these guys, Qin Guanyang now wants to build a relationship with Zhou Yuan and have a good chat with him. After all, if Zhou Yuan hadn't stepped forward today, he would have definitely been dismissed from his position as chairman. When that time really comes, it may be an exaggeration to say that the entire American group will be handed over to others, but in reality the situation will not be that bad. Because once Hong Kong comes to power and colludes with Mu Hongwei, the two of them will definitely want to swallow up the entire American-funded group. Once the merger is completed, his shares will be diluted sooner or later, and then there will be some behind-the-scenes manipulation, and he will eventually be kicked out. So he was quite grateful to Zhou Yuan. Not to mention that it was Zhou Yuan who saved his life when he was unconscious long before. Otherwise, he might have been dead even without waiting until today when Hong Kong and Mu Hongwei joined forces to attack him. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Yen, I am really grateful for what you did today. After sending away a group of insignificant directors, Qin Guangyang looked at Zhou Yuan and Yen Zhonghua enthusiastically, and even lowered his posture and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. I am just joining in the fun. If you really want to thank me, then you should thank Mr. Zhou. At this time, Yen Zhonghua would naturally not be foolish enough to take credit for himself. Instead, he smiled and gave all the credit to Zhou Yuan. Of course, Yen Zhonghua also played a significant role in this. After all, it was he who gave Zhou Yuan the 19% stake for free. But if they had really held on to the 19% stake and refused to let go, or even refused to defect, the situation today would be completely different. Qin naturally remembers Mr. Zhou's kindness. But I also want to thank Mr. Yen for his favor. Qin Guangyang smiled at Yen Zhonghua, then turned to look at Zhou Yuan. I wonder if Mr. Zhou and Mr. Yen are free tonight. I can also let Qin host a banquet to express my gratitude. When it comes to building relationships, Chinese people would definitely go for dinner and drinking parties first. I appreciate Mr. Qin's kindness, but I'm sorry, I already have an appointment tonight. If he had nothing else to do, Zhou Yuan would not mind going to such a dinner party. But unfortunately, he had made an appointment with Lu Yao to have dinner and watch a movie together tonight. After all, everything should be based on first come first served. Naturally, we can't stand Lu Yao up just because of Qin Guangyang's invitation. Of course, now that Qin Guangyang has spoken, he has to consider the other party's face. I should be free in the next few days. In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Zhou's business tonight. I'll host a banquet for Mr. Zhou and Mr. Yen at Danhai tomorrow night. Qin Guangyang changed his words immediately. I appreciate Mr. Qin's kindness, but it's just a coincidence. I'm afraid I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, and I probably won't be back in the next few days. If it really doesn't work out, Mr. Qin and I will meet again another day. Yen Zhonghua does have important things to do tomorrow. Firstly, he has to send Li Manfang and Li Haiping off personally. Secondly, he also has to personally visit the overseas business. After all, it was Li Manfang and Li Haiping who, although nominally they were out to take charge of the situation, were actually sent to heaven. Chapter 150, Can You Reliably? Since the two were sent to heaven, they naturally could not be responsible for overseas affairs. Therefore, Yen Zhonghua had to go on this trip in person, and even had to stay outside for a while until he had selected the overseas person in charge before he could come back with peace of mind. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he had to support Zhou Yuan at today's board meeting, and if he hadn't had to hand over that evil child to Zhou Yuan tomorrow, he would have planned to take Li Manfang and Li Haiping overseas today. I would also like to add that it was precisely because Yen Zhonghua wanted to take the two of them overseas personally that Li Haiping and Li Manfang did not have time to cause trouble for Zhou Yuan these days. Since Mr. Yen is busy, I don't want to delay him. I'll do as Mr. Yen said and we'll meet again some other day. Since Yen Zhonghua said so, Qin Guangyang naturally couldn't force it. That's all for now. I just happen to have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Now that he had helped to stand up for himself, the farce of the American-funded group had ended perfectly as expected, and Yen Zhonghua no longer had any intention of staying any longer. Qin Guangyang and Zhou Yuan did not force Yen Zhonghua to stay, and sent him out of the company. As for Zhou Yuan, he originally wanted to leave with Yen Zhonghua, but he stayed because he thought about the shares in his hands. After all, he is now one of the shareholders of the American-funded group. It is reasonable for him to know the situation of the American-funded group. And even if Zhou Yuan's original intention of obtaining the shares of the American-funded group was to destroy Mu Hongwei's plan, but now that he has the shares in his hands, this is a considerable profit, and he has to care about it. There's a saying that goes, who can really complain about having too much money these days? 19% of the shares involve over 100 million yuan in funds, so we have to pay attention to it no matter what. After seeing Yen Zhonghua off, Zhou Yuan followed Qin Guangyang to the chairman's office. Go pour Mr. Zhou a cup of tea, and also get the company's latest accounts, projects, and other information for Mr. Zhou to take a look at. Qin Guangyang didn't intend to hide it from Zhou Yuan, so he directly gave instructions to Qin. The two of them were chatting casually and exchanging pleasantries, even flattering each other. After waiting for a while, Qin came back with a bunch of information. In fact, Zhou Yuan didn't quite understand this thing, so he simply summoned Xiao Bai and asked it to study it. In addition, earlier on, he once chose to open a system-specific treasure chest and got a profit detection function, which was directly loaded to Xiao Bai at that time. It is much more convenient to have this function. Xiao Bai gave a reply in the blink of an eye. Report to the master. Through the income detection function, Xiao Bai recommends that the master hold the American Capital Group's stocks for a long time. In the next year, the American Capital Group's income will grow steadily. After hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt relieved. In fact, there is no need to talk about steady growth. As long as the American group does not lose money, Zhou Yuan will be too lazy to bother with the shares. Anyway, this money is picked up for free, so as long as there is no loss, even if there is no profit, it is acceptable. As for buying it for the Qin family father and daughter and using it to cash in, Zhou Yuan had thought about this method, but for selfish reasons that even he couldn't explain, he felt that it would be better to hold on to some shares of the American group. I don't really understand the accounts, so I won't look at them. Anyway, I believe in Mr. Qin's character and ability. He will definitely lead our group to prosperity. Although he had already determined the future development direction of the American-funded group through Xiao Bai, on the surface, Zhou Yuan still pretended to be a hands-off boss. The reason why he said this was naturally because he wanted to see whether Qin Guangyang was reliable or not. If Qin Guangyang deliberately deceives him just for the sake of that little bit of benefit, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle accounts with Qin Guangyang in the future. But if Qin Guangyang is not moved by interests, then we can reconsider developing him into a reliable ally or even a friend. After all, when living in this world, no one would complain about having too many reliable friends. Chapter 151 If circumstances allow. Of course Zhou Yuan said so, but Qin Guangyang didn't take it seriously. For the next half hour, Qin Guangyang explained to Zhou Yuan in detail all aspects of the American-funded group, including future development directions and other matters. The two chatted for about an hour, and when it was already past 5 o'clock, Zhou Yuan got up and said goodbye. Qin Guangyang naturally didn't want to force Zhou Yuan to stay, so he said a few polite words and personally sent Zhou Yuan out of the company together with Qin. After saying goodbye to the Qin father and daughter, Zhou Yuan went straight downstairs to the garage. After returning to the car, he thought about it and called Lu Yao. Lu Yao had already made preparations in advance. Zhou Yuan made an appointment with her to meet at the east gate and then drove straight to the school. When I rushed back to the east gate of the school, Lu Yao was already waiting at the agreed place. Lu Yao put on light makeup today, which made her look more youthful and beautiful. However, her clothes were different from last time. She was wearing a light gray woolen button-long windbreaker, which wrapped her quite tightly. The hem of the coat dropped slightly below her knees, revealing only a part of her calves covered in light-skin leggings. I'm sorry, I'm a little late. Have you been waiting for a long time? After picking up Lu Yao and getting her in the car, Zhou Yuan smiled apologetically. Lu Yao hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, I just got there too." Zhou Yuan said oh and turned the steering wheel while casually saying, "Come to think of it, why are you wearing this today? The clothes I bought for you last time? Don't they fit?" Lu Yao's outfit today was not bad looking. It was just that the style of her outfit was a little too capable and steady, which didn't match her temperament. But when Zhou Yuan said this, Lu Yao suddenly blushed for no apparent reason. She lowered her head and rubbed her hands, hesitating. I wore it, according to your request, senior, but it is indeed a little bit ill-fitting. What's going on with this girl? Why are you so shy when asking about clothes? Zhou Yuan glanced at her, not quite understanding Lu Yao's reaction. But he didn't think much about it, just thinking that Lu Yao was just shy and introverted, and didn't talk about clothes anymore, and changed the topic to, "You must be hungry, do you want to eat something?" Lu Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and finally regained some composure. She said, "I'll listen to you, senior. I can eat anything." Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Then is there anything you want to eat, or anything you like to eat? Or anything you haven't tried before? Then why don't we go eat Western food? I haven't tried it yet." Lu Yao was a very down-to-earth person, and since Zhou Yuan had said so, she didn't bother to be polite or evade responsibility. Zhou Yuan thought about it and simply took Lu Yao straight to Inhai Building. There happened to be several famous Western restaurants on the upper floors with good quality and dishes. Moreover, they are on high floors, so you can enjoy the night view while dining at night. And if I remember correctly, there is a movie theater in the shopping mall downstairs. After dinner, I can go downstairs to watch a movie. After the movie is over. If the situation permits, he wouldn't mind taking Lu Yao back upstairs to spend a wonderful night in the hotel. After all, Zhou Yuan has always had that kind of thoughts and interest in Lu Yao. And looking at this girl, she obviously has a good impression of me, so I guess she won't reject anything. That being the case, some things are about to happen. Chapter 152, 1 meal, 2 months of pocket money. After a half-hour drive, Zhou Yuan brought Lu Yao to Yinhai building. After parking the car, he took Lu Yao's hand and took the elevator to a Western restaurant on the 78th floor. When we arrived, there were quite a few customers. At a glance, the restaurant with large floor-to-ceiling viewing windows and a circular layout was almost full. Fortunately, although Zhou Yuan did not make a reservation in advance, he had money after all. After a little arrangement, the waiter led the two of them to a seat by the window. It was now clear, and the whole city was lit up with lights. Looking down from the window, the view was truly unique. While they were admiring the meal, the waitress brought the menu. Since it was Lu Yao's first time in such a place and she didn't know what to order, Zhou Yuan decided to order some dishes that had received good reviews in the restaurant. In addition, it must be said that the price of the dishes here is much higher than other places. For example, a plate of seafood rice for 2 people costs more than 200 yuan. As for the pan-fried veal tenderloin with foie gras and white truffle, Zhou Yuan remembered that he had ordered it once in another place, and it was only a little over 1,000 yuan. But here, the price is 1,688 yuan. In a word, expensive. Anyway, after ordering these dishes, the price has already reached nearly 10,000. Of course, this little amount of money is nothing to Zhou Yuan. But Lu Yao looked at the menu in her hand curiously, and probably calculated the prices in her mind and became a little flustered. "Senior, isn't this meal too expensive? Why don't we get something cheaper?" It's rare that this girl is willing to feel sorry for Zhou Yuan's wallet in front of the waiter. The waitress couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she heard that. You should know that as a waiter in a restaurant, you can also get commissions. The more customers spend in the area you are in charge of, the higher the commission will be. Originally, Zhou Yuan ordered something worth tens of thousands of yuan, so she could definitely make a small profit. But if Zhou Yuan really listened to Lu Yao and changed to some cheaper dishes, then a lot of the commission would be lost. Thinking of this, the waitress subconsciously wanted to speak up and intervene. But she was still thinking about how to say it when she heard Zhou Yuan say with a smile, "It's okay, this stuff is not expensive." Zhou Yuan said this and turned around to return the menu to the waitress. "That's all the dishes we have. Please also give me a bottle of 2000 Mutong red wine." Although the 2000 Mutong red wine is not too expensive, it costs 19,888 per bottle in the restaurant. Upon hearing this, the waitress's eyes suddenly lit up and she smiled warmly and cordially. The wine costs 20,000 yuan a bottle, and the customers will order it themselves without any sales talk. This is good, I can get a lot of commission. Not to mention anything else, at least I can get a new lip gloss from DAO that I had liked before. Okay sir, please wait a moment. The waitress was afraid that Zhou Yuan would change his mind, so she replied excitedly and hurriedly ran to the kitchen in her high heels. She was excited, but Lu Yao on the other side really felt sorry for Zhou Yuan and said, "Senior, it's just a meal, there's no need to spend so much. I just calculated the price, it seems to be over 10,000. Although her family conditions were not bad, it was only 10,000 yuan after all, which was enough for her pocket money for 2 months. To Lu Yao, it was a bit scary to spend 2 months' pocket money on one meal. Chapter 153. What a coincidence. Don't worry, this little money is nothing to me. Besides, I'm treating you to a meal today, so I'm willing to spend more." Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Lu Yao wanted to say more, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, her pretty face turned red and she immediately hesitated and stopped talking. Zhou Yuan did not tease the girl anymore, lest Lu Yao be so embarrassed that she would not be able to eat. He simply changed the subject and talked about something else. The two chatted for a while, and the ordered dishes and drinks were served on the table. Although the prices of these dishes are a bit expensive, they are worth it. Whether it is the ingredients or the taste, they are all first class. I was still eating when I heard footsteps. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind. "Mr. Zhou! You are here too." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look back, and was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. What a coincidence! I actually ran into Du Lin, whom I had sex with a few nights ago, and Yanji, who wanted to offer herself to me but failed. And judging from the expressions of these two people, they seem to be in the same industry? How did these two become friends? Zhou Yuan was a little puzzled. While he was wondering, Lu Yao was staring at Yanji and Du Lin with a little nervousness. In fact, she had already noticed Yanji and Du Lin just now. After all, they were both top beauties, and it was hard not to notice them walking all the way here. She was just secretly sighing, wishing that she could be as beautiful as these two girls. She never thought that these two guys whom she secretly envied actually came here for Senior Zhou Yuan. But Lu Yao never expected that these two beauties would actually come straight to Senior Zhou Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yao instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Especially due to the sensitive nature of the Neo people, she subconsciously felt that there was something obviously wrong with the way these two Neo people looked at Zhou Yuan. Even the tone of the greeting at the beginning is a bit flattering. Senior, could it be that he has something to do with these two guys? These two guys seem to be stronger than me. Lu Yao couldn't help but let her wild thoughts run wild. She secretly glanced at Yanji and Du Lin again, and felt that she couldn't compare to them. Look at how other people dress, it seems they are better than me. For example, the lady who was saying hello is wearing a pink cross-type V-neck knitted base shirt, boldly revealing a piece of white skin and a small part of her cleavage, paired with a white wrapped miniskirt and a white cardigan, which is both sexy and elegant. Even she felt a little bit of impulse when she saw it. The slightly taller woman at the back was also dressed just as badly, in a red-aligned dress with a lotus leaf collar and pleated sleeves. She looked youthful and beautiful while having a hint of sexy. The most important thing was the pair of long legs wrapped in the same light-skinned stockings as hers, paired with a pair of red high heels. Seeing this, Lu Yao felt envious, and at the same time, she even felt a little ashamed of herself. Speaking of which, Senior, do you prefer the sultry style? These two guys are both of this style. Even the clothes that my senior gave me were the same. Lu Yao was dazed and suddenly thought of the cheongsam she was wearing under her windbreaker, and then she secretly glanced at Zhou Yuan. If Senior sees what I'm wearing, he'll probably like it too, right? When Lu Yao thought about it this way, she felt shy but also gained a lot of confidence and courage. Chapter 154 The Little Thoughts of the Two. None of the three people present knew what Lu Yao was thinking. However, her presence certainly attracted the attention of Yanji and Du Lin. The two of them greeted Zhou Yuan one after another, and then they both turned their eyes to Lu Yao. In front of Zhou Yuan, neither of them said anything to Lu Yao. But their eyes inevitably revealed a hint of hostility. There is nothing that can be done about it. It's because of the two of them. One of them is greedy for Zhou Yuan's money and body, and the other has already had sex with Zhou Yuan. Of course, in comparison, Du Lin showed slightly more hostility than Yanji. After all, Zhou Yuan is her first man, and she has set her sights on Zhou Yuan. Everyone has a first love, and the feeling of first love for a person is different. Zhou Yuan's position in Du Lin's heart is equivalent to her first love. It was a very pure and beautiful memory, which gave Du Lin infinite beautiful imagination and was the untouchable pure land in Du Lin's heart. But now, seeing that this piece of pure land has been invaded by outsiders, naturally hostility arises in their hearts. Moreover, this enemy was excellent in terms of hardware facilities and other aspects, which aroused Du Lin's hostility. But Du Lin knew that such an outstanding man like Zhou Yuan was not someone she could possess all by herself. Du Lin originally wanted to forget this man, but in the following days, she not only did not forget Zhou Yuan as she had warned herself, but on the contrary, she missed him more and more. Not only that, Du Lin even fantasized that Zhou Yuan was her boyfriend. With this mentality, she was naturally much more hostile when she saw Lu Yao at this moment. As for Yanji, she is different from Du Lin. She has almost no hostility towards Lu Yao. After all, a woman like Yanji knows very well that a man of Zhou Yuan's status will never be short of women around him. So in this situation, being hostile or being jealous is meaningless. Instead of wasting time on making yourself angry, you might as well focus on thinking about how to get Zhou Yuan to your side. As long as I can stay with this man, there will definitely be many benefits. In this way, I will definitely not suffer any loss. It is a good deal no matter how you think about it. Of course, the best case scenario is that Zhou Yuan is willing to support himself. In this way, this would be a long-term meal ticket. Use your youth in these few years to make some good money. If you find yourself despised later, the worst that can happen is that you just find an honest man to marry. Yanji had some good thoughts in her mind. But to be honest, if she hadn't had this idea, she wouldn't have come out with Du Lin today. It was because she was still thinking about clinging to Zhou Yuan, and she heard that Du Lin had had sex with Zhou Yuan that night, so she deliberately looked for Du Lin. The purpose is to first build a relationship with Du Lin, and then, through Du Lin's mouth, contact Zhou Yuan. But I didn't expect that today. I had spent a lot of money to bring Du Lin out to see the world and show my sincerity, but I didn't expect to meet Zhou Yuan here. God bless me. It seems I am destined to hold this thigh. Yanji was secretly excited and delighted. If it weren't for Lu Yao in front of her and Du Lin behind her, she would definitely dare to stick directly to Zhou Yuan. Chapter 155. Lu Yao is jealous. Of course, in the current situation, it is definitely not an option to actively post it. Yanji resisted the urge to act like a dog licker and smiled again. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence today. I didn't expect to run into you here again. What a pity. If her group of licking dogs knew that the goddess she was licking so madly, they would want to kneel down and lick other men. I guess they would explode on the spot. It's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yanji's attitude was clearly flattering, but Zhou Yuan was much more indifferent and casual. In the final analysis, the main reason was that he really didn't like this woman. But Du Lin behind Yanji is a little different. Zhou Yuan casually said something to Yanji, then glanced sideways at Du Lin, who was standing obediently behind him. How come you two are together? Did you know each other before? This question may seem casual, but it actually has additional meaning. After all, in Zhou Yuan's opinion, Yanji is not a good person. If Du Lin really has had dealings with Yanji for a long time, then he has to consider how to deal with this woman Du Lin. No, sister, he and I just met that day. Du Lin explained subconsciously, but her face turned red when she talked about that day. If it weren't for that day and that night, she wouldn't have had the sports stream for 3 days in a row. Du Lin blushed, and Zhou Yuan immediately thought of that night. Especially when he glanced at Du Lin's long legs, he couldn't help but think of the fear of being controlled by the lock technique. The two of them looked so reverie-like that they immediately made Yanji, who was standing beside them, feel a little jealous. Not only her, but even Lu Yao on the opposite side felt a little unhappy. She hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help coughing lightly and said, "Senior, are these two your friends?" This is simply a question that is asked despite knowing the answer. If they are not friends, how can the three of them start a conversation? However, it was this question that made Zhou Yuan react and realize that Lu Yao might be feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, Lu Yao's position in Zhou Yuan's heart is still stronger than Du Lin's. So if he really has to be cautious, Zhou Yuan naturally has to consider Lu Yao's feelings first. These two are friends I met not long ago. I didn't expect to meet them here. Zhou Yuan quickly explained to Lu Yao with a smile, then turned to look at Yanji and Du Lin. You two are here to eat, right? I won't delay your meal. Zhou Yuan spoke politely, but as he spoke, his eyes held a sharp commanding tone, silently hinting at the two to leave. Of course Lu Yao couldn't see this look, but Du Lin and Yanji saw it clearly. The two of them couldn't help but shudder slightly, not daring to disobey, and nodded quickly. Yes, we are here to try the food in this restaurant. Then we won't bother you, and we'll contact you when we have time. The two of them said this, and with a little reluctance, turned around and left. As soon as they left, Lu Yao was obviously relieved. There was no way. The two women standing in front of her, regardless of their figures or looks, made Lu Yao feel invisible pressure. If she wasn't somewhat confident about her figure and face, and if Lu Yao didn't feel that Zhou Yuan would not be someone who only looks at appearance, she would probably have run away right now. Fortunately, now that the person has left, Lu Yao can relax again. But she still felt that there was something wrong with the way those two women looked at Zhou Yuan. Chapter 156. The protagonist is Lu Yao. Senior, can I ask you who those two beauties are to you? It's no wonder that Lu Yao is a bit naive. If it were someone else, how could they ask such a question so directly? That must have been planned out secretly, with a mental draft rehearsed before speaking in a roundabout way. You mean those two? I met them at a drinking party a few days ago through a friend's introduction. They are just acquaintances of mine. Zhou Yuan pretended nothing had happened and spoke very calmly. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have been so calm to lie. But now it's different. Money can really make a man braver. And the effect is much more effective than alcohol. Besides, it's no wonder that people say men become bad when they have money. The ancients were right. For example, Zhou Yuan is now much worse when it comes to women than before. At the beginning, he was devoted to Song Qing and never had any dealings with other women or girls. But now it's different, it's like eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. I have 2 at home, and I still have to hook up with more outside. Even when telling lies, he does it without blushing or beating his heart, and he does it one lie after another. A total scumbag. But Lu Yao believed it. After hearing what Zhou Yuan said, she immediately felt more at ease, and even smiled a little more. Don't talk about them. I'm treating you today. Come on, eat while it's hot. After dinner, I'll take you to watch a movie downstairs. Zhou Yuan interrupted and enthusiastically and gentlemanly cut a piece of steak for Lu Yao and put it on her plate. Speaking of movies, Lu Yao became interested and took the initiative to talk about some recently released movies. The 2 of them ate and chatted like this, and after about 20 minutes, they were full. After paying the bill, Lu Yao went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup because she had put on light makeup today. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yuan called the waiter and asked her to send the half-drunk red wine on the table to Du Lin and Yanji, who were not far away. By the way, I helped the 2 of them to pay a bill of 30,000 yuan in advance and asked the waitress to tell them to order whatever they wanted according to this amount. The waitress was not too surprised by this kind of thing. After all, although this is a high-end restaurant, the higher the level of the restaurant, and the higher the level of the guests, the more they spend. In a word, I've seen this kind of thing so many times that I'm not surprised anymore. In the blink of an eye, the waitress brought the red wine over. Seeing this, Yanji and Du Lin became interested and subconsciously wanted to come over, but Zhou Yuan glared at them and they sat back obediently. Instead, after waiting for a while, the waitress came back. Sir, here is your receipt. As she spoke, she suddenly bent down and said in a low and quick voice, my contact information is at the back. If you are willing, you can add me as a friend. He spent 60,000 on the meal. The waitress really wouldn't mind having a chance to have a deeper conversation with this kind of customer. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't help but glance at the receipt. There was indeed something on the back, and it was really detailed. Not only was there a mobile phone number, but even some unnecessary WeChat and Penguin IDs were written on it. In front of the waitress, Zhou Yuan responded with a smile. But as soon as the girl left, he crumpled up the receipt and threw it away. It's not that he despises this girl, but he has had quite a few women around him so far, and even though he is a scumbag, he doesn't want to mess with any of them. Besides, the protagonist tonight is Lu Yao. It's not appropriate to think about other women at this time. Chapter 157 Lu Yu and Wang Yan 1. After sending the waitress away, Lu Yao came back from the bathroom after finishing her makeup after waiting for a while. Senior, let's go. It was not known whether it was Zhou Yuan's own illusion or because of Yanji and Du Lin's previous appearance, but after Lu Yao came back this time, Zhou Yuan always felt that her makeup seemed to be more refined. Moreover, after saying hello, the girl actually took Zhou Yuan's arm, which was unusual for her, and even leaned forward to be intimate. Zhou Yuan naturally would not reject Lu Yao's approach. He smiled and took her out of the restaurant and went downstairs to the 6th floor. The 6th floor, like the 1st to 5th floors below, is a rental floor of the Yinhai shopping center. However, unlike the clothing and jewelry stores on the 5th floor below, the 6th floor mainly operates snack shops and cinemas that the mall has recruited. After getting out of the elevator, Zhou Yuan took Lu Yao straight to the cinema. The other side. It's at a snack bar stall not far from the cinema ticket counter. Lu Yu was casually fiddling with her cell phone. Next to her, her best friend and partner Wang Yan glanced at a man in a certain direction, then turned around and gently nudged Lu Yu with her elbow. Xiao Yuer, you are really amazing. This guy surnamed Lu has been pursuing you for several months, but you are still indifferent. There's nothing I can do. I don't have any feelings for him. Lu Yu replied without even raising his head. Wang Yan said, but this is not a good thing to continue. This guy comes to our company every now and then, which has a bit of a bad influence. Although no one dares to say anything because you are the CEO, many employees have been talking about it behind your back. Lu Yu couldn't help but look up and said helplessly, I can't do anything about this. I told him a long time ago that I'm not interested in him. But he just keeps pestering me. It's a headache for me. Just like before, you saw it, it was just a coincidence, but he insisted on treating us to a meal. We both refused directly, but he was shameless enough to approach us. We can't really have a falling out, right? That's true. I never realized that this guy is such a pushover. Wang Yan nodded immediately, but suddenly thought of something and said with a wicked smile, if you ask me, if it really doesn't work, you can actually make do with the guy named Lu. To be honest, Lu Minghui is actually not bad looking, and he has his own company, so he should be quite wealthy. Last time, I overheard his supervisor say that Lu Minghui's company seems to have a market value of tens of millions. With such conditions, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a diamond bachelor. To be honest, he is definitely a perfect match for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu rolled his eyes and glared at Wang Yan unhappily. If you think he's good, why don't I introduce him to you? Anyway, with your looks, if he really wants to make a move, I guess Lu can't resist at all. I hope you can get married soon and have a baby soon, and I'll give you a big red envelope. Stop, I was just joking. Besides, this guy is not my taste. Wang Yan quickly shook his head. To be fair, Lu Minghui's conditions are really good. If it were other single girls, they might all rush to him. But unfortunately, like Lu Yu, she is not attracted to this guy named Lu. Of course, the reason I said that just now was just a harmless little joke between best friends. Chapter 158 Lu Yu and Wang Yan 2. Of course, jokes are just jokes. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yan stopped teasing and spoke seriously. But seriously, Xiaodier, I think you'd better find a boyfriend as soon as possible. Otherwise, being pestered by Lu every day is not a good thing. You sound so easy. How can I find a boyfriend in such a short time? I can't expect God to give me the next one, right? Lu Yu rolled his eyes again. Besides, it's the same for you. Aunt Peng called me not long ago and asked me if I had any suitable male friends or something, and asked me to help introduce you to someone. I think Aunt Peng said that if you don't find a partner, she will go crazy. No, please don't mention this. I get a headache when you mention my mother. My father is easy to talk to and fool, but my mother is too troublesome. When Wang Yan mentioned his mother, his expression looked a little strange. A few days ago, she was urging me to do that at home, which caused my mother and I to have a quarrel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hidden away these days and stayed at your place. Actually, I want to complain about my mother. You said that when I was in high school and college, she was very strict with me and would never let me have a relationship. Now that I've graduated, I'm being urged to get married. It's as if all the men in the world are lining up for me to choose and marry. When mentioning this trivial old matter, Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Lu Yu also felt the same way. After all, they were from the same world and had the same mother. The queen mother in her family, like Wang Yan's mother Aunt Pang, strictly prohibited dating during school, and frantically urged marriage after graduation. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Anyway, I think you'd better find a way to make Lu Minghui give up. Otherwise, it will affect your reputation. You said that if you really find a boyfriend in the future, if he hears some rumors, it will be okay if he is generous, but if he is a little petty, it will easily cause trouble. Lu Yu sighed and said, I've thought about this, but that guy is so persistent and even blocks my door every day. What can I do? I can't call the police, can I? How about, let's move the company? Wang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Moving the company? Are you crazy? Lu Yu was stunned at first, then speechless. Although the rent of a place like Yinhai Building is a bit expensive, working here can ultimately improve the company's image and grade. If we move to other places, it will have an invisible impact. Are you stupid? When did I say I was going to move out of Yinhai? This time, it was Wang Yan's turn to roll his eyes. So what do you mean? When I was taking the elevator a few days ago, I overheard employees from an unknown company chatting on the 56th floor. They said their company had to give up its lease due to financial problems. It just so happens that our company's lease contract with Yinhai will expire in a few days. If it really doesn't work out, we can just move downstairs. Wang Yan also had a flash of inspiration and remembered what he had heard 2 days ago. Lu Yu frowned and said, but if I remember correctly, Lu Minghui's company is about to expire, just like us, right? I wonder why you are so confused. What does their expiration have to do with ours? As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, and we keep the relocation a secret, are you afraid that he will know? Wang Yan said this and then changed the subject. Besides, our company has been developing very well recently, and we have recruited some new employees. The office area has become a bit crowded, so it's time to move to a bigger office. I remember that the office area on the 56th floor is quite large, about 1,000 square meters, which is just right for us. Hearing her say this, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. The company's office lease is about to expire, and with more employees now, a crowded office is indeed the reality. It would be more suitable if we moved to a bigger venue. As for the rent and stuff, the company is making good profits anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's expensive. But Thinking about the crowded office, Lu Yu suddenly remembered the stomach upset a few days ago. At that time, the company was too small, and even the bathroom was small and not big enough, so I didn't have to go upstairs to relieve myself. What a surprise! I actually encountered such an embarrassing scene. And most importantly, she was panicked at the time and didn't react. But after thinking about it, if I remember correctly, the woman at that time seemed to be manager Han Qingqing of the Yinhai Building Management Office. Chapter 159. That day. Speaking of Han Qingqing, and thinking about what happened that day, Liu couldn't help but admire her courage and playfulness. He actually took advantage of the fact that no one was doing maintenance upstairs and ran to the bathroom to have some exciting fun. But Liu didn't think there was anything shameless about this kind of thing, she just thought it was bold and exciting. Even these past few days, when she had some weird thoughts in her mind, she had fantasized that if she had a boyfriend one day, would she like to find a place to try it out? Of course, she just thought about it. After all, she was a poor single dog, and a veteran single dog who had been solo for more than 20 years. Oh, speaking of renting an office, I remember. Lu Yu was daydreaming here when Wang Yan beside him suddenly said something. Lu Yu came back to his senses with a guilty conscience and couldn't help but glared at Wang Yan. What did you remember again? You're so shocked. Wang Yan came over with a mysterious look on his face and said with a sly smile, Xiao Yur, do you still remember what you told me a few days ago? What is it? It's about that time when you ran into Manager Han from the management office upstairs. Wang Yan winked. In fact, Liu did not tell Wang Yan about this matter on his own initiative, but was forced to tell him by Wang Yan. That day, after Liu mistakenly caught Zhou Yuan and Han Qingqing's affair upstairs, she ran back to the company in a panic, but was caught red-handed by Wang Yan. Wang Yan saw at first sight that something was wrong with Lu Yu, and after repeated questioning, Lu Yu, who was also trying to hold back the urge to defecate and was anxious to get away, told Wang Yan the embarrassing story. Why are you asking this? Lu Yu felt a little panicked and glared at Wang Yan. Of course it's useful for me to ask, and I'm doing this for your own good. I've just decided that we're going to move the company directly to the 56th floor this time. But I won't go to the management office to discuss the lease then, you will be in charge of it this time. Wang Yan said this with a wicked smile. Didn't you just catch Manager Han doing something bad a few days ago? We're not going to do anything bad, but if there's a chance, we should at least take advantage of it, right? When the time comes, you will go to see Manager Han and see if you can negotiate a lower rent. After all, the rent will definitely go up given the market conditions this year, so it's better for us to save some money. Lu Yu blushed slightly and felt a little unhappy. She said angrily, what a stupid idea you are coming up with. How dare you let me expose such a thing? Wang Yan hurriedly explained, I didn't ask you to expose it. I just asked you to go talk to Manager Han about the lease. You don't have to think about what happened that day. Just bargain with her about the rent. Maybe she will feel guilty and give us a discount. Even if it's not cheap, it's okay to maintain the current rent. It's better than raising the price anyway. Wang Yan didn't have any bad intentions, he just had some small thoughts. When Lu Yu heard this, he became silent. The company's rent in the past few years was quite cheap, but nowadays, if we renew the lease, the rent will definitely increase. According to this estimate, if converted into 1 year, it would cost about hundreds of thousands more. After all, this amount of money is not a small sum. Thinking of this, Lu Yu did not refute Wang Yan anymore. She felt that what Wang Yan said was right, and she wouldn't have to deliberately mention that embarrassing thing to Han Qingqing. But the other party might feel guilty, and maybe she could really get a cheaper rent. But when he thought about it this way, Lu Yu remembered another thing. Chapter 160. Zhou Yuan's open and honest thoughts. Although she had discovered Han Qingqing's affair, the problem was, if Han Qingqing and the man that day were a boyfriend and girlfriend, then this so-called J-love is of a different nature. And thinking of that man that day, Liu felt even more curious. You have to know that she knows Han Qingqing, the manager of Yinhai Building Management Office. Apart from anything else, the other party's status is no worse than that of one of the CEOs of her company. The most important thing is that even the other party's income is probably not much lower than yours. Because she had heard from Lu Minghui before that it seemed that the salary for the position of management office manager was no longer a simple fixed amount, but was linked to the rent of the entire building, and enjoyed a certain commission. Even though the commission might be shockingly low, it would definitely be a considerable amount over the course of a year. With such a high position and high income, what kind of man can make Han Qingqing so bold and willing to have fun? Women, no matter what their identity or status, are born gossipy. Lu Yu is no exception in this regard. You two beauties, what are you thinking about? You are so absorbed in it. As she was thinking, Lu Minghui came back from a stall not far away, carrying 3 drinks and some snacks. Lu Yu, this is your favorite blueberry-flavored milk tea, and takoyaki. As Lu Minghui spoke, he put the things in his hand in front of Lu Yu, and then sat down next to Lu Yu. Lu Yu couldn't help but come back to his senses and frown slightly. As for Lu Minghui, whenever he gets the chance, he will stick close to me without making any noise, just like he is doing now. To be honest, this kind of behavior really disgusts her. Unfortunately, Lu Minghui was a shameless and persistent person, and she owed him a favor before. Her company also had certain business dealings with Lu Minghui's company, so she couldn't really break up with him and make the relationship too awkward. In fact, this is one of the reasons why she has never been able to get rid of Lu Minghui. When living in this world, sometimes you have to consider your face. So if you meet some shameless people, it will be a headache. Thank you. I'll transfer the money to you later. Lu Yu calmly expressed his rejection, then turned around and secretly winked at Wang Yan, and even kicked Wang Yan lightly under the table, meaning that she should find a way to rescue him. At the same time, not far away. There are 2 good movies tonight, and they happen to be the first and second shows. I've booked the tickets for both. Zhou Yuan took the ticket from the ticket machine and looked at Lu Yao with a smile. But it will probably be a bit late after watching these 2 movies, and the school dormitory may be closed by then. How about not going back tonight? Of course, he booked 2 movie tickets on purpose so that he would have a legitimate reason not to go back to the dormitory tonight. For some evil purposes, he even picked a horror movie for the last scene. In fact, there was no need to make this kind of thing and this little trick clear to Lu Yao. However, considering that Lu Yao is not as open-minded as Feng Jing and Wang Lu, Zhou Yuan thinks it would be better to give Lu Yao some information so that she can be prepared. If Lu Yao agrees to watch 2 shows in a row and stay in a hotel, then this will be a done deal. If Lu Yao doesn't agree, then forget it. After all, his bottom line when it comes to women is never to force them. At worst, he would have the chance in the future and try harder. Anyway, he was confident that Lu Yao would not be able to escape. Chapter 161 Cheongsam. Even though Lu Yao seems naive, being naive does not mean being stupid. Besides, Zhou Yuan had already pointed out that they would stay in a hotel if it got late, so Lu Yao naturally understood what this meant. Her pretty face turned red in the blink of an eye, and she couldn't help but lower her head, rubbing the corner of her clothes and hesitating for a moment, and stammered, I can do it. I'll listen to you, senior. Originally, Lu Yao was not brave enough to be so bold. Besides, how many times had she and Zhou Yuan met face to face? There are only a handful of them, and the rest are just on WeChat, chatting every now and then, or being teased. But Lu Yao herself has never had any emotional experience. Once she falls in love, it is easy for her to get lost in it. Besides, Zhou Yuan's own conditions are there. Regardless of other things, the fact that he is young and rich is enough to be a huge killer. Even if Lu Yao is not a materialistic girl, as a woman who doesn't want the man she finds to be capable, competent, or rich? What's even more terrible is that Zhou Yuan's temperament and charm have improved a lot recently, which has a stronger destructive effect on a simple girl like Lu Yao. What's more, Lu Yao had certain expectations and was even prepared for coming out today. When Zhou Yuan saw Lu Yao agreed, he smiled. Looking at Lu Yao's cowardly look with her head down, he suddenly had the idea of teasing her. I remember you said, Yao Yao, that you seem to like cosplay, right? How about we go shopping and buy some new clothes? Men, once they find something to eat, all these fickle ideas start to come out. But the funny thing is, Lu Yao was so embarrassed that she didn't react to the subtext of Zhou Yuan's words at all, and subconsciously said, don't buy me clothes. Last time, you bought me a lot of clothes. After she said this, she remembered what she was wearing inside and her face turned red again. And what? And what you asked me to wear last time. I have worn it all. Did I ask you to wear it? What did I tell you to wear? Zhou Yuan was confused. It's that Cheongsam. Lu Yao hesitated, wishing she could bury her head in her chest. Cheongsam? That's right. I bought a Cheongsam at first. Zhou Yuan was stunned at first, then he reacted. There have been a lot of things going on these past 2 days, and he would have forgotten if Lu Yao hadn't told him. The last time he took Lu Yao shopping for clothes, he did choose for Cheongsams. But that was bought for Feng Jing and Wang Lu? Etc. I seem to I gave all my clothes to Lu Yao at that time, and seemed to have forgotten to take the cheongsam back. So, could it be? Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and looked at Lu Yao with shining eyes. You wore your cheongsam? Lu Yu's ears turned red and he hesitantly hummed like a mosquito. Zhou Yuan suddenly felt the urge to not watch the movie and wanted to go directly to the hotel. Fortunately, he was still clear-headed and calm, knowing that there was no need to rush at this time. Just thinking about how Lu Yao would look in a cheongsam, especially this girl standing shyly in front of me. I can't help it. It seems like I am getting a little angry at this moment. Well, I'm going to go get some popcorn and drinks. Wait for me. Zhou Yuan didn't want to make a fool of himself in public, so he simply stayed away from Lu Yao to prevent himself from losing control. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went to line up at the counter. At this time, Wang Yan saw Lu Yao on the other side. Chapter 162. It's broken. It's broken. Over here at the snack stand. Originally, Wang Yan came to help Lu Yu out and asked to exchange seats with Lu Minghui. Just as he was about to stand up, Wang Yan glanced casually and noticed Lu Yao not far away. Originally, Lu Yao lowered her head, so Wang Yan didn't recognize her. But what a coincidence, Lu Yao's outfit and hairstyle today are exactly the same as Lu Yu's. Although the two sisters are not twins, their height and body shape are no different. Their usual dressing styles are different, but today Lu Yao deliberately dressed up for a date. And because Lu Yu is her sister, she subconsciously even did her makeup and hairstyle to resemble Lu Yu's usual image. In this way, and since he didn't see her face, Wang Yan noticed her at first sight. She took a quick look and finally saw Lu Yao's profile under her drooping hair. She was immediately surprised and said, "Hey, Xiao Yur, that seems to be your sister, right?" Lu Yu on the opposite side was still waiting for her best friend to rescue her, but after hearing this, she couldn't help but turn her head and look in the direction Wang Yan was looking. With a quick glance, she was more perceptive than Wang Yan and immediately noticed the sister Lu Yao, whose appearance was almost the same as hers. "This girl, what's going on? Why are you wearing this windbreaker?" Lu Yu recognized this dress. She bought it for Lu Yao last year. The two sisters had the same size, two identical pieces. But Lu Yao always felt that this dress was a bit mature and not suitable for a student style, so she rarely wore it. Who would have thought that I would wear it today? And shouldn't this girl be in school? Why did she run out? Today doesn't seem to be a weekend or a holiday, right? Wait a moment, you two. I'll go over and take a look. Lu Yu muttered to himself as he gave instructions, then stood up and walked over here. Lu Yao was thinking about what would happen between her and Zhou Yuan tonight, and whether it would really hurt. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Yao Yao, why are you here?" Hearing the voice, Lu Yao turned back subconsciously. Seeing Lu Yu, her face changed and she looked a little flustered. "Sister, why are you here?" "It's broken. It's broken. How could I forget that my sister's company is right here? Now that's great, I actually got bumped into by my elder sister. If she knew about me and my senior, it would be troublesome." At this moment, Lu Yao was not only panicked on her face, but also in her heart. Although the two sisters have a good relationship, Lu Yao is still a little intimidated by Lu Yu as her older sister. In addition to this reason, more importantly, she was afraid of exposing Zhou Yuan's existence. After all, in their family, the mother had clearly stipulated that dating was strictly prohibited during school. Not even in college. For example, my elder sister has suffered greatly from it. Even Lu Yao still remembers clearly that when she was in college, her elder sister had a boyfriend. When her parents accidentally found out about it, they gave her a very harsh lecture. I seem to have heard that my parents went to the school to look for that boy? Lu Yao was not sure about this, but what was certain was that not long after, her elder sister and the other party broke up because of the torture. So Lu Yao doesn't want this kind of thing to happen to herself. I came to watch a movie with my roommate today, and I didn't expect to run into you, sister." Lu Yao said something quickly, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Lu Yu didn't doubt it, and said casually, "I was wondering why you weren't in school. It turns out you came out to watch a movie. What about your classmates? Why aren't you there?" He went to the toilet." Lu Yao hesitated, her little head spinning rapidly. "In this situation, I absolutely cannot stay in contact with my elder sister for too long, otherwise if the senior comes back and my elder sister sees me, I won't be able to explain myself. But I can't chase my sister away, otherwise I will definitely be suspected." The only way is to find a way to slip away first, then use the phone to notify the seniors to meet at another place. Lu Yao suddenly had an idea. Chapter 163. I recognized the wrong person. Even though Lu Yao usually seems not very smart, but now that she is facing a crisis, she finally has some sense. In the blink of an eye, she came up with a suitable and credible idea. Run away from P. Sister, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable right now. I'm going to the bathroom first. How about you wait here for a while? Women are all acting spirits, and at this moment Lu Yao is also successfully possessed by the acting spirit. She hunched her waist slightly, twisted her legs, and covered her belly, looking like I can't hold it any longer, I can't hold it any longer. Seeing her sister like this, Lu Yu thought it was a bit strange, but she didn't have time to think about it. She didn't know why, but her thoughts suddenly wandered to the scene that day when she couldn't help but run upstairs and caught the J scene. Thinking of this, Lu Yu didn't care about his sister's strange behavior, and quickly waved his hand and said, Go, come back soon. Please wait a moment, sister. I'll be back soon. Lu Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, said something quickly, turned around, and trotted towards the bathroom. While running, he was still muttering to himself. I must call the senior quickly and trick him into waiting for me downstairs or somewhere else. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, I could find a way to coax my elder sister away. Then I would be done and Lu Wunti be exposed. But then again, why do I always feel like I've forgotten something? It seems like there is something that has not been taken into consideration. Lu Yao frowned as she hurried on. She vaguely felt that she had overlooked something that seemed quite important. This way. After watching Lu Yao turn into the corridor, Lu Yu simply stood there and waited. In fact, there was no need for Lu Yu to stand around waiting for Lu Yao. He might as well go back to the snack stand and wait. But when he thought about Lu Minghui being there, he would feel even more uncomfortable going back there, so Lu Yu just stood here. Anyway, she would rather stand there and waste time and boredom than go back to face Lu Minghui and be pestered by that guy. However, she was also worried that Lu Minghui would come over and try to avoid him, so she simply took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Yan, asking her to keep an eye on Lu Minghui over there. Speaking of which, it is really pathetic for a man to be so disliked and guarded against by a woman. Lu Yu was looking down at his phone. Not far away, Zhou Yuan came back with 2 bottles of drinks and a large bucket of popcorn. With a quick glance, he saw the girl Lu Yao with her head down and her back to him, apparently fiddling with her cell phone. Thinking about what the girl just said, that she had changed into the Chongsam. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited again, and suddenly he had the idea of teasing Lu Yao. He approached Lu Yao from behind without making a sound, and while the girl was typing with her head down, he stretched out his hand with a wicked smile and slapped her on the butt. It feels good, and even through the windbreaker, it feels very elastic. Zhou Yuan's hand suddenly itched again, so he just grabbed a handful boldly and ridiculously. Then in the blink of an eye, I heard a cry of Lu Yao. Zhou Yuan immediately grinned and said teasingly, Little girl, what are you looking at so carefully? Before she could finish her words, Lu Yao turned around. The moment he saw the other person's appearance, Zhou Yuan was stunned. What the hell is going on? I knocked, it's a miracle. What about Lu Yao? Why did he change people? Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? When their eyes met, Zhou Yuan asked 3 questions in a row. Chapter 164. It's so fucking embarrassing. You, what are you doing? On the opposite side, Lu Yu's face flushed red, with a look of shame, anger, and rage. She was originally quietly chatting with Wang Yan with her head down, but suddenly she felt someone pat her butt. Before she could even react, she was grabbed again as if playing with it. The most important thing is that these 2 sudden actions seem to have brought out some indescribable special fetishes and reactions in her. This is very embarrassing. Wrong. Now is not the time to feel awkward. This man actually harassed me in broad daylight. I must not let him off. When Lu Yu reacted, he couldn't help but frown. Although his face was still flushed with shame, it was much colder and more stern. Here, Zhou Yuan finally reacted, his face full of embarrassment. Without saying anything, apologize immediately. I'm sorry. I got the wrong person. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. There's no way. My actions just now were really too much. If I don't apologize and get sent to the police station for sexual harassment, that's going to be really troublesome. Wrong person? I think you did it on purpose? Lu, you didn't believe it at all. Instead of understanding, he frowned even more deeply. Some scoundrels these days are very good at using the excuse of mistaking someone for someone else to get away with something. Besides, even if I recognized the wrong person, it doesn't seem right to think about it. After all, who would use patting someone's but as a way of saying hello? And it would be fine if you just took a photo, but do you have to grab another handful? Even an ordinary young couple or a young couple wouldn't dare to do such a thing in public, right? I really didn't mean it. It's mainly because you and I. Zhou Yuan was busy explaining, and subconsciously wanted to say you are wearing exactly the same thing as my girlfriend. But before he could finish his words, Zhou Yuan was suddenly stunned. Because at this moment he suddenly realized that the person in front of him seemed to be the person who had encountered the misunderstanding scene in the bathroom of Yinhai building one day. What a coincidence! When Zhou Yuan was stunned, Lu Yu suddenly reacted. When she saw Zhou Yuan before, she felt vaguely that he looked familiar, but she was so embarrassed and angry that she didn't have time to think about it. But now that he had calmed down a little, he looked at Zhou Yuan's surprised and dazed expression. It just happened to coincide with the J scene he witnessed in the bathroom that day. After all, when she saw Zhou Yuan that day, Zhou Yuan also had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, the face in front of me and the face in my memory overlapped directly. "It's you!" Lu Yu blurted out something in surprise, and then her face turned red. There was nothing she could do. As soon as she recognized Zhou Yuan, she couldn't control her brain and recalled the scene of that day. Besides, for her, a solo person who has been single for almost 27 years, the shock of that scene was too great and she couldn't forget it even if she wanted to. This moment. The two were completely embarrassed. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Lu Yu was even worse than Zhou Yuan. He couldn't control his mind at all. It was like a scrolling lantern, with all he could think of was the embarrassing scene in the bathroom that day. But just as he was stunned, Zhou Yuan's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Because he was supposed to watch a movie, he had already switched to vibrate mode. "Excuse me, I need to take a call." Zhou Yuan came back to his senses, explained to Lu Yu, and quickly took out his cell phone. At a quick glance, the call was from Lu Yao. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but felt helpless and wanted to smile bitterly. It was all Lu Yao's fault. She made me recognize the wrong person. But now, he has to thank this girl again. If it weren't for this phone call, he wouldn't know how to resolve the embarrassing situation just now. Chapter 165. Fortunately, there was no misunderstanding. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and quickly swiped to answer the call. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yao's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Senior, I'm sorry, I just had something to do, so I ran upstairs. If you've finished shopping, why don't you come upstairs? I'm on the 9th floor." In the bathroom, Lu Yao was preparing to trick Zhou Yuan into leaving according to her own little plan. As for why I said upstairs instead of downstairs, the main reason is that there is a shopping mall downstairs, and she is afraid that if she runs into her elder sister again in the mall downstairs, it will be troublesome. On the contrary, the 9th floor, if she remembered correctly, seemed to be the reception floor, which was the public reception hall for the companies on the 10th to 69th floors. I believe my sister will definitely not appear over there, and there is no danger of being discovered. Okay, then wait for me, I'll come upstairs to find you right away. Zhou Yuan responded hurriedly and then hung up the phone. Lu Yao was a little dazed holding the phone. "Senior, what's going on? Why does the voice sound weird? And why didn't you have any doubts at all? Why did you agree so quickly?" Lu Yao felt a little confused. But in the blink of an eye, she had forgotten all about it. The most urgent thing now is to go out and trick my sister away. Otherwise, the longer you delay, the more trouble you might get into. Outside. Zhou Yuan put away his phone and turned to look at Lu Yu hurriedly. "I'm sorry, I really recognized the wrong person just now. My girlfriend called and said she had something to do. Can I go first?" After all, he had just disturbed Lu Yu by mistake. Although Zhou Yuan wanted to slip away, he still asked out of politeness. If he hadn't recognized Zhou Yuan, Lu Yu probably wouldn't have easily let go of this guy who harassed him. But the bad luck was that Lu Yu recognized Zhou Yuan as the man from that day, and his mentality changed a little. First of all, Lu Yu did believe that Zhou Yuan had recognized the wrong person. As for the second one, Lu Yu remembered his previous guess. Since this man could have that kind of relationship with Han Xingqing and act so boldly, he must be of extraordinary status. After all, Han Qingqing's identity, the fact that she is willing to play such a big game with a man, actually proves this point in disguise. Otherwise, as the manager of the Yinhai Building Management Office, a boss-level figure, he can't be involved with a man who has no ability, right? Especially when he looked at Zhou Yuan carefully at this moment, Lu Yu also felt an indescribable temperament and charm from Zhou Yuan. In a word, this man is definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, Lu Yu and Wang Yan were planning to use the embarrassing incident they had just discovered to blackmail Han Qingqing. As a result, facing Zhou Yuan, the person involved, they felt a little guilty. When a person feels guilty, he tends to lack confidence. Once you lose confidence, you generally won't pursue anything further. Of course, the most important thing is, Zhou Yuan's slap and grab just now accidentally touched her taboo. She had an awkward reaction at this moment. Since it's a misunderstanding, let it go. Lu Yu said perfunctorily, and decided it was not a good idea to stay there any longer, so he turned around and walked towards the snack stand. She actually wanted to go to the bathroom to deal with some embarrassing issues, but she was too embarrassed to run to the bathroom in front of Zhou Yuan. Otherwise, she was afraid that Zhou Yuan would think too much, which would be embarrassing. Watching Lu Yu leave, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl was generous and didn't hold it against me. But it's not a good idea for me to stay here any longer, so I should go find that girl Lu Yao as soon as possible. Chapter 166. Is there no paper again? The other side. The bathroom outside the cinema on the 6th floor. Lu Yao had just called Zhou Yuan and was planning to go out. But suddenly I did have a stomachache, which delayed me from going out. I had just entered the bathroom cubicle and was using it when Lu Yu called. Hey, sister. Girl, does it take you that long to go to the bathroom? My stomach feels uncomfortable. I'm in the bathroom. Sister, what's wrong with you? I don't have anything to do. I just want to tell you that I won't wait for you anymore. I'm leaving first. After you finish watching the movie with your classmates, remember to go back to school early and don't hang around outside anymore. Oh, I see. I won't send you off then. Okay, just squat in the toilet. Lu Yu rolled his eyes and hung up the phone. Just as he put down his phone, Wang Yan smiled and said, "You are still meddling in your sister's affairs. The little girl came out to watch a movie, and you should give her some advice. I'm just concerned about her. It would be unsafe if I went back too late." Lu Yu explained, then changed the subject and asked, "Lu, how come you didn't see anyone?" As soon as she came over, she found that Lu Minghui was gone. That guy just received a phone call and seemed to have something to do, so he left first. You know what, he really missed you, and before he left, he asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Wang Yan teased with a wicked smile. Lu Yu immediately rolled his eyes. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I just have something else to do, so I have to leave first. Are you going home or back to the company to keep an eye on things? Lu Yu didn't think much about it and said casually, "There's nothing to do at home. I'd better go back to the company." Okay, thank you for your hard work tonight. Mr. Lu has already settled the bill, so I'll be leaving first. Oh, by the way, I have a package at the reception hall on the 9th floor. Xiaoyer, remember to bring it upstairs for me later. After Wang Yan finished speaking, she waved goodbye and walked away with her bag. This girl, you are so lazy. Lu Yu rolled his eyes, didn't stay any longer, turned around, and ran towards the elevator. Couriers have a hard time these days, and it is naturally impossible for them to deliver every package to the right place. So usually, if the package is for the company, they just throw it at the front desk and wait for people to pick it up. As for parcels going to residential areas, of course, it is the bird station. In the Yinhai building, the documents from the office floors upstairs are basically stored at the reception on the 9th floor. Lu Yu got on the elevator and went straight to the 9th floor. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Yuan took the elevator to the 9th floor and glanced around the huge reception hall, but he didn't see Lu Yao. After thinking for a while, he called Lu Yao. "Yao Yao, where are you?" "Me? I'm in the bathroom." On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao didn't pay attention for a moment and just walked out of the bathroom. "Bathroom? Didn't you say you went upstairs?" Zhou Yuan was confused. Didn't this girl just say she had something to talk to me about upstairs? Why did she go to the bathroom again? Lu Yao then realized that she had said something wrong and subconsciously said, I ran to the bathroom on the 9th floor. People have a habit of lying. Lu Yao had just lied to Zhou Yuan and then to Lu Yu, and now she subconsciously started to make up stories again. You went to the bathroom on the 9th floor? Then you said you had something to do and asked me to come up to you? Zhou Yuan was confused. What the hell is going on with this girl? You said you wanted to go to the restroom, so it's fine if you ran to the 9th floor, but why did you ask me to come over again? I am. Etc. This girl, let me pass. Could it be that she is out of paper again, just like Han Qingqing a few days ago? Chapter 167 I Must Be an Origami Angel. Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered what happened to Han Qingqing a few days ago. There was nothing he could do, since this was the only thing that happened to him in his 21 years of life. And the most important thing is that there was such a big misunderstanding at that time and someone actually caught it. What's even more coincidental is that it seemed like God wanted to play a trick on him. Even a few minutes ago, he recognized the wrong person and slapped that woman's butt. Thinking of this series of coincidences, Zhou Yuan felt a headache coming on his forehead. As he twitched, his mouth became loose and he blurted out, "Girl, you're not calling me because the toilet is out of paper, are you?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao was thinking about how to explain this terrible situation. When I heard Zhou Yuan say this out of the blue, my mind went blank and I just hummed. After she finished speaking, Lu Yao realized that something was wrong and wanted to explain. However, she couldn't think of any other excuses for the time being, so she just let it go. I am. Is there really no paper? Why am I so small? This kind of thing happened to me again? Zhou Yuan complained madly in his heart when he heard this. I was an angel with broken wings in my previous life. I must have been an origami angel in my previous life. I'd become a big paper delivery guy. I say, you don't want me to bring you some paper, do you? Zhou Yuan said weakly. Aye. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao was also confused. She didn't know how to respond for a moment and just stuttered. Zhou Yuan thought Lu Yao was just shy and said speechlessly, "Okay, wait, I'll take it to you. Which cubicle are you in?" I'm in the 3rd room. Lu Yao's brain suddenly short-circuited and she directly reported her own cubicle. Okay, I get it, just wait. Zhou Yuan responded, hung up the phone, and put the phone into his coat pocket. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Lu Yao was a little confused. For a moment, I always wondered, how did things become so complicated? And it seems like something is wrong? By the way, would the senior really go to the 9th floor to bring me paper? But I am clearly in the bathroom on the 6th floor. What if there is someone on the 9th floor? Lu Yao finally realized what was wrong. She hurriedly picked up her phone and called Zhou Yuan. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan had already set his phone to vibrate mode in order to avoid disturbing others while watching the movie. Originally, the phone was stuffed in his trouser pocket, close to his leg, and he could feel the vibration. But just now, Zhou Yuan stuffed it into his coat pocket, and the coat was open, with the pocket drooping, so he couldn't feel the vibration at all when he was walking. It's over. Why didn't you answer the phone, Senior? No. If Senior really went to the bathroom, people might misunderstand him. Lu Yao was a little panicked and hurried to the 9th floor to find Zhou Yuan. The other side. Just when Zhou Yuan was talking to Lu Yao on the phone, Lu Yu also went upstairs. She originally planned to go to the front office to get the item first, then hurry back to the company to clean up her embarrassing problem. As a result, when I went upstairs, I saw Lu Minghui standing at the front desk, chatting with someone. Seeing this guy, Lu Yu immediately backed off. She finally revealed her surname as Lu, and she didn't want to give him another chance to pester her. Besides, without Wang Yan's cover and no outsiders around, Lu's shamelessness would make him say anything disgusting. But if I don't go to the front desk to pick it up, I can't go upstairs to deal with the embarrassing situation and then come back, right? It's a bit too much trouble to go up and down the stairs twice. How about going to the bathroom first? Chapter 168 I knocked. Why is it happening again? Lu Yu pondered and glanced towards the front desk again. Judging from what Mr. Lu said, I'm afraid I'll have to chat with him for a while. Forget it, I'd better go to the bathroom first, otherwise I'm going to feel a little awkward now. Thinking of this, Lu Yu blushed for no reason. I am so embarrassed. It was fine if I was accidentally slapped and grabbed by that man, but how could I be so unbearable that I actually did that? Fortunately, nothing embarrassing happened, otherwise, I would have been completely embarrassed today. People have different physiques and preferences. Just like some people don't react when their armpits are tickled, while others burst into laughter when they are slightly touched. The special thing about Lu Yu is the place that Zhou Yuan accidentally touched just now. Even recalling it with such shame, it seems a bit embarrassing again. Lu Yu blushed and lowered his head, not daring to stand in the hall any longer, and ran to the bathroom in a panic. Here, Zhou Yuan originally planned to go to the bathroom, but it was inconvenient to carry drinks and popcorn with him, so after thinking about it, he went to the rest area on the side and found a place to put his things. In just a short while, the two of them just happened to pass each other and neither of them saw each other. After putting his things away, Zhou Yuan turned and walked towards the bathroom. At the front desk, Lu Minghui finished talking to his friend and wanted to go upstairs, but suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and turned around and ran to the bathroom. This way. Lu Yu quickly walked to the bathroom and was about to enter when he suddenly noticed a notice on the wall. At a glance, it says, "There is a recent flush failure here, the compartment door is damaged, and it is temporarily under repair. Please do not use it, thank you for your cooperation." If this was a normal way to relieve oneself, one would have to consider oneself unlucky and turn around and leave. But Lu Yu just wanted to deal with the embarrassment. After thinking about it, he decided that if he moved quickly, no one would come. Besides, this was the women's restroom, so even if someone came, it would be a woman. It wouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Lu Yu ignored the notice and walked in quickly. In the bathroom, the toilet was making a lot of noise. It was obviously broken and it was quite noisy. The doors of the other compartments all slid open naturally, only the door of the third compartment was half closed. Lu Yu remembered the notice saying that the compartment door was faulty, and subconsciously ran to the half-open third compartment. I entered the room, closed the door, and took another look, and found that the door lock was broken. She didn't bother to switch compartments, so she thought about it and put her bag down to deal with the embarrassing problem. In just a short while, Zhou Yuan arrived at the bathroom. Because he noticed Lu Minghui behind him on the way here, Zhou Yuan deliberately quickened his pace to avoid being caught and embarrassed. When he reached the door, he was even more afraid of being discovered by Lu Minghui, so he did not dare to speak out in advance to remind Lu Yao outside, and simply slipped into the women's restroom. Lu Yu was cleaning, and all he could hear was the sound of flushing water. He didn't notice the footsteps at all. Zhou Yuan didn't dare to say anything. He just took a quick look, ran to the first cubicle, took out a pile of paper, and then ran to the third one. Arriving at the door of the cubicle, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Lu Yu was suddenly startled. She hurriedly tried to tidy up her skirt, but forgot that the cubicle was too small and she was standing in front of the toilet, where the space was even smaller. She bent down in a panic, and before she could even lift up her skirt, her butt knocked the door open. Zhou Yuan reacted quickly and stepped to the side. However, when Lu Yu bumped into the door, his body lost weight, and he let out a cry and fell directly out. I knock, why is it happening again? Outside the door, Zhou Yuan's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. Chapter 169 Stop Shouting. This scene, to put it bluntly, is so damn familiar. Zhou Yuan felt a sudden pang of fear in his heart, and the first thought that flashed through his mind was to stay away from it and not cause the embarrassing situation like last time again. But this thought arose in an instant and then disappeared in an instant. After all, the protagonist this time is not Han Xingqing, but Lu Yao. This is the girl I like, I can't just watch her fall to the ground, right? Besides, we have to go to the hotel after watching the movie anyway. There doesn't seem to be anything to be ashamed of in this situation. All these thoughts in Zhou Yuan's mind flashed through his mind in a flash. After a moment, he reacted quickly, took a step forward, stretched out his hands, and in the blink of an eye, passed them under Lu Yao's armpits and hugged her steadily. However, due to the height difference between the two and the fact that Lu Yao fell down, when he stretched out his arms to hug her, his hands inevitably pressed on some embarrassing places. And if you support someone normally, your palm will always follow your arm and exert force. This made things even more awkward. Zhou Yuan instantly felt his hands go soft. But at this time, he didn't have time to care about this, and instead said, I said, why don't you be more careful? Just as he finished saying this, he heard a scream of Lu Yao from the front. This girl not only screamed, she even struggled hard. But the problem is that the two of them are already in a very close position, and a struggle could be fatal. I told you to stop moving, or something bad will happen. Zhou Yuan yelled hurriedly, but seeing that Lu Yao didn't listen at all, he got anxious and pinched her hard with both hands. Lu Yao screamed again, grabbed Zhou Yuan's wrist with both hands, and tried to pry it apart. Zhou Yuan was a little anxious when he saw this. He was complaining in his heart why this girl didn't know what was good for her. And the most important thing is, if Zhou Yuan remembered correctly, the man who was not far behind him seemed to be going to the toilet as well. If Lu Yao screams like that, she might attract the other party over. If the other party saw this, it would be so embarrassing. While Zhou Yuan was worrying about this and that, the Lu Yao in front of him didn't know where she got the strength from, and took advantage of Zhou Yuan's distraction to actually struggle. While struggling, he was cursing. Let go. Let go. Someone, help. Someone is being a hooligan. Oh my god. Is this girl crazy? Zhou Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and said anxiously, "Stop yelling. It's me. It's me. If you keep yelling, someone will come over soon." It would have been fine if she hadn't said someone is coming, but after hearing this, Lu Yao screamed even more happily. Help! Help! Someone come! Someone is molesting me. I molested your master. What's wrong with this girl? Must there be a huge commotion? Are you crazy? If someone sees this again, I'm going to have no chance of survival. This is bound to be spread as a Yinhai building bathroom demon. If things go wrong, they will make up a toilet demon legend for me. How the hell will I have the face to show up in Yinhai in the future? Zhou Yuan's mind was in a mess, and seeing that he couldn't persuade Lu Yao, he wanted to cover her mouth with his hand but couldn't. He got mad, raised his right hand and slapped Lu Yao on the buttocks. You little girl. Can you please behave yourself? Do you really want to lure people into this show? After the slap, Lu Yao screamed in pain. But this slap had the opposite effect. After feeling the pain, Lu Yao cried for help again. Chapter 170, Misunderstanding Again. Zhou Yuan's face turned a little green when he saw this. What the hell is wrong with this girl tonight? Isn't he usually very erratic? Basically, he says whatever he wants. Are you crazy now? If you keep yelling, things will really get out of hand. If a person who is usually very obedient in front of you suddenly becomes rebellious, most people's first reaction is almost instinctively to get angry. This is also the reason why parents have to yell at their rebellious children and use their hands to communicate. Although Zhou Yuan cannot be considered a parent, the bad habits of human beings are basically common to everyone, no matter how old they are. Seeing that Lu Yao was yelling endlessly, Zhou Yuan was beginning to lose control of his anger. In a hurry, without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped him again. If you keep yelling, I won't be polite. You. Help. Help. Bang. You're still screaming? Someone come. Help. Bang. I said you're not done yet, are you? Help me. Help me. Is there any? Pa. Seeing that Lu Yao was getting worse, Zhou Yuan became ruthless and started taking pictures continuously. This time, Lu Yao finally shut her mouth, but she made a few strange hums, and fell back into Zhou Yuan's arms tremblingly. Seeing that she shut up, Zhou Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, there was a roar at the door. Fuck you! You bastard! What are you doing? Let me go! This shout was so sudden and so damn loud that Zhou Yuan couldn't help but shiver. When I turned around, I saw Lu Minghui standing at the door, his eyes wide open and his face full of anger, like a mad Tibetan mastiff. I knock. As expected, I was misunderstood again. Zhou Yuan's face turned green, and he hurriedly explained, Dude, don't get excited, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This is my girlfriend. Things are not what you think. As Zhou Yuan was speaking, he was afraid that Lu Yao would be exposed, so he quickly moved to the side to block it, pushed Lu Yao into the cubicle, and closed the door. Your girlfriend? Fuck you. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Lu Minghui cursed loudly, rolled up his sleeves, and ran straight towards Zhou Yuan. When he first came to the bathroom, he actually noticed Zhou Yuan, but he didn't pay much attention to it at that time. But when he got to the toilet, Zhou Yuan disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was a little curious and wondered how anxious Zhou Yuan was to go to the toilet as he ran so fast. But when he entered the men's restroom, he still didn't see Zhou Yuan, and he was a little puzzled. Yet until that time, he hadn't thought much about it. But when he came out of the toilet, he heard a cry for help from the women's restroom. Originally, Lu Minghui thought he had heard it wrong. He stood at the door and listened carefully for a long time before he was sure that he had not heard it wrong. He then ran over in a hurry, and not only saw Zhou Yuan, but also Lu Yu. Who is Lu Yu? That was the goddess that Lu Minghui had been coveting for several months. Even for Lu Yu, Lu Minghui found various reasons to kick out several lovers he had in his company. He was afraid that since they were working on the same floor, it would be bad if Lu Yu caught him having sex with his lovers one day. But now, I have worked so hard for so long, but I still haven't touched Lu Yu's hand. But this bastard in front of me. Actually messing around with Lu Yu in the bathroom? Damn it. How can I bear this? Even if this bastard is really Lu Yu's boyfriend. I'm going to act dumb today and teach him a lesson. Chapter 171 Lu Minghui's Sinister Thoughts. Although all bosses or rich people in this world are not necessarily philandering scumbags. But unfortunately, Lu Minghui, such a successful person and company boss, is a complete scumbag. Any new, good-looking girl in the company, as long as she is still working in the company, basically cannot escape his clutches. Besides, he pursued Lu Yu not because he wanted to date Lu Yu or even marry her, but simply because he was greedy for Lu Yu's body and wanted to experience the feeling of conquering a woman like Lu Yu by pinning her down and letting her do whatever she wanted. So it doesn't matter whether Lu Yu has a boyfriend or not. But, as a scumbag who subconsciously regarded Lu Yu as his prey, it would be a lie to say that he didn't get angry and jealous after witnessing such a scene. Go to hell, you bastard! Lu Minghui yelled and cursed angrily, ran over, and kicked. But the problem is that he is just an ordinary person. Even if he has good physical fitness, compared with Zhou Yuan, he is just an ant. Zhou Yuan easily stepped back and avoided the kick. Because he was in the wrong, he didn't fight back. Instead, he explained, "Hey man, you really misunderstood me. I really am her boyfriend. We were just joking." However, Lu Minghui didn't listen to this explanation at all. After all, whether Zhou Yuan is Lu Yu's boyfriend or not is no longer the point. The point is that this situation is a good opportunity. If Zhou Yuan is not Lu Yu's boyfriend, then of course I have to teach Zhou Yuan a lesson. I can take this opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. Maybe I can change the impression that Lu Yu has always had of me. It may even make the relationship between the two parties go a step further. And if this guy in front of me is really Lu Yu's boyfriend, that's an even better opportunity. It would be best to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy this guy. For example, destroy his vital parts. When this grandson loses his ability, Lu Yu will definitely break up with him. Then you will have more opportunities to take advantage of the opportunity. As for whether there would be any consequences if Zhou Yuan's vital points were really destroyed, at worst, I can just spend some money to settle it. In this era, everything is about money. Money makes things easier. Moreover, the money spent at that time can be recovered from Lu Yu later after taking advantage of the opportunity to deal with Lu Yu. If this person has a dirty mind, he can come up with a bunch of vicious ideas in the blink of an eye. Lu Minghui is obviously such a person. He simply didn't listen to Zhou Yuan's explanation, and even saved the energy to curse. After missing the first kick, he raised his foot again and kicked Zhou Yuan straight in the vitals. Zhou Yuan subconsciously took another step back and wanted to explain. But Lu Minghui didn't give him a chance and rushed over and kicked him again. Every move he made was aimed at the vital points. No matter how dumb Zhou Yuan was, he could sense that something was wrong. I've already told you this is a misunderstanding. If you do it again, I won't be polite. Under normal circumstances, no matter how big the misunderstanding was, one should have stopped for a moment. Unfortunately, Lu Minghui had the intention to hurt others and didn't listen at all. Zhou Yuan suddenly got angry, and seeing that Lu Minghui refused to listen, he finally stopped tolerating it, turned his body sideways, and rushed forward, using a shoulder push to directly knock Lu Minghui out. Even though Zhou Yuan didn't use much strength this time, with his physique, how could Lu Minghui be a match for him? With a groan of pain, he staggered backwards dramatically, taking several steps, and slammed into the opposite wall with a thud, then fell to the ground in a mess. Seeing his look, Zhou Yuan did not take any more action, but turned his head to look at the compartment on the side. In the current situation, Lu Yao must come out to explain, otherwise if the matter gets out of hand and the police are called, that would be disgusting. Lu Yao, please come out for a moment. Zhou Yuan shouted towards the cubicle, but after waiting for a while, there was no movement from inside. Lu Yao? Yao Yao? After a few seconds, Zhou Yuan had to speak again. But this time, the compartment door creaked and was pushed open. Chapter 172 He is my boyfriend. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yao walked out of the cubicle. Because of the angle, Zhou Yuan could only see Lu Yao's back but not her face. But he didn't think much about it. Instead, he pointed at Lu Yao and said to Lu Minghui, who was struggling to get up from the ground, "If you don't believe what I said, ask her if she is my girlfriend." Lu Minghui couldn't help but look at Lu Yu, who came out of the cubicle. He originally wanted to speak first, but he didn't expect Lu Yu to speak faster than him. You go away, it was indeed a misunderstanding. He is my boyfriend, we were just joking." Lu Yu said this with a red face. When he said this, he was indeed feeling ashamed and resentful. "How is it possible, you?" Lu Minghui spoke subconsciously, but he didn't finish his words. Lu Yu on the other side suddenly turned cold and said in a chilling voice, "I told you, he is my boyfriend. If you don't leave, I will report you to the police for harassment." "Fuck me." Okay. Mr. Lu. You are so ruthless. I pretended to be your grandson for so long, but I didn't expect you wouldn't even show any gratitude. If I had known that you were such a slut in your heart and had such a good time with other men behind my back, I shouldn't have played the game of affection in the first place. I should have just killed you. Just wait for me. I admit my bad luck today, but sooner or later I will make you regret it. Sooner or later I will make you kneel down and call me daddy." Lu Minghui was annoyed. He knew that he would be the only one to be embarrassed if he stayed any longer, so he simply stood up with the help of the wall, glared at the two of them fiercely, and turned around and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Lu Minghui leaving, Lu Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, she was not Zhou Yuan's girlfriend, but the reason why she agreed with Zhou Yuan was naturally for the sake of reputation and face, in order to prevent the matter from getting out of hand. As for why he asked for help just now, but now he suddenly doesn't want to make things worse. It was because Zhou Yuan called Lu Yao twice just now. Although Lu Yu had always been ashamed and resentful of Zhou Yuan's shameless behavior towards her, after hearing the two words Lu Yao, she suddenly reacted. There must be someone with the same name as Lu Yao. But for Lu Yu, his first reaction when he heard this name was his own sister. In addition, she had just heard the conversation between Zhou Yuan and Lu Minghui. Zhou Yuan kept saying that she was his girlfriend, and his tone didn't sound fake. Thinking back to how his sister Lu Yao had inexplicably appeared on the 6th floor today, he thought carefully that it seemed that his sister was wearing the same clothes as him. Now, everything seems to make sense. That shameless bastard outside might be my sister's boyfriend. And because she was wearing exactly the same clothes as her sister Lu Yao today, she ended up recognizing the wrong person. This can also explain why I always felt that my sister Lu Yao was a little weird today. In the past, when he met me, he would probably pester me, but today, when he saw me, the first thing he did was to pee. It's obvious, this girl came out with her boyfriend, but she was afraid of being caught by me, so she felt guilty. But there is something that Lu Yu can't understand. Is that why Zhou Yuan appears here on the 9th floor? Of course, I couldn't figure it out, but considering that Zhou Yuan was really my sister's boyfriend, if I made a big deal out of it, it would be even more embarrassing. What will outsiders say then? Two sisters share one boyfriend? What did the elder sister do with her younger sister's boyfriend in the bathroom? God knows what kind of rumors this will turn into in the end. Instead of that, it's better to grit your teeth and swallow the bitterness now. Anyway, there is only one witness, Lu Minghui, and she insisted that Zhou Yuan was her boyfriend. At most, Lu Minghui would misunderstand that she and her boyfriend were messing around in the bathroom. Even if Lu Minghui spreads this matter later, it would just be a private affair between lovers being exposed. This kind of thing is actually very common in this era. After all, which couple has not done something bold? Even if it is spread again, the impact will not be that big. It's much better than letting people know that Zhou Yuan is his sister's boyfriend and creating this complicated triangle relationship. Chapter 173. It's hard to explain. And in Lu Yu's opinion, temporarily acknowledging that Zhou Yuan is her boyfriend actually has some other benefits. That is to take advantage of this opportunity, and since she happened to be caught by Lu Minghui, she would just let Lu Minghui give up his desire to pursue her. This way, at least I can get rid of the trouble of Lu Minghui. It was because she thought of so many things in an instant that Lu Yu gritted her teeth and suppressed her anger, admitting Zhou Yuan's identity as her boyfriend in front of Lu Minghui. This can be considered as a way to help Zhou Yuan, and also as a way to help herself. But Lu Yu obviously overlooked one thing. That is, Zhou Yuan was calling Lu Yao, and Lu Minghui also heard this name. However, Lu Yu didn't take this omission into consideration at all. On the contrary, because Lu Minghui had already left, the huge amount of shame and anger that Lu Yu was holding in her heart could no longer help but rush into her mind, making her furious and giving her the urge to kill someone. to the extent that at this moment, a murderous aura was emanating from Lu Yu. She turned her head instantly and looked at Zhou Yuan fiercely. Then, before he could even get angry, Lu Yu was stunned with a look of surprise. When she saw Zhou Yuan's face, she recognized him instantly. Why is it you? In fact, since the misunderstanding just now, Lu Yu has never seen Zhou Yuan's face. Even those inferences were due to Zhou Yuan calling out Lu Yao's name twice. Zhou Yuan was also confused at this time. You. He didn't expect what bad luck he had today, and he actually ran into this woman again. At this time, Lu Yu came back to his senses first, frowned, stared at Zhou Yuan coldly and fiercely, and asked, "What is your relationship with my sister?" Your sister? Zhou Yuan was confused for a moment. Lu Yao is my sister. Lu Yu gritted his teeth in anger. I'm rough. I'm so fucking. How come I encountered such a bloody moment? Zhou Yuan's old face twitched instantly. This woman is actually Lu Yao's sister. Isn't this kid in big trouble? I first slapped this woman on the 6th floor, and just now I did something like that. It's over. It's over now. How the hell am I going to explain this to Lu Yao later? No. How the hell am I supposed to explain this to Lu Yao, my sister? So what? Sister, all this. Who is your sister? Who are you calling sister? Lu Yu glared instantly, his eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. This bastard. He actually has the nerve to call me sister. What you just did is not right. It is not right. I didn't agree with what you did with my sister. How can you call me sister? That's not right either. I am. My mind is a bit confused. Lu Yu was a little confused for a moment and didn't know where he got angry from. She held her energy for a long time, gritted her teeth and threw away all the chaotic thoughts in her mind, then stared at Zhou Yuan. I'm warning you, you better keep today's events to yourself. If you dare to spread the news, I will never forgive you. And, you and I have never met before today. And I have never seen you before, and I will never see you again. Also, from today on, stay away from my sister. If I find out that you keep pestering my sister, I will make you pay. Things have become too confusing and Lu Yu doesn't know where to start. However, there were 2 points that she was clear about. Of course, today's incident must not be spread out, and the other was that Zhou Yuan must not be allowed to have anything to do with her sister Lu Yao again. Chapter 174 Lu Yu, I'm so angry. Today's embarrassing incident cannot be spread outside. This is human nature and there is nothing to explain. As for why Lu Yao was not allowed to contact Zhou Yuan again, it was naturally because Lu Yu felt that Zhou Yuan was not a good person. This was indeed partly due to the misunderstanding and the beating just now, but the most crucial thing was the matter of Han Qingqing. Lu Yu remembered clearly that the male protagonist who had the exciting game with Han Qingqing in the bathroom that day was the guy in front of him. And this scumbag, not only was he flirting with Han Qingqing, he even dared to flirt with his own sister. It's simply seeking death. Did you hear what I said? Seeing that Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, Lu Yu said something viciously. Zhou Yuan looked embarrassed and didn't know how to start. What the hell, how could he say this? At this moment, suddenly, a soft cry came from outside. Senior? Are you in there? As the voice came, a little head popped out from the door. Now it's good. The last main character, Lu Yao, has also arrived. This girl, you have caused me so much trouble. Why didn't you show up earlier? The moment he saw Lu Yao, Zhou Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and felt extremely depressed. Ah! Sister, why are you here too? Lu Yao didn't notice Zhou Yuan's expression, but saw Lu Yu instead. She screamed in fright and her little face turned pale. Her face turned pale, but Lu Yu's face turned red instantly. There was no way. When Lu Yu saw his sister, he suddenly thought of the experience of being taught a lesson by Zhou Yuan because of a misunderstanding. This scumbag. This bastard. Scum. Such a cruel move. I hate myself for just. The more confused Lu Yu's mind became, the more he couldn't control himself and thought about things he shouldn't have thought about, and the redder his face became. Sister, are you okay? What happened to you? Lu Yao asked cautiously, and took the opportunity to secretly glance at Zhou Yuan, with a look of confusion and curiosity on his face. I'm fine, no. Lu Yu hesitated subconsciously, but suddenly reacted. His eyebrows were raised and his eyes widened. You! Come here! Tell me the truth, who is this guy? What is your relationship with him? Lu Yu pointed at Zhou Yuan, then stared at Lu Yao with a cold and stern face. He is my senior, my friend. Lu Yao trembled with fear and explained in a panic while stammering. Senior? Friend? Lu Yao! You still want to fool me, your elder sister? Tell me the truth, is he your boyfriend? This is because Lu Yu has no beard, otherwise his angry look could be best described by the phrase blowing his beard and glaring, which is really appropriate. Sister, you know everything? Lu Yao did not deny it, but admitted it with a frustrated and pitiful look on her face. You are going to piss me off to death. Do you know who this guy is? Why did you choose a scum like this when you could find any other boyfriend? Lu Yu was furious. My sister is blind. There are so many men in the world, why did you choose to find such a scoundrel? Sister! You! Don't talk nonsense. Senior is a good person. He is not like what you said at all. Even though Lu Yu is Lu Yao's sister, people, especially women, tend to act on their emotions when it comes to love matters. In addition, at Lu Yao's age, she was still a bit rebellious. She had a very good first impression of Zhou Yuan, and when she heard Lu Yu slandering Zhou Yuan, she immediately started to yell in dissatisfaction. As soon as she yelled, Lu Yu felt like he was going to explode. Nice guy? Is this bastard still a good guy? Crazy. This girl is crazy. Do you know that your elder sister was? I'm so pissed. Chapter 175. There is a problem, definitely a problem. The more Lu Yu thought about it, the crazier he became. At this moment, he wished he could hug Zhou Yuan and bite this culprit, this scumbag, to death. However, Lu Yao, after contradicting Lu Yu, felt that it was inappropriate to do so. After all, Lu Yu is her sister. She felt a little guilty and whispered, "Sister, don't be angry. I didn't mean to talk back to you just now. But is there any misunderstanding between you and the senior? The senior is really not a bad person." How could Lu Yao know what kind of twists and turns and bizarre and bloody incident had happened? At this moment, she was only thinking about trying to make peace. Seeing that Lu Yu didn't speak for a while, she had to turn her head and look at Zhou Yuan. Senior, what happened between you and my sister? As Lu Yao spoke, she winked at Zhou Yuan frantically, meaning, no matter what happens, if you have offended my sister, please apologize first. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Your sister and I." Shut up. If you dare to say anything, believe it or not, I will scratch you to death. Lu Yu has never threatened anyone in her life. If you ask a girl like her to say "I'll kill you," she can't say it. She is not used to it. After holding it in for a moment, he blurted out the threatening words he often used when bickering with Wang Yan. This was the first time in Zhou Yuan's life that he heard someone threaten him like this. This is so fucking. Sister, are you sure you are threatening me? Aren't you flirting with me? Is this okay, in front of your sister? What are you looking at? Turn around. Lu Yu felt uncomfortable when Zhou Yuan stared at him, and for no reason he recalled the dozen or so slaps he had received just now. Thinking of those dozen slaps, she felt hot and uncomfortable all over and yelled with a red face. Can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend you, okay. MP, what is going on today? Zhou Yuan was speechless for a while. He thought he was unlucky and didn't want to offend Lu Yu, so he turned his back obediently. Lu Yao looked at her elder sister, then at Zhou Yuan, and became more and more confused. What is going on? Why do I feel like there is something weird between my older sister and my senior? Also, why is my sister in the bathroom over here? That's not right. Sister? Lu Yao suddenly shouted weakly. What are you doing? Lu Yu glared at her unhappily. Why is your skirt wet? Lu Yu was distracted for a moment and screamed in surprise. She looked back and her face instantly turned red. Without saying a word, she turned around and rushed into the cubicle. This skirt got wet when she accidentally sat on the toilet after Zhou Yuan pushed her into the cubicle following a misunderstanding. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. But Lu Yu couldn't help feeling guilty. Others may not know how she reacted after being slapped dozens of times, but how could she not know it herself? Sister, what happened to you? Seeing Lu Yu rush into the cubicle like a rabbit and close the door with his backhand, Lu Yao frowned. Something is wrong, something is definitely wrong. My sister's reaction today was so abnormal. There must be something wrong between her and the senior. Lu Yao turned her head and stared at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan looked extremely embarrassed and wanted to say to Lu Yao, "Don't look at me, I am innocent too, okay?" But he really couldn't say this. Because as an experienced person, he seemed to, maybe, vaguely, probably, possibly, guessed what Lu Yu was like. This girl, I'm afraid she has the same physique as my Fengjing. But if this is really the case, then today's incident is really a lot of fun. How could I be so blind, immature, and mentally retarded before? Why didn't I first find out whether the other party was Lu Yao before taking action? Chapter 176. The more I think, the more confused I get. During this moment, Zhou Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. But the problem is that this misunderstanding has already happened, and it's too late to say anything now. I can only try my best to downplay the matter as much as possible, or think of a way to make Lu Yu forgive me. This also shows that Zhou Yuan has a good heart. If it was someone like Lu Minghui, if he encountered this situation, he would definitely think of ways to take down the sisters Lu Yao and Lu Yu directly, so that he could rest easy. Even if we meet someone more ruthless, he might shamelessly use today's incident and the problems about Lu Yu's physique that he just accidentally discovered to threaten and bribe Lu Yu. Unlike Zhou Yuan, he has already started thinking about whether to compensate Lu Yu in other ways. After all, Zhou Yuan is now much calmer. With a calm mind, he naturally thinks of many things. For example, when Lu Yu saw him and Han Qingqing before, he remembered that Han Qingqing mentioned some information about Lu Yu. It seemed that this woman was the CEO of a company in Yinhai. Or, could you reduce the rent for her company? Or maybe just be generous and waive her rent for a year or two? Although using money to settle such a thing may seem insincere, but who can blame you for the fact that money can make the world go round these days? Show your sincerity, apologize sincerely, and bring Han Qingqing along to explain what happened last time? Should the misunderstanding be cleared up? But looking at Lu Yu's current state, it is unlikely that he would be willing to negotiate with me, and even less likely to give me a chance to explain. If it really doesn't work, let Han Qingqing come forward? When women meet, as long as they are not love rivals, it should be relatively easy to communicate. Zhou Yuan thought about it several times and felt that this method was quite reliable. He was just thinking about that when he heard Lu Yu's voice coming from the cubicle. Lu Yao, you come here. Ah? Oh. Lu Yao was stunned. She glanced at Zhou Yuan with a complicated expression and quickly ran to the cubicle. At this time, Zhou Yuan didn't dare to ask anything or say anything. He could only stand there stupidly. Sister, what did you call me for? In the compartment, Lu Yao poked her little head into the crack of the door and asked timidly. You go downstairs and buy me a skirt, and another. Lu Yu hesitated, and couldn't say the other half of the sentence. Forget it, just go buy me a pair of pants first. Oh okay, I'll go now. Lu Yao didn't think much about it, just responded and was about to leave. Lu Yu suddenly spoke again. Wait a minute, you, what about that guy? Sister, are you talking about the senior? He is right outside. Then you take. Lu Yu wanted to ask Lu Yao to take Zhou Yuan with her, but before she could say anything, she came to her senses. If Zhou Yuan was with his sister, and if his sister asked what happened just now, would Zhou Yuan directly tell her? Even if I don't tell the secret, what if I let it slip? Even if she didn't let the cat out of the bag, she really didn't dare to let Lu Yao be alone with Zhou Yuan after Zhou Yuan mistook her for Lu Yao and treated her too passively with intimacy. Otherwise Lu Yao would be taken advantage of by Zhou Yuan. But if Zhou Yuan is not allowed to be with Lu Yao, does that mean Zhou Yuan should stay in the bathroom with me? What if Zhou Yuan suddenly had evil thoughts, wouldn't he be in great danger? Even if Zhou Yuan had no evil intentions, it would still be embarrassing. Or should we send Lu Yao away first and then send Zhou Yuan away later? But if I don't keep an eye on her, who knows if Lu Yao will secretly contact Zhou Yuan? Or maybe Zhou Yuan secretly went to find Lu Yao. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. What should I do? You can't go downstairs in a wet skirt by yourself, right? Chapter 177. Let that guy go. Some things are just like this. The more you think, the more you worry, and the less ideas you have. Lu Yu was worried that Zhou Yuan would take advantage of her sister Lu Yao, so she didn't dare to let Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao leave together. After all, Zhou Yuan dared to act so recklessly when he had recognized the wrong person, which was tantamount to indirectly proving that in private, this bastard would definitely reach out to Lu Yao. But if I leave Zhou Yuan in the bathroom and keep an eye on him personally, I'm afraid of accidents or embarrassment. After thinking it over and over again, Liu finally came up with a solution that was not a solution in desperation. He asked his younger sister Lu Yao to stay in the bathroom while he kept an eye on it. Then let Zhou Yuan, that bastard, go buy clothes for me. Although it is a bit embarrassing to do this, at least the unknown risk can be minimized. As for how to prevent my sister Lu Yao from having any contact with Zhou Yuan in the future, I'll think about it later, at least I'll get through this hurdle first. Lu Yu's way of thinking, I can't help but accept it. However, although it is a bit weird, considering the premise that Zhou Yuan is not a good person, it is indeed the safest way. As for driving Zhou Yuan away and seeking help from outsiders, in fact, this method is more reliable. After all, she is the boss, and it is very easy for her to just call a female employee down. But the problem is that Lu Yu thinks too much. She is afraid that Zhou Yuan might stay outside and not leave. If she is seen by the female employees, it will be difficult to explain. In addition, this bad thing had already made Lu Yu feel guilty and he didn't want outsiders to know about it, so he subconsciously avoided the idea of asking outsiders for help. This kind of mentality is actually like being coerced. Just because of the subconscious desire to not let outsiders know and not want to make it public, things have become increasingly uncontrollable. Okay, this is getting a bit off topic. Anyway, Lu Yu not only had too many thoughts at this time, but also obviously didn't want to make it public, so after thinking about it, he felt that letting Zhou Yuan run errands was the only good way. She glanced at Lu Yao and whispered, You go tell that guy to, tell him to go downstairs and help, buy me a pair of pants. Let the seniors do this kind of thing? But this is not a good idea, right? Lu Yao frowned and said. Just go when I tell you to. Are you disobedient, girl? Lu Yu didn't know how to explain and could only glare at him arrogantly. Lu Yao immediately shrank her neck, uttered an "oh," turned around and said to Zhou Yuan, Senior, my sister asked you to, buy her a pair of pants. Because the flush in the bathroom was broken and there was a lot of noise, Zhou Yuan didn't quite hear what Lu Yao said. But at least he still heard the 4 words "buy her one." Thinking about the fact that Lu Yu's skirt was wet just now, and then thinking about the problem of Lu Yu's physique that I was still muttering about just now, Zhou Yuan naturally understood what Lu Yao specifically said. It was obvious that she wanted him to run errands and buy clothes. Okay, wait a minute, I'll be there soon. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and trotted out of the bathroom. Anyway, he would feel embarrassed standing in the bathroom in front of sisters Lu Yu and Lu Yao, so he might as well run out and be alone. As soon as Zhou Yuan left, Lu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Without this bastard around, she felt much more relaxed and started calling her sister Lu Yao to carefully interrogate her about her relationship with Zhou Yuan, as well as any information about Zhou Yuan. In front of her elder sister, Lu Yao did not dare to lie and explained everything about Zhou Yuan based on her subjective impression. Chapter 178. Is this guy so powerful? According to what you said, that guy named Zhou Yuan is a rich second-rate guy? After listening to Lu Yao's description, Lu Yu frowned slightly. Rich Erdai. This kind of identity might be attractive to ordinary women and gold diggers, but for an entrepreneur and wealthy woman like Lu Yu, it would not add any points at all. On the contrary, when Lu Yu heard that Zhou Yuan was rich and might be a rich second-generation rich man, his impression of Zhou Yuan plummeted. There's nothing we can do about it, since the reputation of rich people is not very good these days. Besides, Lu Yu had previously discovered Zhou Yuan and Han Qingqing's affair, and after this incident, she had even less of a good impression of him. No, sister, you misunderstood. Senior, he started his own business. He is a first-generation rich man just like you. Afraid that Lu Yu would misunderstand, Lu Yao quickly shook her head and waved her hands to explain. The first generation of rich people? Starting their own business? Him? Lu Yu frowned, a little unconvinced. This thing is stereotype. It was exactly the opposite of Lu Yao's first impression of Zhou Yuan. Yes, the senior is very good. When Lu Yao talked about Zhou Yuan, her face was full of admiration. Lu Yu was jealous and snorted, even if he is a first-generation rich who started his own business, how old is he? How powerful can he be? I am not exaggerating or understating your sister, but she is also considered to be outstanding among her peers. No matter how powerful he is, can he be better than me? Lu Yu was not flattering herself by saying this. Judging from the development of her peers of the same age, apart from those who are particularly talented or have family background, she is definitely one of the top-notch ones. In just a few years, her Huajin Cosmetics has firmly become a third-tier domestic brand. This third-tier brand does not mean a miscellaneous brand, but a genuine third-tier brand. Even though the third tier may sound a bit low-class subjectively, if you have ever started a business or opened a company, you will understand how difficult it is to reach the third-tier level in just a few years. Especially nowadays, in the age of online shopping, surrounded by a bunch of domestic and international brands, it is not easy just to make people remember the name of your product or company. Not to mention that it has reached the third-tier level, which means that many consumers recognize and favor this brand. This is already amazing. But the senior is really amazing, and he is not necessarily worse than you, elder sister. Lu Yao stole a glance at Lu Yu timidly. Just the car that the senior drives, I heard from Wan Wan, is worth more than 3 million. And the senior seems to have another sports car. Wan Wan said that one is even more expensive, it seems to be 10 million. What did you say? 10 million? Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. After working in society for several years, Lu Yu naturally knows the comparison between cars and his own wealth. Usually, if one can afford a luxury car worth 3 or 4 million, then no one would be willing to spend so much without assets 10 or 20 times that amount. If there were any luxury cars worth tens of millions, that bastard named Zhou. Could it be that his net worth is over 100 million? Considering that my sister almost never lies to me, there is no need for her to lie to me about this kind of thing. At this moment Lu Yu was really shocked. A net worth of over 100 million, what the hell does that mean? More than enough to buy her company. What is even more terrifying is that this guy is still a student. Are students these days so talented? Why do I feel like I am really rubbish compared to this bastard? Girl, are you sure you're not lying to me? Are you sure that guy is not a rich guy? Have you ever asked him what kind of company he runs? While Lu Yu was doubting his life a little, he couldn't help but speak again. I'm not sure either, but what the senior said is that he started his own business, so it should be true. And I don't think the senior needs to deliberately pretend to be a first-generation rich. As for what kind of company the senior opened, I never asked, but I heard him mention it a few times. It seemed to be some kind of investment company. Investment company? If you invest, then you can really make a lot of money. Etc. The company has reached a bottleneck recently. It needs a sum of money to expand its scale and move upstream. If Joe really opened an investment company, maybe. Lu Yao's thoughts began to drift. Chapter 179. Buy or not? It's no wonder Lu Yao thought in this way. It was an instinctive reaction. Just like students, what they think about most are school, fun, love, and so on. For the hard-working working class, it's all about overtime, salary, rent, etc. And to be honest, Lu Yu's company is currently in a bottleneck period and really needs a capital injection to change the situation. Of course, Lu Yu was just thinking about this idea. If she were really asked to take the initiative to talk to Zhou Yuan, she would definitely not be able to do so. Are you kidding me? I was just taken advantage of by that bastard named Zhou. Now I have to turn around and ask for help from that bastard named Zhou. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Maybe this analogy is not appropriate, but that's the meaning anyway. In this way, some things seem to make sense. No wonder Han Xingqing was so bold to play exciting games with this Zhou guy. It's obvious that she knows Zhou's wealth. After all, compared with a net worth of over 100 million, Han Xingqing's identity as a manager of the Yinhai Building Management Office is really not enough. But speaking of my sister's luck, it has been really good since she was a child. She actually ran into a guy with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. No. That guy named Zhou is not a good person at all. This kind of thing shouldn't be called good luck, it should be called bad luck. I'm telling you, Lu Yao, you better listen to me. Lu Yu suddenly reacted and stared at Lu Yao with a stern face. Sister, you, don't scare me, what do you want to say? Lu Yao shivered for no reason. My sister looks like this now, so scary. Let me make it clear to you in advance. I strongly disagree with what you're doing with that Zhou guy. You'd better cut off all ties with him as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for telling Mom. Lu Yu said in a cold tone. Why can't I date a senior? Lu Yao pouted immediately. Lu Yu immediately glared at him and said, Are you stupid? That guy is not a good person at all. If you stay with him, you will definitely be the one who suffers. Lu Yao said aggrievedly, Sister, how can you be like this? What did the senior do to you that you look down on him so much? He is obviously better than you. The first half of the sentence was fine, but the last sentence, better than you, made Lu Yu almost vomit blood. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you just listen to what I say? Do you know that I saw this Joe guy messing around with another woman a few days ago? Originally, Lu Yu didn't want to talk about this kind of thing, but thinking about it, in order to make her sister Lu Yao give up, she told it anyway. Lu Yao's face changed when she heard this, and she shook her head in panic. That's impossible, Senior is not that kind of person. Not that kind of person? How could what I saw with my own eyes be false? Just a few days ago, he and a certain woman were doing that kind of thing in the bathroom upstairs in our company. Anyway, this kind of nonsense has already been talked about, so Lu Yu just blurted it all out. At this moment, Lu Yao was really dumbfounded, and her expression was a little dazed. No. Impossible. Impossible. Senior is not that kind of person. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhou Yuan stood awkwardly in front of a women's lingerie store, hesitating for a while. He bought all the pants and skirts, and because he didn't know the sizes, he just ordered one in every size. It can be said that this is quite thoughtful. However, because he had considered it so carefully, Zhou Yuan was now a little hesitant. Should he buy some underwear for Lu Yu? After all, Lu Yu's skirt was wet. I guess her underwear wouldn't be much better. But I helped buy it, it always feels a bit awkward. But if I don't buy that, will Lu Yu think I did it on purpose? After struggling with his conscience for a long time, Zhou Yuan finally walked into the store. Chapter 180. This guy is really rich. At this time, there are many people shopping and business is booming. But in this luxuriously decorated lingerie store, there were no people. So as soon as I walked in, a group of female shop assistants looked over at me. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, even though Zhou Yuan considered himself thick-skinned, he couldn't stand it. Hello sir, how can I help you? Zhou Yuan couldn't stand it, but the shop assistant had seen this many times and came up to him with a smile. As a result, the more the clerk laughed, the more embarrassed Zhou Yuan felt. He hesitated for a long time and said, I came to. Seeing his expression, the salesgirl smiled and said, Sir, are you here to buy underwear for your girlfriend? Are you planning to give it to your girlfriend as a gift? In the girl's opinion, if a man comes alone to buy women's underwear, it must be given as a gift. Zhou Yuan wanted to shake his head and subconsciously replied, No. But after thinking about it, I decided to stop. After all, in such embarrassing situations, it's better not to bother explaining anything. Just buy the things and get out of here. Yes, I want to give it to someone. Zhou Yuan nodded shyly. The salesgirl smiled and said, Sir, can you tell me your girlfriend's size? Size? Who the hell knew this? I'm not Hawkeye. Zhou Yuan secretly complained, subconsciously glanced at the shop assistant, and said awkwardly, It should be about the same as you. The salesgirl was not surprised and didn't feel embarrassed. She smiled and asked, What about the styles? What do you and your girlfriend like? I like you, Grandpa. Is that something I like? And sister, why are you so enthusiastic? Why don't you just buy me a few? Zhou Yuan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said vaguely, This, don't ask me. Please help me choose. Price is not a problem. I'll go to the counter and wait. Because it was so embarrassing, Zhou Yuan really couldn't stand it anymore. He said something and quickly went to the counter. Anyway, he has enough money, so he can let the shop assistant pick whatever he wants. Even if he gets ripped off, it doesn't matter, as long as he can leave this place as soon as possible. This man, judging by his clothes and his tone, he must be a rich man. But I didn't expect that she would be so shy. Give it to your girlfriend, or give him a hand. There happened to be a few special sets in the store, the price was not cheap. I could take this opportunity to make some money. The female clerk, with the intention of making some money and kindly helping Zhou Yuan, turned around and ran to the corner. These days, there is a consensus that is not really a consensus. The less material something uses, sometimes the more expensive it is. Waiting for the checkout. Zhou Yuan didn't bother to look at what the salesgirl picked out for him. He just looked at a few exquisite gift boxes and gift bags. When he swiped his card, he directly spent more than 60,000 yuan. For Zhou Yuan, who has assets worth over 100 million yuan, this money is just like a few dollars for ordinary people and he doesn't care at all. After paying the bill, Zhou Yuan hurried to the 9th floor. When they reached the bathroom door, Zhou Yuan didn't feel comfortable going in this time. He called Lu Yao out and handed the bag to her. "I've bought all the clothes and everything. I'm not going in. You can give these to your sister." Lu Yao looked at Zhou Yuan with a complicated look, said "oh" and handed the bag over. Seeing so many things, Lu Yu was stunned. "I just asked him to buy a pair of pants, but this guy, what's the matter with buying more than a dozen sets of pants and skirts? And this guy. This is really rich. These clothes all belong to Xiang Nair. This guy even bought this skirt? This one alone costs tens of thousands." As Lu Yu was flipping through the shelves, she saw the skirt that she had been eyeing for a long time but had not been willing to buy. This guy named Zhou, although his character is questionable, he is willing to give. Etc. What are these? While muttering, Lu Yu noticed a few of the bags. She took out the box and opened it, her face turned red. Chapter 181. I warn you, don't mess with my sister again. Inside this box is a set of underwear that is hard to describe. Anyway, after taking a quick glance, I guess there's not much difference between wearing this thing or not. This bastard. Flowing. Sheen beast. Shameless scum. Scum cesium demon. You actually gave me this kind of sexy underwear. Lu Yu's face turned red as blood and he cursed in his heart. But as he was cursing, Lu Yu suddenly realized that this is a secret agent from the Imperial Palace. And this set of underwear. I seem to have seen it online, and it seems to cost less than 20,000 yuan per set. This bastard. What does that mean? Lu Yu was really a little confused. Are you saying that Zhou Yuan bought this thing on purpose to disgust himself? But isn't it too much to spend money? How could these sets of houses cost at least 40,000 or 50,000 yuan? But if Zhou Yuan is thoughtful and knows that he needs inner support. But what kind of operation is it to buy this style? Lu Yu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. The most important thing is that I didn't dare and was too embarrassed to ask Zhou to help me buy it before, so that was fine. But now that bastard Zhou really bought it. Should I wear it or not? Lu Yu was standing in the cubicle, his mind was in a mess, and he was struggling with his conscience. At last, Lu Yu finally gave in. Anyway, this bastard named Zhou spent money, it would be a waste if he doesn't wear it. What's more, I have to go back to the company to work overtime. I can't not wear it. While comforting herself, Lu Yu quickly changed her clothes. Of course she would never admit it, but in fact she also wanted to try this top brand of underwear and see how different it would feel when worn. There is no way around it, luxury goods are so destructive to women. Of course, this has nothing to do with materialism. It's mainly because women pursue luxury goods, just like they pursue romance. It's completely natural. Or racial talent. After changing his clothes, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the other bags and decided to accept them all. After carrying her things out of the door, Lu Yao was still standing outside in a daze. What Lu Yu had just told her about Zhou Yuan's affair had obviously hit this girl hard. Let's go, Yao Yao, that kind of man is not worth it. Come back to the company with me first, and after get off work, you can come back to my place tonight. Lu Yao responded numbly, letting Lu Yu lead her and followed her out. Zhou Yuan was standing outside, worrying about what was going on inside. When he turned around, he saw Lu Yu and Lu Yao coming out. He wanted to say hello, but felt awkward and stood there for a while, not knowing how to start. Lu Yu and Lu Yao glanced at him, ignored him directly, moved away slightly, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan became a little anxious. What is the explanation for today's incident? How come even Lu Yao is silent? Yao Yao, you! Zhou Yuan couldn't help but shout. Lu Yao didn't turn around, but Lu Yu suddenly stopped, turned his head, put on a cold look, and stared at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, let me tell you, I will be generous and not bother with you about what happened today. But you better listen to me, stay away from my sister from now on. Besides, I have already told my sister about your bad deeds. So if you still have some shame, stop pestering my sister. My shit? What the hell happened to me? Wait, is this guy talking about the last time with Han Qingqing? I'm so fucking stupid, this guy actually told Lu Yao about this? MMP. That's obviously a misunderstanding. Zhou Yuan looked depressed and explained, "What happened last time was just a misunderstanding. It was not what you saw at all." Misunderstanding? Do you think I, Lu Yu, am blind or stupid? Forget it, I don't want to talk to a scum like you anyway, just remember this. Don't mess with my sister again. Lu Yu didn't even listen to Zhou Yuan's explanation. She said something coldly and pulled Lu Yao away. However, after hearing these words, Lu Yao raised her head and stood still. "Senior, are you telling the truth?" In a word. Lu Yu's face turned pale. "This girl. Your backbone. Your self-esteem. Are you trying to piss me off to death?" Chapter 182. How could what I saw with my own eyes be false? Of course what I said is true. What happened that day was really just a misunderstanding. Seeing Lu Yao speak, Zhou Yuan hurriedly explained. "Sister." Lu Yao immediately looked at Lu Yu. "You. Are you trying to piss me off to death, Lu Yao? How stupid are you? Can't you see that this guy is just trying to quibble? And I beg you to use your brain, okay? Have you ever seen that scumbag admitted himself after doing something bad? It's a good thing that Lu Yao is Lu Yu's biological sister, otherwise Lu Yu would really want to just give up and let this girl experience the beating of society." But the senior said it was a misunderstanding. Lu Yao said again. Now, Lu Yu was furious and said angrily, "Lu Yao, are you really going to piss me off to death? He said it was a misunderstanding? I beg you. I am your sister, how can I cheat you? You damn girl. You would rather trust others than me? Don't be angry, sister, I didn't mean that, I. Lu Yao didn't know how to persuade him for a moment, and then subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. "Ms. Lu, what happened before was really a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, I can call Manager Han over and let her explain it to you in person." Zhou Yuan originally wanted to resolve the misunderstanding, so he spoke immediately upon seeing this. "Explain? What's there to explain? Who knows if you and Manager Han have colluded?" Lu Yu was reluctant to vent her anger on her sister, so she simply directed all her anger at Zhou Yuan. As she spoke, her eyes widened with anger, and she looked like a tigress. Zhou Yuan was so annoyed by her yelling that he felt a headache. He said depressedly, "No. How can I explain it to you so that you will believe it? It really is a misunderstanding. You're talking nonsense. Do you think I'm a fool? How can what I saw with my own eyes be false?" Lu Yu was very angry at the moment, as if she had reached menopause, and couldn't listen to anything. Zhou Yuan was a little annoyed by her stubborn attitude, and said angrily, "Can you please stop being so unreasonable? I told you it was a misunderstanding, but you won't listen to my explanation." "I'm being unreasonable?" Lu Yu's eyes widened as he listened, and his chest heaved up and down with anger. This bastard, he still refuses to admit his mistake even when the time comes. "Okay. Aren't you being stubborn? Don't you want to explain? I'll give you this opportunity today. I really want to see what you can explain to me. Mr. Zhou, I'm giving you this chance today. Don't you want to explain? Then show me the evidence. If I really misunderstood you, I will apologize to you immediately. But if you can't produce evidence, you better get the hell out of here as far away as possible. Disappear from my sister forever." Lu Yu forced himself to calm down, then spoke in an extremely cold voice. When she said this, she even played a little trick. Don't say that she doesn't think she misunderstood. Even if it was a misunderstanding, there was no one present at the time, so no one could prove it. And there was no surveillance equipment in the bathroom. To put it bluntly, Zhou Yuan should forget about getting away with this crime. As for why she was so petty, it was naturally because she didn't have any good feelings towards Zhou Yuan, and she didn't want Zhou Yuan to have anything to do with her sister at all. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan wanted to nod in agreement. But at this time, the system that had not appeared for a few days popped up again. "Congratulations, host, you now have an opportunity to choose. Option 1, the opponent is taking the lead, so it is better to avoid the attack for the time being. Reward, 5 million gold, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, ignore this crazy woman, just retreat to advance, and deal with Lu Yao privately. Reward, 5 million cash, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, how can a man admit defeat? Fight this woman to the end. And if you want to play big. Reward, 10 million yuan, 2 system treasure chests. Chapter 183. If you can prove it, I will follow your terms. In fact, there is no need for the system to show up. Zhou Yuan also intends to fight Lu Yu to the end this time. Now that the system provides the option, you can also get a wave of rewards for free, which of course couldn't be better. Zhou Yuan chose the third option without hesitation. As for the third item, if you want to play big. Zhou Yuan quickly came up with an idea. I have no problem proving my innocence with evidence, but isn't your condition just now a little too unfair? Why, you feel guilty? Lu Yu suddenly sneered. This bastard just kept saying he wanted to explain, but now that I've given him a chance, he's actually evading the question. What the hell, if this isn't a guilty conscience, then what is this? But the more guilty this guy feels, the more we can't let him go. Since you think it's unfair, I'll give you a fair chance. Tell me what you want. If I can't find evidence to prove my innocence, then I will agree to one of your conditions. But similarly, if I can prove my innocence, you have to agree to one of my conditions. This one condition can be mentioned casually. In terms of playing big, this is definitely a big one. Lu Yu was not stupid. He frowned instantly and felt a little worried for some reason. She was also afraid that if Zhou Yuanjin found some evidence, it would not be fun later. Just a second thought. Who knows if this Zhou guy was trying to scare me like this on purpose? What if this guy has no evidence at all and is just bluffing? If I don't agree, wouldn't that be falling into Zhou Yuan's trap? Okay, let's do as you say. If you have evidence to prove your innocence, I'll give you any condition you want. Lu Yu made up his mind immediately, and then said, don't waste time, show us the evidence. If you want simple evidence, I'll make a phone call and we'll see. But it's not convenient here, so let's find a quiet place first. It's not very decent to stand at the bathroom door. Zhou Yuan took sisters Lu Yu and Lu Yao directly to a tea restaurant on the 7th floor, asked for a private room, and ordered some snacks. Mr. Zhou, stop wasting time. Didn't you ask for proof? There's no one else here now. Whatever you want to do, hurry up and don't waste our sister's time. After taking a seat, Lu Yu couldn't help but speak. Okay, I'll call right away, but you two just keep quiet. It is both difficult and easy to prove innocence in this kind of matter. It's difficult. It's just the same as what Lu Yu planned. There is no witness and no surveillance, so it's hard to explain. But it's easy to say. Just call Han Xingqing and talk to her on speakerphone in front of Lu Yu, and the truth will come out naturally. As for whether Lu Yu would believe it, Zhou Yuan has come to terms with it now. He can't control Lu Yu over this matter anyway, so just let it go. On the contrary, as long as Lu Yao believes in herself, that will be enough. If it doesn't hinder my contact and in-depth development with Lu Yao, then it won't be a big problem. Besides, the rewards for the choices had just been issued, so there was no need for him to make Lu Yu believe his explanation just for the reward. Speaking of rewards, the rewards were issued on the way to the tea restaurant just now. Zhou Yuan didn't rush to make a call, but secretly opened the box first. There are 2 system treasure chests, one of which was recently used to deal with attributes, and 5 points of charm were opened. The other one came up with something new. Wish card. Wish card, after using it, there is a chance to make a wish come true, but the bigger the wish, the lower the success rate. And the wish cannot be against the will of heaven and earth, otherwise it will be directly invalid. In addition, if the card is in effect and the user takes actions that are beyond the scope of their wishes or the scope specified by the card, the effect will be directly interrupted and the user will be punished more severely than the behavior. Zhou Yuan couldn't say whether this thing was good or bad, but it was a bit too broad to do anything harmful to others. For example, trying to trick someone or defraud them of their money, these are all considered to be harmful to the world. But looking at the price in the mall, this thing probably has some use. After all, the price is at least 1,000 points, which is the same level as a gambling card. Zhou Yuan didn't study this thing for long. After coming to his senses, he quickly took out his cell phone, found Han Xingqing's number, and dialed it. Chapter 184. Even if it's a misunderstanding, I will never admit it. Seeing Zhou Yuan dialing the phone, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. Her anger has subsided a little now, and her mind is much clearer and more alert. In the blink of an eye, you can tell what Zhou Yuan is up to. Judging from this, the most likely possibility is to call Han Xingqing and ask Han Xingqing to explain. But then again, how could this Zhou really dare to call? Wasn't he afraid that Han Xingqing would speak too quickly and say something wrong? Or maybe, this Zhou guy informed Han Xingqing in advance? That's not right. I didn't see this bastard Zhou touch his phone at all during this trip. This means that there should be no chance or possibility for the two parties to collude. Could it be that I really misunderstood? It was not until this moment that Lu Yu began to face this problem. She was somewhat worried, and even began to subconsciously recall the scene of that day. I heard a scream. I went into the bathroom. I blinked and saw Han Xingqing standing against the wall with her face flushed. The bastard surnamed Zhou was sticking to Han Xingqing at the time. Wait. I remember, this guy was wearing pants. And the pants seemed tied properly? No way. Could it be that I really misunderstood? Lu Yu suddenly felt a little panicked. If this is really a misunderstanding, then this bet, isn't it lost? No. No. Even if it's a misunderstanding, I can never admit it. Besides, this bastard actually hit me before. Lu Yu thought of those dozen slaps again, and not only did his face turn red, but even his buttocks felt numb, painful, and itchy. But then again, that bastard surnamed Shou, he recognized the wrong person at that time. He thought of himself as Lu Yao, that's why. Wrong. Even if he recognized the wrong person, this guy dared to do this to Lu Yao, which is unforgivable. But he and Lu Yao seem to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Doing this is not out of line. No. Even if you are boyfriend and girlfriend, you can't do this. Lu Yu. You must not be soft-hearted. Calm down. Believe in yourself. This guy in front of you. He is a scumbag. A rogue devil. Lu Yu was torn between his conscience and his desires in his mind, a typical case of schizophrenia and a drama-ridden person. This way. The phone, which was on speakerphone, rang only 2 or 3 times and was immediately connected. Speaking of answering the phone, there is a very interesting phenomenon. Generally speaking, especially between opposite sexes, whoever answers the other person's call faster has more potential to be licked. 2 or 3 blind tones are at most the result of the other party ringing once or twice. The speed at which Han Xingqing answered the phone is very telling. Hello, Mr. Zhou, why did you think of calling me? On the other end of the phone, Han Xingqing, who was lying on the bed and watching videos out of boredom, immediately sat up when she saw the call from her sponsor. The sponsor called. This late at night. Don't you have any ideas? What if the financial sponsor really makes some excessive demands? Should I agree to it? If I don't agree, will it make my financial sponsor unhappy? But if I agree, wouldn't it be too fast? So annoying. What should I do? After Han Xingqing replied, she began to have wild thoughts. Well, this is another veteran actor. Zhou Yuan had no idea that Han Xingqing could think so much in an instant. If he had known, he would have kneeled down to this sister. He spoke to himself, I'm calling to apologize for what happened last time. I'm really sorry for causing such a big misunderstanding and for letting someone see us. I don't know if this will have any negative impact on you. I'm really sorry. Chapter 185 Han Xingqing's Inner Drama. On the other end of the phone, Han Xingqing sighed regretfully. I actually thought that my sponsor had some hidden agenda towards me. So he called me today just to apologize? Isn't this too insincere? If you want to apologize, at least ask me out to apologize in person. Maybe it can develop naturally. Han Xingqing felt disappointed and complained. Of course, she definitely didn't dare to say such words to Zhou Yuan. She blinked and smiled, Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. You have already said that what happened before was a misunderstanding. How could I blame you, Mr. Zhou? Han Xingqing's words quickly reached Lu Yu and Lu Yao's ears through the speakerphone. At this moment, the expressions of the two sisters were obviously different. Lu Yu's face looked a little ugly, as if he had run into some trouble. On the other hand, Lu Yao's originally uneasy expression instantly disappeared, and her face showed some happiness, as well as some embarrassed guilt. Obviously. I really misunderstood the senior before. It's all my sister's fault. She insisted that the senior was a bad person, and made me almost ignore him. What does it mean that a girl should not be kept when she grows up? That's it. If Lu Yu or even her parents knew what Lu Yao was thinking at the moment, they would all cry together. The juicy little cabbage they raised at home had already started to become disloyal. Oh, that's not right. It's the cabbage we grew at home. It has already started to dig itself out and is jumping around, ready to be put into a pig's mouth. Zhou Yuan didn't notice the sister's expressions, and said according to the words he had prepared in his mind, but what happened that day is indeed my fault. If I hadn't rashly gone to deliver the paper to you, this trouble wouldn't have happened. Zhou Yuan was not stupid either. He took the opportunity to bring up the reason of feeding paper. Since he had to prove his innocence anyway, it would be best to explain the whole story, the cause, the process, and the outcome in front of the two sisters Lu Yu and Lu Yao. Mr. Zhou, how can you be blamed for this? Besides, if I hadn't asked you to help deliver the paper, this wouldn't have happened. Han Qingqing said this casually, feeling a little strange in her heart. Why do I feel like my sponsor is acting strange today? Why is he still harping on the misunderstanding in the bathroom that day? Etc. The 3 sentences of the sponsor's father are all about the misunderstanding last time. Is he trying to hint at me? TSK. Dad really knows how to play. No. Now is not the time to think about this. If this is really a hint, then should I agree or not? Han Qingqing fell into dramatic contemplation. Anyway, the sponsor doesn't look bad, and we are quite compatible. Besides, I don't have a boyfriend, and I've been single for more than a year. If it really doesn't work, just treat it as an indulgence? It's natural for men and women to love each other, especially since this is the rich sponsor. The entire Inhai building belongs to your father. Never mind. The sponsor finally called me, so I just agreed. What if we can become a couple? That would also solve my single problem. Han Qingqing thought about it for a while and came up with an idea. At this moment, Zhou Yuan spoke on the phone. Well, since you don't blame me, then I feel relieved. It's getting late now, so I won't disturb your rest. After saying this, there was a dead tone on the other end of the phone. Hey. What is going on? Isn't this a hint? Isn't it that the sponsor is interested in me? I haven't even agreed yet. Why did the sponsor hang up the phone? Did I make my dad angry because I didn't express my opinion in time? Han Qingqing looked at her phone stupidly, lost in deep thought about life. Chapter 186 Lu Yu who refused to give in. Zhou Yuan didn't know that he had missed a chance to have a romantic relationship. Of course, even if he knew he should hang up the phone, he would still do so. After all, Zhou Yuan was interested in Han Qingqing, but he had not planned on anything really happening. He is not an animal. It is impossible for him to do that to a woman just because he sees her. If that were the case, he would no longer be a human being and would rather be a qin beast. Furthermore, even if we miss it today, if we really want to, there will be plenty of opportunities sooner or later. Well, you heard everything clearly on the phone, right? Manager Han admitted it himself. It was all a misunderstanding before. What else do you have to say, Miss Lu? Zhou Yuan turned his head and looked at Lu Yu. As I said, he doesn't care whether Lu Yu admits it or not. But we can't lose our face or our momentum. He has proved his innocence and is in the right and in the upper hand, so why shouldn't he strike down Lu Yu's arrogance? If you say it is, then it is. How do I know if you and Han Qingqing have colluded in advance? In short, I will never believe it without actual evidence. In his heart, Lu Yu had already accepted the situation 70% to 80%, but on the surface, he absolutely could not admit defeat. Otherwise, wouldn't she have to agree to this bastard Zhou's condition? Sister, how can you do this? Senior has already clarified everything. Lu Yao looked at Lu Yu with a little reluctance. This girl didn't think about it as a bet, she just simply felt that her sister's attitude was a bit indecent at the moment. She was obviously wrong, but she refused to admit it. I'm telling you, girl, did he drug you? I'm your sister. I'm your sister. And you're actually speaking for him. This is the 3rd time today that Lu Yu has been driven crazy by his own sister. I was just saying, why are you so fierce, sister? Lu Yao was a little scared and lowered her head. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan said, okay, Miss Lu, you don't have to embarrass Yao Yao. Anyway, I have explained what I should explain and proved what I should prove. Whether you believe it or not is your business, and I have no interest in forcing you. Originally, when things had come to this point, Lu Yu had already thought of a countermeasure. That is, don't waste time talking to Zhou Yuan, and don't care what Zhou Yuan says, just take Lu Yao away and be done with it. But what Lu Yao said just now made her angry again. She was so angry that she couldn't bear to vent it on her sister. Zhou Yuan just spoke up, and in her eyes, he was pretending to be generous. She immediately took her anger out on Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, stop pretending to be a good person and magnanimous. What do you mean by force? It's really funny. You just want to force it, can you force it? I've told you clearly that I just don't believe your explanation. What can you do to me? It's normal for women to be unreasonable when they get angry. It's just basic behavior. If she were to reason with you, well, that would be a bit scary. Of course, Zhou Yuan understood this truth and didn't want to waste any words with Lu Yu at all. However, the boss of Go's system went crazy today and showed up again after more than 10 minutes. Congratulations, host, you now have an opportunity to choose. Option 1, this woman is angry, don't bother with her. Reward, $5 million, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, this woman obviously wants to quarrel, so fight her to the end. Reward, 5 million yuan, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, curb this woman's arrogance and find a way to successfully punish her. Reward, 10 million yuan, 2 system treasure chests. Chapter 187. I'm sorry, please punish me. Punishment? This is really giving me a difficult problem. How can I punish this crazy woman at this time? I can't hit her, can I? Looking at option 3, which had the highest return, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but frown. Speaking of which, the system boss is also crazy. What are you doing here at this time? Zhou Yuan felt unhappy in his heart. What's wrong? You were so arrogant just now, why are you silent now? Lu Yu hadn't completely vented yet, and seeing Zhou Yuan was silent, he sneered again. Sister, you, please say less. Lu Yao couldn't bear it any longer, she muttered something under her breath, and tugged at the hem of Lu Yu's clothes. Shut up and stay away. Lu Yu glared at Lu Yao angrily. This girl is really hopeless. At this time, she is still protecting this bastard named Zhou. No. Today I must have a good time with this Zhou guy. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zhou Yuan with a sneer. Why don't you say something? Come on, I'm giving you a chance now. I want to see how you plan to force it. Okay, you are so arrogant. Then don't blame me. Originally, because you are Lu Yao's sister, I have been tolerant and didn't want to make a fuss about it. But since you are looking for trouble yourself, there is no need for me to be polite. Zhou Yuan was also getting angry, so he chose option 3 without saying anything. As for how to deal with Lu Yu, how to punish this crazy woman, Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and made a decision. There is a saying that goes, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. To put it another way, when dealing with people, you have to strike at their weak points. As for Lu Yu's weakness, the first thing that came to Zhou Yuan's mind was the embarrassing scene and related discoveries in the toilet. That is Lu Yu's physique problem. This woman has embarrassed me, so there is no need for me to save face for her. If I don't teach her a lesson this time, I'm not going to be Zhou anymore. Zhou Yuan muttered viciously and quickly found the immobilization card from his system backpack. With this thing, I won't be afraid of Lu Yu's resistance. When the time comes, I'll take the opportunity to teach Lu Yu a lesson and let this crazy woman remember it for a long time. Zhou Yuan muttered viciously and quickly found the wish card from the system backpack. I just got this thing, now is a good time to try it out and see if it works. Zhou Yuan immediately selected it and used it, then silently recited his wish. In the blink of an eye, there was a ding sound as a reminder. The current wish is in effect. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the wish card turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lu Yu's body. Is it effective? And then? Is that it? Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. But at this moment, Lu Yu's face suddenly changed, and he looked a little absent-minded. He looked like he was sleepwalking or had lost his soul. She turned her head blankly and looked at Lu Yao, and said, Yao Yao, go out first. I have something to discuss with Zhou Yuan. Lu Yao was stunned. What's going on? Why is my sister suddenly kicking me out? Also, why does my sister have such a weird expression? What are you standing there for? I tell you to get out, right now. Lu Yu said again in a daze. Lu Yao said oh reluctantly, looked at Zhou Yuan worriedly, then got up reluctantly and left the private room. As soon as Lu Yao left, the door closed with a click. Lu Yu suddenly stood up, turned to the door, and locked it. Then she strode to the table and looked at Zhou Yuan seriously and sincerely. I was wrong. My attitude was wrong just now. I'm sorry. Please punish me. Lu Yu said this, turning around and lying on the table. I am so. Is this okay? Isn't this too evil? Zhou Yuan was shocked. He was also curious about how the wish card would work, and guessed that it might be a coincidence created by the system. But damn, he really didn't expect that this wish card was so direct and unreasonable. But who cares whether it makes sense or not? Let us teach this crazy woman a lesson first. Chapter 188, I'm going to fight you, you bastard. Outside the private room. Just one door away. Lu Yao stood outside uncomfortably, pacing in circles like an ant on a hot pan. I don't know what my sister is going to say to the senior after kicking me out. Is she going to threaten the senior? Lu Yao felt extremely uneasy. After turning around dozens of times, she felt a little dizzy. Finally, she couldn't help her curiosity and looked around timidly, making sure that no one was in the corridor. Then she put her head against the door like a thief. It was naturally difficult to hear clearly through the door. Faintly, Lu Yao seemed to hear some movement. The senior and the elder sister, are they fighting? But this noise doesn't seem like a fight. Why does it feel like a slap in the face? Could it be that the elder sister is beating the senior? Lu Yao panicked, but when she thought about it, it seemed unlikely. She felt like a cat scratching her heart, and she pressed herself against the door, wanting to hear more clearly. Unfortunately, the soundproofing effect of the private room in this tea restaurant is too good. Apart from the faint sound of slapping, no other sounds can be heard. Suddenly, a loud shout came from inside the private room. Lu Yao was startled and panicked. She pushed the door subconsciously, only to find that it was locked. Sis. Are you okay, sis? Although Lu Yao didn't think Zhou Yuan would do anything to her sister, the scream just now still made her a little worried. I'm fine, wait outside now. In the private room, Lu Yu shouted to the outside. Then, she stared at Zhou Yuan with murderous eyes. She didn't know what was going on with her just now. At that moment, she inexplicably felt that she had done something wrong, and her mind was in a mess, so she apologized to Zhou Yuan. Am I out of my mind? Why should I apologize to this person? I clearly did nothing wrong. Could it be that I didn't get enough rest these past 2 days and I was mentally disturbed? This man actually accepted my apology calmly. This bastard. This scumbag. I will fight you. I will perish with you. Lu Yu rushed towards Zhou Yuan like a mad lioness, with her teeth and claws bared. Without saying a word, she stretched out her hand and scratched Zhou Yuan's face. Zhou Yuan was frightened by Lu Yu's appearance, but he reacted quickly and grabbed Lu Yu's wrists in an instant. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Zhou Yuan felt a little guilty at the moment, and he stuttered when he spoke. Originally, he only intended to give Lu Yu a light punishment and a severe warning, and that would be the end of it. As a result, I didn't quite grasp the right measure later. By the time he reacted, Lu Yu had somehow woken up. And then, it became what it is now. You farted. You farted. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yu was so angry that he almost went crazy. From childhood to adulthood, even her parents have never hit her. But today, within just 1 or 2 hours, she had been beaten twice by Zhou Yuan. She wants revenge. She must take revenge. The more Lu Yu thought about it, the angrier he became, but he couldn't free his hands for the moment. In desperation, he opened his mouth and bit Zhou Yuan's arm. Zhou Yuan was caught off guard and was bitten on the arm by Lu Yu. Lu Yu was angry, so his words were naturally very harsh. Zhou Yuan grimaced in pain and couldn't help but said angrily, "Fuck you, let go." But how could Lu Yu listen? Not only did he not listen, but he even tried his best. Zhou Yuan suddenly felt that his flesh was about to be bitten off. In the desperation of pain, he became ruthless and slapped Lu Yu hard on the back with his backhand. Chapter 189, Why is my sister acting weird? Sister. What's wrong with you, sister? Open the door. Senior, sister, please open the door. Outside, Lu Yao was really panicking and couldn't help but banging on the door. After knocking a dozen times, suddenly, with a click, the door was opened. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Looking at Lu Yu, who appeared in front of her with a flushed face and a strange expression. Lu Yao was a little worried. I'm fine, you come with me. Lu Yu hesitated and said something evasively, then gave Lu Yao an order without further ado. But sister, I haven't told the senior yet. Shut up. Follow me. Lu Yu turned around immediately and glared at Lu Yao fiercely. Seeing that her elder sister was really angry, Lu Yao panicked. She dared not disobey and had to follow Lu Yu obediently. But she was worried in her heart. I don't know what happened just now. Why do I always feel that my sister is weird? But my sister is angry now, so it's better not to provoke her. How about asking the senior? Lu Yao secretly took out her cell phone, glanced at Lu Yu in front of her, and quickly sent a WeChat message to Zhou Yuan. Senior, what happened between you and my sister? Why does my sister look weird? In the private room, Zhou Yuan was still in a daze. It was not until he felt his phone vibrate that he reacted. He quickly took out his phone and immediately noticed the message from Lu Yao. Seeing the content of the message, Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly and looked embarrassed. He never thought that those last few hard slaps would actually cause such a big mess. When he reacted and wanted to apologize, Lu Yu seemed like a completely different person. He climbed up with an expressionless face and left without saying a word. There's nothing going on between your sister and me. We just had a quarrel. Well, we can't watch the movie tonight. You should go back with your sister first. I'll take you out later when I'm free. Zhou Yuan was not in a position to explain to Lu Yao, so he could only give a perfunctory response. Lu Yao didn't ask any more questions and followed Lu Yu back to the company obediently. Here, Zhou Yuan didn't stay any longer. After paying the bill, he drove directly back to the villa. When I got home and went upstairs, Wang Lu was not there. She received a call from home yesterday, saying that a cousin was getting married. Wang Lu originally planned to give a red envelope as a gift and had no intention of going back. But her cousin called her personally and insisted that she go back. Wang Lu even mentioned this matter to Zhou Yuan, and Zhou Yuan didn't stop her, so she bought a ticket and rushed back. This trip will probably take a few days. Feng Jing was at home alone. When she saw Zhou Yuan coming back, she immediately came up to him happily. Husband, you are back. Well, how are you? Are you busy today? Zhou Yuan responded, kissed Feng Jing, then hugged Feng Jing and returned to the sofa. How are you? Are you busy today? The investment company that Feng Jing had been asked to run errands for had been officially established, and some of the company's senior management had also been hired through a headhunting company. The remaining ones were some mid-level and ordinary employees, who were still being recruited. Feng Jing has been busy with recruitment these 2 days. It's okay. There's nothing to do. I just stay in the company and occasionally interview employees. As for other things, there are dedicated people to take care of them, so I don't have to worry about it. Feng Jing replied casually, then rubbed against Zhou Yuan's arms and said obediently, by the way, honey, my mother called me today. Zhou Yuan was always in a good mood next to Feng Jing, and couldn't help but smile and asked, what's wrong? Does the mother-in-law have any instructions? Although Feng Jing never expected to get any status from Zhou Yuan, she was still very happy to hear Zhou Yuan calling her mother-in-law. She smiled and kissed Zhou Yuan hard, then said, my mother is fine. She called to tell me that my uncle and sister will be here in a few days, so I'll report to you in advance. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, what's there to report? I welcome my uncle and sister-in-law to come. When they come, I'll take them around. But aren't you busy, husband? If you're not free, I can entertain them myself. They're not outsiders anyway. Feng Jing was quite considerate of Zhou Yuan. Don't worry, no matter how busy I am, I can still spare some time. After all, the people coming here are my little Jingjing's family. Zhou Yuan smiled and scratched Feng Jing's nose. Feng Jing immediately hugged Zhou Yuan and bit him again, then twisted her body dishonestly with seductive eyes. Husband. I want you to check your work. Chapter 190 Unexpected Phone Call. Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye it was almost noon the next day. It was already past noon when Zhou Yuan finally woke up. But Feng Jing was obviously exhausted and was still in a coma. Zhou Yuan was reluctant to wake her up, so he carefully got out of bed and washed up. After cleaning up, it was already 12 o'clock and Zhou Yuan was hungry. I went back to my room to look for my phone and ordered something to eat. As soon as I unlocked my phone, I noticed that there were missed calls and messages on the notification bar. Is it that girl Lu Yao? Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and scrolled down to take a look. He saw the missed calls and text messages from Lu Yao. But in addition to this girl, there were actually several missed calls and text messages from Qinyu. Turning the page further, Zhou Yuan was slightly startled. There was actually another contact in this missed call. Uncle. This. Why did my uncle call me suddenly? Zhou Yuan frowned subconsciously. Speaking of his uncle, there are a lot of old and troublesome things involved. This story begins when Zhou Yuan's parents died in a car accident when he was in junior high school. He was still young at the time, and his uncle's family took care of him after his parents passed away, so it was only natural that they also took care of the property and real estate left by his parents. At that time, the aunt said that she was helping Zhou Yuan save money for college and future marriage. Then she used various other excuses and reasons to coax Zhou Yuan, who was still a junior high school student and didn't know much, into agreeing to sell the house left by his parents. In the first few years after selling the house, my aunt was pretty nice to him. But when Zhou Yuan entered his second year of high school, the situation changed. That year, Zhou Yuan's cousin worked very hard and was admitted to Guadu University in Guadu. Because he was going to live in a first-class big city like Guadu, his expenses in all aspects increased a lot. Unfortunately, that year, Zhou Yuan's uncle had problems at work, and the family's financial situation took a sharp turn for the worse. So, from that time on, my aunt gradually changed. At first, the aunt only complained a few words, but later, she complained to Zhou Yuan all day long, in a sarcastic tone, about the family's financial difficulties and lack of money, and how they couldn't afford to support 2 students. He also found ways to make indirect complaints about his uncle, who was unemployed at the time, in front of Zhou Yuan, saying that his uncle was a superfluous thing in the family who just ate and drank and wasted food every day and was of no use to the family at all. At that time, Zhou Yuan understood that he was disliked by his aunt. As for his uncle, he seldom spoke up for him at that time, and he was probably secretly disliked him. It was also from that time that Zhou Yuan learned to work and study on his own and rarely asked his uncle's family for money. After graduating from high school and being admitted to Guangcheng, Zhou Yuan never asked his uncle's family for a penny again, nor did he contact them again. Originally, the relationship between relatives had come to this point, so it was considered severed, and it would be good if they never had any contact with each other again. But last year, which was the summer when Zhou Yuan was in his freshman year, his uncle was hospitalized due to an acute cerebral infarction and almost died. At that time, Zhou Yuan couldn't bear it, so he went back to visit his uncle once and gave the several thousand yuan he had saved from working and studying to his uncle. Maybe it was because of this incident, plus the fact that he had a close call with death, that my uncle changed a little and started to care about family affection. In the past year, he would occasionally call to ask about things, and would also transfer some pocket money to Zhou Yuan. It was also because of this incident that, although Zhou Yuan still didn't like his aunt very much, he still felt a little bit of kinship with his uncle and cousin. So when I suddenly saw my uncle calling me, Zhou Yuan thought about it and decided to give them a phone call to ask in case anything went wrong. Chapter 191 Senior, you are annoying. In fact, when it comes down to it, it's mainly because Zhou Yuan is not the kind of decisive and ruthless person. Sighing, he called his uncle. After 5 or 6 rings, the line was connected. In the blink of an eye, a somewhat old voice came through. Xiao Yuan, how are you doing recently? I'm fine. Uncle, are you doing well recently? How are you feeling? Although he sometimes felt hatred when thinking about the past, but when he really made the call, especially when he heard his uncle's voice sounding old, Zhou Yuan still softened his heart. Chinese people believe that blood is thicker than water. This is not nonsense. Except for a small number of people who are naturally cold-blooded and some people with complicated experiences, most of the rest of the people, no matter what, still care about family ties. I'm fine. I've been doing fine lately. It's okay. By the way, Uncle, why did you call me earlier? Yes, there is something. Your cousin got promoted not long ago and has a girlfriend. Your aunt and I plan to take some time to go to Guangcheng in 2 days. I thought I would visit you and have a family reunion. At this point, my uncle's voice on the other end of the phone sounded hesitant and awkward. In the past few years, it was your uncle and aunt who treated you badly. Now your cousin has become successful, and the family is not so poor anymore. Your aunt also feels a little regretful, anyway. Okay, Uncle, let's not talk about the past. Zhou Yuan interrupted his uncle. He really didn't want to talk about what was right or wrong back then. If you guys come over, call me then. Zhou Yuan originally wanted to say, I will receive you when the time comes, but then he thought it was not his turn to say that. His cousin Zhou Ji seems to be working and living in Guangcheng. If we really need to receive him, it will be his cousin's job. As for getting together. Now that Uncle has spoken, let us get together. At most, it's just a matter of sitting together and having a meal. We have to give this little bit of face. Okay, let's put it this way. You should still be in school, so I won't delay your class. Okay, let's do this for now. Zhou Yuan hummed, didn't say much, and hung up the phone. After calming down for a while, Zhou Yuan picked up his phone and called Lu Yao back. After asking, it turned out that the girl was fine. I called before just to tell Zhou Yuan not to be angry about what happened last night. She also said that her sister Lu Yu did not intentionally target Zhou Yuan, and apologized on behalf of her sister. There was no need for Lu Yao to apologize for something like this. To be honest, Zhou Yuan was the one who was more guilty. Especially last night, his last few slaps made Lu Yu very embarrassed. Okay, girl, don't apologize to me. I was wrong about what happened last night. By the way, your sister, didn't she say anything yesterday? Zhou Yuan was a little worried that Lu Yu would reveal something to Lu Yao in anger. It would not be fun if that happened. No, my sister didn't say anything yesterday, she just told me not to contact you, and said if she knew, I would be in trouble. Hearing Lu Yao's hesitation, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Your sister has warned you like this, so why do you still dare to call me? Senior, you are annoying. I will ignore you. Lu Yao's voice was filled with a hint of embarrassment. She stuttered and hung up the phone. But in the blink of an eye, the girl sent another WeChat message. My sister insisted that I stay with her these past 2 days. I'll be free in a few days. Well, this girl is obviously really trapped. Even without Zhou Yuan saying anything, he was already thinking about when the next time would be. Chapter 192 Qin Yu's Treat. Since Lu Yao took the initiative to bring up this kind of thing, Zhou Yuan certainly wouldn't refuse. He just turned around and said okay in response. Suddenly, he remembered something and sent another WeChat message to Lu Yao with a sly smile. By the way, next time you go out, don't forget that Chon Sam. What a great opportunity it was yesterday. Lu Yao accidentally wore a Chon Sam. What a pity, it could have been a wonderful night, but it was ruined by that crazy woman Lu Yu. Fortunately, this little girl Lu Yao still cares about me, otherwise, I would have lost out. Zhou Yuan was muttering when his cell phone rang again. Lu Yao didn't reply, but sent a red-faced emoticon. This means, obviously, that it is accepted. Zhou Yuan felt relieved immediately, chatted with Lu Yao for a few more words, and then exited WeChat. Then he found Qin Yu's missed call and called back. The phone rang for a while before it was connected. As soon as it came on, Qin Yu apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I was busy with something just now. Zhou Yuan said, it's okay. I just want to ask, President Qin called this morning, is there something going on at the company? Everything is normal at the company, nothing happened. I called Mr. Zhou earlier mainly to ask if he was free tonight. I wanted to treat him to dinner. Qin Yu and his daughter had not had time to thank Zhou Yuan for what happened at yesterday's board meeting. Originally, Qin Guangyang was supposed to host the party today and make the call to invite Zhou Yuan. Unfortunately, there were some problems in the newly expanded overseas market of the American group, and Qin Guangyang was urgently needed to go there to manage relationships and take command. I don't know how long this trip will take. If it's fast, it will probably take 10 days or half a month. Qin Guangyang thought that inviting Zhou Yuan to a banquet could not be delayed for too long, otherwise it would be a bit neglectful, so he simply asked Qin Yu to come forward and invite Zhou Yuan first to express his gratitude. This makes sense from a courtesy perspective. When he comes back from overseas, he can host a formal banquet for Zhou Yuan. That's why Qin Yu missed the call in the morning. Since Mr. Qin has invited me so kindly, I will respectfully obey your order. There is nothing to do in the evening anyway, so just have a meal. It's settled then. I'll notify Mr. Zhou in the evening. Okay then, I'll wait for President Qin to contact me then. After answering, Zhou Yuan hung up the phone. I spent some time with Feng Jing at home in the afternoon, and around 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yu called again. Qin Yu originally wanted to come and pick up Zhou Yuan in person, but Zhou Yuan didn't let her run back and forth. He directly asked for the address and said he would drive there himself. Besides, originally, Zhou Yuan wanted to take Feng Jing with him, but Feng Jing obviously didn't want to get involved in such a drinking party. The most important thing is that when Feng Jing heard that Zhou Yuan was going to dinner with another woman, she decided not to go anymore. In Feng Jing's words, she didn't want to hinder Zhou Yuan's chance of picking up girls. Women are like this. Zhou Yuan just wants to say that he is lucky. After saying goodbye to Feng Jing and asking her to go to bed early, Zhou Yuan drove to the agreed place. This time, the appointment was not too formal, and the Qin family father and daughter had already hosted a dinner in Dedanghai. So this time, Qin Yu specifically chose a place like Four Seasons Tower. The cost here is generally acknowledged to be expensive. 2,000 per capita is actually considered low cost, which is enough to discourage ordinary people. Of course, this amount of money is nothing to Zhou Yuan or Qin Yu. Although the prices here are quite high, there are still many customers. Qin Yu made a reservation in advance, and originally wanted a private room, but it turned out that the private room was already fully booked. Chapter 193. What a coincidence. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan didn't care whether it was a private room or not. After meeting Qin Yu and exchanging a few polite words, the two of them went into the restaurant and took a seat. When the waiter brought the menu, Qin Yu naturally signaled Zhou Yuan to make the decision. Zhou Yuan didn't bother to be polite with Qin Yu. He looked at the several set meals recommended by the store today and showed no interest. I simply ordered free-range chicken soup with seahorse fish maw, ajo giant abalone stewed in secret abalone sauce, ajo grain-fed filet with foie gras, and hot spring egg with black truffle and Iberian ham, plus a main course, special matsutake mushroom and premium king crab meat noodles. With his current appetite, plus the amount of food in a place like this, to be frank, he is probably only about 20% to 30% full. Of course, in the eyes of most people, coming to such places is just to try something new. If you want to eat your fill, isn't street barbecue delicious? Pushing the menu to Qin Yu ordered a few more dishes and also ordered some appetizers and desserts. As for drinks, Qin Yu asked Zhou Yuan for his opinion, and Zhou Yuan simply shook his head and refused. Don't drive after drinking, and don't drive after drinking. In order to avoid making my relatives cry, and also because I have no interest in drinking today, I decided not to drink. The waiter respectfully left, and Qin Yu started chatting with Zhou Yuan. The two of them no longer used polite terms like Mr. Zhou and Mr. Qin and simply called each other by their names. As for the topic of conversation, it was obvious that Qin Yu was accommodating Zhou Yuan. They did not talk about business matters, but only talked about interesting things and even gossip. As the food was served, the two of them became less talkative. They enjoyed the food and occasionally chatted about random things. Anyway, the atmosphere is quite harmonious. But when I was halfway through the meal, I suddenly saw someone walking towards this side. At first Zhou Yuan didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a passing customer. But then this guy came over and started talking. Qin Yu, you are here too. Seeing the person coming, Qin Yu's face flashed a trace of discomfort, but he still forced a smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Su." Just hearing this name, Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Qin Yu or the Qin family's family background may not be outstanding in Guangzhou, the status of the Qin family's father and daughter is definitely not bad. It is definitely not an exaggeration to say that it is above second rate. But with this status, he actually has to call the guy in front of him Mr. Su. This is quite interesting. Who is this guy? Could he be a playboy like Chen Wentai? Zhou Yuan was curious for a moment and couldn't help but take a closer look at the person. The suit was neat, but I couldn't tell what brand it was. Of course, this doesn't mean that the other person is dressed too badly. On the contrary, with Zhou Yuan's well-developed eyesight, he is 70% to 80% sure that this guy's outfit is absolutely 100% custom-made. Just look at the workmanship and materials, as well as the visual comfort at a glance. To put it simply, it would be hard to afford it without hundreds of thousands. What a coincidence today. No wonder I heard the magpie's call when I went out this morning. It turned out to be here. Su Yang smiled gently, and then he glanced at Zhou Yuan calmly. Zhou Yuan was also looking at him at the right moment, and their eyes met. Zhou Yuan saw it clearly. Although this guy had a smile on his face, for a moment, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The most important thing is, this damn cold color carries a hint of malice. How to describe that? The look was like that of a poisonous snake, and it seemed as if he had seen an enemy. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Su here. Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Su? Although Qin Yu's expression looked a little strange, he still spoke politely. Nothing, I just saw you here, so I came over to say hello. Su Yang smiled indifferently, then pretended to look at Zhou Yuan naturally. By the way, who is this? Qin Yu said, "This is my friend." Really? Could you introduce me to her? Su Yang said with a smile. At this moment, Qin Yu's expression was obviously different, and he even showed a hint of hesitation and embarrassment. Chapter 194, Unkind. Although he didn't know why Qin Yu had such an expression, since the other party was asking about his identity, Zhou Yuan simply took the initiative to speak. Let me introduce myself, Zhou Yuan. It turns out to be Mr. Zhou. My apologies. I am Su Yang. Su Yang smiled and nodded slightly, looking very polite. Of course, this is just a face-saving move, just like the words "I'm so disrespectful," it should not be taken seriously. Zhou Yuan made a casual polite remark, thinking that he had sent Su Yang away. Who would have thought that Su Yang was a bit of a no-brainer? He winked and smiled and said, "Excuse me, but I think Mr. Zhou is quite young. I wonder where he is employed. This guy, is he investigating the household registration?" Zhou Yuan secretly complained, but for the sake of face, he didn't want to fall out, so he smiled and said, "I'm still a student now." No wonder he looks so young, he turned out to be a junior student. Su Yang didn't know where the term junior came from. What was more important was that after hearing that Zhou Yuan was a student, this guy raised his eyebrows inexplicably, and the smile on his face became more comfortable and relaxed. He looked Zhou Yuan up and down again, then turned to look at Qin Yu and said with a smile, "Since Mr. Qin has an appointment, I won't bother you anymore. But if you are free some other day, I hope Mr. Qin will do me the honor of having a meal together." "Well, let's see, it depends on the situation." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, inexplicably, and looked perfunctory and reluctant. Almost at the same time, Zhou Yuan noticed that Su Yang's brows frowned for a moment, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. But this guy's superficial skills are really good. He covered it up in just a blink of an eye. He even smiled and said, "I believe that Mr. Qin will have time by then. Anyway, I won't bother you two for now." After saying this, Su Yang waved his hand, turned around and left. Zhou Yuan took a closer look and saw him go to another table not far away and sit down. There were two young men at that table, but Zhou Yuan didn't know either of them. However, these two people had been looking at this side. When Zhou Yuan glanced at them, their eyes met for a moment. The two of them narrowed their eyes at the same time, and there was an inexplicable hint of provocation in their expressions. Zhou Yuan frowned, but at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Sorry, Zhou Yuan." Zhou Yuan was stunned when he heard this, a little confused. What is going on? Why did Qin Yu suddenly apologize? Etc. Could it be related to that guy named Su just now? Zhou Yuan was immediately curious and couldn't help asking, who was that Su Yang just now? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and explained, he is the only son of Su Huakuan, the chairman of Huakuan Real Estate. He is a well-known playboy in Guangcheng. Qin Yu said a lot in a very eloquent manner. Su Yang, the only son of Su Huakuan, chairman of Guangcheng Huakuan Real Estate, is also a well-known playboy. In addition, this guy is also Qin Yu's pursuer. However, according to what Qin Yu meant, it is actually not quite accurate to say that Su Yang is her suitor. To describe it another way, Qin Yu is the prey that Su Yang has set his sights on. And it's the kind of prey that no one else is allowed to touch. Of course, Qin Yu didn't say this directly. According to Qin Yu's original words, Su Yang once said that he had a crush on Qin Yu, and asked others to be more sensible and not to cause trouble. If Su Yang was attracted to Qin Yu and wanted to pursue her, Zhou Yuan could understand it. After all, Qin Yu is first class in terms of figure, appearance, and family background. And this can also explain why Su Yang's eyes were a little malicious when he looked at me just now. Needless to say, he must have regarded me as a love rival. It's just what Qin Yu said later. What Su Yang said harshly, no one else can touch Qin Yu. Zhou Yuan was a little confused. Because in Zhou Yuan's opinion, Su Yang's identity seems to be not qualified enough. Even though this guy is the prince of Huakuan Real Estate is indeed a big company. In terms of scale and financial size, it is not much worse than Yan Zhonghua's Zhongchuan Real Estate. Compared with American-funded groups, it is indeed several times stronger. But even with this status, looking at Guangcheng, it is still not the top level. And Su Yang, of course, is not the top dude. Under normal circumstances, if you dare to say such harsh words, you are asking for trouble. Chapter 195. Is this guy too crazy? If Su Yang is the kind of arrogant and brainless person, then it is reasonable for him to say such harsh words that may easily cause trouble. But based on the contact just now, Zhou Yuan dared to conclude that Su Yang was definitely not a brainless lunatic or an idiot. On the contrary, this guy is rather vicious and sinister, like a venomous snake. Well, this is quite interesting. What else does this Su have to rely on? How dare he say such a thing? The more Zhou Yuan thought about it, the more curious he became. He looked at Qin Yu and said, according to what you said, Su Yang is a bit too arrogant. Even if Su Yang's father is the boss of Huakuan Real Estate, with this status, he is not qualified to say such harsh words, right? You're so arrogant to claim that no one can pursue you. If you said it was someone like Chen Wentai, I would believe it. He was really classy enough to say such cruel words. Needless to say, the only person Zhou Yuan could think of was probably someone of Chen Wentai's status. Mentioning this, Qin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "You don't know that Su Yang's family background is not mainly on his father's side, but on his mother's side. His mother is." Qin Yu originally wanted to tell Zhou Yuan about Su Yang's mother's identity, but she stopped short when the words came to her lips. Given her relationship with Zhou Yuan, it is inconvenient to talk about some things. As for what I said just now, it was mainly because after seeing Su Yang, I felt uncomfortable, complicated, and sad for a while, so I couldn't help but say it half complaining and half venting. Now that I've let out some of my emotions, I've calmed down a bit, but I still can't bring up the rest of the matter. After all, even if I told Zhou Yuan everything, what good would it be? No matter how you look at it, the relationship between me and Zhou Yuan is just friends. Even if I ask myself honestly, because of my father's previous illness and the recent group crisis, I have a feeling for Zhou Yuan that goes beyond just friendship. But this is just my one-sided affection. Zhou Yuan might just treat me as an ordinary friend. Besides, even if Zhou Yuan is willing to step forward, with Zhou Yuan's identity, he is no match for Su Yang. No matter how powerful Zhou Yuan is, he is only good at medical skills. In addition, maybe he has some deep relationship with Yan Zhonghua, which allowed Yan Zhonghua to transfer his shares in the American-funded group for free. But even so, I still can't be compared with Su Yang. Because even Mr. Yan Zhonghua is nothing compared to Su Yang's mother's family background. When he thought of this, Qin Yu's expression became even more complicated and gloomy. Speaking of which, why am I still single and have no one pursuing me? Isn't it because of Su Yang? Now, finally, someone like Zhou Yuan who I like appears, but why on earth did I run into that bastard Su Yang? The more Qin Yu thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Zhou Yuan saw that her expression was obviously abnormal and wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly he felt it was inconvenient to ask. After all, Zhou Yuan felt that his relationship with Qin Yu is just average. Asking too many questions about this kind of relationship would be too annoying. Besides, Qin Yu already showed an uncomfortable expression. If I kept asking her endlessly, it would seem like I was deliberately provoking her. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan simply shut up. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he simply lowered his head and concentrated on the food on the table. Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, and Qin Yu didn't know what to say. To be honest. Actually, for a moment just now, she really hoped that Zhou Yuan would take the initiative to say something. Even if he just cursed Su Yang a few times, Qin Yu felt that she would feel much more at ease, and it was worth it that she secretly had a good impression of Zhou Yuan that went beyond friendship. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan had no intention of speaking at all. I don't know, are you scared? Women always have wild thoughts, especially when they run into problems and the man they like is unwilling to help them. Qin Yu felt inexplicably melancholy and sad. She glanced at Zhou Yuan secretly, and seeing him eating as if nothing had happened, she felt even more upset. She had completely lost her appetite, and at this moment, she didn't want to face Zhou Yuan, lest she feel bad. "Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." Since she couldn't eat anything anyway, Qin Yu apologized, stood up, took her bag and left her seat. Chapter 196. There are some people in this world whom you cannot afford to offend. This guy, why do I feel like his eyes are a little weird? Zhou Yuan turned his head and watched Qin Yu walk away, then turned back and couldn't help frowning slightly. He always felt that the look Qin Yu gave him at the last moment had an indescribable meaning. But when I think about it carefully, I don't think I have ever provoked Qin Yu. Really? Women are creatures, they are really hard to understand. Zhou Yuan shook his head helplessly, came to his senses, and turned back to the food on the table. As for men, sometimes they are really smart, and sometimes they are really dull. Zhou Yuan was eating over there. Not far away across the street, Su Yang watched Qin Yu go into the bathroom, then suddenly stood up and walked towards him with an expressionless face. Zhou Yuan noticed this guy immediately and was slightly stunned, not quite understanding what the other party was here to do. Before he knew it, Su Yang had already reached the table and sat down at Qin Yu's seat without a care. Then, he stared at Zhou Yuan with a smile. "If I remember correctly, your name is Zhou Yuan, right? Why, what's the matter, Mr. Su? It's just a little thing that I want to explain to you." Su Yang leaned back, with a smile on his face, and a hint of arrogance emerged. "I'm in a pretty good mood today, so it's rare for me to have a few words with you in a calm manner. Look at the posture, look at the tone, it's just like an ancient landlord facing his servants." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a little unhappy, but he didn't get angry. He just frowned slightly and said, "What does Mr. Su want to explain?" Nothing much, just talking about something. Su Yang chuckled, glanced at Zhou Yuan with contempt, and said, with your status, it is understandable that you didn't know some things before, so I will not bear grudges and won't bother with you. But next, you better listen to me. Xinyu, that's the woman I, Su Yang, like. If you know better, stay away from her and don't have any contact with her. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. When saying this, Su Yang did not show any anger at all. Of course, this is not because Su Yang has a good temper. The main reason is that Su Yang doesn't take Zhou Yuan seriously at all. After all, Zhou Yuan said when he introduced himself just now that he is a student. In Su Yang's opinion, a student is just like an ant. Tell me, would you get angry with an ant casually? Stop joking. If you get angry at an ant and it gets out, it will be very embarrassing. In fact, it was because Zhou Yuan was no different from an ant in his eyes that he took the initiative to repeat the harsh warning he had once made. Because this warning is directed at those well-known and wealthy young men. In Su Yang's opinion, Zhou Yuan's rubbish identity made him unqualified and not of the level to even receive this warning. Zhou Yuan didn't expect that Su Yang came to him just to threaten him. He looked up at Su Yang and simply ignored him. Seeing this, Su Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Why, didn't you understand what I just said? I understand what you said, but... Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, why should I listen to you? This attitude immediately made Su Yang's face even colder. He blinked and sneered, I'm not telling you these words to ask for your consent, but to warn you. If you still don't know how to appreciate it, don't regret it. Also, I'm in a good mood today, so I'd like to give you a piece of advice. In this world, there are some people you can never afford to offend. So, you better be smart. Chapter 197 You Send Away the Beggar. When Su Yang spoke, his attitude was truly arrogant and condescending. With this expression, he is absolutely perfect to play the role of the King of Heaven. If this really happened to an ordinary person, not to mention, he might be shocked and frightened by Su Yang's appearance and this guy's identity. It's just a pity that the person sitting opposite him was Zhou Yuan. Hearing Su Yang say this, Zhou Yuan grinned. As the saying goes, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. People are showing off to me. I'm giving you face? Just based on Su Yang's attitude, Zhou Yuan would never give him face. I'm really sorry, I have a problem, that is, I am stubborn and don't like to listen to advice. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression suddenly changed, and became gloomy in an instant. He subconsciously wanted to speak, but when he raised his eyelids, he saw Qinyu turning towards him from not far away. Seeing Qinyu, Su Yang immediately restrained the gloomy look on his face. After all, Su Yang didn't just play with Qinyu for fun. If he just wanted to play with Qinyu, then he would have countless ways to get Qinyu into bed, whether it was drugging, forcing, setting up a trap, etc. To be honest, he actually fell in love with Qinyu. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble and say harsh words that would easily get you into trouble. But it was because he fell in love with Qinyu. So in front of Qinyu, Su Yang had to pay attention to his image. So when he noticed Qinyu's moment, Su Yang calmly returned to his previous smile. But Su Yang suddenly thought of something at this moment, and raised his eyebrows. Then he stared at Zhou Yuan with a smile and said, how about this, as long as you are willing to stay away from Qinyu, I will give you a benefit, how about that? Su Yang said, extending a finger. 100,000, as long as you promise not to appear in front of Qinyu again, I will give you 100,000. The reason why Su Yang said this suddenly was that the moment he saw Qinyu, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind and he thought of a fun idea. He wanted to use money to lure Zhou Yuan into submission so that Qinyu could see Zhou Yuan's ugly appearance with her own eyes. Just imagine, if a man could agree to leave a woman for an outsider for some money. As for this kind of man, as long as a woman is not mentally handicapped, she will definitely not have any dealings or connections with him anymore. And this is exactly the result Su Yang wanted. As for whether Zhou Yuan would give in, Su Yang was not worried at all. Look at this boy named Zhou, he is just a student and his clothes are ordinary, he doesn't look like a rich man at all. Although he went in and out of places like Four Seasons building, it seemed that he was obviously invited by Qinyu. Also, take a look at this kid's behavior. He was like a starving ghost from beginning to end, with his knife, fork and mouth never stopping. Even after he sat down, he was still putting food into his mouth, with no etiquette or rules at all, as if he had never seen food in his life. Judging from his appearance, there is a 99% chance that he is a stinky loser who crawled out of some shitty place in the countryside. Although I don't understand why Qinyu would get involved with this kind of trash, But when dealing with this kind of stuff, money is definitely the most effective way. Su Yang felt confident for a moment and was just waiting for Zhou Yuan to speak and give in. Instead, Zhou Yuan looked up at him with a bit of contempt in his eyes. Is this Su guy crazy? Since you can't threaten me, you want to bribe me with money? If you pay a little more money, I might go crazy and nod my head. But 100,000. Are you sending away that beggar here? The clothes I paid to Liu yesterday alone totaled more than 200,000. I beg you, if you don't have money, can you please not come to me and act like such a jerk? Zhou Yuan glanced at Su Yang, stuffed a mouthful of goose liver into his mouth as if nothing had happened, and then said vaguely, 100,000 yuan, you're giving away that beggar? Chapter 198. You are so poor, don't embarrass yourself in front of me. God can testify that when Zhou Yuan said this, he was simply despising Su Yang. But the problem is, damn, Su Yang misunderstood. He subconsciously thought that Zhou Yuan thought the money was too little. And if you think about it calmly, it seems that 100,000 is a little too little. After all, in his opinion, since Zhou Yuan, this country bumpkin, had set his sights on Qinyu, he must be mainly after Qinyu's money. With Qinyu's wealth, it seems that it is not difficult to cheat and make 1 million or 800,000. Okay, if you think it's too little, I'll give you 1 million. Su Yang glanced at Qinyu, who was slowing down not far away, and immediately increased the price tenfold. 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. But as for the money, Su Yang never thought of giving it at all. He just wanted to expose Zhou Yuan's ugly side and let Qinyu see it with her own eyes. And now, Qinyu was standing not far away. As long as Zhou Yuan dared to agree, his plan would be successful. At that time, Yuan Ti have to give Zhou Yuan a penny. Su Yang thought about it secretly, and felt more and more that the idea he came up with on a whim was simply brilliant. However, when he heard the 1 million, Zhou Yuan didn't even have any extra expression. He just looked at Su Yang like a fool, and then continued to eat and drink. This bastard, isn't 1 million enough? Or is he afraid that I will deceive him and won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit? Su Yang frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and spoke again. 5 million, I will give you 5 million, and you stay away from Qinyu from now on. Of course, don't worry, I won't say anything without proof. There is 5 million here, you can try any bank. As long as you agree, it's yours now. Following the principle that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb, Su Yang took out a card from his pocket and pushed it directly in front of Zhou Yuan. 5 million is not a small amount of money. You know, it's hard for an ordinary person like you to earn that much money in your lifetime. But now, as long as you nod and agree, the money will be yours. Think about it carefully. With this 5 million, even if you do nothing and just live off the interest, you are still much better off than the average wage earner. Su Yang was obviously still not at ease, and deliberately instigated and lured her with a few more words. Zhou Yuan became a little impatient after hearing him chattering on and on. You say you have money, okay? Why do you have nothing better to do than to show off in front of me? Can't you see I'm eating? Why do you have to ruin my appetite? And you have millions of dollars, and you have the nerve to show off in front of me? Big brother, since you are so poor, please don't embarrass yourself in front of me, okay? The boss of my system will give me more money than you for any option task. Zhou Yuan was secretly complaining about that, but just as he mentioned the system boss, the system popped up. You now have an opportunity to choose. Option 1, ignore this idiot and drive him away. Reward, $5 million, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, if you don't make money, you are a bastard. Take the money and trick him away. Reward, 5 million yuan, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, you are pretending to have money, right? Then give him a taste of his own medicine. Reward, random money plus return the original route after spending money, 2 system treasure chests. Spend money and return the original path. This is easy to understand. No matter how much you spend, it will eventually return to your pocket. But this random money, what the hell is this? Is there any guessing involved in this thing? After looking at option 3, Zhou Yuan was a little confused. It seems like this system boss is becoming more and more capricious. Not only does he appear suddenly, but he also makes the options random. But I like the idea of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 199. 5 million, not sincere enough. Zhou Yuan instantly chose option 3, and then looked at Su Yang with some pity. Sorry buddy, now it's time for me to show off. There's nothing I can do, since the system boss has already hinted that I'm showing off. Zhou Yuan secretly uttered a few dirty words, then picked up the bank card on the table. Seeing Zhou Yuan's actions, Su Yang smiled proudly at this moment. Really? A poor boy like this couldn't resist the temptation of money after all. It was easy to fool this guy with just a few words, and he couldn't help but fall into the trap. Su Yang felt proud, and then he glanced in Qin Yu's direction intentionally or unintentionally. Even though Qin Yu saw him using money to seduce Zhou Yuan, so what? Anyway, as long as Qin Yu witnesses Zhou Yuan's ugly appearance, it will be enough. Take a look. Qin Yu's face now looked obviously ugly. I'm afraid she has already sentenced Zhou Yuan to death in her heart. Su Yang is a guy who is quite good at association. But I have to say, this guy was half right. At this moment, not far behind Zhou Yuan, Qin Yu stood there, looking a little ugly. Not only did she look unhappy, she also felt uncomfortable inside. Even though she and Zhou Yuan are just ordinary friends now, in the final analysis, she still has a good impression of Zhou Yuan. As a result, Zhou Yuan actually gave in just for 5 million? Qin Yu looked at Zhou Yuan's back with a sad look. Why? Why is it like this? With your wealth, are you really short of this 5 million? You clearly hold 19% of the group's shares, and this money alone is worth over 100 million. But why did you agree to Su Yang's request for 5 million? Do I disgust you? Or am I not even worthy of being your friend? So for this little money, you decided to stay away from me? Or maybe, it was Su Yang's background that scared you? Women are always prone to overthinking, it's their nature, and Qin Yu is obviously no exception. But to be honest, considering her good impression of Zhou Yuan, she wouldn't be that sad. After all, where is the relationship between the two? Even if we just talk about the degree of physical contact, it is definitely within the scope of ordinary friends. But the problem is that once people start to think about things, especially when they feel wronged, it is easy for them to fall into a self-hypnotic state of intensified grievance. And Qin Yu is obviously in this state now. The more she thought about it, the more wronged and sad she felt. For a moment, she wanted to walk over, pick up a glass of water and splash it directly on Zhou Yuan's face. However, just as the thought came to my mind and I hadn't put it into action, Zhou Yuan spoke. I have to say, Mr. Su, you are really willing to do this. Zhou Yuan didn't know that Qin Yu was behind him. He was playing with the bank card at the moment and looking at Su Yang with a smile. 5 million is such a huge sum of money that he gave it without even frowning. He is really generous. However, Su Yang did not respond and said, 5 million is already in your hands. As long as you agree to my request now and swear to stay away from Qin Yu, I will tell you the password of this card immediately. It's easy to swear, but... Zhou Yuan smiled and deliberately dragged out the word. But what? Su Yang's heart suddenly skipped a beat for no reason. Could it be that this little bastard is taking advantage of the situation and is preparing to ask for too much? He was just muttering when Zhou Yuan smiled and said, just 5 million is enough to keep me away from Qin Yu. Isn't that a bit insincere? Damn. This bastard is really greedy. But, do you really think you can take the money? I will tolerate you for now, and trick you into swearing an oath, so that Qin Yu will completely give up on you. Then I will give you a good beating. Su Yang sneered in his heart, but his face showed a heroic look. Since you think it's too little, then tell me, how much do you want before you are willing to leave Qin Yu? Chapter 200. How about I give you 50 million and you stay away from Qin Yu? However, Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, No, I think Mr. Su misunderstood what I meant. Misunderstand? Su Yang was slightly stunned, then frowned. What do you mean? My meaning is very simple. Zhou Yuan smiled and pushed the card back to Su Yang, saying, 5 million, in my opinion, is no different from giving money to a beggar. How about this? I'll give you 50 million in exchange for you staying away from Qin Yu from now on. What do you think? With just one sentence, Su Yang was stunned. After realizing it, he couldn't help showing a mocking and contemptuous expression on his face. 50 million? Just you? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? This is such a fucking joke. A poor country bumpkin, actually talking about 50 million? You are talking about ghost money, right? Look at you, I don't believe it. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Yang, then smiled calmly, but if I can afford 50 million. Pack. Keep pretending. I want to see how far you can go. Su Yang was secretly sarcastic in his heart, and sneered on his face, if you have 50 million, I will do as you say and stay away from Qin Yu in the future. But what if you can't afford this money? I'm sorry, the situation you're talking about doesn't exist. Zhou Yuan glanced at Su Yang calmly, took out his mobile phone and opened his bank account. Zhou Yuan didn't use the more than 100 million yuan in the system. In his other bank account, he still had a rent from Yinhai Building. This is the rent paid in advance by some tenants of Yinhai Building, just over 50 million. Of course, the annual rent of Yinhai Building is definitely more than this. The remaining 70% or so of tenants have not had time to pay the rent or renew their leases. Zhou Yuan slowly pushed the phone in front of Su Yang. 50 million, not a cent less, and the extra 2 million is a gift from me to you. How about this? As long as you swear to never get close to Qinyu, the money will be yours. That's what I said. But whether to swear or not, Zhou Yuan doesn't care at all. Anyway, he didn't believe Su Yang's oath. The reason I mentioned this is just to complete the system's optional task. After all, the mission requires that you give the person a taste of his own medicine. But at this moment, Su Yang didn't react at all. He stared blankly at the account balance displayed on the phone screen, 523843889. His face, which was originally full of sarcasm, was now extremely dull. This is fucking. How is this possible? This guy is obviously a loser. He is obviously a country bumpkin who looks like he has never had a good meal in his life. Why? Why is there so much money? 50 million. I just can't come up with this money right now. How so? How so? Su Yang's heart was roaring, his soul was calling, and his spirit was roaring. He even felt a burning invisible pain on his face. This bastard named Zhou is so rich. Doesn't that mean this bastard has been laughing at himself the whole time? He has been making a fool of himself the whole time? Zhou! How dare you play tricks on me? Su Yang reacted instantly, his face turned gloomy and his eyes were like a mad dog that wanted to eat people. He originally wanted to plot against Zhou Yuan in front of Qinyu and show off at the same time. Only now did he realize that after all the trouble he had gone through, Zhou Yuan had actually played him like a monkey and schemed against him. That would have been fine, but he was so foolish as to offer himself to Zhou Yuan, allowing him to step on his face in front of Qinyu without him noticing, and successfully act like a big shot. This is fucking. Not only did we lose the wife, but we also lost our soldiers. This is simply losing both the wife, the concubine, and the soldiers.